Science guy. Science guy.
Hey there, folks. Still getting ready. Give me a sec. Much to all of your excitement. Well, I don't know if you guys get excited about these sort of silly things, but I'm bringing back the lab coat. Lab coat's coming back. How's it going, Twitch? Internet, YouTube. So we've got an interesting take on the Winota deck that I really wanted to start working on as early as yesterday, but I didn't grab the necessary pieces. So if you guys are unfamiliar with the new Infinite Squirrel combo that's modern legal, this is it. So basically, you take an unassuming card, Scurry Oak. Doesn't seem very good, right? It's a 1/2 for 3 mana. And it doesn't actually do anything else for us unless we evolve it. Now, granted, most of our cards are going to evolve the Scurry Oak, either by having a higher attack power or having a higher toughness. Even Spiromancer is going to evolve the Oak. All of our stuff up here also evolves the Oak. And what's really nice is the other piece to this Infinite Squirrel Loop does actually evolve the Oak. So if you go Oak into Denizen with, let's say, something like Eldritch Evolution, or this guy's an Elf Warrior, so unfortunately not many of my other 3-drops pyre into the Denizen. That's something I'm working on. We do still have the 3-drop Changeling, though, so that is a way to do it. But these are Shamans. This is Elf Warrior. I'm not playing a 3-drop Elf. Maybe we should be. That's something to think about. Maybe before we jump into a league, maybe that's something we want to try to shove in here. I mean, the main deck Scoos doesn't need to be main deck. It's just a good card. Certainly certainly I'm open to suggestions. I didn't think about that. I mean, there's Nissa, but she won't flip in this deck. We also just could play a Realm Walker. Do we want more 3s than just Mere Entity that turn into this? I don't think so, actually. We only have 2 Pyres. And I've been moving more and more away from the Pyre synergy. You'll notice that something is missing, right? We were playing a whole playset of Voice of Resurgence. So that's something that changed. And that's a big time change. Made some more adjustments to the sideboard. Added, somebody suggested playing a Vexing Shusher, so I did, just because there's a lot of folks testing their counterspells. Hopefully you guys are doing well today. Hope you guys are having a nice Friday. So we probably wouldn't keep this. This would probably be a mulligan. We would keep here and put the grace back in. So turn 1 bird. Have a red source already. Ooh, Cavern instead. Sweet. Human. Red here. Red there. Spyro. And let's only dump the entity. And I do have enough mana to Eldritch, unless you're worried about them killing the bird. I'm going to keep the Dryad Arbor. So there's Scurry. We could set up Scurry instead of setting up Winota. And here's the thing. Here's the decision path now we have to start to think about, right? Which is that sometimes it's going to be better for me to go for Scurry Oak now than it is for us to just go for Winota. Because next turn I could have infinite squirrels and punch them with Scurry Oak. If they have relevant blocks, though, the better thing clearly to do is go get Winota and start getting triggers this turn, right? So we can set up for next turn infinite squirrels, or I could just turn the Pyromancer into Winota now. I'm going to do some setting up instead just so you guys can see it. So we're going to go Scurry Oak instead. Swing for 3. Drew a Lena. That's not great. 1, 2, 3. Evolution, the Spyro. And so we have some choices to make. We could still get Winota. That's the thing, right? So, I mean, if our opponents have Bolt here, then we go for Winota. If that's not what they're doing, if they're like a linear deck, like in other words, let's say they're Tron, right? And we can't play around Dismember either way. Against them, we would go get Denizen. And watch this. This is kind of sweet. So we're going to say always yield. We're going to say always yes, always yield. And then we're going to get the Denizen trigger. And I'm going to say save targets, do this to Scurry Oak. Now, once I hit the auto yield here, we do need to stop at some point. So watch. So we're going to let it go. And we're going to turn off the auto yields once we have Scurry Oak as big as we need. All right, so unbounded loop detected. Scurry Oak's automated decisions have reset. Cool. Let's do one last yes, and we'll just put this counter on something arbitrary. Maybe put it on the bird. It's nice to have attack power on a bird of paradise. Go to combat, swing, and even if they do have a block for the Scurry Oak, you've made as many squirrels as you want to. We could have kept going. I'm going to stop there, though. And we win. Now, if we had gone for Winota, it wouldn't have been a deterministic kill, right? But on the surface, I think because Ivy Lane Denizen is just a weaker magic card, I do think that we want more Winotas than we want this. Like, we really rarely will want this unless we already have this. So that makes me think it's a 1 or 2 of. Does that make sense? Did you guys understand that? It's a pretty straightforward combo. There's not really a lot of complexity to it. Oh, we take less damage here. Sweet. I'm down for that. Spyro away the Colossus and this Arbor Elf. A little greedy. Best card in our deck is Spyro, easily. I know it's dumb. Should we add Porphyros? That's an interesting idea, Teddy. I don't hate that. Is there a creature? Well, Porphyros is a creature. I was going to say, is there a different creature than that that's lower on curve? Porphyros is in our colors, though. I don't think that's a stupid thought. Is there something other than Porphyros that Porphyros is only 3, right? The one you're thinking of? Or no, this one's the 4 mana one. Okay. Or Impact Tremors. We'd probably rather play Porph, because the Anthem is not irrelevant for us. We do get lots of triggers off this card. We just have lots of creatures entering the battlefield. I do think that this is a little bit maybe outside, but this will definitely be in the think tank. Because this is also strong-ish with the Winota side, although at that point, wouldn't we just be playing the card that says, oh, what is it? There's a human that's like the number of humans on the table. I did add a Chameleon Colossus because I need now, not that I need it, but I wanted a 4-drop Changeling that the Scurry Oaks can pyre. So that is a decision that I already made about the deck, that it's a bit different. I don't think the meta is all that great for Chameleon Colossus, honestly. It's fine. There's a lot of Fatal Pushes. There's a lot of Shadows. Like, it's better than it's been in other metas. But this decision was just I wanted to be able to pyre into something relevant that lets us pyre. I can't pyre Oak into Winota like I can pyre Seasoned Pyromancer, but I could. Now I have the option to pyre an Oak into Colossus, and then Colossus can be pyred into Kenrith. Kenrith can be pyred into Lena. What about Geist Honored Monk? Yeah, Geist Honored is the normal way that this deck works. Is Geist Honored Monks. What do you think, Jay? Do you like the Infinite Squirrel combo? I haven't figured out the right numbers for this yet, but I've been liking it since I started testing it today. So these are tutors. These are non-humans. This counts as a human. These are more tutors. Non-humans. The Scurry Oak has just been good in this deck in general, actually, because it's a non-human that makes more non-human. So it's not just a combo piece. It has fine synergy for Winota. This might actually be a really good shell for Scurry Oak combo. These are all humans except for the denizens, and then these are humans. So this is a really healthy split. We've got 17 non-humans. You could also, if you wanted to, count the green fetches, because each green fetch in this deck is an extra copy of Dryad Arbor, kind of. It'll find the Dryad Arbor, I should say. So you can kind of think about these as an extension of this. So, but for sure, 17 non-human, 16 humans, and yes, changelings count as humans, because they're all things at all times. We'll find out soon if you like this. Oh, it's awesome. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. I want to just make sure I'm familiarizing myself and making sure. Yeah, I just wish there was like a human that cared, right? Like that would be where we need to go with this, right? Like a human that cares about us putting lots of things into play. That's where we need to research. Like Porphyros is a cool idea, and he plans to just make a squirrel tribal deck with a new lord. Well, we could even play that lord here, maybe. I kind of just like doing this as an infinite combo, though. I started doing some research into Tree Folks. There was one other 4-drop Tree Folk that was close for Colossus, by the way. The one that has kinship or whatever, the one that lets you look at the top of your deck and cast things. The fact that he was a Tree Folk Shaman, let's see. There was another 4-drop that was close, and I might like more than Chameleon Colossus. This guy, you. The 3/5 for 4. It's a Tree Folk Shaman, so I can pod to it from Pyro, but I probably never would. At the beginning of my upkeep, I may look at the top card of my library if it shares a creature type. So what are our Tree Folk Shamans? It's actually more than you would think. So these are Druids, though. But these will work with, once we get Ignoble Hierarchs. I might switch to this guy, because these don't count. But what count? Scurry Oaks count. And you don't have to pay any mana for it either. It just says you may... If you do, you may pay that card without paying its mana cost. This is a changeling, so it counts. These are human shaman. That's a wizard, unfortunately. So these count. This counts. What else counts? Human knight, human cleric, human warrior, treefolk shaman, knight, noble. This counts. But we wouldn't be playing Colossus. So it does have like a few hits, and it will have more hits when I switch either birds or arbor elf into a... probably would play birds and the new ignoble instead, and these then it would be have like 14 15 hits for the leaf crowned. You love that Tree Folk Dark Confidant. Zulaport Cutthroat, but they have to die. Corpse Knight. Alright, but let's do the research. I'll put this in here as a think card, but I think I'm still just going to go with Chameleon Colossus for now. Human, when enter battlefield? Could you squeeze in some Mutavaults? Mutavault doesn't work with Winota. Mishra's Factory does. Mutavault, the changelings don't work with Winota triggering because they're all types at all times, so they do count as a human. It's the same reason why the play Univaults, it will hit all creatures with leaf crowned. I don't know if I see what you're talking about, Dosieki Sky. I just need like a whenever something enters thing on a human. Let's do modern. You got your cards mixed up? No worries. So Geist Honored would get bigger as we make lots of squirrels. Maja makes the squirrels bigger. Gold Knight Commander would have good synergy for the squirrels. It's all creatures I control. Alright, let's reconsider this card again, Geist Honored. I don't know if I want another piece though. I think it's strong enough on its own just to like go wide and then punch them with a Scurry Oak. I mean, it'd be cool. You put like Court of Calling. Court of Calling would use the squirrels. Like if we had Chords or something. I don't think that's good though. We've played Chord before in this deck and it tends to not be great. Yeah, just some sort of like when enters battlefield. Here you go, Champion of Lamholt. We put counters on it. We'll put it in the think tank. It technically works, but it's bad. It's got to be something better that like benefits from the squirrels that's on a human, right? That's in our colors as well. We're asking for a lot. Let's also make it like 5 or less mana. Actually, no, let's make it even smaller. We want it to be like a 4-drop tops. Because that's the thing with Porphyrosis. Porphyrosis was a 4-drop, but it wasn't a human. No. No. There's got to be something that does this, right? Oh yeah, Sanctifier. I should maybe grab a copy of Sanctifier for our sideboard. Maybe later. It's a maybe. Imperial Recruiter, we already tried. It didn't really work like we thought it would for the deck. This is interesting. We're looking. I'm glad we're actually looking into it. I wasn't sure if I wanted to try to make a synergy for that on the human side of the deck to kind of synergize, like to kind of tie it all up in a nice little bow. I do think that Gold Knight is maybe the best way, actually. We've played Gold Knight Commander before. It's just he has a similar issue that the Heron's Grace does in that he has to come out where we want Heron's Grace to come out of our deck late. Gold Knight wants to come out of our deck early, and they're both not that great. But yeah, he would have synergy. He would grow our whole team as we make squirrels. We've played this card before in this archetype. It's actually not terrible. It's not as bad as it looks. This would be better than Maja. Is that it? Those seem to be really the only choices that are obvious to me. Some sort of enter the battlefield, do things. When enters battlefield. We could even look into like squirrels, but I don't know if there are many humans that have a synergy for squirrels. Is there one from the new set that's just like when a squirrel enters the battlefield, do something? Anyone? And is it on a human? None of these look like what we want. This is enchantments. Enchantments. There's still quite a few cards for me to look through. I'd love for somebody to speed this up. Love some help. It might just be Gold Knight Commander. What types are you? Human, Cleric, Soldier? Okay. Alright, now we're to like the pretty stuff, right? We see some pretty snaps. I should have said when creature enter the battlefield. I think that would have been a more refined search. What is Winota bringing to this deck? Yeah, so that's a great question. So that's why I was testing it, Teddy Bear. I don't know, were you watching the first match I played today, or the first Goldfish I did today? Because there was a decision path. It was, okay, if my opponent has a bolt in their hand, we can't go for Ivy Lane because they just bolt the Scurry Oak. However, if they don't have bolt, if they do have bolt, we were supposed to go for Winota. So the board state was like a Manador, 2 lands, another land in our hand, Scurry Oak, and an Eldritch. My decision path was, and I might have even had something else, like a Pyromancer or something. But anyway, do we Eldritch the Pyro in that board state for Winota, or do we Eldritch the Spyro for Denizen? And it was Denizen if there's something linear like Tron, and if they have Dismember, this is maybe just the better play because it might just kill them outright. Winota also dies to Dismember, but and we do get the trigger, right? But I guess they could kill the Scurry Oak. Yeah, I mean, either way, they might remove. They're either killing the Scurry Oak or they're killing the Winota. So I think it just depends on what removal spell our opponent has. I mean, Auric Champion would give us infinite life with squirrels. That's something to think about. Maybe we reassess this card for our sideboard. Maybe we still play Champion. Maybe I play Champion over the second Timely, just because this has, or something else, just because it has the ability for us to. I don't think I'd play that main deck, but it has synergy for the making infinite squirrels, make us infinite life. Seems good to me. All right, is it not better to just build around protecting the combo? Now it seems like 2 decks in 1. Maybe. I think we have to test it first, Teddy Bear. You're bringing up great thoughts that I had when I started working on this. I don't think we can know that until we test it, is what I'm getting at. I mean, heck, I was trying like a weird Foul Emissary build like not that long ago. These are humans. Is there like a human that references squirrels? There's got to be like a couple humans out there that reference squirrels. And maybe they'd be worth it. Like a one of. No, you're not dulling the sparkle, my friend. No, I appreciate, yeah, I'm glad you're asking the tough questions, which is, but it's like, at that point, it's like, I'd rather have that commander. Should we be doing this at all? I mean, like, that's the first question we should ask ourselves anytime we set out to, I mean, we've even talked about just playing Kessig Malcontents, right? Kind of has the same issue as the Gold Knight, is it needs to come out of the deck at a certain time. All right, so I think we've looked into everything that could possibly work here that's on a human. Now we should just look into humans that have synergy for squirrels, right? So we want type, creature, human, and we want to look up anything and everything squirrel. Squirrels. We should do Garrick. All right, so nothing came up. Let's reset our filters. So squirrel on a human. Subtype. Wish you could just like search for it instead of having to scroll all the way down to H. That'd be a nice little feature. And horror human search. Squirrels that reference humans. What do we got? All right, Wrangler. Are you in Modern, though? Are you Modern legal? I don't think you are. Isn't there the guy that makes squirrels? Hermit? And what creature types is he? Does seem like a pod-esque deck. Would have thought that it'd be a nice toolbox deck. It was originally. We moved away from that a little bit if we're going to do this. I mean, we can just do a squirrels get an Anthem. It's an elf. The old Hermit. Actually, are you Modern legal or you're not? Not legal. They referenced it with this guy. This is a reference to squirrels. And this is better. Vanishing's better than Echo. Yeah, so there's Deep Forest Hermit that would improve the squirrels, but I think that's not worth it. Something interesting to think about. I mean, this card could just be good as a Winota hit just in general. I know we've like, it's not something you normally see in the Winota deck, like as one of the things that it hits, but like this hits me similar to like how Geist Honored feels, except Geist Honored is really big and beefy. This is just go wide. But anyway, this card's already proven itself, so I want to keep it. We're not going to do this. I mean, we don't have to have something that Scurry Oak can pod into. I very quickly realized that, and I wanted to add something like Colossus or Leaf Crown. I think, like I said earlier, I'd be interested in Leaf Crown once we switch out of the Birds of Paradise or the Arbor Elves into the new Ignoble Hierarch. I think it's just going to be a lot better for this archetype. Yeah, so we are a toolbox deck. It's just I've moved lots of my bullets to the sideboard. We still have Magus of the Moon. I still have a few bullets in the main deck. It's pretty much just Magus and Vandal and Ooze right now. These are all being thought about. Does it make sense, Teddy Bear? So it is still very much like a pod, like search for bullets kind of thing. Do you like Auric Champion coming back to this deck just because of the synergy? For making the squirrels gaining life. I do like that a lot. So I'd like to squeeze this in. We're testing out Sanctum Prelate, so I don't want to cut that. The Spellskite's been main for a long while. We could just play the Singleton Ivy as well, because it doesn't really do anything unless I have the other combo piece, but I thought a 2-of made sense to me, but we could get super greedy and just play a fun of. I think that's really, really greedy, but maybe it's correct. That it's just something that we tutor for, because it's very weak if I don't have the other piece. It's just it's just a very, very weak card if I don't have the other piece to it. Whereas the Scurry Oaks do play nicely with our main strategy, which is the Winota. And I do still think that should be our main strategy, Teddy Bear. Because this combo is disrupted by a very popular card in the format, aka Lightning Bolt. This combo is disrupted by Bolt, whereas Winota is not disrupted by Bolt. So I do have some more thoughts to the thing that you shared earlier. I mean, it's not like we're Vanifar. We're trying to be more bursty. I added the third cavern today because we've just been playing a lot of blue decks right now, lately. But yeah, we've played Commander to some effect. It's whether they water down each other. I mean, like, I've been hungry for a 3-drop that has good synergy for Winota. This 3-drop has been this other 3-drop besides Spyro has been everything between, I mean, if we're only going to play one Ivy Lane, I don't have to play a playset of Scurry, right? This is just, when I first saw this preview, I was like, oh, like, this makes me think of Winota because you evolve it once. Already it's 2 creatures for 2 triggers on Winota. But no, I'm with you. Like, we may want more of our bullets in the main deck again, like the Champion. Teague has been in the main before. We had some other things that I've cut. Like, we've had Apparition be in the main board pretty happily. Get us some games. Let's see what happens. Yeah, why don't we bring back the Gold Knight Commander? And then, do we want to bother having something that Scurry Oak can Pyre us to, or do we not care? If so, it would be Colossus or maybe the Elder. I think Colossus is fine because this improves my my human count. So human count would be actually skewed now more in the direction of human versus non-human, right? I just like looking at these numbers of how many, like what the ratio is, if you're with me. And we're all in. I mean, I'm not even playing Bolt in this deck or Path, right? I mean, we're all in on the creature things. Scurry Oaks are non. These are all humans. So it's a 16 to 17 favoring. Now, granted, having a higher human count means not just that I'm less likely to fizzle on Winota. I actually have choices, right? Because it's 13 humans that aren't Winota. You know, something that I've talked about before is like these aren't really hits. The first Winota, if you don't have any other human choices on a Winota Joiner or Forces trigger, is worth taking because she makes herself indestructible, and she makes herself essentially have haste attacking that turn. but it doesn't really do much else. Um, so maybe something like this, and then we got to cut a card from the sideboard. I think the Shusher might be kind of cute, though. Because, like, Prelate and Gaddock can do similar things for getting us through permission. Also, Shusher, well, Shusher itself is uncounterable, so that's a reason why it might be better than we've played in that slot. Also, what else have I played in that spot? The two-drop human that makes it so they can't do stuff during my turn. Oops. Do you guys have any more thoughts? I think we should just run it with the Chameleon Colossus, and then once I get my hands on Ignoble Hierarchs, which shouldn't be too many days from now, I hope. Hopefully I can play some. They're a very sought-after card right now, for obvious reason. But yeah, I don't really want to count these, so I do like having more humans than we've had in previous builds. I do like that a lot. Let's just play the Denizen as when it's time. Like when it's appropriate. Let's just play it as a tutor target. I think that it's just a very weak card outside of the combo. I think a 1 or 2 of is the sweet spot for this card. Yeah, let's play some more games and see. And this is the kind of deck that you really can fish. If you're wondering, like, Bruce, why are you fishing instead of playing against opponents? Like, no, this is the kind of deck where it's okay to fish a little bit, just to see what it's doing. So we do need to find room in the sideboard. I've liked the 2 of Veils. I've liked these protection enchants. Cleric has been really important. These Selflesses are nice, but we could cut Glyph Weaver. I've liked having like the ability to off Winota triggers just more consistently hit a selfless effect, but Lena is just the stronger selfless effect. It might be time to finally retire the Glyph Weaver. We've liked it. It's been good, but like Sanctum does a similar thing. So, yeah, let's actually cut the Glyph Weaver. Let's bring back the Auric Champion. So let's get the missing pieces. And like I feel good about this test because we have played Golden Knight Commander before. It's just a little weak if it comes out too late in the triggers. Like I said a moment ago, Heron's Grace, we want it to be one of the last Winota triggers. Golden Knight Commander, we need it to be one of the first triggers. So just because they're kind of happenstance, you could even make the same argument for Lena. With Kenrith, it doesn't really matter when he comes out of the deck, or the Blade Historian. But when it comes to Lena also wants to be one of the last things that comes out. So that's one of the awkward things about this style of Winota. That's so funny. You guys would get a kick out of this. So I made a salmon dinner tonight, and it didn't turn out right. Some of the ingredients, I think I let them get too old. Because it's like fish, excuse me, fish has a smell to it, right? But it's like, I wasn't 100% sure if it was rotten or not, so I went ahead and cooked the meal. And unfortunately, just going by taste and like how it smelled after it was done cooking, I was like, this probably is gonna kill me. So if you're wondering what I was munching on at the beginning of the stream, but my upstairs roommates, they got sushi and they gave me the extras, so I'm gonna go run and grab that sushi. I hate seafood, so you lost me at salmon. I'm gonna go grab that. So if you're wondering why I'm getting up, I just wanted you to know. So we have dinner after all. See what an awesome thing. What a wonderful thing. It's nice to have people in your life that are, you know, just so generous. And my upstairs, the upstairs people, my friends Steve and Ashley, they're very much the generous type. Look at this. That's plenty of food for me. I need chopsticks or a fork. Hang on. All right. Ititakimasu, right? Ititakimasu. Oh man, they even left me some sauce. Definitely need to like cleanse my palate from the rotten fish dish that I made. Actually, you know what? I actually just trashed it. It just didn't turn out. And it's okay. You know, sometimes you go through the effort to cook something and it just doesn't taste right, you know? It's okay. It's A-okay. So I had a thought. I was thinking about rolling out the subscriber perks again. I know we talked about it briefly last stream. You guys down to have that conversation? Well, let's goldfish while we have that convo. Right. And that was the issue, right? I think what I want to do is like a Google, not just a spreadsheet. I think it also just needs like a Google, what are they? Where it's like automated and like you go in and you answer questions. Because I think that also needs to happen. This hand's terrible. We would mulligan this. This hand's a little bit better. We'll tuck the Lena because she wants to be in the library. We could lead Arbor Elf because I'm probably going Spyro anyway. If we led Elf, well, if we want to go Magus, we gotta lead Bird. Let's go Bird. It's always good to see if our mana can handle me Magusing. Turn 2. I think we still could be fine. Spyro, make some tokens. There's Grace, not great. Swing for 2. It's a Cavern. Could flash in the... Oh, no, I can't. I don't have both green and white. I guess I'm just playing this. Swing for some damage, maybe. There's an Eldritch. Can't cast the Eldritch. No basic forest. This hand didn't really pan out, did it? Because I need double color here. There's a Winota. But, like, this is kind of a pipe dream at this point. It wouldn't have turned out like this probably, unless the Magus of the Moon was fast enough. It was a turn 2 Moon. I was curious what some of our triggers are going to look like. So there's the Commander. So this is you seeing what sometimes sadly happens with Commander. Wow, we whiffed even though we have a lot of humans. Okay. He's just a 2/2. So like he has to come out early in the triggers is what we found. Now granted he has some synergy for the squirrels, but I still don't know. Again, like him or like a Porphyros or whatever, or Impact Tremors, I really don't know if we need it. I do think just the Infinite Squirrels is good enough, and I'd almost just rather have the second Denizen. I know you don't sub for perks. I know. Keep. Sounds fine. I know, Jade. I know you don't. But I think it would give me the opportunity to do some more focused brewing and some more... Like, we've done it in the past. There's some great effect. Okay, we could go get Magus of the Moon here. Off of another basic... we get another basic forest and we would do it. But instead I'm going to set up the Infinite Squirrels, right? So you'd play Oak. Say go. I need another 3-drop. Right? There's Pyre. We have a lot of different ways we could go here. But which is the right way to go? I mean, it would be dictated by what my opponent's doing. So unfortunately, this is a situation where it's not great for us to be fishing. I mean, you could evolve this into the Winota itself. Seems a little weak to me, though. Like, I almost think it's Pyre the bird, right? We have plenty of mana. It could even be Pyre the oak for the changeling. If I Pyre birds, I get to evolve the oak, though, right? Yeah, I think it's. Check this out. Let's just go get the basic mountain. Let's actually Pyre the birds. Go get our changeling. And hopefully there would be something. We would much rather do this line if there was another. We'll swing for 2. See, now I feel good about going and getting Winota off of the Vandal. So actually, we'll skip ahead. Doing this. Evolve the Vandal. Vandal, go get Winota. Oh wait, I meant to get the Denizen, didn't I? Whoops. I got so excited. That's funny. I meant to get Denizen. But we'll do this as if we had played a Winota. See what that looks like. So there's the Magus of the Moon. There's a Spyro. But I actually, that's really funny. I just kind of went a little too fast there. I meant to actually go get the Denizen instead and show you the Infinite Squirrels. My bad. My bad. I think it might be fine as a singleton. I probably want to get the Vandal on the table. So this would be a spot where we just go for Winota, try to see if it lives, try to get a couple triggers, see what we hit here. So there's Gold Knight Commander early enough. So our choice here is actually a little tough, and these are both of our new ones. I think since it's the first, let's go for Gold Knight. You guys can see maybe the little synergy here. Okay, that's actually a really good wombo we just hit. So we're going to get a trigger. So we've got a 3/3 double striker, a 3/4 double strike, a 2/2 double strike, and a 1/2 double strike with flying. That's not that bad, and they're actually just dead turn 3. Yeah, I mean, like, the Gold Knight Commander is good. It's just you have to hit it early into the triggers. That was one of the reasons why we moved away from it, I think, is because, like, it looked really good there, right? They were just dead. I mean, obviously, they could have some interaction. Okay, so this is an awkward opener. This is where we wish we had... I really shouldn't keep a hand like this, but I'm going to. I actually am going to put back the oak, right? I could put back the Arbor Elf, actually. It's really bad if I'm starting with just a cavern. For multiple reasons. The first being, it would want me to split what I'm naming. Hope to draw another land, which we do. Awesome. This is not an uncounterable Spyro, but that's what I'm going to do. We probably would want to get Stomping Ground, but you could maybe get the basic mountain there. If they're burn, I would. Let's dump Scoos, and let's dump the bird. A little greedy. So access to 4. We could go get Winota. That's probably what I'm supposed to do. So evolve here. Go get this. 3 triggers coming. Swings. Alright, so that's kind of a sad hit. But she gives herself hate. The first Winota is fine. So we have a choice here between Spyro or Entity. I'm going to take Spyro. And there's the Lena. Make lots of soldiers. We would probably win after this point. I mean, it doesn't kill them this turn like we saw last time because we hit the double striker. But we also have a little bit of resiliency to, like, like an anger or a verdict. Yes, we'd lose Winota, but I'd keep my whole team, so we don't care. And then we could flash this in. So yes, swing. Gold Knight we saw early enough, I guess. I mean, like this game's like magical Christmas land at this point. I'm just taking the Winota because it gives me a Gold Knight trigger. So we'll keep that one. Entity is great. Maybe I don't even flash in the Heron's Grace. That's our first whiff. I'll take this. Triggers. We want this to go off before this goes off, technically, right? Actually, it's irrelevant because all it's going to do is grow those. Oh, no, that's not true. We do want to stack the triggers that way because this Spyro... No, the Spyro was already in it. It was irrelevant. Last trigger, another whiff. So we could flash in the Heron's Grace, which is kind of cool to do. Get that life link. Big damage, big damage. What's up, RK? We're working with the infinite squirrel loop. Again, I still feel like... I mean, maybe it's fine as a singleton. This would be like a similar build to when we had a build that was doing something with Kiki. So it was like instead of Denizen, it was Kiki as a 5-drop, and we were also playing Village Bellringer. But I like Scurry Oak's just so much better for this, right? So I think this combo is better. But yeah, Denizen really doesn't do anything. Now you might be like, Bruce Spike, he does do things if you don't have the Oak. Doesn't he just have some natural synergy? So what's the synergy that this card has outside of Oak? It does have some. So outside of Oak, what's the synergy for Denizen? It's this. 14 cards. You could argue that Pyre of Heroes has good natural synergy for Denizen. You could make an argument that Eldritch has good natural synergy for Denizen. The Scurry Oaks, of course, have infinite potential with Denizen because of the way that Evolve works with putting the token in. Denizen, or actually, it has nothing to do with the Evolve. It has to do with the fact that they templated this card to say if one or more counters would be put on the Oak, make Squirrel tokens. So that's why it's an infinite loop, because Denizen says whenever green creatures, so that's the Squirrel token, enters the battlefield, put a 1/1 counter on target creature, put the 1/1 counter on the Scurry Oak grows. Because he had 1/1 counter put on him, we make a token. Because it's a green token, we had a green creature come into play. Denizen puts a counter on this, and this. It's an infinite loop. All right, let's run it back. This opener sucks. We're going to mulligan that. This opener also... You got to keep at some point. Spyro. I don't even think I want to fetch yet. I'm glad I didn't, I think I'm glad I didn't. Stomping. Just play out the Pyre. Slam Spyro. Dump. I might want to dump both Winotas because, well, that's if Pyro lives, I still should probably keep Winota over Scurry. Because if I draw land, that might be better than activating Pyre. Pyre, try to get 2 triggers. They path this. Very sad. Get rid of these. Although we had some of the right colors for Blade Historian. We actually could have maybe kept Blade Historian. Do we want Entity or do we want another Spyro? Maybe another Spyro. I don't have green, so I'm actually going to get rid of both of those. No blocks. Second main, play out the bird. During their end step, I'll go get Dryad Arbor. It's an evolution. I could cast the evolution, but what would I even go get, right? Because, like, Scurry Oak's not on the table. Oh, you know what? I do have the ability maybe to do this, right? No, I don't. Because I would need to play the Scurry, and I would also be able to need to play evolution, because I can't Pyre the... If I'd grabbed the Changeling earlier in this loop, the 3-drop Changeling, it can become the Denizen. I mean, but the thing is I don't need to go for infinite squirrels here. Like, we've got lethal most likely if the Winota lives. I reckon you'll try to brew something about Resurgent Belief. Isn't Belief the enchantment one? The enchantment suspend card? Yeah. Yeah, I think this card's actually pretty bonkers. Because it's only a suspend 2. So you don't even really need enablers. You don't really need to cheat it in. You could play it with like As Foretold, sure, but like you don't really need to. It's fast enough, I think, that you suspend this on turn 2 and then you're cycling, like really the only thing you need to do to make this work is just like you play this in like a blue-white shell with you could do this in like a blue-white shell, even more control-like, and just play Shark Typhoons. No, I don't think you go that deep. I think you just play like a blue-white that's playing some cheap cyclers. Like here's what I would do with this card. I would rebuild my Legacy Replenish deck in Modern. Check this out. Actually, I might already have a shell put together, and we just strip it. Sharks. Do I still have that deck put together? I lost a bunch of deck lists the other day. They got deleted, and I don't know why. Here we go. Shark Tank. Yes. So I would blend this into a Modern strategy. And I know you're like, wait, what? How is this potentially a Modern deck? No, just change it. Okay. And what changes? Chalice could still be in this, but we don't get these. You just cut everything that's not legal in the format is where I would start. I don't know why there's a Cavern of Souls in here. That seems maybe wrong. Unless it's for like cyber cards. This is not legal. This is not legal. These aren't legal. Sharks are great. This is not legal. This is not legal. That's not legal. That's not legal. These aren't legal. Neither is Tundra. Cool. So that's where I would start. I would just rebuild my Shark Typhoon deck in Modern. Sideboard needs some drastic change. These are still legal. All this other stuff for the most part. This is now in Modern. Hushbringers? Why? Why Hushbringer? Huh. So I'd be doing this, and then you play... What was the name of the card again? Resurgent Belief. Yeah, so you just play Beliefs. And yeah, you're just cycling powerful things like Lay Claim. You're cycling powerful things like Shark Typhoon. I don't know if it would be a Chalice deck. I think we could borrow some tech from like your typical blue-white control. This is cycle on 2. Probably don't need this. If we play this, it's just for force count. And yeah, you can play Force Negation. I don't think we're like tempo-y, so I don't think I'd want to bother with no more than 3 forces. I don't think I would want to bother with yeah, we'd probably still play Paths. Although we could play that new card in addition. So yeah, other than that, we would probably just follow, a blue-white control formula. So like Paths, you would play some number of the new one mana removal. The Converge removal spell. Let's see if I can't find it. Yeah, Prismatic Endings. Yeah, so you play some endings. Oh man, this card looks really gorgeous in the old frame. That'd probably be harder to get our hands on. 2 or maybe even 3 of that card. You can play Snapcaster Mages. And maybe play some counterspells, and that's the deck. I don't know how many Cryptic, if any, you would play. I don't know how many Verdicts you would bother with. Maybe just the playset of Shark Typhoon. Maybe you cut a Lay Claim. And then some other cyclers we could play. There's that one that's like exile a permanent for single white. Maybe 2 or 3 snaps. I don't know if that much Teferi would be in this deck. It's really good in Legacy, but I don't know if you want that much in this deck. Maybe the extra, maybe like have a sideboard extra Teferi. Disputes, yeah, you could play. Counterspell. What do you think, Teddy Bear? Would you play this? I would love to play something like this. Are these cheap? I've seen some people playing these. The Mystical Archives one. 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 even. Maybe the first Spell Snare. I mean, like, after that, I'd probably want to look and see what other blue-white control players are doing. But yeah, instead of having finishers like Teferi and such, you just play this and you're just cycling these things. You don't really play control, so you'd want to make it some kind of... But like I'm telling you, this is such a small package, right? Because you can play Shark Typhoon in this archetype anyway. And you just play powerful things like Lay Claim and Typhoon. And what is the name of that? It's like Cycling, Exile, Permanent. Yeah, Cast Out. You play like 1 or 2 Cast Out. Just because it's a cheap cycler. You could play some number of Cryptics. Because like the name of the game is just suspend that and just live long enough. For you to cheat in the Lay Claim or the Shark Typhoon. And in some matchups, like Lay Claim's going to be way better. You steal a land, you do this, you do that. Maybe no more than 2 or 3 Cryptics. You'd play Field of Ruins. Because you're playing blue-whites, that gives you some resiliency. Like after that point, I'm probably just going to want to look and see what configurations of blue. What's our blue count? 4 force. Looks pretty healthy to me. 22. 22 blue is pretty good. We would need, you know, the rest of this is maybe mostly lands. But yeah, this is where I would start. Maybe play a Jace, but I don't know if I'd bother. I think maybe that could be in the sideboard. The unpredictable, I forget how this card works. Hang on. Why was I playing this in Legacy? If a cycling ability of another non-land card would cause me to draw a card, instead exile cards from the top of my library until I exile a card that shares a card type with that, and then I may cast that card without paying its mana cost. Oh, okay. So you play this with like a sorcery that has cycling, and then it tutors for the verdict. That's what you do. Sweet. The problem is I'm also playing... well, yeah, we would also cycle into the Resurgence. Like, what sorceries am I playing? We could do some weird stuff with that card. I was trying it out in this shell because there's some weird things. You always, though, the problem with this is it always just wants to be cycled, and then we have to bring it back with a Resurgent Belief before it starts to do anything. It's probably a no. It's probably a no. And we would need to fight over people fighting over our graveyard, right? Because we're a blue-white control deck that has the susceptibility of we're kind of doing things through the graveyard. And I don't know, do you want to play like Detention Spheres or not? I'm not sure. These want to be cycled on 1. And you notice that I'm curving the deck to where we're probably using the cards, right? Prismatic could be 1 mana. These are 2 mana to cycle. Shark Typhoon really wants to be a 3 because you want to get the token, but you could cycle it on 2. In this style of deck, you would be cycling much more aggressively than a traditional blue-white would cycle a Shark Typhoon. But something like this is what I would do, Teddy. Cycle with Typhoon out would be so nice, though. Yeah, we could play the first... We could do this. I think it's really cool tech. I was doing it in my Legacy build. Granted, my Legacy build was playing Replenish. This would have to play... Oh, this is a 2-drop. I'm sorry. Recurve more like that. And I don't know if you would bother with Hall, by the way. Maybe we would. So you get back the Shark Typhoon. You'd still like an As Foretold in here. Yeah, I do think the first As Foretold is fine. I do think the first As Foretold is really juicy. I do own 1 copy. We can play Stony Silences. We could play the Seal. Seal is great in this deck. Seal of Cleansing, because you get it back. Is just so good. We could even play the blue seal. There's a blue seal we could be playing. Ooh, this has watermarks. So yeah, you can play seals, and you can play seal of, what is it? Seal of the new bounce enchantment. Yeah, there's seal of removal. There's also another, what is it? You could play Porphyry Nodes. There's lots of cool stuff you get to play in this, maybe. So the Porphyry Nodes, of course, comes back. You could be playing... it's from Modern Horizons as well. Let's see if I can't find it. Soul Snare. You could play a Soul Snare. I wouldn't play more than 1 Soul Snare, but yeah, you could play Soul Snare. This is a reprint, right? Ooh, it's got the watermark there, though. Yeah, you could play a Soul Snare. I mean, maybe this is just better, you know? Turn target creature... Like, maybe this is just better than some of these other removal options. What about Ancestral and the new blue suspend thing? That's moving away from control. No, I think I would just make it a Resurgent Belief deck. And I know, like, normally I do, like, Magic Christmas Land, and certainly, Teddy Bear, you were fair to call me out earlier when we're trying the Infinite Squirrels combo in Winota, to be like, are these still the same deck anymore? Should we be more streamlined? I think for this idea, I would just want it to be a Resurgent Belief deck and nothing really else. And then the blue-white control aspect of the deck is just trying to, you know, shove it down their throat. I think the first Porphyry nodes could be even in the main board. And so we'd try some of these cutesy things. Maybe you wouldn't even need a Verdict. You just play nodes. I don't know. Maybe we don't even need Verdict at all in the main deck, right? So these are cool. The fact that we get them back is really neat. So I don't know. We could be playing. Let's see. We could be playing. Although I don't think we'll be weak to it, but we could be playing. Maybe we play even one more Field of Ruin. Some way to tutor the enchantments. Gifts Ungiven. You don't have access to. Yeah, you could play like a Gifts. And then you could maybe play some Singleton choices. Like maybe you wouldn't play the Playset Acclaim. Maybe you just play the one of. Yeah, you could play like some number of Gifts. Because they cycle, so you don't care if the opponent puts it in your hand. Like, yeah. You could do like a Gifts. It's trying to be an intuition, right? So in Legacy, I was playing intuition. Gifts in this deck would just be trying to, you know, tutor up the things. Make it Bantho, and then you would get card draw protection. I don't know. I feel like Field of Ruin's really nice, though, right now to have. But maybe I'm wrong. I certainly could be wrong. And, like, the Field of Ruins have a hard time with the counterspells. Like, we would need to be playing, like, Mystic Gate. Not that helps it. But you would play a Mystic Gate, and you would play, I don't know if I'd bother with Colony. Oh, yeah, Plat is not modern legal. Sorry, I missed that in our mana base. That's funny. Maybe you'd play a Glacial Fortress. I don't know. After that point, you got to flush it out. Meta will affect the inclusion of fields or not. Yeah, and I think I would stop here. Let me just call it Modern Shark Tank, and Modern Shark Tank. Easy. And that's a deck. I'll leave the flusters and cut all this other stuff. So I think that's a fine starting point. I do think the Gifts is a lot of mana. Maybe you'd only play a Fun of. It's just a lot of mana. I mean, I think it's good. I think in the same way, perhaps, that Intuition was good in the Legacy build that played Replenish. I do think that Gifts would be good here. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you'd want some ops, but I feel like the cycling is kind of like what you're doing instead. And like, how many? Lots of routes to go with this. Yeah, I think this would be one. So what do we have to set up the Resurgent, right? Gifts, Cast Out, As Foretold, not really. Lay Claim, I'm just trying to figure out what cycles and comes back. These work with it. We would just need more synergy. That's only 12. I think that's not enough synergy. So I'd have to slim on some of the like the plain blue-white control stuff. Maybe you cut a Snapcaster because it's going to have fewer targets. Like maybe I can't get away with this many paths in this deck. As good as Path is. We would just need to make sure that we have more in this category. Maybe 4th Shark Typhoon. Because I think that's what we really want to reanimate, right? The most. Just this will be the most powerful thing for us to reanimate in general. A Singleton Cyclone's fine. Maybe a 2nd Lay Claim. Maybe even a 3rd Cast Out. I don't know. I like that Cast Out is the most mana efficient cycler we're playing. Maybe we do just play a 3 of or even a 4 of Cast Outs because it's just the most mana efficient cycler. So that's 15. Maybe one less prismatic ending. Yeah, I mean at this point it's like we'd have to really, and I can't play this deck just yet because the Resurgents aren't something I can get my hands on just yet. But yeah, and I think the reason why I'd want to play this in a blue-white shell, Teddy Bear, and everybody else who's in on this idea, I think this would be really, really cool and powerful. And definitely up my alley. I really enjoyed playing Shark Tank in Legacy. I'm sure I would enjoy it in Modern too. We would just have to figure out the numbers. Seagate lets me play with Force Negation a little bit better. These are also a 2-mana cycler. These are kind of in our 3s. So looks kind of like that. How much would this deck cost? Oh, this would be pretty expensive probably. Flooded Strands. I'm already playing the play set. Maybe you start to play Prismatic. This deck would want at least 1 to 2 planes, and then we'd play... oh, did I just cut something accidentally? I did. Flooded Strand. Since we're playing Gifts, having a... And you'll notice that I did that also with Intuition because I was thinking about playing Gifts. You notice that I have a split of non-island and maybe another snow-covered island. Just because of Gifts Ungiven. But it's a very minimal thing. Some more of these. Probably 3. At least. If there was a way to get the Omniscience in the bin, that would be great. But I don't think we need to. I mean, yes, that'd be cool. I'd love to actually make some synergy for this card. We don't actually have it right now, because the only cyclers I have are what? Just the enchantments themselves. I don't have any other cycle spells. So the issue with this is it's not... It says shares a card type with that card. You may cast it without paying its mana cost. So, like, this isn't... Like, yes, this is kind of like the fifth Shark Typhoon. So, like, maybe we do want this because it's essentially a 5th Shark Typhoon for the deck. But I have to reanimate it, and then I have to have another cycler. So how much synergy do I actually have for the Cyclone is something to think about. 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know if that's enough synergy for the first Cyclone. We would maybe need to research and find some more. I mean, that might be enough. It's probably like 9, or it's got to be like 10 or more is the sweet spot. Maybe more Lave Claims. I don't know. I mean, Lave Claim is strong, but like I only have 20 lands in this thing so far, so maybe we don't play the Spell Snare. Maybe I cut another path. I don't think we can add any more to this pile yet. I am a little concerned about Gifts. It feels like really. I think we like the first one, but I think I don't know how many targets do I have for my Snapcaster anymore, right? 2 paths, and I don't think I actually have enough stuff for the snap to hit. Maybe I wouldn't bother. And then it's like, well, Bruce By, why don't we just play this like a polymorph deck? I don't know about that. But if I don't have any creatures, that's something we could consider, like a polymorph effect. Be sweet if there was a polymorph effect that was on an enchantment. I'm not aware. There's one that's on an artifact. These are 2s. Mana. 1s. Yeah, maybe it's just not a Snapcaster Mage deck because we just have so many non... Like, I do think we'll still play some paths and some prismatics, but I feel like the nodes, the snare, the seal of removal, all these things we want to test, like, they don't have Snapcaster Mage synergy. So we just might not be a Snapcaster Mage deck. We can still play, like, Vendilion Click. Some number of Vendilion clicks. I don't know. I'd have to mess with this. This moves us away from control. We're more like a living end deck. Yeah, and I think like even tempo counter spells might be what you want. And I'm sure you're like, wait, what? Yeah, I mean, this might be a Remand deck even. We're just trying to buy time, right? So I think the first or second Remand is sweet because I'm just trying to buy time. Like that definitely speaks to me. You like Remand even over Counterspell? Yeah, maybe we even do that. Maybe. Remand plays better with this as the number of Field of Ruins I want to be playing in the single hull. So yes, you don't always have to start your blue deck in Modern with a playset of Counterspell. I think 1 to 2 Counterspells is still fine though. And then we need a bunch of lands to flush this out, finish this out. I don't know, second Glacial Fortress. How many islands do I have? 4 islands. Whoa, they play Castle Vantris. I think for us, one castle's fine. I think the first Castle Vantris for us is fine. It's not going to be a turn 1 land. Neither is this. Neither of these, really. None of these are turn 1 lands. This is a turn 1 tap land for us a lot of the time. This is not also a turn 1 land. We need more lands in this category. Maybe even the third Prismatic Vista. How many? I mean, like, I'd have to maybe do a little bit of research into what the mana bases of blue-white look like these days. Maybe even just more basics. Maybe because we're playing gifts, we even play a second normal non-snow island. Another just island. Yeah, and I do think that's exactly where this deck is at, right? I've seen as many as 5 basic islands in blue-white before. So that's 23 lands. Do we think 23 lands is fine for this deck because we're doing a lot of cycling? We're not playing ops, though, which is normal for blue-white to play a bunch of ops. Maybe one more cycler. I mean, the most mana-efficient cycler is Cast Out, right? And it's almost like, okay, at that point, Bruce By, should we just be playing Terminus? Maybe. Because we have a lot of cyclers. I don't know. Maybe the 4th Cast Out's just correct just because it's a mana-efficient cycler. So let's look at our synergy for the Wombo. And I will count Gifts Ungiven, I suppose. And like we could, oh, you know, we could play Talaria West. There we go. That's what we should be playing a singleton of. And we could play an Engineered Explosives out of the side or even main. Check this out. So this finds Resurgent Belief, so it's kind of like our 5th belief. That's what we should maybe... I forgot about playing Talaria West. Engineered Explosives. I don't know if I'd main deck Explosives. Maybe it's more of a sideboard card. TOS fits perfectly here. Yeah, I think it'd be great. All right, so those are our Resurgent Beliefs. And then let's talk about... I mean, maybe we just play a singleton counterspell and then they assume I have more, and we don't. Because we're more of a combo deck, right? Let's see. So these have synergy. These 3 have synergy. So we have about 15 cards worth of synergy. What are my thoughts on Renegade Rallier and Winota? We have tried it, RK. I like it okay. I do like that card when we have important 2s that we want to pod and go up the chain over. It has great synergy. It's like you could pod a bird, but then it's like I didn't really do anything. I do think the Renegade's sweet, though. I think in some of the same ways that the Eternal Witness is sweet, Renegade Rallier is sweet in that deck. Maybe I'd even cut another counterspell. Just put the fear in them. Just like they see it once. They're like, oh, they have more. No, we don't. Just the one. Just the one. Because I think it's important for me to, like, you're right. I think these tempo counter spells are more important for our deck. It's like Cryptic, draw a card, counter a card, or tap their team, draw a card, I think is more important for us because we just need to buy time for the Resurgent to go off. Or we cast it through an Asphalt. So we don't mind drawing the first Resurgent, or if we have an extra Resurgent, because there is this Asphalt. Why not lots of one-ups to try to get in their head? No. I think the first counterspell certainly needs to be considered for this archetype. Because I have a bunch of lands that are kind of just like cutesy. Well, Blast Zone is kind of my main deck Engineered Explosives. So this is where I would start with this idea. Gosh, I really want to play this now because I didn't realize we could just straight up play Shark Tank in Modern now maybe. I really do like this archetype. I really enjoyed playing this in Legacy. I bet I'd enjoy it in Modern. Let's see how it curves again. These are 2s, these are 1s, these are... Let's put the fields in the 3s. These are 2s. Blast Zone is how much to activate? A 4. Vantris is 5 and tap it. This is a 4. These are 3s. You can make the argument that force is a 0, but I'm going to put it in the 3s pile. This is a 3. This takes 3 lands total to activate. Alright, cool. When it comes to something like blue-white, I do like to put the lands where they're actually happening. Where their abilities are happening, rather, because you kind of get a more accurate depiction of like what the curve actually is. Shark Typhoon really wants to be a 3, but in this deck we can put it in the 2s. We're okay cycling it just to get it in the bin. And the Prismatics. So Prismatic is a 1 mana. That's why this card's so nutso. It is a 1 mana thing we can be doing. Lay Claim, recycling it on 2. Seagate, I'm not going to put this at the top of our curve, but you could. I feel like almost always this is going to be a land drop for us. I don't think we're ever going to cast it. It's a land that's also blue for force for pitching. So I'll go ahead and bring it down. I don't think we're going to be casting this. It's modern. So maybe something like this is where I would start for this deck. If you guys already own most of the cards for this deck, by all means, play it. I'm going to give you guys a link to it in the chat. And then, now what I just did, Teddy Bear, for you is what I'm thinking that I want to start doing with the subscriber program on the Bruce by the Magic Eye show again. Literally what we just did. I think that would be like a tier 1 or a tier 2. Like you gave me a card, and I showed you a deck. And we worked on it together. We built it essentially from scratch. I mean, not completely from scratch because... Oh, sorry, these are 4s. Not completely from scratch because we did base this off of a shell I already had for Legacy, but I think that's totally acceptable. Like, we retooled it and put it into the modern format. And this looks like a house. Like, this looks kind of terrifying to me. Blue count's still good, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13... 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 blue is a little bit low for 2 force negation. Maybe you do this. And like main deck a click or main deck another path. I don't know. Maybe just main deck the verdict. Nah, click is a little more flexible. Alright, like I said, I think it's waiting to be broken. I mean, but I think we just did it, maybe. I mean, you could do like a more all-in Enchantress deck, but that deck's not very interactive. Like, I think in the same way, the same criticisms I have... Some of the same criticism... Excuse me, some of the same criticism I have for my own Winota deck that we're even working on today with Squirrels. I have for this initial idea, but this looks like... I'd love to play it like this, even as is. I think this would be fine. Like, I think this deck would survive the number of turns it takes to get underneath the belief. And maybe this deck does want more Astrotols and you also play Ancestral. I don't know. But this is where I would maybe start with the deck. So let's put that idea on the back burner. It should have switched over to Modern for us. It looks like it did. So it should be over here now. Or at least once I restart Moto, we should have Shark Tank in the Magic Online side. So let's work on our Squirrels deck some more, shall we? Alright, the real deck that's trying to be broke is Garrick. A non-tooth and nail variety. Didn't I show you that one Garrick deck, Jade, the other day that I was working on? And I didn't... it's not originally my concept. I was borrowing it from another builder. What about that Death Cloud build I showed you the other day? That's what I would want to do if I was to brew around Garrick. I'd want to do a big old Death Cloud. That deck looks sweet. It was also playing that tutor, the black tutor with Spell Mastery. Basically just as an extra Death Cloud, I think. I think this is ready for us to try it in the queue. Let's just see how many points I have. 351. That's fine. Let's blow some points. Am I giving... I think I'm giving our deck away now that my portrait is a squirrel. Let's not do that. I'm kidding, but we'll change it. Maybe goblins. No, they know I have squirrels because of my portrait. Hardly. Oh, this is cool. Save choice. Alright, hey, good luck and have fun. could keep this on the draw. Just don't kill my elf. Just don't Thoughtseize Inquisition my elf. Just don't bolt my elf. I probably shouldn't keep this one lander, although we're on 22 lands now. No, they're gonna bolt my elf. Please draw another land deck. They were probably dead. Don't keep one landers, folks. Don't do it to yourselves. Lava Dart my Arbor Elf. They're not Obosh. Lightning Bolt. We have a tough time against the Soulscar Mage derivatives, even if I didn't keep a sketchy hand, but I shouldn't have kept a one-lander, right? We know better. We know better. People like to jam different burn decks in the 1v1 queue. We know better, right? I know better. Well, at least we get to try out the double timely Auric Champion sideboard. Auric Champion is back. It's back. We get to take this out. Well, we've got like some pretty much dead cards in our opener here. I mean, it's sad. I think there's a lot of decks that I'm not too punished for that, but there's plenty of decks that... Well, it doesn't look like they're playing Prowess. That deck doesn't play 2 mountains. It looks like they're just playing a budgety burn or Prowess or something. Third Skullscar. Would love to get some more information out of them. Land, please? No? I don't really show information if I dump a Spyro. So we could dump a Spyro because that's normal to... hey, add 20-second lands, still not get there. Thanks for that follow, Anti-Camel. It's fine. We learned from it. We'll do better. None of these. Favor could work. I'm more interested in Mark of Asylum. Skyclave's interesting. Prelate's great here. Just name one. That's cool that we get to try out that new card. Selfless, because they'll be playing Kozilek, potentially. If they're more prowessy, they will be playing Kozilek's Return. We do want Grace. Let's not bother with Commander or Colossus. Let's not bother with Magus, obviously, for obvious reasons. Let's keep in the Infinite Squirrel combo. Let's keep that in. It is disruptible, but I'm going to keep it in because we might bleed out their removal. Maybe I cut Vandal. Then I can't pot up from these, but I think that doing that kind of piring is just too slow for this matchup unless we find out that they have like Eidolon. And let's actually, we're not going to cut any Evos. I am going to start to cut some number of the Scurries, right? Or even Lena. Or Kenrith. I rarely cut Kenrith. Actually, I like Kenrith. I like Lena more than Kenrith in this matchup, maybe, because... oh yeah, we can cut the Dryad. I might also just want to cut the Arbor. I think it's too much of a liability in this matchup. We'll just cut it. I can't really justify anything other than searching for it. I can't really justify naturally drawing it. Let's cut one Oak. Let's cut one Oak. I think 3 Oaks, you can still assemble it. This hand has our lands. Mulligan. This hand has a good start. We can put the Kenrith back in. 2 tutors. Yeah, put this back. This is going to be a little bit painful. Since we're a Spyro deck, I really don't want to get the basic forest here. Spyro, of course, is the best card in this deck. Hands down. So stomping. Yeah, if you're wondering why I'm not playing with Ignoble Hierarch, I just don't own them yet. Or I'm not able to rent them yet, either. Kill my Arbor Elf. There's the Spyro. Yeah, so they just had 2 basic mountains. I didn't realize they played that many basic mountains. Actually, maybe that is normal for prowess. I'm just not used to it. I think I still sideboard pretty much the same. Lava Dart, the card that beats my deck. No. Red land, please? No, they're just going to dart this. That's too bad. Let me throw this away while I'm F6, of course. I don't know, let's look at our sideboard. Did we really bring in everything that was going to help us here? I think we did. Yeah, none of these really look like they'd be all that helpful. I mean, like, maybe Skyclave. And as we cut, if we cut part of the Scurry Oak combo, I think Gold Knight should also go. Like, if I even cut 1 Oak, maybe we should just go ahead and take out a Gold Knight. Our human count should still be pretty good, though. Are you not lava darting my mirror entity? That'd be crazy. What's sad is I have the second basic planes, so even if, like, we have to draw a green or red source really to keep playing Magic here. Need one of those things. Maybe they have enough lands. Maybe they top. That's terrifying. Maybe they will still just dart my entity here. I mean, I've kind of shown them that I have nothing to protect this entity. I did work on a build of this deck that was playing Monastery Mentors and Spyros. It didn't quite work. That was back when I was first considering Abundant. Let's see if I still have that. I think I deleted it, though. Yeah, I had a build of this that was like Monastery Mentors. I did think that that was an interesting take on the deck, and it was playing like Mutagenic Growths. Oops, Modern. The funny thing about Monastery Mentor is no block, even though I guess blocking could be justified. Land? Nope. Bird. Bird is the word. So they decided not to dart. I have the opportunity to maybe pump and save my entity now. I guess I deleted it. It wasn't very good. I tried it. The Monastery Mentor idea. It is really funny to me that Mentor doesn't make humans. He makes monk tokens. Specifically, monk. Specifically, monk token. What are you playing, Anti-Camel? Oh, I also missed you earlier, Lirock, maybe. As an early follower. Early follow. Can I hit the repeat button? Oh, that's cool. I can. Expressive. That card's so bonkers. Card is great. Expressive Iteration, anyone? This card's amazing. It's a pretty card. Just a powerful card. This is definitely a Brew Spy card because it's got that watermark. I do like watermarks. Scalding Tarn. They have 8 power so far. Maybe I should just block with birds. Oh, you know what? I don't save my creatures because of Soulscar Mage. Even if I pump, I don't. I mean, like, I make it so that they're preserved so that they could block this turn. But they won't live. So we're Vapor Snagging. So in response to this, they are going to kill my bird. Or not. Or they don't. I think I can't take 6, right? I think I do block. I mean, like, I'm sure you're like, but Bruce Spy, we need the birds to... I think we just have to draw a land. I think I can't take the 6 there. So we were already down at 10. Play this thing again. They're going to kill it this time for sure with their dart. Nah, we're just toast. Unless they drew poorly. That's a 4th land for my opponent. Considering the concede button. Considering it. This matchup's tough. Like, we have some tools for it, but it's tough. I wonder if I should even bother with... The problem with Favor is they have Stormwing, which is a 5-drop. So it takes the protection off Winota. Which is relevant because they can snag the Winota. I mean, what sucks is they have ways to disrupt both sides of what I'm trying to do. Whether it's Winota or the Denizen combo. Entity kills itself. Entity kills itself. They have 10. We're dead. The game's... We could hop back in. Good to wait a couple seconds because sometimes our opponents just jump right back in. I mean, it'd be good for us to test that matchup some more, I suppose. All right, Is Prowess has felt like a tough matchup for you for every list we try. Oh yeah, I mean, like it's quick pressure. I think that's the person we just played, wasn't it? Actually, no, I don't think so. Oh, anyway. Yeah, I mean, like it's like okay, that was him, but like or them, I should say. Do we need to? Don't we need to play test that matchup? Yes. I wonder if 3 Scurries is better than 4. Because we're only playing a Singleton Denizen now. There's like lots of little questions I have. Hang on, leave event. But it's like, it's nice that I would never need to search for this side of the combo. Like, in other words, the Denizen is just the icing on the cake. It's just, we just often will naturally have the Scurry Oak, and then we just go for it. So I think in the same way it's nice where, like, okay, the combo for Magus of the Moon is, okay, we have one of our dorks, and we have some sources. Again, why Ignoble is going to be so much better than Arbor Elf. I just can't get my hands on them yet. But Ignoble, just like Birds, it's going to make us a much better Magus of the Moon, tutor for Magus of the Moon deck. But it is making me wonder, even still, if I should just play a 3 of this card. I guess not, because we're testing it, right? The Scurry Oaks. Now, the Scurry Oaks have great synergy with Gold Knight, even if we're not doing the Denizen Infinite, and the reason being is Winota is going to pull humans out of the deck. Scurry Oak is going to evolve for a lot of the things we pull out of the deck. Most of the powerful humans I'm trying to hit will evolve the... let's go back to brew mode. Most of the powerful humans we're hitting will evolve the Scurry Oak, so there is a lot of synergy for the Scurry Oak actually built into the deck, even though it doesn't maybe look like that on the surface. All these different things, even the Gold Knight Commander itself, these all evolve Scurry Oak, right? Pretty much every human that we're pulling out of the deck, even the Masked Vandal, which is a changeling, so it counts. All of 12 of these humans we're pulling out with the Winota triggers, except for Mirror Entity being the exception. They all evolve Scurry Oak because Oak is a 1/2, and to evolve you either need to have a higher attack power, which Magus and Seasoned do, or you need a higher toughness, which Masked Vandal has. It's a 1/3. Colossus is a 4/4. Heron's Grace 3/3. Blade Historian is 2/3. It's bigger. Kenrith is bigger. Lena is bigger. The Winota herself is bigger. She'll make an evolve trigger happen. So I actually don't think it's... I mean, like, maybe just for tonight's testing, I shouldn't cut a single Scurry Oak, but it would be nice to, like, get another spot for a sideboard card. But I think just because we want to see it and see it happen, let's just play the playset. I think it's got enough synergy for the Winota side of our deck, too, that we're happy with it. But I was considering going down to 3. Or we could go back up to 2 Ivy Lane Denizens. Again, my issue with this card is, does it have enough synergy outside of Scurry? which we did look into earlier today, right before last match, right? We looked at the number of what's the synergy cards for this naturally, right? It's this many. Because you could have Denizen first and then go get the Scurry. So let's look at just all synergy, including the Scurry. 19, 20, 22. Plus, you could even include the Pyres, because Pyre could go get a green card, a green creature. So, I mean, it's about 24 cards worth of synergy. Obviously, the Denizen doesn't synergize with this side, because these are not green. So there's something to think about. I think it has enough synergy that we could play 2 copies, and then we don't even bother with something cutesy like Commander. I do think that our, or even like not bother with having something that Scurry Oak can Pyre into, which is right now we're trying out Colossus. I'm not sure if we need to bother. It might seriously just be better that we play the 2 of Denizen. I think we have enough synergy, and I think I'm okay without having something kind of cute or janky like Commander to, let's just play the second. That was cool, and that was from yours truly, Teddy, talking about how it might be nice if we had a way to like infinitely grow everybody instead of just the problem is often I don't have multiple attackers the turn that we go tutor for the Denizen anyway. It usually is, unless we can just punch them with the Oak. I'll admit, like, oftentimes it is just I have infinite squirrels and I hit them with this huge Oak, but they have a blocker, right? Now, if we did play something bad like the Gold Knight Captain got cut over time, unless we can cut somebody else to make room for him, I don't think it's worth it. Just sharing with you my thoughts. I think it was cool that we took the time to search out, like, are there some other cards that could perform the synergy we're looking for? Like you suggested earlier, you said play Porphyros, or like I said, I wanted to find something that was within the humans because of the Winota tutoring capability. Yeah, if we play the play set of Scurries, I think I want 2 Denizen. If we're only going to play 3 or less Scurries, I think we can cut a Denizen. But if I'm cutting Scurries, I don't really want the other human that synergizes with the loop. I almost would rather just be going back to playing more bullets or like some number of Voice of Resurgence. Would probably be even the direction we head in. Voice is really good right now. There's a lot of people testing their counterspell decks is part of the reason. Voice is just good in our deck in general. Or you could also play Strangleroot. Strangleroot technically has even better synergy for us, but I think Voice is just better in the meta right now. But we usually play like a 2 or more of Strangleroot Geist, some number of Voice of Resurgences. Excuse me. Yeah, three Oaks might just be more correct. Like if we have it, we go get Denizen, sweet. We don't have it, we don't get this card. Easy. And I do think Voice is quite good right now. Yeah, that feels right to me just in general. Brings our curve down. Yes, we're still trying out the combo as an incidental. We, like, whoops. But so much of the time, we're just better off with Winota. I'd love to get more of these in here if I could. Would just love more 4-drops in general. Is the Eldritch most efficiently to Winota? Whoops. So while we're waiting, we'll go ahead and do some more gold fishing. Spyro, make tokens. There's a Pyre of Heroes Suite. We can go off next turn. Attack. Cavern of Souls. Oops. Attack. 4 triggers coming. She gives herself indestructible in haste. We're okay with the first one. Sad to whiff there. Spyro, dump. Blade Historian, Grace, or Vandal would just depend. Probably a lot of time we're just taking Grace because they die here. This is not us goldfishing with the right configuration though, so let's go ahead and concede that. I do want to take this into a league at some point. I just want to make sure that we've got the right numbers. I mean, like, even still, it might be 3 voices, 2 scurries. I don't know. No, I think we want 3 scurry at least. If we're gonna play Denizen at all, I think we want 3 of that card. Gonna mulligan that. Keep this. Tuck the Grace. Although I could have tucked a land there actually, and maybe it would have been better to do. We could Blood Moon right here. We could Magus of the Moon right here. Just to be dependent. Swing for 2. Winota. Swing for 2 plus... Oh, hello. Lena would protect the Magus of the Moon from like them top decking a Bolt or something. She could sacrifice herself. She can't protect the Winota, but she can protect everybody else. She's a real rocket can, this card. Voice, I think is fine to play out. Swing. Lots of triggers. We whiff. We hit. Colossus or Spyro? Maybe Colossus. Winota so that she would have indestructible. I guess I'm okay with that. Blade and another whiff. What's that was 2 whiffs. What's our human count? Did we... I did just cut a human. What's our human count? And again, you can put Spyro in the middle here because he's both, essentially. I don't like counting anything other than the first Winota. We really should be thinking about that. So 15? No, less. Denizen's not. $17. 17 with Spyro's being an extension of that. 9 with the Spyros being an extension of that, and of course, extra Winotas just being hasty, indestructible Winotas. But you really don't want to count those hits. They're not strong enough. And also some of the bullets don't always do something, right? Vandal needs a target for it really to be juicy to go get like a Batterskull or something. An Aether Vial. Those are pretty common things we hit with this main boarded anyway. Like this could be our Tree Folk buddy right now, for example. Since I have Magus of the Moon, I definitely want to fetch this for basic forest. I'd like to... I mean, we'll slam this if it's correct, but not always. Spyro, thanks for that follow. Welcome to the Bruce by the Magic Guy Show. Probably voice during their end step. We're not playing against an opponent right now. I'm just fishing while we wait for an opponent for our queue. Then what we would do... Evolve the voice? Yeah, you would evolve voice. Probably through the Dryad Arbor. So we could go get basic planes still setting up for this Magus. Probably don't want to attack with Arbor, but we do want to attack with birds, right? So let's evolve this, go get a Winota, get our token. And this token gets very big in our deck too. So like this card has the Voice of Resurgences have applications for this deck besides just being useful against the blue decks that people are playing right now. It's quite a bit more blue than usual. You would take Colossus over a hasty Winota very readily. Wow, this actually could block our Chameleon Colossus. It's already a 5/5. Very cool. All right. Oh, there's our opponent. This is an easy mulligan. Even if this was ignoble Hierarch, I'm not keeping a single Plains hand. This hand I could keep and tuck the Denizen or the Dryad Arbor. Because we have Spyro, I actually should keep the Denizen, because this makes an elemental token. Ghost Quarter, file, death and taxes. Actually gonna start on a basic. So unfortunately I can't play out my other land here. So we're just playing Pyre. Taxes is actually really awful for us, if you're wondering. I actually can't even justify Pyring because then they could quarter me. What I could do is just pay for Arbiter now, but the problem is then I'm not progressing. Oh, taxes can be terrible for us. I have a lot of search effects. I have 2 of them in my hand. I have 4 search effects actually this game. That's fine. We're safe. We're not going to get toasted by the Ghost Quarter here. We're safe to go search because I left 2 open. So ignore the Leonin. So this also means the Ghost Quarter doesn't get us. They could have a second Leonin to file in here. Ooh, we drew a mountain. That's actually quite good, right? I'll ignore the Leonin Arbiter here and say yes. We're doing fine. We're getting this Spyro off. We're doing okay, folks. We're doing all right. Pyre of Heroes is quite weak here. I might even keep the Denizen. Is that crazy talk? Do I want the 4th mana source? I mean, I really want to make the tokens, right? Evolution is a lot. It's 5 mana for me to do this despite Leonin. Now, Pyre of Heroes, yes, is 6, but it's 2, then 4. So I might just want to keep the Denizen and just get rid of either of these. They're really expensive to do what we want to be doing. Oh, wow, we just drew a Winota. Fantastic. Winota doesn't care about Arbiter. I feel like if they had Path, they would have already done it to us. I've had several Taxis opponents put in Stoneforge Mystic and then not be able to search. I don't think that's going to be our opponent, though. Hopefully they understand not to do that. They might have a Flicker Wisp ready to go. I think we take the risk, though. I think we slam Winota and hope they don't have removal, right? We could just Spyro again. I think we just keep trying to do this each turn. Ooh, we drew Scurry Oak. That changes things. Oh, opponent's going to choose for us, so they're playing that 3-drop human. What do you want to spellbind, the Winota? So they take the Winota. Let's just set up for the Denizen. And it might even be played Denizen first because it's just more mana. Could just Season Spyro again, but I have the combo rolled up. Don't we lead Denizen first, then play Scurry? What's the benefit of going Scurry first? Well, the benefit of going Scurry first is it makes infinite. It makes the Scurry Oak infinitely large, and they have to block it. Scurry, so you can pay for Leonin. Yeah, that's also another reason to lead Oak. I think we're good here, minus the elementals. And I'm sure you're like, Bruce By, if you're trying to set up to infinite them, why bother? They're playing the Black Splash maybe because they're trying to blink this. Like a blink build. Which, by the way, well, they're not black enough to be playing Grief. We need to pay fetch Scurry first. Oh, yeah. I needed to do it first. You're right. That was my bad. I needed to pay for Leonin, fetch, play Scurry. So we actually can get got here a little bit. My bad. I mean, they need to have Path or Ghost Quarter. You're right. I messed that up. I did mess that up. Alright, just the Spellbinder. Sure. I feel like if they could have strip mined me, they would have already done it. So I messed up. Ooh, or I just draw Winota. Do you have another Spellbinder? It's fine if they do, right? They need to have... They have another Spellbinder. They need to have Spellbinder and also... I mean, I wonder if they don't know that this is infinite. So I take Winota. I play Denizen. I don't have enough mana this time to rectify my mistake, right? I think we're just, if they can strip... Well, they would have already stripped us if they could. So they need to remove this or this. So always yield. Always yes, always yield. Denizen, save targets. Always yield. And we're making squirrels. We're making squirrels, making the squirrels, making squirrels, making the squirrels, making squirrels, making squirrels, making some squirrels, making some squirrels, making some squirrels. I feel like this combo needs like theme music, right? Making the squirrels, making the squirrels, gonna attack you with squirrels. I mean, Death and Taxes is a deck that like they can't let me have millions of squirrels. Making the squirrels. Do we want to crash Moto? I don't really want to crash Moto. I think we're fine. So turn off auto yields. Stop! Turn off the auto yields! Stop! Oh no. Hotkeys. Oh no. Yield until... It worked when we were... Hang on. Turn off auto yields. The game has ended and they win? Loop detected, game is a draw. But I did turn off my auto yields. It crashed already. So I'll have to click through it instead of doing any auto yielding. That's not the worst, but when I was playtesting this by ourselves, when we were goldfishing, it was fine. I just had to turn off auto yields and it would stop at the number I wanted to. That's good to know. I'm glad. I'm glad that we find that out here when we're not playing in a tournament. That sucks. That's hilarious, but also sucks. Spell Skype because they could disrupt us with Path. Like, I'm not upset. I'm thankful that I'm seeing that the solution to the loop that I was doing in the solo queue doesn't work when I have an opponent. Like, I'm thankful. There's lots of creatures that enter the battlefield in this matchup. I probably want that. I'm thankful. Like, yes, it sucks. But I would rather Sanctum Prelate can just name one stop path. That seems actually legit. Timely's might even work in this matchup. I'll just click through it. It's not a really, like, I can auto yield one of the two creatures. It's probably Scurrio because it has multiple things that happen. It has an evolve trigger and when 1/1 counters are done. Ivy Lane will just not yield it. We can, or is it more annoying for me to have to click and target the Scurrioak? It might be that I don't auto yield the Scurrioak and I click through the Scurrioak, but I save targets on Denizen. Anyway, I don't auto both of them. I just auto one or the other. Understood. So we can just yield, target everything except for one of them, and then it would only be one click. Yeah, it's not a big deal. And I didn't need, you know, a 70 whatever oak. I only needed like a 20-something oak. So it's good to know that it's, hey, you guys learned it from me if you want to try to do Scurrioak combo. All right, Colossus could go. Heron's Grace we also don't really need in this matchup. They could have an aggressive draw. It's like, but Bruce By, you considered Timely. Considering Timely for different reasons. Scoozes are too slow. Voices are fine, but they also don't do the things. Magus can go. I think we run it like this. Sweet. Hey, now we know. I mean, like, that's not something I could have learned in us goldfishing, right? Like, I just, like, you do realize that I almost did a league with this version, and I could have lost, like, not that this isn't a real match. This is a real match, but I could have lost a far more important match. So, you know, just laugh along with me. Like, I find it hilarious, too, that we crashed Magic Online. It's silly that it said this ends in a draw, but then it gave the win to my opponent. Is that because they just had more cards left in their deck? I don't necessarily understand. I'm actually going to lead Temple Garden because we have Auric Champion I can play on too. We'll name Human here. It's too bad that Skyclave isn't a... We have white, though, for Skyclave anyway. We'll still do it this way. I think that's fine. Show me Leonin Path, right? Like, I hope you guys find that funny like I do. I find that hilarious. It doesn't faze me at all because, like, this is exactly where, like, either turning practice or this we can certainly do some auto yields. Like, this place or, yeah. Like, I want to learn this here. We might just Skyclave the Mystic. If I were them, I would get Sword, right? No, maybe not because I have Champion. Maybe you get Batterskull. We would love for them to get Batterskull because the Apparition's even better then. So they do choose Batterskull. Yeah, so we'll just yield on one of the two creatures. Probably the Scurry Oak. So I'd rather do yes than like push our yes hotkey twice than I would, or okay hotkey twice, than have to sit there and choose the target. Right? Makes sense to me. Let's just Skyclave this. That's fine. This is one of the things that I want to hit with Skyclave. Now, do we give up the Apparition and give them a token, or do I... It'd be a 2/2. Or do I Eldritch the Champion but forego all the delicious life points? And again, like, I like Taxes a lot. Modern Taxes. Their deck feels so different when they don't have... their deck feels so different when they don't have Aether Vial. And I've played the deck, or Aether Vial decks... I'm not saying their deck's bad. It's not. Like, Taxes will always, you know, certainly have a place in Modern, I think. Certainly it's gotten some new tools, right? We've got, you could Red Splash and play Recruiter, etc. So they'd take Evolution. I could still just play the Evolution. I'd almost rather just play out the Blade Historian and then evolve the Blade Historian. Or I just draw Winota. Why not? Why don't I just draw the card I was going to tutor for? We do swing both. I don't really care if they get the 2/2. Yeah, sometimes you just get it. Oops, I shouldn't have attacked the Champion, right? Well, no, they probably want to block here. I think it's actually okay. Unless I whiff. That's bad. Like, I know I'm not going to hit Historian. Do I just want to get the creature, or do I want to have the ability to go tutor for this? Do I just want the creature? I think I just want the creature. Gains me a life. Usually, sometimes I'll consider not taking the Masked Vandal out. But that's also something I can Eldritch. So they decide that they want to kill the Skyclave. That doesn't surprise me. Now you feel like a Tron player. We could just play the Blade Historian next turn. They need to remove the Winota. They have the ability to remove the Winota. I can just go get Winota again, though. Right? So let's think about this. So the Eldritch does cost a two additional because of the Spellbinder. Birds. Bird is the word. So it's going to cost me 5 to do this. Neither of these give me Winota triggers. I almost wonder if it's better for me just to set up, like go Bird, Blade Historian. I think I'm just supposed to spend it. It's not like they're pressuring us. Not really. Alright, let's give our attackers double strike. The big prize here is actually the second bird. It's not like they're casting their Batterskull. They need to hold up path here. Looks like they will. If they also have path here, that's unfortunate. We did technically win game 1, probably. Most certainly, right? Because we had the infinite squirrels. So from a playtesting perspective, let's not forget that. Drew the Scurry. Scurry, go get the other piece. Seems good to me. Because we have 2 humans here, Winota seems less enticing to me. Oh, I don't have enough mana to do all that. That would take 2 turns. Okay, so if I did go get Winota, it would be 1, and they can't block it. Actually, okay. Yeah. Sacrificing Vandal. Show me path. You need to show me path. Gain a life. Path? Go get the mountain. Double Skyclave, path. Not a bad draw from our opponent. I know I was sitting there like, ooh, they don't have their Aether Vial. I mean, their hand would have been absolutely gross if they had the turn 1 Vial as well as what their draw was here. Good disruption. Is this just hardcast the Batterskull? Okay. We have ways to go infinite, though. Come on, top deck the Ivy. Or Tutor. No blocks. I'm sitting at a happy 30. Like, we've got a lot of cushion. They're at 12. Dryad Arbor. Gain a life. Scurry. Could have attacked with the Auric Champion. Auric Champion, of course, can block the Germ. We're playing this match hard mode, right? Because we didn't know that Moto, if there's another opponent, it doesn't work like we would hope. You might want to put the Batterskull on something else, actually, because we could just get to free block it. Like, sure, they... Actually, did they not gain the life either? Wow, are they going to Skyclave my champion too, or do you hit the Scurry Oak? I think you hit the Scurry Oak if I was my opponent. They're going to hit the Oak. 3 Apparition draw, huh? Okay. Their draw's been good. Let's see if we can draw cards. Can we draw cards too? Nope. We can't draw cards too, guys. We're not allowed to draw cards. We won. We essentially won game 1, but yeah. I mean, I'm happy. Like, I donated 20 play points. Well, technically 15, because when you lose, you get back 5. We may have donated. Ooh, Overload. That's brutal. That is brutal. Yeah, I donated. That's fine. I donated. We donated 15 play points to learn something very important about Magic Online's programming, in accordance with the deck we want to be playing. So, is that a true loss? Well, yeah. I mean, we're losing the match. Opponent's draw was good. Mine was a bunch of lands and dorks, and yeah. You know, like you do. Hey, best card in my deck. Maybe we keep playing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, one shy of Lena. Spyro off the top is what maybe possibly could let us play more Magic. A Mirren Crusader. Would love to see the comeback. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only attacking with those two. That's good news. No blocks. Lena makes 3. Lena also, if we get to resolve this, Lena lets me sacrifice herself to make some good blocks next turn. Better blocks than usual because of the indestructibility. Oh, come on. Give us a chance here. Would love to see us draw out of this. It's such a shame. We had victory game 1. I just didn't know that it doesn't let you do the thing. All right, so 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have enough, right? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Awesome. So scurry. Let's get back into this. Let's get back in. Not that the uncounterability matters. This went from we have no chance to maybe we have a shot. Gotta overpower the Batterskull, though. Yeah, who knew Skyclave's a good card. Would love for them to get greedy and try to shove in here and we make some really good blocks happen. Some people forget about Lena. Champion, sure. That Winds of Abandon was gross. How are we still playing Magic? I should have lost after that. We can still use the Evo that's in exile? No, I can't. I already used it earlier, and they had Path to Exile for my Winota. There is no Evo. We already used it. So what are we swinging? Just the Batterskull? I think I just take it, right? Do they have a flyer? No. I don't really want to go down anything. Don't really want to go down anything. I mean, yeah, they have flyers, so maybe I have a flying blocker though. But I may have just made this game about that, which is not good. Yep, there's a flicker. So this is a much faster clock. I maybe should have blocked. Flicker Wisp is something that I was worried about. So they're going to flicker their Skyclave, take my Scurry. Get an illusion. I do also make another squirrel. What's my yes hotkey? 3? Okay. Let's go ahead and do some auto yields. Now they'll just hit bird though? Yeah, they should. They might miss it though. Kind of hope that they miss it. I don't think they will. They played well up to this point. But again, like I said, we donated 15 play points to find out something very integral to the deck that could ruin a league for us or other important tournament. I'm very thankful. Let's see what they're targeting. They don't target the bird. They decide to target the oak, so we have another turn. Prelate. Well, you're a little late. They only played 2 wins. I could stop Paths and Aether Vials, respectively. That's why we decided to bring this in, right? Prelate on 1. That also means it doesn't stop any of my cards, because it's all non-creature spells. So I think we want to name 1, because that stops Path, and that stops... not that we care about Vial at this point. Kick it back to our opponent. Our haberdashery of... cards. I mean, we have so many like top decks that could still just be phenomenal. Just the flicker, not even attacking with the germ. How rude. Block. Stop path on bird also buys us more. We, gosh, we, I could have, actually, I was supposed to sacrifice Lena to make the bird indestructible. I could have bought us one more turn. Okay, they have Maul, so it actually doesn't matter. Oh, wow, Eldritch? Okay. What am I Eldritching? I'm Eldritching the Spyro. Can I do it? Can we do it? I also have just Mirror Entity. I don't think it does enough. I think I have to hit it off the Winota to do enough here. Like, our goal is to hit this. And there's really no reason to hold back anybody. Every point of damage is going to matter here. We're dead next turn anyway. Here we go. All right, so we're working with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We will see our whole library. So we will guaranteed see, you know, Kenrith. We will see, and actually I'm more interested in Kenrith than just a Spyro, right? Hitting Spyro makes me brick, potentially, because I might draw into the... I think I take the risk, though. I'll risk it. Please don't draw into the... we didn't. Another Winota. We're okay seeing the first Winota. We're going to keep this one. I realize they're gaining life as I do this, but there's the entity. I might be able to overpower them. Another Spyro doesn't really matter now. Too much. There's also the Heron's Grace left. Okay, we didn't hit. Say no. So we can trample over and we can pump everybody. That's the goal, right? I think that'll still kill. I didn't hit my double striker, or our double striker's under the Blade of Story, so I might not be able to push through here, folks. They concede. Because that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 times 4 with trample. 14 times 4, but they're gaining life here. I don't know. Anyway, they decided not to bother. Oh, we took out Heron's Grace. Huh. How did we still win that? That's awesome. Our deck is really powerful sometimes. Like, our opponents overloaded that silly 2-drop spell. It's not silly. It's actually quite good in their deck. It's like extra paths, essentially, for what their deck's trying to do. The fact that they got to overload it and we still came back is hilarious to me. We won that after their infinite Skyclaves. Yeah. I do think that our deck is powerful. I do. I do think that we're doing powerful things. Brave Mustache says that game was nuts. Maybe the timely reinforcements really are wrong. But they're going to be on the play this time. But maybe these really are wrong. They could be voices instead. Nah, they're going to get out ahead of us. Let's play the timelies. Couldn't they have gotten sword-plated, equipped, attack with protection? Yes. There are lots of little things my opponent could have done, I think, to beat us. I also, though, should have... With their mistake, I should have given up the Lena and protected the bird. It also would have been one more Winota trigger. We actually saw all of the humans still in our deck. Right? Now, you do start to loop back around. You're like, okay, well, Bruce, by what's the point? If you had enough Winota triggers to see the whole rest of your library, what's the point of looping back around? The point of looping back being, like, extra Winota triggers, looping back around might hit me more Spyros that I would have skipped over earlier. So, I mean, our human count is, like, bare minimum right here to still win, right? The Blade, the Kenrith, the Lena, Apparition, Prelate to stop Path. We could also name 2, by the way, to stop that overload spell. This hand looks great. Do we lead out the Windswept? We probably lead out Windswept, right, because of Leonin? Do I want a white source? Yeah, I want white source, actually, for... well, I can't. Or I guess I could. I want white source for the Skyclave. So I'm actually going to shock in a Temple Garden. A little painful. What a nuts game 2 that was. That was fascinating. That's a great way to describe it, Brave Mustache. That was a nuts game. That was nutty. Get it? Because we're playing squirrels. We need to come up with some more squirrel puns. I do think we maybe just skyclave that stone forge. They decide to get Sword of Fire. There might also be a Batterskull in their hand. A Batterskill. Let's have red just in case they answer my Arbor Elf. White. Tap white. It's also tempting to hit their Aether Vial, but I'm going to make them not put this into play as quickly. Give her number 2. This is probably a path, but if they don't have it, it's pretty awesome. I don't think I want to go for that line, though. I think the more defensible thing to do is do some setting up. I mean, I know they have disruption. I know they're playing that one guy. I know I'm giving them more chances for disruption if I wait. But like me attacking this Skyclave into the 2 givers just to get 1 Winota trigger seems a little weak. I think I'm okay, given the board state, doing a little bit of setup time. So that would be something like Spyro. Yeah, something like Spyro. We might see them Ghost Quarter here. They decide not to. So what am I getting rid of? What am I keeping? Eldritch is more mana efficient. Well, not necessarily if they have a Leonin, though. I'm going to go dump. I'm happy with our selection. We go over the top of these equipments. They could tap themselves out to get the Sword of Fire Ice going. They'll probably do that if what they have on their Aether Vial is something disruptive enough. I mean, we're seeing a solid draw from our opponent. They decide not to disrupt. What does that mean? What does it mean? Double rainbow, right? What does it mean, guys? All right, so let's slam this. Show me Path to Exile. Show me Flicker Wisp. That's what they have, Flicker. I mean, it's going to come back down. So just kick it back to them. Flicker Wisp only buys you time. They activate Mystic and decide not to put in a piece of equipment. Okay. I think they accidentally clicked through it or something. They made a mistake. Why activate Stoneforge? Why no put equipment in? Yep. I mean, this is still bad news bears for us, folks. Like, they could draw into another Flicker and stop me another turn. They get to kill my Arbor Elf here. Actually, they'll probably kill Skyclave, because Skyclave represents both. Yeah, they're going to toast the Skyclave because they get a 2/2 illusion. An illusion. What are you hiding? All right. Yeah, it's a pretty good exchange for them. They draw stop me, so that makes me think they have their 3-drop dude. Which means they're not stopping the Winota triggers. Maybe. Yeah, it's a Spellbinder. We don't really care. I'll probably put out Scurry Oak instead of the Spyro because this is going to get a bunch of evolve triggers. If they take this, though, okay. So we may still play it. I may still rather play this than play out the Spyro. Just because we get a lot of value out of it here. And I can still also get the Dryad Arbor. The old 5 mana Scurry Oak. Here we go. Do we not want to attack with Winota? Give her, so block, block, give her protect, give her protect. Maybe I shouldn't attack with these. They do have 2 give her protection triggers. Let's just attack with our non-humans. So there's a Lena. I don't think that in response to this, if I grab the Dryad Arbor. Well, let's see. Actually, no, I can. I can respond to this with the Dryad Arbor. I left it in this matchup, I think, which is debatable. Since this is not a token, it'll make us 1 more soldier, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We get 6 soldiers. I get a squirrel. Winota trigger number 2. We do miss. That's okay. We hit something completely bonkers. I could even sacrifice Lena to protect the elementals here. The elementals might be worth more than Lena. I don't think they are, though. I still have tons and tons of triggers coming up. I think we let the elementals go. Sure, if you want to make that block. Oh, they're going to protect the Spellbinder. That's fine. She has indestructible, so we don't really care. Yeah, look at us going over the top, maybe, of our opponent's equipment. Guys, the Squirrel Gang is here. Don't they have flying lethal? They do. I don't have a flyer. Never mind. Guys, but doesn't this look like a flying squirrel? We actually did win that match, maybe, right? Again, that was a donation. That was a donation of 15 play points to learn that we can't fully yield to the Scurry Oak combo, right? Gosh, I kind of want the 4th Scurry Oak after seeing how that played out. Don't you guys? So we were doing 4 Oaks, 2 Denizen earlier today. I wonder if I just want... Yeah. After seeing how that went down, I think that's what I want to be doing. So I want to see that a little bit more often. We'll give it the voices. We already have plenty of sideboard stuff for the blue matches. I think it's okay. Voice was just a meta call, but I've cut... I mean, it's kind of like the Strangleroot spot, the Voice of Resurgence spot, it's all filler. Like, so we've cut our 6 or so spots of filler for another infinite combo. I think that's sweet. We learned something important. Maybe we don't bother with the Chameleon Colossus. Since Scurry Oak is a combo piece, we may never want to Pyre of Heroes it away. So earlier today when I was talking about how I ran into a spot where I couldn't Pyre away a Scurry Oak. Now, if I have 2 or 3 Scurry Oaks, then yes. Like, I'll feel like, oh man, like I really wish I had something these guys could turn into. But... maybe we should just never be pyring them. It's okay to have a card or 2 in the deck that just isn't pyreable, right? So these would be not pyreable. I mean, we don't pyre Winota hardly unless we need Kenrith, and I have another Winota in my hand or something ridiculous, right? So I think I'm okay not running the Changeling. So let's do some numbers here. So we're figuring it out. I do still like Pyre in this deck, though, for redundancy's sake. This is a human. Those are not humans. We got 17, 6 tutors. Spyro was kind of in both categories. We could play like a Singleton Huntmaster. We could play a Blade Splicer if we really want something that's in between. I would probably rather put one of our, like, just main deck the Skyclave at this point. I do think that Skyclave is something that we relatively often Eldritch for. In the main board. It's just nice to be able to go get that. Our human count's a little bit low. But I think with all the Scurry Oaks, we'll be triggering... We'll be getting more Winota triggers. Like, we'll miss more with fewer humans, but I think that's fine. We'll just have more triggers more often. And another avenue to victory. Yeah, those games were really interesting. We could main deck Auric Champion, then the Squirrel combo will sometimes give us infinite life. I still think that Auric Champion might be more of a sideboard card over... Like, Skyclave is just kind of generally good. You could main deck the Spellskite, just generally good. You could even main deck Teague. I think I'm going to continue to main deck the Apparition. I think. That's a non-human. The green fetches are an extension of the Dryad Arbor. That's also a non-human for Winota. Looks good. Does this look right to you guys? We still have like Pyre the Arbor Pyres for Dryad Pyros in Pyres, excuse me, into Vandal, or it also Pyres into Spellskite if we want to main deck the Spellskite. I don't have a 2-drop other than Vandal that turns into Skyclave. But against decks that have like enchantments or artifacts, me being able to go like, okay, Pyre my Arbor Elf, Vandal blow up something, I Pyre my Vandal for Apparition, like it's just can really set them back. Yeah, I think we'll go with main deck Apparition. So that gives me room for one more sideboard card. What do you guys think we want? More stuff for Prowess, right? This all comes in against Prowess. This comes in. This comes in. These. Oh, you know what? We could play the other Selfless guy I was playing. I was sad to cut that, because that just gives us more resiliency to the Kozilek's returns that they play. Mark comes in that matchup too. Maybe even Favor. Let's play Selfless again. Sorry, wrong Selfless. Different Selfless. I'm looking for the 3-drop. There we go. Because I can bring in this 8 or so in that matchup. Like, I like having a lot to bring in for Prowess. Because we cut Moon. Let me see what our sideboard plan is for that. We cut Madagus, Vandal, Dryad. Apparition can stay. Scoos, I think, is too slow. It's good to look at your sideboard plan sometimes. Cut the Entity because it also just gets toasted too easily. We'll keep in the Scurry Oak combo if we can. Yeah, Pyre's a little slow. I don't really advocate cutting tutors, but I wonder if we could cut a tutor. Would we even slim on the Scurry Oak combo because it's a little bit disruptible? No, I don't think we can afford to. Maybe I don't even bother with Skyclave. That's 7, 8. Bring this in. I think that might be a reasonable sideboard plan. I tend to rarely cut Pyre. I wonder if I should start doing that against like the more hyper aggressive decks, because it is just too slow. Unless I have exactly like Spyro, it is too slow. So maybe just a singleton is good. So maybe this should be our sideboard plan for that matchup. Veil like stops Vapor Snag, but I don't think that's what we're doing. There we go. Sweet. Then that begs the question, well, Bruce By, couldn't you get some of that 8 into the main deck? Yeah, we've main decked Spellskite pretty happily. It lets the Dryad branch and not always end up with Vandal, because this is a horror. So I have liked main deck Spellskite. I mean, in some ways I like it over the main board Apparition, because it's another 2-drop for Evolution. It is a creature that can attack and trigger Winota more quickly than Apparition. It just gives us more resiliency to all the bolts that are being played right now. So I don't mind that hedge. A lot of people are trying to brew their silly graveyard decks too right now, so that's why I'm hedging with the main deck Ooze, and then if we need more disruptive graveyard stuff, I've got oh, you know what? Did I accidentally cut some cards? It looks like I did. That's not good. What did I accidentally cut, folks? Looks like I accidentally cut our tribal. Not the shusher. Okay, Mark, Favor, Skyclay, Prelate, Champ, Spirit, Selfless, Timely, Veil, Teague, Shush, Remorse. Shoot. Could also play like Fiery Justice or something, or like the First Path. Gosh, if I can't remember what it is, maybe we don't need it. It's a good way to tell if there's a sideboard card you don't need. What did I do? I moved the Spellskite into the main board, and I put playing 2 Dens, 3 Scurries, 4 Scurries. Hey, what's up, Scarnage? Do you like this one too? I really am supposed to. You reminded me I'm supposed to switch over to this one when we're in brew mode. This is when we're being a little more social and working on a deck. Shoot, what did I accidentally cut? Yeah, seriously, if I can't figure out what it is, maybe we don't need it. I don't have a lot of humans out of our sideboard. That is a weakness I've found with the deck. Is it's only Champ, Apparition, and we do need to keep our human count a certain. I mean, we could play like the Kessig in the sideboard, which is funny. Just the direct damage is sometimes legit, or hit a Planeswalker with it. Or not Kessig. Yeah, Kessig Malcontents. We could play the Huntmaster in the sideboard. I think that when a matchup is more grindy, that card's fantastic. Gosh, what did I accidentally cut? Selfless Champion, Apparition. Mark, Favor, Prelate. Let's go back to it earlier. Oh, you know what we could be playing? It's Linvala that I cut. Found it. Figured it out. No, we want the Linvala. I want that more than the Ferocidon. In fact, I cut the Ferocidon late in the latest build when I incorporated the Infinite Squirrels. I cut Ferocidon. I think we're ready. Sorry, Chameleon Colossus. You have been cut. So I do wish this deck had a lot more 3-drop. Sorry, more than 3 2-drops. But, yeah. In a pinch, we could Eldritch just like we do, like we're happy to do with Spyro, we could Eldritch Scurry in a pinch. All right, let's play a league, shall we? You guys have waited long enough. I think I'm ready. Pyre and Prelate, Infinite Squirrels. Let's do it. Squirrels. 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 We gotta give him the squirrels. Give him the squirrels. Let's give him the squirrels. Yeah, how have you been, Scarnage? Things are good with me. Yeah. I'm living in a new place, as you can see. Yeah, things are good. Not too I can't really think of anything off the top of my head to complain about. I do like that we have like 4 cards now instead of just like 6 cards that are hey we win instead of just 4 cards. I do think that this could be a really nice home for the Scurry Oak combo. What about Ragavan? I don't have a Ragavan yet. I like the first Ragavan in this deck a lot. What types is he? He's just a monkey, right? It's okay if he only pods to the... I don't have a Ragavan yet, but we could try one. Yeah, he's also Pirate, but I don't think I'm going to be playing a 2-drop Pirate. I like this art. That's sweet. Yeah, Ragavan will be sweet. The dash is also good in our deck. Like, well, creatures with haste. Yeah. This card's so bonkers. Card seems great. We'll try to get our hands on that and also the Ignoble Hierarchs. Hey. Good luck and have fun. Oh, Scarnage gifted several. Welcome to the Jeskai clan. Welcome to the Brew Crew. Scarnage SQ with tier 1 subs to B-Boy, Love, Insane, Brave, Mustache, and Pro Peeves. Thanks for spreading all the niceness and the love, and we keep this, right? 2 lands. Keep. Thanks so much for that, friend. Wow, I was not expecting that. Thank you so much for the support, friend. Holy cow. Holy cow. It's just our sub thing just keeps going off. Hey, seriously, thank you for the support, guys. It's folks like you that are here and watching my content, and it's also folks like Scarnage wanting to support in a more direct meaning, but both are important. All right, we just slammed Spyro if I could. I can't. We play Scoos. This is a Scoos with an activation. Am I more interested in a Scoos activation, or am I more interested in swinging for 1? Probably want to swing for 1 against my blue-eyed opponent. Really would love to draw a Cavern of Souls. We're playing 3 of them now. Cavern for Human would be great. Scarnage. Thank you so much for gifting all those subs to other folks. All right, anytime I'm going to be lurking, figured I'd help out. Also, coming at this from a YouTuber streamer perspective, I totally understand the grind. Yes, the grind. All right, so they're going to counter whatever I do. I think I just want to hit them for 3 and play the Pyre, right? Or, yeah. We'll hit them for 3 and play the Pyre. Maybe they'll spend a removal spell on the Scoos. They decide not to. Respectable. Let's get that counterspell in their hand out of the way. Thank you so much, Skarn. Really appreciate the support. Really appreciate everybody who's coming, hanging out, especially those of you who come hang out on a regular basis and just watch my content. They don't have Archmage's Charm up because they have the basic Swampy. They're going to push my Scoos. Scoos has been pushed. They have another counterspell ready to go. Unfortunately, Loam Dryad is no Ragavan. Loam Dryad is also no Ignoble Hierarch. It's no Birds of Paradise. It's no Arbor Elf even. So now they got Cryptic queued up. Oh, we're in trouble here, folks. Really, really need to see 3rd land. It's okay. We'll probably have lost this first game. Like, I needed to not fall behind. This is Esper control? No. Snap push my Dryad, sure. I think we're kind of thankful this isn't a snap counterspell, but if they're able to do this, that means the rest of their hand's pretty stacked. So we just hope to hit a Cavern of Souls. Cavern of Souls is indeed our best thing off the top. We get to name Human. We'll have uncounterable Spyros. That can certainly turn this game around. Opponent's at 13 because they shocked earlier. Shocked, and we've dealt some damage, right? So they're at 13. There's a chance. Cavern of Souls off the top, please. Says Jace to Fairy. Cavern of Souls off the top, please. Deck. We have 3 of them now. Be nice if we were playing the Voice of Resurgence build that we played last league. Last league I had a playset of voices because of this matchup. Okay, I'll take it. So they're going to counter this. It's fine. I just need to be casting things. So counterspell number 2. They let it go. Still need to draw Cavern. I have essentially a dead card in this matchup. Evolution, you can't really cast this matchup. We trim some number of them post-board. Like, we have a lot of good stuff that comes in. The Veils come in. The Shusher, the Teague. Favor comes in. Oh, they're going to tuck that? That's fine. Teferi, unlike 3-mana Teferi, Hero of Dominaria Teferi, them tucking there is not so bad for us. Please give us. What about some mana confluences? Alright, so we're going to start casting into these. I think we play the Denizen, and maybe they counter it because they did see the other piece. I don't really want to play these Spyros into... don't really want to play these Spyros into their counterspell. Rather play a 2-3 into their counterspell. But we are running out of time. Maybe I just have to go Spyro, Spyro, Spyro. Start flashing these back. Do you want to counter my 2-3 opponent? I think we're going to see them counter my 2-3. My opponent is going to counter my 2-3. I am at 10 though. So, I mean, like, I imagine their hand's stacked and it doesn't matter anymore. Is what's happening here. It's fine. We have a lot of tech for this matchup. I don't have as much main board tech anymore because I wanted to play the Infinite Squirrel combo. We used to have a playset of Voice of Resurgence. Making that switch among another couple little switches, we weren't losing the blue matches at all last league. I think we ended the day on a 4-1 or a 3... Was that the Zombardment deck? I think Zombardment went 4-1 and then Winota went 3-2, but still, the games we lost, they weren't the blue derivative decks. Is this a Jace? A Jacey Jace? We play it out. I mean, it stinks that they have their snaps going, so it'll be a much faster kill than I would want Esper Control to get on us than usual. They just need 2 counter spells and we lose. It's not too hard for them to have 2 counter spells. Come on, Cavern of Souls, right here. Didn't draw it. Alright, well, Spyro. Holy crud. It resolved? Do I just dump the Winota? Or the fact that this resolved makes me think I could keep the Winota. Do they just cryptic tap down my team attack? You don't let Spyro resolve. What's happening over there? Is their hand like a verdict? What is their hand if that resolved, right? Ooh, Riptide? Sweet. It's cute. Or not. I mean, like... Well, I feel like the Esper deck doesn't want too many colorless lands. I feel like this is great for blue-eye control. What is their hand if we're resolving Spyros? I wonder. I wonder if I should just Magus of the Moon here. Let's see. I slam Winota. They counter. I mean, they didn't have the counter for the Spyro, though. I think we just go for it. And then they stop me, but that's okay. Didn't have the counter last time. Looks like they do this time. Okay. So, I mean, now they just keep returning the snaps, and we've probably lost to the Riptide, unless I can find Cavern. Even if I send everybody it to Fairy... Well, I will. There's a good chance they just block, bounce, snap, also have another removal spell. Oh, they're going to let me hit the Teferi a little bit. Okay. Hey, opponent wants to do cool things. I totally commend them. Very happy to hit the Teferi a little bit. What's up, Mana Traders? We're 0-0. Records below on screen. You know what? I wonder though if you're making me think that MTG Bot has reset their. Sometimes they go under maintenance. Let me try this. Let's see if that fixes it. You're making me curious because we were logged in on that. Yeah, I know. I'm giving up the opportunity to double spell if I... Are they just going to bounce the Snappy? That's fine. They have Snap and they have an Opt, and they're doing all sorts of wonderful fun things with this Riptide. I have to hit like exactly Cavern of Souls, or they have to get greedy and do something silly. I need like, what do I need? I need Cavern of Souls still. I need Cavern of Souls still. Cavern play Magus of the Moon? So they have Snap, Opt, or Snapped. Oh, they don't have Snap Counterspell right now. But that probably just means that they have something else. We could just sit back and make Spyro tokens. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to... Oops. I'm going to try to resolve this Spyro. Show me Archmage's Charm. Holy cow, that resolved. Did we already use up our Dryad Arbor? I did. Bird. This fetching this fetch doesn't change the clock. They're probably just Snap Opting, right? I just want this game to take as long as possible for them to finish us off. Like we've lost mostly because some of the most important cards I need to find in game one, like one of our 3 caverns. We're playing 3 for a reason. Yeah, I need to see those cards in this matchup game one if we're gonna win it. There were a couple times where it seemed like they didn't have the counter magic. This card's so good for their deck. It's so good. I love seeing these new cards in action, though. I don't even mind. But yeah, let's just try to draw this out as long as I can. We have a lot of cards that come in that are relevant. Everything from the Teague to the Veils. Everything from the... even the Selfless Spirit is good because it'll save us from a damnation. Or yeah. It'll save us from Damn. Nothing like reprinted Wrath of God with upside. I know, this card is bonkers. We'll thin. There's still plenty of lands in our deck. And it's not like I've completely run out of gas. Like, I can buy a lot of time against them by flashing in the tokens and trying to block their Snapcasters. The most direct way they have to beat us is hitting us with their Snapcaster mages. Me using Spyro from the graveyard can buy me a lot of time. Like, I just need to find the cavern and maybe there's a chance. And they don't run as many Field of Ruins as Blue Eye Control does. So we will fetch because it doesn't really change the clock. If I was going to 4, I don't think I would do this fetching. Temple Garden, especially since I have the mountain in my hand. That might be wrong, though. I might just still want to get a red source because the spiraling is the plan here. Take my bird. Sure. Oh, that's depressing. Going after the Teferi. Birds will block, Snap will block, and be bounced. Or they just want to kill my Spyro? No, they don't want to kill Spyro. Why would you kill Spyro? It's fine. Maybe they'll just like snap Archmage. I don't have enough mana to do that yet, but sure, I have nothing. This changes the clock very dramatically. I was going to sit here and block their Snapcasters forever. They have a main deck Vendilion. I do like at least one click. I would anticipate click because of the Riptide, right? Maybe they've even got events or somewhere in their 75 if they're doing Riptide shenanigans. It's cool that this isn't even legendary. Down to 2. Make some tokens. Really wish I could. I mean, like, we still got them to 15, almost 15 minutes. I wish I could have gotten them lower on their clock. Really, that's the goal against Esper if I can't find Cavern, is to If I can't find Cavern in time, game 1 is just to buy as much time off their clock as possible. Drew of Foothills. That's sad. It does make me wonder. Gonna do some cuteness here. Sure. It does make me wonder if, like, the voice build is better, but we wanted to test the Infinite Squirrels. If you're wondering what I cut to make room for the Scurries, it was the playset of Voice of Resurgences, which is great in matchups like this. And just in general, it's just a good card, but I wanted to try the Infinite Squirrel loop. We may just have a bunch of blue decks today. Hey, that would have been good, maybe. No, it was too late for that. Hey, there's the Cavern. It was coming up. Alright, so Eldritches get cut. Pyre of Heroes is good. Madness of the Moon could stay. Grace gets cut. Vandal could go, although Vandal lets me pot up. Skoos could stay. Shusher's going to be here. Teagster. Teague doesn't stop Dam, though. However, I don't think. It's still a CMC2, unfortunately. Alright, Prelate's good. Prelate could stop Dam. It would cut off my Pyres, though, if I named 2, but that might be fine. I feel like maybe that's what Esper's just going to do from now on, is just play a playset of Dam instead of... Like, that seems just so good for them. Alright, let's play Selfless Effects, both of them. Let's play Favor. Could play Cleric, I think that's overkill. Don't want these. Yeah, I don't want any evolutions, I think. I think it's just too vulnerable. I do think this is a matchup that I like to be able to go up from a fetch land to through the Pyre. I think this is a matchup where Entity is more useful when I have to like swing through stuff. Same with Kenrith, by the way. Both Kenrith and Entity could be trimmed because they're more useful when my opponent has blocks, relevant blocks to be making. They might have more creatures though than your average build. And against them, I don't really need to Winota into an immediate kill. I just need to get a lot of value out of it that they have a hard time resetting with a sweeper, thanks to like these selfless effects we're playing. The Vandal really is just here to be able to go up the pod chain, right? However, Spellskite does let me go up from here. I really think I might just cut a Vandal. Like, it stinks to not be able to make these go up. The Shusher is going to play a lot better with when we start playing with Ignoble Hierarchs instead of the Arbor Elves. Or maybe I won't even play birds. Maybe I'll just play Arbor Elf and Ignoble. Playing Arbor Elf changes our mana base, though. Like, kind of forces us to consider the second Stomping Ground. There's other things we get to do with our mana base if we were just on maybe birds and Ignoble Hierarch. The mana would just be cleaner. I think I'm actually going to cut these and just run like this. I think our human count is fine because we brought in Sanctum and such. I think our human count is passable. It's low. It is low, I'll admit, but I think this is a matchup where that's okay. All right, so this hand doesn't have an accelerant. It doesn't have Cavern. It's not a bad hand, but it's just they can get underneath this hand and just win. This hand is a lot better. It's a little sketchy because the green source is a Dryad Arbor. I might have to name Druid or Elf. I would name Druid, right? And these are Shamans. Does Druid do anything? Are you a Druid? You're a Druid. You're a Cleric. Cleric. Okay, so this hand would be a little awkward because my Cavern... I mean, we could lead out the Dryad Arbor and just pray they don't have the Fatal Push. Just don't have Fatal Push. They always have it though, right? If they're keeping a 7. What happens if they do? We have to go maybe play Cavern Arbor and just be sad. They don't have it. Sweet. Never punished. We might want to get the Selfless on the board instead of playing out even the Arbor. I could also get Favor on the table, which is very good in this matchup. Gives the Arbor Elf protection. Yeah, let's just give the Arbor Elf protection. I think sticking Favor is really good in this matchup. I feel less nervous about my Dryad Arbor while it has protection from all colors. A little bit less nervous. This is a counterspell. Do we want to make it an uncounterable? Oh, or I could just play Shusher. So things we can name with Cavern here. If we really want to stick Selfless Spirit, we could name Cleric. Not Spirit, we name Cleric in this matchup. If we name Shaman, this Cavern is working towards my Spyros. I just need the colors to pay for Vexing. I think I still just name Shaman or Human on this Cavern. Because Shaman sets me up for better for, like it's a green source for, I mean like the Arbor Elf does give me green though. But I don't know if it's going to live. I would love to have an uncounterable Selfless Spirit though. I feel like uncounterable Selfless Spirit would just like really put us in a good spot. I might just name Cleric, folks. Who else is a Cleric in our deck? This is a Cleric. No, it's not. But I think we've cut it, right? Oh, I did not. Yeah, I did. So what Clerics are in? This is not a Cleric. That's a Warrior. Well, yeah, you're a Cleric, but I've cut you. This is a Cleric, but I've cut you. The Clerics were the Blade Historian is a Cleric. This is a Warrior. Well, these are both Warriors. That's funny. That's kind of nice that both of like our 4-mana finishers are both Warrior for Cavern. I am playing 3, so I need to start to think about what I'm naming on Cavern. Cleric. This is also a Cleric. Okay. So we could name Cleric. Propeep says you can only make color mana for the type you declare. Can't cast Vexing if you say Human. Yeah, if I can name Shaman, but I could also make sure that this Selfless Spirit happens. I think I'm going to go with making Selfless Spirit uncounterable. Arbor Elf. Selfless Spirit. Make sure that goes into this stack. There we go. Guys, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. We just draw Cavern of Souls. Vexing Shusher already has can't be countered built into itself. So I think it's fine to get through the counterspell with this Selfless. Okay, so I could Pyre of Heroes here, or I could get the Shusher going. Let's get the Shusher going. They're both protection from all colors. If they have Vendilion Click here, which they did show us game 1, that's problematic. I lose my Selfless Spirit. I'm okay waiting. They did show us Vendilion Click last game. It's very possible they're just trying to steal my Dryad Arbor, though, with their Archmage's Charm. That's what I would do if I was them. I would try to steal the Dryad Arbor. Are squirrels the new goblins? What's up, Firebug? I don't know. We'll see. Seems bad here. Seems not the greatest for this matchup. Alright. They decide not to take my Dryad Arbor like I thought they might. Or my Arbor Elf. Well, you would rather have Dryad Arbor. So they decide to draw 2 cards. They can't block it though, right? Pro every color. Vendilion Click is CMC 3, so yes they can. Are they sweeping here? You sweeping here. Prismatic Ending on my Favor of the Mighty. Okay. Prismatic Ending is so good. That card's pretty ridiculous. Alright, birds. So we could play Pyre. Pyre's not going to be uncounterable no matter what I do. I might rather get the Scurry Oak countered, though, than the Pyre. Oh, you know what? I was supposed to make that spell can't be countered. Oh no, I guess if in response, I could have gotten the pyre on the table, right? Because I have Shusher. What am I doing? That was maybe the play. Do we even want to play around them? I don't know if I want to commit the whole team to the board, because they could go path this or prismatic this, sweep us. I feel a little bit more wary. I think... Sorry, they can't block this with snap, so we should swing with spirit. But I'm trying to figure out if I forgot this has flying. I'm trying to figure out if I'm supposed to play the birds or not. I don't think I do. Sit them for 2. We're doing fine on time. We're at 15 minutes. They're at 12. Sorry, nearly 13 minutes. We might see Teferi. What are you trying to snap? So they want to snap prismatic. Snap prismatic my selfless spirit? Windswept. And now I kind of wish I'd played my bird out, right? This is where I wish Scurry Oak could turn into Winota. Lots of little things we wish. I could upgrade the Giant Arbor. There's not like a lot of good things I can do here. I can go get Spyro. I think that's what I'm supposed to do, and turn this into a token instead. So am I okay getting rid of the Shusher? There's nothing else I can really do. We're not playing the thing that I can... I mean, it's gonna grow the Scurry Oak. Yeah, we kind of have to. Yes, that's a sideboard card. Yes, it let me resolve my Pyre of Heroes. Yes, it did all those things for us, to us. Opponent might just easily have a dang here. I don't have the ability to get the Selfless onto the table. Very possible that they're just killing us here. If we see them block, yeah, they have a sweeper, if that's how they're blocking. So, it's probably game. I just couldn't keep the Selfless effect on the table. It's not like I have nothing. Like, they're going to sweep me here. I'll have a Flashback Spyro. I'll have a Glyph Weaver. Like, we'll rebuild, but it's probably going to be too slow. We have 4 cards left. This is going to be uncounterable. Why don't we just play one of these two? I really, really wish I had like an Elvish Visionary or something that I could turn these into. I don't. I used to have a Shale. I used to have a Shale that I could pyre up the chain. I'm not running it, and I don't have the Vandal in right now, so I can't go up the chain. So I really do need Glyph Weaver to happen. But I think it starts with birds, actually. The fact that I didn't immediately pyre this should tell the opponent that... I mean, I really, really wish that we had access to Ignoble. If I had Ignoble here... The fairy, yep. If I had Ignoble here, it's a different story, right? We probably play Selfless next turn. But I'm just afraid the same thing happens again, right? They can Teferi -3 the Glyph Weaver. Does this take my bird? Sure. It's fine. Okay, so that lets me go Arbor. Excuse me, Arbor Cleric. Yeah, I mean, it's looking bad for us. I don't think we can win anymore, but we'll try. It's always some top decks. I mean, it's like game one, we could have been only needed really to see one cavern or one turn where, I mean, there were a couple turns, right, where they didn't have it, and we did stick some pyros, and it looked like things were maybe going to turn around, and it just did not turn around. This is such a big game for decks like theirs. It's awesome. Makes me want to brew, like, you know, just a black-white deck. It doesn't necessarily have to be blue. What? Snap damn, my selfless. Okay. If I had more mana, we maybe could have pired this. Making the Arbor Elf indestructible is not really all that important. And again, against these blue decks, like, it will be really nice for me to have more things to pot up to. We cut some of them today because I wanted to try out the infinite squirrels. And I don't necessarily think it needs to be a 4 of and a 3 and a 2 of in this deck. We have a lot of tutoring potential. So I don't think we necessarily need that many copies. It's like, sure, sticking this in this matchup can be so good, but doesn't seem like it's good enough here. The fact that I can't turn this into the Elvish Visionary was really good because you can go Arbor to Visionary to... That's fine. You can go up the chain that way. So I can't actually cast this here. It's just going to make us lose. That's what we get for early game naming Cleric. We could have just named Human and just hoped. We drew both of our basic planes. We could have just named Human even though it didn't help us then, because we know ultimately that's what we want the Cavern of Souls to be. Is on Human. We actually even had the choice to name Shaman, right? Because this is also a Shaman. We had the choice to name Shaman. We decided on Cleric because I wanted to make sure that the Selfless Spirit I had in our opening hand was uncounterable. I think they J-sealed, right? No, they brainstormed. And it's okay. Like, we made some adjustments to the deck. Again, I'll say it not to sound like a broken record, but we cut the oh, come on, Sean. We cut the Voice of Resurgences. We've played this matchup already, and we really crushed it with the third, both the third Cavern and also the playset of Voices. If we want to go back to maybe making this matchup a lot more palatable, I mean, but not everybody's playing Esper Control. There's a lot more right now just because we want to, you know, just like we want to play with our new toys. And I'm actually working on a control deck of my own. Let me show it to you guys. We were working on this with the help of one of our friends in the chat. They suggested, Brew Spy, please brew around this deck for me. Let's see. Sharks. Hang on, let's wait and see what our next draw is and just concede before I show you. There's a really cool deck I was working on earlier tonight. Show me the counterspell. Show me the counterspell. Show me the counterspell. Show me the counterspell. Show us the counterspell. Good games. We'll say good games. And luck with the rest of your league. Like, we know how to make that matchup more winnable for us. We just decided not to do it tonight, and that's okay. Real quick, here's the list. We switched out there's about 6 or so flex slots in this build. So we swapped out the 4 voices, and I can't remember what the other 2 things were. I think they were just some more bullets, some more silver bullets. So we swapped out those things to try out the infinite squirrel combo. Yeah, we might just switch back. There might just be too much blue. People are dusting off their counter spells. All right, let's see. It might actually be in our legacy section. It was originally a legacy deck for me, and then we saw that should be Shark something, right? Sharks. Shark Tank. So we took this legacy shell that I was working on before, minus these. So we took a legacy shell and we turned it into a modern deck. This is a legacy shell I was working on a while ago. Should be called Shark Tank. Hang on, maybe it did move it to where it's supposed to be. Let's go back to my modern deck lists. So Shark Tank uses Replenish. If you guys aren't familiar with Replenish, Replenish is a... We are going to finish the rest of the Squirrel League, don't worry. But I just wanted to show you guys that, no offense to what my opponent's doing, I do think that's the better control deck, perhaps, to be playing right now. But I do have a control deck I'm working on, and playing against them made me think of the deck. Here we go, Sharks. Sharks. Come on. Here we go. This is modern Shark Tank. I'm not sure if this is the right 75. We just slapped this together, so this is like version 1.0. How the game's been tonight? A little bit not great. Actually, we had a really, really good game against a Death and Taxes opponent that was fairly interesting. One of the weird decisions we made, originally I just threw in 4 counterspells, but we talked about it, and we actually think that this deck might rather have some number of remand, or a split thereof. So check this out. So we're cycling these enchantments, right? We're cycling them into the bin. And what you do, we're just playing good, just control-y kind of cards too, like Prismatic and such. These are all kind of curved like this. I won't curve the lands except for maybe the Field of Ruins, because those are pretty often what they're doing. Same with the Talaria West. Talaria West is just extra copies of the Resurgent Belief. So Resurgent Belief says suspend 2, return all enchantment cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. So it's essentially a replenish. There's an equivalent that's legal in, you know, Legacy, Vintage. So what I was thinking of doing is rebuilding my Replenish Sharks deck that I was playing in Legacy into Modern. So Replenish is 4 mana sorcery, return all enchantment cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. So we just have to live long enough to suspend one of these, or maybe we play more than one As Foretold and we just cast it that way. But you're just returning all these cast outs, you're returning like even the Seal, you're returning the Porphyry nodes, you're returning these Sharks. And there might be some anti-synergy between the Porphyry nodes and the Shark. Resurgent Belief doesn't let you choose. You must return all. So we might not want to play the Porphyry nodes in the main board. That might be a sideboard card. I'm not sure. Maybe we just play Third Path main, or Second Teferi main, or even Second Force main. I'm not sure. But anyway, maybe Porphyry nodes is more of a sideboard card. Or we could just play the second Seal of Removal. Not sure. Cycle Omniscience, using the cycle. And the problem is it's the next Groaning Phoenix. So as much as I'd love to do that, I don't think that's worth, unless we're going to use it as a gift on a given target and we play like more gifts or something. The first gifts even is pretty cute. Whoops. I don't think I want to do that. Maybe we just main deck the explosives. It is another Talaria. Oh no, Talaria West also has Blast Zone to find. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Lots of just little things to think about. So yeah, so you get back these, you get back the... So what are we getting back, Bruce Spy? What's the big deal with Resurgent Belief? What do you actually get back with this meme of a deck? So what we're getting back is, hopefully, some combination of, if they were to counter or Thoughtseize and As Foretold, you can get back. I mean, pretty much I just put all our different enchantments in this pile. These all you can get back. These all you get back. And these all you get back. And this is very similar to a Legacy deck I was working on. So you get about these 14 or so cards back with the Resurgent Beliefs. I would even argue that the Gifts Ungiven itself has synergy here, and the Talaria West is kind of like a 5th Resurgent Belief. Alright, you're going to be tinkering with some sort of Resurgent Belief deck. I was thinking about Self-Mill and Unmarked Grave, put the things I want into the bin. That's an interesting take on the deck. I just wanted to kind of mimic what I was already doing in a Legacy deck, but do it in Modern. So that was kind of the heart behind this Shark Tank build. Tank because they're in the graveyard, I think, is why it's called the Shark Tank. Sharks because Shark Typhoon. Yeah, and like, so this build, like, we would be doing that a little bit less. We would just be kind of playing more of like a blue-white control kind of build feel. Like, we're removing things, we're countering things, we're tapping things, We're suspending this. We're cycling things. We get a Shark Typhoon back. We get a Cast Out back. We get a Lay Claim back. Steal their thing. Steal their land. Steal their Planeswalker, whatever. So I'm not trying to say that this shell is better than what you just conceived of. I'm not trying to say that. I do think that this is kind of neat because we get to play a lot of really just powerful control elements, but still be kind of a combo finish. So I do like that. I do like that feel of deck. And certainly, like, if we need to, like, if we draw these in the late game, you can just cast them. Different but equal ideas. Oh, they're very different. They're on very different plans. Yeah, and I do like the idea of a deck that's got enough permission in and of itself, right? You know, things like Teferi and such, to kind of force through our Resurgent versus just trying to burst it through. I'm not saying that's worse, though. It's actually a 2-drop as well. These are 1s. Prismatic Ending is just so nuts. That's going to be great. All right, let's finish our league, but if you want to play this deck, definitely this might be a good starting shell for you. And let me know how it goes. Let's finish our league. We were playing against Esper, and it made me think of a control deck that I'm developing. As soon as I can borrow MH2 cards, like Shark Tank is something I want to work on. Like, I don't think that we've ignored Esper or other blue decks. Like, look, Veils and Shusher and Teague. We've got ways to not die so bad to the... Like, we've taken a lot of countermeasures for the match you just saw us play, and certainly the 3F Cavern now that we're playing. I mean, like, yeah, I did cut the voices, and voices are really important for matchups like we just played, but there's some matchups where it just doesn't do a whole lot. So I think we'll keep moving forward with trying to make the squirrels work. I'm unfazed. I knew that matchup would get a lot worse with me cutting the voice of Resurgences. Unfazed. We're playing against another folk who is 0-1. This hand is a bunch of tutors. We mulligan. This hand is a little bit better, but in some ways worse. We could put the Masked Vandal back into the library. My opponent likes sharks. All right, hey. Good luck and have fun. Oh, switch. Keep and tuck the Masked Vandal. It's the most specific card in my hand. Opponent says, hey, good luck. Alright, so let's shock in this Dryad. Why are you playing Dryad? What's this do? Oh, you know what? Is Spellskite in the sideboard or is it main? It's main right now, so we could pod this. Blue. Merfolk. Since I have Spyro in my hand, I don't have the luxury of going and getting the Dryad Arbor, right? I should just play out the Pyre. Yes, I could use the Dryad Arbor and, like, tap Dryad and all this stuff. I think I'm just going to play the Pyre. Hoping to see third land, right? We're hoping to see, or even another Dork. I'll take a Dork. They force pitching a Tide. Your turn. They're playing Tide Shaper, too. Our per Merfolk opponent is also 0-1. It's a hard day to be. Do you want to Rishadan me? Spicy. Land drop, please? Nope. Swing. Even if this was Bird, we'd still be behind. They do have their second land. So they did miss a land drop, but now they can just play their Silvergill Adepts and such. But that means they're not tapping me down if they tap out here. Yep, there's their Silvergill. They show me Reegery. It's good information to know. They have a Reach that unless they top another mana source they can't cast. They're going to attack me for one. That's fine. Yeah, Rishadan's sweet for their deck. Cavern, awesome. Human, sweet. Best card in our deck we're resolving right here. And the Loam Dryad's going to have mana buddies, so we'll be okay. We'll dump the Grace, even though it's good in this matchup. And we will tap this Elemental, make a green, play this Elf. We're all set up, ready to go. We kind of hope they tap out, right? I kind of hope they tap out and not have their Dismember ready for the My Winota, and we probably win. Please tap out for the Marrow Regery. Awesome. We win. Probably. Probably win. I don't need the Spyro. I could block with the Spyro. Doesn't give me a trigger. Do I want to block like this? I still will have 3 Winota triggers. I think I'm okay killing the Dockhand. Right? Maybe not. Nah. We'll take it. I'll take 2. Changed my mind, folks. I changed my mind. Alright, let's do the thing. A little bit of fast tap there. Opponent, why did you tap out to play your 2-2? Hoo ha! 4 triggers coming. So we're looking 24 cards deep. Off to a terrible start, but that's okay. Digging 6 cards deeper, find a Kenrith. Digging 6 cards deeper, find Winota herself. I'll take it. Lena, fantastic. Fantastique. We did miss on our first 6, but that's going to happen in this Squirrel build, right? Also was happening in the Voice of Resurgence build. See how they block? Maybe we'll sacrifice Lena, depending on how they block. Indestructible doesn't help me against Bounce or Dismember, which is what they're playing. Would I exchange Lena for keeping my Arbor Elf and my Loam Dryad? Probably, right? I probably would. Put them to 6. Alright, they need a Terminus. What is that one silly, like, blue return everything that they could be playing as a miracle? I don't... Devastation Tide? They need something like that. Or, like, return everything equal to the number of islands I'm playing. Something like that. Like, they need to make one of my lands an island first. And then they need to play another... They need, like... Oh, Tide Shaper. This is going to be close. So Tide Shaper, make my land an island. Do they have the other to swing through? Yeah, Tide Shaper's sweet because it's as long as it remains. You don't have to play as many Spreading Seas, although I'm sure they still play some Spreading Seas, of course. Do they have the other merfolk that lets them swing through? They need something that paints everybody with Island Walk. And I might die. It's cool that the Reach untapped the Mutavault and they had the mana to pay for the kicker. It's kind of neat. I think we're good to go, though. Like, they need to kill this. They need to, like, dismember my Winota. Yeah. I think even if Winota was off the table, I still have lethal, right? And I know you're like, Bruce Spy, why didn't you have this draw against your Esper opponent? I know. I just needed a Cavern of Souls. It's fine. We'll play against another, like, blue control deck tonight, I'm sure. So let's start to overvalue Cavern of Souls in our openers, right? Let's start doing that. Silvergill. Okay. And you're going to draw a card. Sure. I mean, I do care if they kill the Winota. I mean, they're digging for an answer to the Winota, but I don't think it's actually enough anymore. Because, like, if they swing, I might not even block. I mean, obviously, I want to make sure I'm not dead to, like, Vapor Snag. I might not block with that many soldiers and then just crack back, kill them. Alright, so spells can't be countered. Might be where we want to be. Veils stop their Vapor Snags. I do go bigger than my opponent, so, like, Favor does stop Vapor Snag. Lynn Valis stops their one drop guy, but I think that's not worth. Apparition's fine in this matchup. So these are maybes. This is no's. Prelate stops Snag. Could also name 3 to stop Dismember, but that turns off my evolutions. Timely's good when they're on the play. I don't want to fall behind. There's lots of creatures entering the battlefield in this matchup. That's fine. I don't think we need the selfless effect, so I might even cut Lena. Although Lena's so bonkers, never mind. She's just really bonkers. Let's still play her. I remember when I thought this was going to be a meme, I was testing a singleton, and now she's like in every single build of Winota I've done, period. This is a matchup where I definitely want the Scurry Oak combo, right? I just want to be able to do that. Let's actually keep Herons in. Let's cut Magus to the Moon. Let's cut Ooze, too slow. Vandal could stay. How am I going to shove all these cards in? Kenrith could go, actually. I don't really need to trample over in this matchup, right? Their creatures just get big, so the trample is less impactful. Might cut Kenrith, actually. We want to go wider than them, not swing through them necessarily. I rarely cut Kenrith, but I do think this is a matchup where I'd rather have Grace, Lena, Blade than Kenrith, actually. I know that might seem strange to you, but Entity also can help us swing through them. So I can't run all this stuff. Gotta cut somewhere. The evolutions are weak in this matchup, because even though I brought in my ways to not be countered, they can still counter them reasonable amount of the time. Against a lot of the blue decks in this format, we probably just cut the evolutions. It's too much of a liability. We'll keep in the Pyres, though, because we're not going down a creature to cast that. Dryad Arbor might be a bad idea in this matchup. No, I feel like this is a matchup we can get away with it. Yeah, Skyclave might just be too slow to answer their anthems. I don't know. We're just interested in the token side of Lena. If I'm not also really that interested in the indestructible side, maybe she does get cut. Let's cut her too. We really want her when both the tokens and the indestructibility is important, and I don't think the indestructibility is as important in this matchup. All right, sideboard card, half the combo, sweet. Keep it. This hand comes out of the gates relatively quick. We'll have uncounterable. I might name Warrior on this. Both Denizen and Winota are warriors. I might actually name Warrior on this, but we don't have to decide just yet. Let's go Bird, go. Go Bird, go. We don't have to decide what the Cavern is yet, but that's something for me to think about, is that both of our 4-drop, kind of combo piece finishers for Winota, these are both warriors, which is nice. They're both the same type. So we might name Warrior, and that also works for like my other changelings. I wonder what other warriors I'm playing. We usually name, Human or Shaman because the red on Spyro is tough. Silvergill add up the reveal. Okay. Speaking of Winota. Alright, so we can pretty confidently name Warrior, right? Or even Human. I don't have to. I might just want to go favor Bird. I think we'll have enough colors that I can get away with this. Let's go Warrior. Favor Bird. Oops. Have I tried Hero of Goma? Can you link it in the chat? I think I'll play the favor here. Gotta give my opponents protection from all colors, right? That's why we're playing this, right? This is getting forced. Ooh, this might be getting forced. Does not get forced. Oh, that's cute. Oh, I don't think we need it, because Winota's already doing that for us. As we pull humans out, we're making things indestructible. I don't think we need that, but I appreciate you suggesting, Phoenix. Our deck already is making like half of my attackers have that naturally. But I do appreciate the suggestion. You got more cards you want me to look at? Ooh, Echoing Truth, that's brutal. Sets us back real far. I should have maybe played Arbor instead of Second Birds. I forgot that they play Truths. That really wrecks me, actually. Let's play around it this time. This would have been a very different turn if I hadn't been silly and played into something that we know fish plays. We know they play that. We might still win despite my perhaps misplay. I'm going to Tidebinder my bird. Yep. They've got the sideboard cards going. Yeah, this is cute. Would we ever suspend it, though? I don't think we would ever want to suspend it. We have cards that do something similar, right? Phoenix, we have cards that allow us to +1/+1. I do appreciate the suggestions, though. We were playing with, there's a 4-drop that for each creature that comes into the battlefield, they gain +1/+1 to all creatures, which does loop with the squirrels. I don't think we actually want that, though. Would love to draw a land, right? We would love a land. What are my thoughts on Genesis Chamber? Land would be good here. Trickster my Arbor Elf. Okay. Land would be good. We don't get it. Alright, bird go. They had a lot of disruption this game. Not bad. Not bad, opponent. If they have an Anthem here, we die. If they have a Lord. They have 2 cards. Looks like they don't. Oh, no, they still could Violet in. Okay, they don't. Sweet. I go to 5. Need to do my thing here. They have this 3/4. So I pretty much have to hit. I mean, if I Spyro, they lose protection and my blocks work again, except for the Savelin. So I think I have to consider Spyroing, right? Which I can't do because I chose Warrior like a smarty pants. Also, like, I didn't really have the ability to fetch Shock, or I felt like I didn't have the ability to fetch Shock. Red. I mean, Winota blocks, and if we get a Spyro, like, I might just hit a Spyro anyway. And this is going to take the indestructibility off of all the others, except for Savelin. So give us a Spyro, please. Hey, we hit the card we were trying to cast anyway. I'm going to dump the Historian and the Winota. Well, I can't cast the Spyro. Oh, I might be able to. Oh, no, this is don't untap. So maybe. Yeah, let's keep the redundant Winota. I get to play a Dryad Arbor as well. So they get to eat up my Dryad Arbor here with their Savelin. We did take the first game, so this is not over yet. I've got some relevant blocks to make. Hopefully they don't make it so that I can't block. They have 2 cards. For what it's worth, we have the full squirrel combo in hand. But it may not matter in this matchup because they can swing through. Yeah, Genesis Chamber's kind of cute, isn't it? You see this card. I just want to show it on screen so other people also remember. Non-tokens make mirror tokens. So the cool things about Genesis is you could play like you could do like a Norn the Wary kind of shenanigans. You'd probably put at least a singleton Norn the Wary. So going down to 5. So this block is a freebie, but I may just want to take it actually. No, I can't afford to, right? This block looks good to me. This block looks good. Now, if we're willing to do this block, I free up my bird. I get my bird back if I do this block. So I have a Manamo to untap the Savelin. Land. Alright, so pretty clearly land Scurry. Don't have enough mana to also play the Denizen. I think that's okay. Because we're going to make a bunch of squirrels off this probably, unless they counter this right here. Which they might. They don't. So they're at 18. I may not want to swing with the Spyro. I may not even want to swing with the Winota. Yeah, with them being at 18 and I've cut some of my more high-impact humans, I think I just want to grind here. So we are going to dump the Denizen. I don't have a choice unless I chose not to take the Spyro. It's okay. We have tutors. Yes. Make a squirrel. We have ways to get to the other Denizen, which is, again, like another big reason why we should just play. Or we just gain some life here, right? Entity's big game, but I kind of just want to be out of shenanigans reach. This is going to paint this Spyro. Now I wish I'd attack with the Winota. I didn't realize we might hit the Heron's Grace. Me gaining this bit of life should put this out of reach for our opponent. Because the way that they get back into this is they make their creatures have island walk, like they paint one of my lands as island. Gain island walk, yes. If you're wondering why I'm not auto-yielding to the Scurry Oak, it has to do with the game we played earlier. I wish I'd swung with the other Pyro. Maybe I didn't need to swing the Winota, but I wish I'd swung the other Pyro. So they're going to tap their Savellum. Okay. Block my Spyro. This has Pro All colors right now. We made 2 squirrels out of that. Sweet. I do think that Scurry Oak has relevant synergies in our deck, despite not always having the Ivy Lane, access to the Ivy Lane Denizen. So we 2-0'd Merfolk. So, like, we're losing to some blue decks now since we swapped out of Voice of Resurgences, but not all blue decks people want to be jamming, right? Oh, sweet. All right, we're 1-1. Hey. Good luck and have fun. Let's jam. I hope you guys have enjoyed us working on this for the past month and following us along. If you'd kept the Arbor, though, you would have squirreled that turn. No. Did I mess it up? Did I mess it up? Did I make the mistake? I think I'll shock in this bird. I'm excited to see this deck when it has Ignoble Hierarchs. We get to do more stuff with the Pyres. Bolt the bird. Searcher tomorrow. Ah, Titan deck. Would love to moon them. Would like to do that. Yeah, no, if you see those mistakes, please tell me. Thank you for letting me know, Phoenix. That sounds like I made a misplay. Dump this. Maybe I dump the Arbor Elf, actually. Like Spyro, Spyro, Spyro. It's just so strong in our deck. Or we just draw Winota, play it next turn. Alright, you would have had 7 mana. Cast Tree Folk, cast Elf. Elf evolves into the... Elf evolves the Tree Folk. Oh, I discarded an Arbor Elf earlier. Yes. Play Elf, then I had 7 mana to do the things. It's fine. I could just Spyro again. And keep the Winota. We're running more land now, so that's probably safe to do. They're not in any shape to go off. We did not hit the land. We hit more Spyros. Show me Anger the Gods. Make us a sad boy. I feel like I would just deserve it, right? We could have kept the bird. Really hoping they don't have, like, Sweltering or Anger. Looks like they do. Nope, Dryad. Sweet. Shoo! Land, please. Wrong land. Uh-oh, we're in trouble. We're in trouble, folks. I'm probably supposed to go Scoos, actually. We're kind of in trouble. I mean, yeah, we added lands, but Dryad Arbor doesn't really count. Gosh, we were so close. We're going to lose, probably. We were so close. Am I even still supposed to Spyro here? I feel like playing Arbor is just kind of weak. I think I just Spyro again and dump the Scoos and the Arbor. Look for a different land, a less vulnerable land. Oh, we found it. Do I attack? I probably have to, right? They'll block a Spyro or an Elemental. That's so sad. Like, we have tutors for Magus of the Moon. That would have been great. We have just fourth land. Just fourth land, but not the... I should have been more specific. Deck did give me fourth land, but it was kind of a not land. So Me saying that we have 22, 23 lands, 22 lands? Yeah, me saying we have 22 lands and a bunch of dorks is not necessarily true because one of them is a slow land. Not really a land. Search. Valakut. I mean, I'm really hoping that's what they're doing, is just Valakut value here. Kill another elemental. Oh, they know that I'm doing the Winota thing. Okay. The Blade Historian maybe gave us away. So they're just trying to take out my my tokens. Seems correct. You know what I can do though? I'm just gonna flash in the Heron's Grace. I have several humans attacking, and that bit of life gain. Funny enough, that bit of life gain is gonna put us out of range. I do have a main deck Skyclave now, so I do want the Foundry. I think. Yeah, I think I just flashed this in, right? Like, playing Winota only gets me one trigger now, whereas this Anthem's my team. And yeah, this is a funny situation, isn't it, folks? Swing. See how they block. They block a Spyro. I am glad you did. Whoops, I need green. The old flash in the Heron's Grace, champ. 1, 2, 3. Actually, that's lethal. Even with them blocking a Spyro, it's lethal because it anthems the 2 Spyros that got through. That's exactly 7. The old Heron's Grace champion, he'll get you. That's lethal, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 7. Sweet. Weird, right? They play Scape Shift, don't they? So, yep. Champion's interesting. Champion still gets hit by Valakut. Valakut, just because it's a mountain, sorry, just because it's a red source and makes red, doesn't mean that it works that way. Let's play the selfless effects. Let's play Mark. Mark actually does stop Valakut triggers on creatures because it says prevent any, so it says, sorry, prevent all non-combat damage that would be dealt to creatures. So it actually does work. Timely's interesting here. I don't think I want it. Do want the Apparition. I do want Prelate to name 4 for Scape Shift, or other things like Bolt or Anger. We can name 3. Naming 3 is awkward because it cuts me off my Eldritches, though. I mean, Heron's Grace is good, but I don't know. We may not want some of these. Entity we may not want to play. Magus of the Moon's great. Skoo's too slow. Doesn't do enough. Spellskite's fine. Maybe the whole potting up the Dryad plan too slow. I'm fine with Dryad just being Dryad. I think Dryad's also a bit of a liability in this matchup. We may not want it. Let's not cut any of our combo pieces. Let's not cut any of our tutors. Spellskite seems good. I have room for one more card. Have I seen the Enchantress decks yet? Does it? Is it good? I saw another streamer working on, actually there's somebody oh yeah, there's the Selfless, perfect. Favor is okay. We do go bigger until they play out Titan though. So let's run this. And I might not have enough human anthems in, right? Like, we might need to go for squirrels. I might have cut too much stuff. This hand could cast Skyclave. This hand could cast Spyro. If it draws another land, we can name human or shaman here. It would mean I'm probably not casting the Apparition though, but we might just dump it. I'll keep this on the draw. It's actually not as bad as it looks. It's a turn 2 Pyre. Ooh, we drew the other Pyre though. That's not good. I might just dump it. They probably didn't bring in a way to destroy this. So we'll probably name human here. It's usually what you name. Ooh, I drew Arbor Elf though. Too bad these aren't. See, if this was Ignoble Hierarch, I could name Shaman and I'd be good to go. Gosh, I can't wait for that to be the day. I'm still going to name human and just hope to draw. I also don't think this might live. Just kind of hoping to draw the 3rd land, any land, except for Dryad, which we can't draw anymore, so I moved it to the sideboard. We did take a game, which is important. Yep, Dryad. If I hit a different white source, I may Skyclave instead of Spyroing. I mean, this is all predicating that we hit. We don't. Probably just going to die. Now they're going to bring in their artifact take because I'm showing them multiple pyres. Ugh, I should have just named Druid. Show me Scape Shift. Show me the beats. Yeah, we're dead. I mean, like, the best I can do is draw a white source here. Tribe Elder to turn on my Valakut's opponent. Oh, it's going to be a lot of triggers. They've got access to 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 damage. Let's run it back. It was a 2-lander. It just needed to see a 3rd land. It never did. It's okay. Run it back. Speed magic. So we could keep this if we name bird. It's very sad to have to name bird, though. I mean, these have a real penalty. I realize that. I don't think I keep this, right? So this hand also doesn't have any sideboard cards. This hand is worse, but better in other ways. This hand's risky because they just have to bolt the bird. I like this 5. I'm sad that we had to go all the way down to a 5. Dump the oak. Maybe I should even dump the Teagster. It looked like they didn't even have Scape Shift. I mean, I'm sure they do. Let's keep our duels, right? Well, this Cavern doesn't really help me cast Teague and also others. But if I don't keep these two, I might not get to keep the Spyro. A little greedy, but... this is me hoping for a different land for the Teague. So we're going to go like this, and we're going to still lead out... I don't know, do we think Selfless is more important, or should we be working towards Teague? It's more likely that I'm going to draw the green or the white I need, and even still more likely that I draw the green that I need. No, we've added an even amount of white now. I mean, Stomping Ground's just overall better for us, though. Just in our deck in general. Okay, well, now we get to do both. We named Cleric, not Human here, right? They're not Spirit, excuse me. Well, that's not necessarily true. So I'm playing, I am playing the Skyclave, and we're already going to have Human here, and all the other Clerics are humans. So we're actually going to name Spirit. Could try to get the Teagster in play. I think Selfless is better, though, because they're going to have Angers. So let's get the, let's go with Selfless Spirit. We'll find a way to get Teague on the table later. I think Selfless Spirit's where we... Like Selfless protects Teague. That makes sense to me, right? And we're probably just dumping the Teague to the Pyromancer, right? Unless I want to take a turn off if we draw a different land. Maybe I'll play Teague and then play Pyromancer, but I'm probably just playing Pyromancer, ditch the Teague. Like, yeah, Teague stops Scape Shift, but that's about it. Maybe Engineered Explosives, which might be in their deck. So we do get the luxury of Teaguing if we want to, and then pyring behind that. I think I will do that. Burrington Forge Tender is also a Kithkin, so I'll name Kithkin. The old Kithkin. This slows us down a little, like speeding through our deck. We also have to shock next turn, probably. Obviously, if they have Titan, Teague doesn't stop Titan. Drew an Arbor Elf. I want to make them think I might have Burrington. I'm going to leave open the this cavern. Spyro, make a token. There's the Denizen. So I like this swing. It's not like they have reach. Don't like this swing. This may be them killing the Selfless, which they were planning to do anyways. I think I'm just dead, right? They even have another fetch. escape shift. Sorry, this is Titan. Titan, go get 2 more Valakutes. Shotgun my team. Yeah, I mean, we need Magus to the moon here. We don't always get this trounced by Titan. We did have that second game that was kind of a throwaway. We killed them game 1, but we had a game that was a throwaway. And often my plan is just Magus to the moon them. We didn't have the opportunity to do that. The cards just didn't align. We didn't see one of our best cards, which is evolution. It's very important to be able to like pod a Eldritch, like one of our 1-drops to get Magus against the Valakut derivatives of that strategy. It's okay. It happens. It is usually, though, sadly, kind of the difference. It is the difference in that matchup, though. So we didn't get there. It's okay. Let's at least pull off a 3-2. That's the goal. All right, so this opener is a 2-lander with a Dryad. We're on the draw. Could keep it in the dark. They're 0-1. Black Cleave. Junt. Yeah, in this matchup, this is basically a 1-lander, so that's not good. It's got some good cards for the matchup, sure, but a little wary that... I mean, we're on the draw, so we have time to maybe draw some other lands. I won't thin the Wooded Foothills if I'm not playing out Dryad. It's a non-zero chance they take the Dryad. They decide to. Okay. We're not fetching just yet. Our deck might be happier with 23 lands, seriously. Baron Moore, okay. Play this out, it'll get killed. If I had a different land drop, I certainly would do that. Is this just Liliana make me sacrifice my Arbor? That feels real bad. Ooh, Wrenn and 6 also feels rather bad on my Arbor. I mean, we know they have Wrenn and 6 because they showed us Baron Moore. Alright, lands deck. Second land gives me Spellskite. Yeah, we've just lost this probably. It's okay. Alt F4. Now we've just lost this because I basically kept a 1-lander against what I didn't know at the time was Jund, but was indeed Jund. They were playing the cards that I wish I was. You're why this is expensive. It's your fault, opponent. Hey, we drew it. Alright, we're going to actually have a game maybe. Need to draw another one though. Fatal Push my Spellskite. Attack for 3 because Hierarch is a great card. Attack for 4 because Hierarch is a great card. They're making the deck look great. Get back Verdant. And then we drew a red source or a cavern or anything of that, and we get back into the game. And then we did not get back into the game. There's no point in showing them Pyre. I'd rather they didn't know. This coming up, I'm sure, folks. I bet. No, it never was. That would have been a white source. Doesn't work with the Spyro. It's okay. We know they're Jund now. I do usually cut the Dryad. If I'm cutting Dryad, I don't want this because we don't have a pod target anymore. I do have some tech for this matchup. Or I do have some things to bring in this matchup is what I mean. They do play Damnation. We didn't see Luris, but I don't know if Teague is the way I want to fight that. Favor's good. Mark also stops their burn removal. Just bring in both of those. Or a champion as protection from their deck. For the most part, it's probably a good idea. Morseful resets their Goyfs, but I think that's not worth it. Heron's Grace can go. The Burst of Life usually isn't worth. Apparition could be in. Prelate names Anger the Gods. If we have room for that, maybe we want that. Magus of the Moon is a little bit less effective against them now because they play Ignobles. I think I'll respect that by cutting the Magus of the Moon. In this matchup, I think while it's important to have the redundancy of the combo, I might not want to bother. Pyre of Heroes is kind of legendary, but if I resolve it, it's really good. It's a little bit weaker without the Dryad, though. It's weaker also without Vandal. Let's just play the fun of. Pyre's still good. It's not bad. It's just I don't have things that the Scurry Hulk... Like, we decided not to play the 4-mana Changeling or the 4-mana... let's see. You can cut some Dorks in this matchup, but I kind of just want to come out of the gates quickly. This hand could maybe do that. Keep. This hand stops the turn 1 hand disruption as well. I mean, our deck really is green, red, single white, technically white if you count like the Singleton Auric Champion and such. But the sands may be great. Just depends if they have the hand disruption here. They tend to. They do not. Might just want to stick the mark. Yeah, I'm a little jealous that they have their acceleration and I don't. Again, it might still be better to sit on the Veil than to play out the mark, but I'll play out the mark. Now remember, I did slim 1 Denizen, so this is it. They're probably just taking a Spyro, right? Yeah, this is great for Jund. I wonder if there'll still be a Bloodbraid build, because it's like, I think they will be, right? Because that's accelerating them into some of their later game. Like, yes, it stinks maybe to hit an Ignoble Hierarch on a Bloodbraid Elf sometimes, but I feel like they might still go together because the Ignoble is making them get to the Bloodbraid more quickly. This is another one. Take out my mark. Well, that's sad that I did not draw a 3rd land. Yeah, maybe we should be on 23 lands, because there are some matchups where I cut the Arbor. And I'm sure you're like, wait, Bruce By, are you considering something weird like the 4th Cavern? Maybe not. Maybe it's not weird. So many of my creatures share creature type. Yeah, we're just going to lose because I couldn't hit the 3rd land. Yeah, I wonder if, like, if that's the adjustment we've made, right? So, okay, so we get to switch these Arbor Elves out for Ignoble Hierarchs ourselves. I don't necessarily need the 2nd Stomping anymore. It's a little greedy to do that, but I don't necessarily need it. We could also cut the Singleton Mountain, which has been weird. And then, oh wait, we already are running Horizon Canopy. I don't know, Caverns is just so good right now. Not for this matchup, obviously, but Cavern's great because it's a red source for Spyro, but it's simultaneously a white source for Winota, but it's simultaneously white source for some of these other humans. Oof, Liliana. Yeah, we're just dying to ourselves. Like, I think if I could do it over again, like, would I really mulligan hard to find just like a hand that just by default? I'm gonna cycle the Veil during their end step and just hope. They did cast a black spell this turn. Oh, man. No. I should play out the Scavenging Ooze, not the Arbor Elf, because Lily. Like, but... we're just so far gone. They're going to cycle this Peatland, I think. Yeah, I think maybe the 20. This deck usually is 23 lands, and that's not counting the Arbor. Like that would mean I'd have 22 lands that are more solid. Also, with us being on this many 3-drops now, we've increased the number of 4-drops we're playing too. I think actually, I do think that's actually what I want to do. And again, maybe I just want the Singleton Denizen. Like, sure, we pitch it to Spyro, and it'd be nice to have a second copy in the 75. That's just too bad. If I played the Scoos, they can't kill it with Lily. We don't block, though. Now I'm in bolt range. Play Cavern, play Spyro, draw 2 cards. It's just too late. Let's play another one. Try to get some of our play points back, and then we'll rebrew it, rebuild it, try again. I do think the Squirrel combo is sweet. I'd like to not cut it yet. Herons could be in the sideboard, by the way. That would free up for the that would give me the I don't know if it's a 4th cavern. I think 3 caverns is already like a lot to support. It might be the first Sunbaked Canyon. I mean, Canyon, of course, might be more awkward than the Singleton Canopy. I don't know. Kind of like a split, though. Red, red, white, white. Cut something for the Grace. Yeah, maybe we just want 23 land, because the Dried Arbor really isn't a land in so many, in enough board states. I think it's not. In enough games, it's not a land. So let's just go ahead and do that and go back to playing 23. Oh, these are pretty expensive. Yes. This hand kind of stinks. Would love to see a better 6. This is a better 6. Gonna put back the Heron's Grace. Let's also say good luck and have fun to our opponent. But we had some cool testing today. Like I don't think this was a complete waste, because we learned a few things about the combo. I learned a few things about yeah, I mean, I really shouldn't count Dryad Arbor as a true land, especially in Modern, such a bolt-laden format. It's hard to play these, like, even if these were ignoble hierarchs. I think some of the games tonight and some of the choices tonight, I do think if instead of Squirrel combo, if these are just noble hierarchs, we would have a better control matchup. But I do want to test this combo because it's sweet. We've been having a lot of fun with it. But anyway, and I do think that Scurry Oak has some natural synergy for our deck. As we're kind of doing our thing, we're already evolving and making squirrels, and this gives us more Winota triggers. I think it's fine. I mean, what is this going to be otherwise? Like Rabble Master? Or 2-drops, or main deck the Silver Bullets. I think Heron's Grace is matchup specific enough that it can be in the sideboard. We've done that before, where it just kind of chills in the sideboard. All right, let's see if the bird is good this time, finally. Opponent also mulliganed. Okay, mulligans all around. Slam the Scurry Hulk next turn. Sorry, I said Scurry Hulk. I meant Scurry Oak. Oh, is this Jund again? No! I'm excited. This is the Vengevine deck. There's like a Vengevine deck people have been working on. Let's go Stomping Ground, right? I guess I could go Foundry since I have Bird. Green, though, for Eldritch is... Yeah, let's just do this. Oak, go. Have I played a version with no Arbors? Want me to play something other than this? I'd love for these to be ignoble hierarchs, because then I can get away with playing these lands a little bit better. I do think these need to be something else soon. Like, it's very easy to just make them ignoble hierarchs. Cyclist Street Wraith. They probably, in addition to Vengevine, are playing Hollow Ones. This is probably just straight up Hollow One over here. Oh, Dryad Arbor specifically? I think it's fine if I don't count it. Like, I want 22 lands that are solid, and I want the creatures that are going to consistently give us the mana. Like, maybe until we get our hands on the ignoble hierarchs, maybe I should just be playing Gilded Goose again. Gilded Goose has the benefit of giving us a better matchup against Burn. Not really so much prowess, but definitely Burn. Well, it's another flying blocker. Maybe I play these as a placeholder until, because like I think the Arbor, as we add more lands like this and this, like as more caverns get added. Yep, hollow one, you got it. 2 hollow ones. So I could get the Winota onto the table. Seems good to me. Don't kill my Winota. This is a situation where I wouldn't really attack. Probably, right? I don't know. Actually, I got the squirrel. Yeah. Let's attack, actually. Like, you might be like, no, Bruce Bye, you're throwing the Scurry Oak away. No, I'm not. It's probably going to evolve before the... So I could cut them on their second black. This won't evolve the Scurry Oak, but I think I would rather have the creature than not. Like, the Scurry Oak, yes, it dies here. Like, yes, they get to block. Oh, why not just block the other creature? That's a free block. They decide not to. Okay. Yeah, let's stop counting the Dryad Arbor in our land count. I think the deck definitely needs 20, 22. This is kind of the 23rd land. I think it'll just function a lot better if I just play the right number of lands. What did I cut to do this? Oh, I moved the Heron's Grace into the sideboard because it is more so of a sideboard card. Like it really needs to be in when I care about the life points, especially. And there's enough decks I think that don't really care about me gaining a bunch of life that I think it maybe should just be in the sideboard. We've done that before where it's just in the board. I think we've got plenty of big scary human finishers, especially with Entity coming back in this Changeling build. I think this is plenty of finisher. I think we have plenty of finishers. So let's put that back in the sideboard. It's been there before. Cookbook. Cookbook. All right. Search their library. Go get another cookbook. In the suite. Get into cookbook. I mean, more cards in their hand seems great with like the goblin lores and such. Right? So they're gonna kill my Winota here. Okay. It is 2 foods to do that. You take a bunch here. I can put Winota on the table again. Is this what we're gonna do? Down to 8 I go. So actually, let's just pyre the Magus instead of evolutioning, right? I think pyring this might be better. That seems better to me, right, than evolutioning. Stinks that we're going to lose the squirrel, though. That would be a reason why evolution might have been better. Actually, evolution was absolutely correct, because it cost me less mana. Or no, that's not true. Because we have Magus of the Moon, it actually doesn't make a difference, because like, I'd still be attacking with squirrel because I needed green for evolution. I would have left one of these untapped. So kind of either way, we're kind of at the mercy of... Yeah, we're at the mercy of the deck. Give us a good one, squirrel. Give us a good one. Need to hit pretty much Spyro here, right? So we can make some blocks. Kenrith is not good enough. We are dead. Actually, I'm not dead. I can go to 1. This is definitely not a matchup for Magus of the Moon. They'll be playing Moon, actually. So it stinks that we hit that and didn't hit something juicier. I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't have attacked that turn with the Oak. Maybe we should have sat back. I could have waited. I could have made maybe a second squirrel. Like, maybe I shouldn't be so quick to attack with the Oaks. Like, it's different if they didn't have those hollow ones, right? Make some food. Kill the Winota. This is sweet. I really like what I'm seeing happening here. What's their record? They're 0-1. I'm sad to see that. This is legit. Like, it's a discard outlet that lets them kill, as long as it's not like a Death Shadow. That the food probably kills it. That's sweet. I don't think sitting on Oak would have changed much. Yeah, maybe not. Do you want the Veils for Fatal Push? Do you want the Veils for Hand Disruption? Auric has mostly protection from their deck. Apparition seems good. Prelate stops a whole lot of their cards. Hit their graveyard. Ooze is going to stay. Vandal could even stay. Herons has to stay. Kenrith could go. It's not like I'm swinging through. Their creatures are beefy enough that I think the trample over is not necessary. Not just because Kenrith looks silly right there. It's mostly Magic gets cut. It's mostly because I think it's not what we need to be doing. Timelies might be okay, although we're on the play. Maybe I don't want these when I'm on the play, but I might want them on the draw. Pyre might be too slow. And if I'm slimming on Pyres, I'm less interested in the... I don't know if I can cut the Dryad Arbor, but I do think it's weaker in this matchup. Okay. So this is where I really wish I had the 20-second land. Like that would also allow me, like this extra land would allow me to like take out the Dryad Arbor from time to time. Yeah, I do think the Pyre of Heroes is a little slow for this matchup, but that doesn't mean I want to cut all of them. I think we run it back like so. Maybe I even cut the Entity. It's a little vulnerable in this matchup. It's not as good as it can be in other matchups. Oh, Mark could be played. Not Favor because they go bigger than us converted mana cost-wise, but Mark for Bolt. Yeah, let's just cut the Mirror. Spellskite's still fine, even though I'm not playing the Dryads. I can still get this, or just naturally draw it. Do we want the Selfless effects? Do I even need the Double Strike? I feel like I'm most interested in just going wide and gaining life. This might be... I've rarely cut the Blade Historian. I might actually want to cut the Historian here. Alright, agree. Seems win more. Here we go. Alright. Here we go. Let's lead Arbor Elf. If they have a turn 1 removal spell, they're going to play it on my Dork. And we need the white mana that this offers because second Stomping Ground. Just another effect of the Dryad Arbors. I actually don't need the second Stomping necessarily. I mean, it's good. It's a good idea to have multiple fetchings, though. Like even without, that's true. Even without Dryad Arbor, it's still probably a good measure to have a second shock of the same. All right, so let's lead Arbor. Doesn't change my next turn anyhow. They kill this. I play this. Our hand gets all sorts of jacked up. Oh wow, they're playing Headliner. That's sweet. Did you hit a hollow one? They did not hit a hollow one. Okay. So that does actually ruin us a little bit. Because I don't have the white source I need. Maybe they'll do another one. Don't Pyroclasm me, bro. I don't think sitting on Oak would have changed much. The potential of getting another Squirrel was worth the attack. Yeah, which we did end up with the extra Squirrel. Goblin Lore, do you hit the hollow one this time? You hit one hollow one. You hit... Okay, just one. Would love... That is fine. Fine by me. Gonna dump the Lena. Would rather have the redundant Winota. Let's go ahead and name human here. We should be good to go. I mean, they could Burning Inquiry and we lose both the Winotas, but hopefully it would draw us into a tutor. Well, speaking of which... I shouldn't have said it out loud, right? I called my doom. I called our doom. Surely that's not going to be what happens, right? Surely that's exactly what happens. We lose both of them to a Burning Inquiry. I'm also missing out on the opportunity to remorseful these Flame Wakes away. Oh man. Oh man. This is a very sad panda that's happening right now. Are you gonna jam with the hollow one too? Why not? Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you, opponent? They decide not to. Okay. Remorseful can block a Phoenix. Ooh, or a piece of candy. We're good to go. Isn't it crazy that we considered cutting both pyres? Maybe I shouldn't cut any because it's just so important to be able to go do this. There's one Winota left. The last one. The last Winota. All right, let's hit that Heron's Grace. We're looking 24 cards deep. 41 cards left. That's a whiff. That's very sad. All right, let's hit on the rest of these. Champion, I'll take it. If we're going to see Champion at all, that's when I want to see it. Holy crud. Holy cow. All right, Spyro or the Selfless. I think it's Spyro. Always yes, always yield. That's my last Winota. I'm going to kill an Arbor Elf. I think that's fine. Take a bunch. There it's 7. They probably play Lightning Axe. Hope they don't have it here for the Winota, obviously. They don't have a Fatal Push. I mean, they could have a Fatal Push. It just doesn't hit Winota here. They didn't have Revolt yet. This is a Dismember? This is a Gurmag Angler. It is a Gurmag. It gave me a life. Yeah, I kind of like having the Auric Champion back, and certainly with the Infinite Squirrel Loop, I think this is a great card for us, even if it's just in the sideboard. It's making me wonder, can I really afford to cut pyres? Like, just the way that that game shook out? They didn't show us any hand hate, so I'm kind of glad that I didn't bring in the Veils like I thought I might have room for. The Veil Summers. Maybe Prelate's wrong. I mean, what am I naming? 1? I feel like they just have too many different sized things. Maybe that was ambitious. Let's just run it back. I think that was maybe a bit ambitious. Let's just run our selfless effects. I think Skyclave's fine. It doesn't hit Hollow One, but it has some other targets that are relevant. Maybe this is wrong. Prelate, stop 1. I maybe should have been playing Prelate. Stop their 1s. Well, if we draw a Skyclave, that was what was going to be swapped. Oh, this hand looks good. Well, not so good, actually. It needs another white sword. The white-white on Champion is difficult. Would I keep a Spellskite hand? This hand doesn't result, though, in our combo. Our Wombo. This hand could. Don't dump a land. We've learned our lesson. We put the Denizen back because the Denizen is weak if I don't have the tree. So we will happily put that back into the deck. Nice. It's cool to see Hollow One with some new tools. It looks like it's basically just Hollow One straight up plus Asmore and the cookbook. Is this a one-lander for them, though? It looks like it's a one-lander for my opponent. So, hey, there's the oak. Kind of wish I kept the other piece now. They're probably going to have enough food to shoot, especially with Squee. That's awesome. They're going to have enough food to shoot my my Winota. We may need to evolve and remove Asmore, but they play a playset of Asmore, don't they? Maybe 3 or 4 of? I'm very excited to see this actually working, perhaps, in Modern. It's very cool that the foods are either gaining them life or the foods are killing things. It's really, really neat. is very neat. It's very cool what's happening here. Thoughtseize me. Oh, they do have Thoughtseizes. Okay. Squeeze some good spice. Yes, the squeeze is very good. I mean, we could sit here and have the argument of, oh, it gets bolted. Like, no, I think this is sweet. I think this is awesome. I don't know if there's another shell that could utilize it as good as this deck does. The Hollow One deck does. This is awesome. I saw a streamer doing this. This might even be that streamer. I saw another Twitch stream working on Asmore. They're going to take Spyro, my best card. My best card. Not my Spyro. Alright, Temple Garden. Maybe Thoughtseize Bug, we draw another Spyro. Spyro would have set us up so nice. Selfless. Alright, so we play Scurry. They kill it. We move on. We go back to the drawing board, add an extra land because the deck is just so hungry for lands. Cook in a book, book in a cook, squee for the cook in a book. Pretty sweet, pretty sweet. Kill the Scurry Oak. What is the sweet number? At least 15. And we're not there right now. We are at... no, it's not true. We're at 16. Nope, we're not. We're at 14. So we're a little bit below where I want us to be. And I do think that we could point at the Scurry Wombo. We could also just sideboard these. Like, most Winota shells only play Magus as their only bullet outside of... And we could kind of get away with the Vandal, I think, since we're a Pyre of Heroes build, just so that we can pot up the chain. A Masked Vandal and a Mirror Entity lets me go up for my 1-drops. But I do think these other two cards, yeah, we probably need to play more humans. We could play the card we were testing out earlier, yeah, we could just main deck Herons, and we could play the Human Cleric... What is he? Cleric Warrior or something? Human Cleric something? Nope. Human Cleric Soldier. There we go. I don't think it's great, though. The Gold Knight has some synergy for the Scurry Oak, but I think I'd rather... I don't know. That's 15 humans right there. So maybe we don't have the space to move the Heron's Grace to the sideboard. Yeah, we're just dead. Probably. Sorry. We should finish this game before we start talking RK. Or at least I should have been F6'd. Double Flame Wake. I wonder if, like, they're just making so many artifacts, right? I wonder if there's, like, something the deck could be doing with the... no, it's good enough. It's good enough, right? Just to be able to pay foods and have creatures kill themselves. I think that's good enough. You know what's funny is if I hadn't mulliganed the other guy, we had infinite here. Well, no, we don't. They have foods to sacrifice. Good games. So a couple things I want to change about the list already. I do want Scurry Oak to have something to pot into. I do want to be playing with Ignoble. Hang on, let's just open a new copy. So I do want to be playing with Ignoble. I do want to have something that Scurry can pot into. Or Pyre into. What about Imperial Recruiter? We already tried it. It was a little slow. Although I like Recruiter better in this because it gets Denizen, right? Or Scurry. Like, maybe this is the shell where the Imperial Recruiter actually feels really good. It just felt a little slow. But maybe it is better in this. Kind of like we have, like... this kind of assembling some stuff. Yeah, we could try Recruiter again. I like it again, maybe. I like it again, perhaps. perhaps finds the entity. Yeah. Finds a lot of things in our deck. We tried it earlier and we cut it, but it also finds Blade Historian. I don't know. I maybe I was hasty. I think part of the reason why we were maybe having issues with the Imperial was because I also wasn't playing the 23rd land, right? It's very possible that it had less to do with Recruiter and more to do with that I was being greedy on our mana base, you know? Asmore seems like a straight up one. Sign says Asmore seems like a straight up CMC 1/3/3. Seems pretty easy. Yeah. We also could play Ragavan in this deck. I want to move away from these. Ragavan's almost like a mana dork. Actually, I'll just play the one you guys would recognize better. Ragavan is almost like a turn 1 mana dork. Sort of. Kind of. I don't know. I think he's better in decks that can like remove and actually get him through, though. I don't know if this is his deck, actually. Because the problem is if he just can't connect, then he's just waiting until I get the Winota on the table. So I actually think this might be wrong. If I had a bunch of bolts and paths and such, maybe. Yeah, so Ignoble. Swap out the Gilded Geese. Let's play Ignobles. And Ignoble, like I guess instead of birds we could do, so check this out. This is something I was trying before. Watch this. So yes, this would still be Arbor Elf. I think the Arbor Elves worked okay for filtering us into the Spyros. So if you did still play Arbors, I can play Elvish Visionary. And then we don't have to mainboard the Masked Vandal, which I don't think it's a mainboard card. And then I can just play a Visionary in that slot. And I'm sure you're like, Bruce Spy, you don't have any other 2-drops. Doesn't that make sense for an Eldritch deck? Yeah. The archetype usually has a bunch of 2-drops. We've played everything from Voice of Resurgence to Strangleroot Geist to some effect. Alright, so let's count our humans, though. We'll start there. I mean, like, maybe playing Recruiter makes it so I don't have to play as many Denizens. The nice thing about second Denizen is a lot of reasons. The first one could get countered, it could get bolted, it could get, yeah. There's a lot of reasons to play a 2 of, but we could start at a 1 of. No, that's not true. If we're committing to the Scurry Hulks, we want the second Denizen. Yeah, I mean, maybe Recruiter's right. Den. I don't know, maybe we play even just a Singleton Pyre. I'm not convinced that it's a 2 of. They've been really good, but that doesn't mean it's right. I do think we want something that Scurry can... So here's why I was running the 4-drop Changeling, and there's a couple different options. There's the Haste with Champion. I think it's a little just more vulnerable in the modern format than other choices. There's the Pro Blue. Sorry, Pro Black. There's a couple choices. Sorry, Tree Folk. Shaman. Let's talk about it. So the 2 that we were discussing was Elder, but it's probably just going to be the Changeling. I can never remember it for some reason. So these are kind of the 2 choices if we wanted something for Scurry Oak to Pyre into, and I do think we do if we're going to play the playset and we're going to play the 2 of Pyre. I do want this to be able to transform into something. The benefit of it being Colossus is if Colossus isn't enough, Colossus still has the ability to turn into Kenrith. Kenrith has the ability to turn into Lena. So, like, Elder, yes, is actually kind of sweet. Check out all the different cards in the deck that Elder works with, minus this. Elder works with... I'll show you. So it's Tree Folk Shaman. He has Kinship, so at the beginning of our upkeep, we can look at the top card of our library, which is useful also with my fetches, because if we don't want to draw it. If it shares a creature type with Leaf Crown Elder, you may reveal it. If you do, you may play that card without paying its mana cost. Scurry Oak, Pyromancer's a Shaman, so it shares a creature type. This is a Changeling, so it shares a creature type. The Ignoble Hierarchs are Shamans, so they share a creature type. So there's a lot of potential synergy here. The Singleton Visionary, if we're going to play it. So there's about 14 cards worth of synergy. I still don't think it's worth it. I still think the Changeling is better because it helps our human count, and this is something worth pulling out of the deck on a Winota trigger and just making the human side of our deck a little bit more consistent while making it so that we have something relevant for the Scurry Hulk to pot into. What about Eladamri's Call? We've played Call before. I think it's a little slow. It's about the same slowness as Pyre. They're about similarly speeded. Yeah, Call is good. Like I can't Pyre Scurry to get Winota, which does come up. I can Pyre an extra Scurry to get something else. Sloan Druid working out alright. Is it still worth the slot? I think so. And maybe I would cut an Arbor Elf. I don't know. Like I'm wondering if it's less the dorks and just the lands that was the issue, by the way. Because like for a while we were playing 8 dorks. Now I'm on like 9 dorks. That would give me room for another 2-drop. Like main deck the Skoos. Main deck Vandal, main deck Spellskite. But yeah, these ignobles for now are going to continue to be birds. So I just don't have them. So while they're still birds, I can't really justify the Elvish Visionary. The kind of the cascade effect of the potting just is a little bit weaker. And then I probably want to play Vandal in main. The thing is, though, we need a lot of dorks and a lot of lands to cast the big critters. Yeah, but I do think that it was a land issue, not necessarily turn 1 dork issue. We've played 8 turn 1 dorks for a while pretty happily. I think the issue was I just wasn't playing 23 land with Arbor not really counting as the 22nd land. Third Cavern's been sweet. There's enough people practicing their counterspell decks for this to be worth. Sorry, I should have been in this interface. It's easier to brew decks. I want to give the squirrels another try. All right, let's break it down one last thing to break down. So non-humans to humans ratio. And tutors. Like, that looks pretty healthy, but then you have to remember, and Spyros are kind of in the middle. They're both a human that makes non-humans. But you have to remember the extra Winotas don't really count. We can really only justify hitting the first Winota. So it's really only about, what, 13, 14? Oh, Masked Vandal is another hit. But it's kind of a weaker hit if they... Oops, you shouldn't be in that pile. Yeah, so we really still are, even with adding Chameleon Colossus, we're still pretty low. Well, I guess part of that is because I cut the Heron's Grace. What about stuff like P and Kieran or Geist Honored Monk? They double as both targets. What about Zealous Conscripts? So Pro Peeves, Pia and Kieran is awesome. Geist Honored Monk is awesome. So is Huntmaster. Those are all very traditional ways to go with Winota. We were trying to break new ground. And I don't think I am, right? I think this is actually maybe a step back if we can't get the squirrels off, right? If the squirrels just can't do their thing. We did squirrel off at one point tonight. But we discovered that it's an infinite loop if you yield to everything. And Magic Online actually, even if you turn off your auto yields, if your opponent auto yields to it too, it actually just crashes the game and causes a draw. And then it draws the game based on how many... it draws the game and makes the other player win. I think the reason that they won was because they had more... I don't think it's because they had more clock than me. I think it's because they had more cards left in their library than me. So that was really weird and bizarre and hilarious, and you missed it. RK says, if we commit to 4 Pyre and Evolution, we should use more 2-drops. Even the new card, Abundant something, and cut some lands or dorks. I did play Abundant in the deck originally, RK. It was actually kind of bad. I was very surprised that it was bad. I just kept bricking. I just kept hitting dorks. I did already test it, just so you know. it allowed me to think that I could go down to 20 lands. It was very good at finding lands. It was very good for that purpose. I don't know. RK says, with Abundant, though, you should use less dorks. But it doesn't accelerate us. It just gives us our land drop. It wasn't accelerating me. The best thing about this build was that I was on the full suite of voices and some other, among other tutors. We were playing Visionary here, even though I still had some number of birds, which I kind of like. By the way, before I get my hand on Ignoble, we could get a feel for how the Elvish Visionary plays if we just do something ambitious, which is... which we did do earlier today, which is play Arbor Elves as a filler. It's kind of bad. For several reasons it's bad to do that. But I kind of want to try out the Visionary as that slot. It's like 3 elves, 4. Move you to the sideboard, move you to the sideboard, play. You like the voices too? Yeah, I think voice is really good right now. I could see us even like recruiting for it. So maybe at least the first copy needs to be considered. Yeah, I think voice is very good. I mean, like, so let's get real for a moment. Which are the most sideboard worthy humans I'm playing? Kenrith, although he's very flexible, he's really only important when when I need to trample over their threats, right? So that could like be the main board scoos. I mean, I just think like as good as Veil of Summer is, I think that the Cavern of Souls is helping us enough in the blue matches, and then it's just like, okay, just Bruce by just play more voices, right? It's like maybe we should just be a little bit more like a traditional, evolution Pyre deck, which is they don't play hardly any spells. It's just the sideboard is an extension of their silver bullets. So maybe that's actually a direction we could go in. Like I like the Veils; they've been really good. Same with these 2 cards. Like I can't find them consistently. I can't tutor for them. As much as I like these in the meta, I actually would rather have Mark than Favor. Maybe Favor helps against the Fatal Push and Path decks. Mark helps against the Bolt Lava Dart decks. I might still play Mark, but I mean, like we could find a creature that does something similar for us, right? Like Spellskite. We could just play 2 Spellskites, right? Why don't we play Mog War Marshal? Okay, so why don't we play Marshal, Pyre to Renegade Rallier, get back War Marshal, take out voices. Marshals don't stay on the table, though, unless I pay the echo cost for evolution. I wish there was something that was similar to Marshal, right? We could even play, like, Dwynen's Elite. As long as the Arbor Elf for the Land Award doesn't die, I have a 2-drop that I could Pyre. Mog War Marshal, because it's a warrior, it pyres to the Renegade. Well, no, War Marshal won't stay on the board, dude. We would need an Elf Warrior, actually. And I think there is one. We tried that yesterday, but it was kind of bad. No, there might be a different 2-drop. War Master is a warrior. Is Dwynen's Elite also a warrior? Like, yeah, we did try that yesterday and it was kind of bad, but I wonder. RK says, yes, it is. It is a warrior. But if you're if you're pyring this to get this, you don't have the other elf. I mean, it's not like I can use these to get to Voice of Resurgence. I actually did some research to see if there's a 1-drop elemental that we could be playing. There isn't. We would just have to play the Changeling, and that would be something that Giant Arbor pods into, pyres into. I mean, maybe this is just too slow, right? I could finally get off that train and just give up on it. I've really, really liked the ability to go from a fetch, and then we can play different fetches. I've really, really liked the Dryad Arbor in so many matchups, but there are also so many matchups where it's such a liability, right? So then we wouldn't need this many Wooded Foothills. We would probably play actually a split. This would make us a better Magus of the Moon deck. And then we just play... I have some Arid Mesa somewhere. And maybe instead of that much Mesa, maybe you would actually play the first... oh, what is that card? Prismatic, there we go. Maybe the first Vista, since we're playing the basic Mountain. RK says yes. Yeah, maybe this is a better direction. I'm okay to let go of it. Just because I like it doesn't mean it's right for the deck. A Mesa, a Vista. What else do we want? Fourth Cavern. Just commit to it. It's bad with Evolution. It's just so good in the meta right now, though. We'll just have to mulligan hands that have... Souls is just so good right now. Like, Uncounterable Pyromancer is so good right now. I might just want to do that. As strange as that might look to you guys. Also, just having more caverns means I get away with naming different things. Like, I can get away with naming Druid or Elf. I can get away with naming Elemental. I would want the fourth Llanowar, maybe. And maybe we do a split, by the way. They don't have to be Llanowars. Like, we just played against Merfolk and they had that bounce spell. Like, maybe we want to do a split of Mystic. There's pretty ones of that, too. We did literally just play against Echoing Truth. I thought I had some of those ones. These are also pretty. The old border. So we might want a split of them. But obviously this is a placeholder for the other guy. So I think he can pot up to the Visionary too. So these will just be placeholders until we get our hands on the Ignobles. Obviously Ignoble is very much better than these in so many situations. With the exception being Blade Historian, but that's very minimal. Yeah, this looks a lot better. This is a 14. So I actually have room for... Yeah, what was I going to play? Second Spellskite? Spellskite's been great. Just play a second one, maybe? So Kenrith and Heron's Grace, they're kind of the more specific board state ones, whereas like Blade Historian, Entity, Lena, these are just generally powerful. This actually looks a lot better already. Like letting the more specific humans. Now let's do the count one more time. Recruiter. It's still quite low. But I think it's right. I did like your idea of like having us go up the chain with warriors, because the warriors can become Ivy Lane or Winota. I did like I did like your idea for that purpose. Because Rallier lets me go either into both Winota and Ivy Lane Denizen, both of our finishers. Denizen, of course, if I have Scurry. Winota when I don't. It's just because it's more determined. Like maybe this is the deck to make Rallier maybe work. And instead of playing Visionary, we play a 2-drop Elf Warrior. We could also just play 4 Visionary because you just need 2-drop bodies to Evolution. Well, hold on. Let's explore this. I think you're onto something. We've played with Renegade Rallier before. I just have strayed away from it because it didn't have the necessary synergy, but I think we do finally have some of the necessary synergy. So it's a human. It's also a warrior. It'll also replace itself. Yeah, it's a good thing to Evolution if I have, like, voice or something. So what is the... I want something that's a warrior that's a 2-drop that I can get that's off of all of these, which would be an elf. So yeah, let's look at more. I mean, it could just be Masked Vandal as in the main board. Just play Elite. Is it Dwynen's Elite? The Dwynen's Elite, of course, needs to see another elf. But maybe that's fine. I think we'll be very sad when we don't make the token, but... we need to have an extra one. And we pyre one of the extra ones. Go get this. This can get pired to get this, get back this, hopefully make another token. This can be pired to go get this or this, depending. Party Elf is a warrior from Zendikar Rising. Oh, Party Elf didn't work. Oh, wait, maybe it will. It did not. Party. I think I remember what card you're referring to, but I don't remember what it's called. Radha is a warrior dog. Does Radha let me keep the mana? I think she does, right? But doesn't she have to attack? 2-drop Radha? I don't know how to use her mana. During combat. Tajuru Paragon? This is basically a changeling, isn't it? Holy crud. Wow. Holy majoli. This is... I caught myself. Let's see. This is actually kind of sweet. It's almost like I'm main decking the changeling without needing to. It's so many creature types. Elf, cleric, rogue, warrior. Like, what does this not turn into? I guess it doesn't turn into recruiter, but it does turn into Magus of the Moon. It's a wizard. Rogue warrior, elf, cleric. It's a cleric, so it turns into Sanctum Prelate. Wow. And if we draw it in the late game, we kick it. What does it hit on the kicker? It's not a shaman, though. What does it hit? It hits Blade Historian. On the kicker, it hits a lot of different things. Knight, it's not a knight. Doesn't hit the recruiter, that's a human advisor, but it does hit Magus of the Moon. These are... So these are the 11 it sees, and I think it might even see these. Yes, it does see these too, because they're elves. What about Thorn Lieutenant? Not really. But maybe we want to commit to this to see if it works. I actually, in many ways, I like the Thorn Lieutenant more than the Paragon, actually. I like that it punishes my opponent if they go after me going up the chain. I actually might like this better than the Tajuru. I was all excited about the Tajuru, but I guess what I'm most excited about is that Paragon lets us go a lot of different ways. Now, our plan for the Esper is just to draw a cavern, right? We're letting our mana base kind of do that for us. Right? Yeah. Because like this build now looks like it just wants to name Elf, Shaman, or Elf. Well, certainly human. Like human, and then a second cavern could be tree folk, could be warrior. And maybe Paragon is sweet. We could test them both. It's important that we have redundancy on the piring. Being able to go up consistently from our 1-drops. It's fine that we cut the Dryad. I'm a little sad that we did, but I think if we're not going to main deck the Vandal, then it's moot, right? It's just, let's double up on the spell skites because they've been great. Yeah, let's get these cards. I actually really like the direction we're headed. And the deck only gets better when I can get my hands on the ignoble hierarchs that I'm planning to play. Thank you guys so much for the suggestions. We may end up just playing one or the other, of course, but... Alright, Mystics... Thorn Lieutenant. I mean, I do like that both of these cards have modes, right? In the early game, they're a pod target. In the late game, they do have relevant abilities, both of them. Paragon has the kicker. Thorn Lieutenant can pump itself. We already have the Renegade. I need a Sunbaked Canyon and a Cavern of Souls. This will probably tap us out on our budget. I don't think... this might tap us out. That's it. Alright, check out. I thought I already got the Sunbaked Canyon. Let me look into that. I thought we already got the Sunbaked Canyon earlier tonight. I thought I grabbed that already. I did. Mana looks more stable. Cavern is really good right now. Let's just play the playset. Our deck can support it, right? Really the only greedy thing about Cavern is... the most greedy thing about Cavern is that we are kind of two tribes. So that's where it's weak. That's one negative. The other negative being what? That we... that they're weak when it comes to evolution. And I do think that switching into Ignobles is going to fix that. Like, I guess we'd still be playing Arbor Elf then. And I'm still playing the second Stomping Ground. I think the Arbor Elves have been fine. I mean, maybe since I'm playing Arbor Elf, I don't want to play any Prismatic Vista. Because it might be important that I can get the Stomping. Actually, maybe we can't play that. Maybe we can't justify that. I think mostly just because of the elves. Alright, check out. Sweet. Thank you guys for being so patient as we get into some of these other cards. I mean, there's a lot of flex room in the Winota deck, right? Like there's quite a few flex slots. If you're wondering how many flex slots this deck has, it's about this many. Well, not really. Because like some of these need to be finishers, right? So we're a little light on finishers with some of our finishers being in the sideboard. Right, Kenrith and Grace. And these aren't the typical finishers you see from the Winota shell. Usually you see Angras or Geist Honored Monk, Huntmaster. Those sorts of things are normally the finishers. Phoenix says I was building my Omnitold. You want to share it with the rest of the class? Submit. Let's just commit to the caverns. Let's just do it. Let's commit to them. All right, so while I'm waiting for that, let's see, human count. Yeah, I mean, we're a little light, but I think with Rally or Recruiter, maybe it's fine. Tutors, and I would make an argument that the Spyros, maybe you can even make an argument that Recruiter and even Renegade are kind of humans that are staple to a non-human. Right? I hadn't thought about that. I know you guys have been trying to get me to play Renegade Rallier again for so long. I mean, maybe I'm finally on board, right? So both of these, I could go get a non-human, right? These are always humans. Even the changelings count. They're all types at all times. Therefore, they won't trigger Winota joiner forces. Yeah, maybe you guys are onto something. Wish you were like a little bit tougher. The lieutenant. But yeah, I guess if we ever got flooded, we can just make him a 6/7. And Paragon should hit something else. Weird card choices for sure, right? We got some weirdness going on. The thing with Visionary, though, I like it. It's a shaman. It replaces itself. Draw evolution. Yeah, we're probably not going to play both the Paragon and the other. I actually kind of like Paragon a little bit more than Lieutenant. So, let me explain my thought process. I like this because this has implications in the mid to late game because of the kicker. This is able to become the Magus of the Moon. So, like, I don't have to be main decking the Vandal to have a way to pyre up to the Magus. So, yeah, maybe instead of the Thorn Lieutenant, we really still should be playing the Elvish. Yeah, Visionary's good. We're kind of a weird combo deck, right? Now, Visionary can't go to Renegade Rallier, but Visionary goes to Spyro. And like, the thing is like, okay, Bruce Spy, let's think about this, right? If I had Pyre, would I ever not just go Visionary Spyro? Why would I ever go Renegade Rallier? I guess I would if I was getting back, like, Teague or... I mean, let's think about this for a moment. Would I ever not just want to go Visionary Spyro? If I had the mana, they weren't disrupting us, we had the choice, I guess I would, right? Because if I wanted Magus of the Moon, Visionary... Okay, we figured it out. I figured it out. I was like, I'm sitting here like, I don't know if I see it. I don't see it, guys. I see it now. Always go Pyro? Probably, with the exception being Magus of the Moon. But then again, this could just... We just main deck the Masked Vandal and it does the same thing, right? They're both just as squishy. Like, I'm with you. The exception is still very relevant. Like, Magus is the main deck bullet of choice that we're playing, right? We're not main decking any of my other silver bullets, which is, again, like a normal choice, a normal thing for a Winota deck to be doing. Is really, this is the only silver bullet that they're playing in their main board, is the Magus. Yeah, with Squirrel Pack, we're short. Yes, we are short. Oh, you know what? I just realized what it is. If I have Scurry Oak, that's why I would maybe go this line, because we were like, okay, Bruce Spy, when do you never not go Spyro? We go Rallier in the case of Scurry Oak. I figured it out. You could also go Entity. Rallier gets us more value as we go, though. No, we figured it out. And by we, I mean me. I was the one not figuring it out. So we have two branches. Let's go over them so I know what they are and I don't make the mistake. So what are the branches? The branches are Elf. We're talking about Pyre of Heroes if you're just joining us. Elf, Visionary, Spyro. Elf, Visionary, Entity. Both of those result in Winota. Cool. Or Chameleon Colossus if the Pro Black is relevant. Probably going to be a Winota though, but it just depends. Okay, let's back it up. Elf, Paragon. Paragon has some choices. Paragon can go Magus of the Moon. Paragon can go Renegade. Renegade gets back the Paragon. Renegade gets Pyred, go get Winota. Or in the case of Scurry Hulk, we get the Denizen. And again, if I'm going this line, it probably means that I have the Scurry Oak, right? I keep saying Hulk. It's Scurry Oak, not Scurry Hulk. I probably don't go this Pyre Chain unless I have Oak in my hand or on the battlefield, right? You like the characters? You're one of them, Fisticuff Smith. One of them is you. It's funny that we have 2 Gundams. 3 Gundams, actually. There's a little one, too. Isn't that a Gundam? Looks like it. DBZ Pokemon. All right, I think I figured it out. Okay. Warrior Tribal. Okay. Last league went pretty poorly for us. Let's do better this time. Bruce By just play good decks, not your precious play points. Nah, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. We're gonna make infinite squirrels. It's gonna happen. Let's just commit to it, right? Place at a cavern. Like, cavern is more important than the voices are for the counterspell matchups. All right, hey, good luck and have fun. Oh man, they're playing Eldrazi-tron maybe. I mean, I keep this regardless, right? No matter what they might be on. Very possible they're still on Eldrazi-tron. They are not. That's one of the reasons why I liked not being registered to MTGBot, because it shoots me that little bit of info. I don't know if I like that. By the way, folks who are... it's kind of funny. It's not like a super secret thing, but if you're playing Magic Online, it makes sense for you to register your account to MTGO, and if you're being a tryhard, you just look other people up and see what they've been playing lately. And anyway, enough information for you guys to maybe use against the againsts. If I don't play a red source here, I should have just played the Stomping Ground, actually. If I don't play a red source here, we're not spiraling Season Pyromancing on time, because this is not Ignoble Hierarchy yet. So I feel kind of dumb that I did just lead out the Stomping Ground. It's okay. It's okay. We'll be alright. I thought I was maybe going to lead basic Forest. Alright, Fisticuff Smith says, I remember when I first started with Twitch, you streamed all the time. Glad to see you back. Hey, I never stopped. I mean, well, that's not true. I took a break. Had some real life stuff going on. This is going to be a Ren and 6. Make me a sad boy. At least we have our land drops. At least we have our land drops. I wish we could have been on the play. That would have been great for us to win the dice roll. For the love of magic, would have loved to have won the dice roll. But our hand's still pretty good, maybe. We're actually going to Spyro away a land, probably. Or maybe I can't because they have Ren and 6. This looks to be... well, I mean, they are 5-color. Savai. Breeding. Could be Niv. Probably not Niv, because Niv normally plays Yorion. It's probably just a Bring to Light deck. They're about to go off next turn. Just terrifying. Is this them Valkying me? Valky, take my Spyro. Ooh, Scion. That's sweet. It's a 4/4. Yeah, it's a 4/4. It's a 4/4 flyer. Let's be honest with ourselves here. So what am I dumping on the Spyro? Would I rather just cast Winota? Probably, because I could hit a Cavern. Not that I think they play a lot of Counter magic. All right, Phoenix. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, I saw that you said you posted to Discord. I'll check it out. Let's dump the evolution and maybe the other Spyro. Maybe I just need to make the tokens here because they have Ren and 6. There's the cavern. Sweet. Nice, they're playing Zoo. Well, no, they're probably a Bring to Light deck that's just also playing Scion. Hey, 2 mana 4/4 with flying. Really, they're just playing this because they want to give all these abilities to this guy. So this thing is going to be first striking and hexproof. It's going to be trampling, and it's also going to be vigilant. The only thing it's missing is lifelink. Now, lifelink is a very relevant ability, though, for the Omnath to have. But it does not have that. I'm at 12 now. Wow, they went up on the Ren and 6 instead? That's awesome for us. I'll still go human here. I don't know if I attack with the Spyro, honestly. My hand is a whole bunch of bunk, right? Do I just ignore the Ren and 6? Maybe I gotta attack with the Spyro so that the other stuff gets through. I mean, maybe I do need to take out the Ren and 6. I don't know. I'm at 12. But they're gonna gain a bunch of life off the Omnath anyway. If I can take out the Ren and 6, it's I'm not gonna be missing out on a trigger. Oh wow, that's great. So they still can save the Ren and 6, right? Because they can block Pyro and it takes. Oh no. We've got it now. I've committed enough to the Ren and 6 now that they can't actually save it here. So if we hit something else, which I'm hoping we hit something else, and we do. Ooh, Recruiter. Right? Yeah, so they block here, but I have 1, 2, 3, 4 going at the Ren and 6. Let's take the Recruiter. Attacking player. What do I get? Do I go get my Double Striker? There's Mirror Entity. I probably just go get the give my guys Double Strike, right? The Blade Historian. I don't have a tutor in my hand. I got nothing in my hand, basically. We have actual nothing in our hand, right? So we go get the Blade Historian, right? Play that next turn. Trying to think if there's anything else I could get. I mean, there's Spyro, but it's not making tokens. There's Mirror Entity, but I won't have enough mana to really make the maximal use of it. It's Blade Historian, right? I just need a guarantee that we can push through. They kill off an elemental. We kill the Ren and 6. They do still have several colors despite my Magus of the Moon. They might be bolting my Magus right here. That's what they're doing. Maybe another Winota. I can't tutor for Winota. She's a 4/4. Can't let you do that, Star Fox. Yeah, I can't. She is not a choice. Gonna gain some life. They're gonna. I mean, what our opponent has done here is very powerful. It's awesome to see it actually working. Show me what else you got. Show us what else your deck does, please. If we're gonna die, I want to at least see what else they can do. Love to see some new spells. Nothing. Swing both. I'm dead. If you're wondering, I was at 12, but the last mode on Omnath deals 4 damage, so there wasn't much I could do there. I guess I could have hung back on the Spyro, but I wanted to make sure oh, I drew another Winota. I did want to make sure that the Ren and 6 died, but maybe that's what killed us. They actually don't play a lot of counter magic. We don't probably need Shusher. They are playing Bring to Light, so Teague does come in. I shouldn't need the Heron's Grace. The Spell Skites are great. They have both Path, and they also have bolts. Let's see. Lena, Blade Historian. These can all stay. Recruiter is just kind of slow. I don't know if I want it. Colossus, not really for this matchup because it's not black removal we're worried about. Let's not lose to their sweeps. Let's turn off the Bring to Light. We want to turn off Bring to Light, right? Or Path, or Bolt, and or Bolt. Like, Prelate can do all those different things for us. We can cut some of this cuteness, maybe bring it back in if we have a chance. Apparition does hit. But if they're trying to do that combo of Draco plus the other thing, I don't know if we can bother. I don't know if I should bother. Visionary is the better thing, just in general. Yeah, I mean, their deck doesn't really do a whole lot of interacting. I don't know if I should bother with the second Denizen. Do they have relevant blocks? Not really. I don't really need Kenrith or Heron's Grace. Interesting that that's coming up, but I don't need them as much as I thought. Cut the Paragon. If I'm cutting Paragon, don't I cut Rallier too? Rallier gets back Gaddock Teeg, though, and Spellskite. Well, except for Path, though. They do have some counter magic. Maybe we should slim on evolutions a little. But not all the way. I mean, if I'm trying, if that's where my mind is, then I should just be running. Oh, I don't have the Veils anymore. That's right, we're using Cavern. Maybe I should just cut all of these and then see for myself if they have counter magic, and what counter magic. I mean, imagine it would be. Imagine the counter magic that they're playing is going to be Aether Gusts, actually. Sand gets to name Warrior or Human. Probably would still name Human. Keep. Oh, our opponent's deck is fierce. I mean, I hope we get to do the things, but maybe we won't get to. Well, let's lead out Gaddock Teeg to kill Teeg, and we get to rally her back if I can draw a fetch. Unless we want to stick the Pyre. Let's just go Teeg. We have ways to trigger the Revolt and get the Teeg back. I mean, our hand is clearly us naming Human. So we want to go Glyph Weaver here. I think we want to go Glyph Weaver. We might see them kill Teeg here. It looked like that might have been a path. Are they fetching in such a way to compensate for Magus of the Moon? A lot of what happened last game, by the way, is that they won the dice roll and they had Ren and 6 for the Dorks. Did they not play a land? We probably just straight up win if they are missing lands. This is a Winota trigger. Don't have the path? I imagine they have the path if they kept this hand, right? It's okay. We'll reset. We'll set up again. This hand actually wants more white mana than anything else. And they kept this hand on the back of the path, I think. But we can set up. This Ren and 6? Sure. Ren and 6 is actually quite good for them still, because they just missed a land drop a moment ago. They did not play their additional land off their Explorer. Ooh, wow, or I can just draw another Winota. Don't have the... I don't have to take damage here if I tap correctly. Red, white. Don't have the second path. Just don't have it. This could be Gust as well. You can still Gust Winota. It looks like they are gusting my Winota. Top. Kill the Planeswalker. And maybe I'm not supposed to. They are already at 9. Maybe I'm not supposed to bother. Dryad. Play a Valakut. So even if I crack my Selfless Glyphweaver, they have a fetch, so I actually can't protect the Teague. Even if I crack the Selfless, since they have a fetch, they would certainly fetch in response here. So we just have to lose the Teague. And they're going to fetch and kill the Glyphweaver anyway. Their deck is so good. Dryad was a mistake. Why are we letting this be a thing? I'm just kidding. I mean, it's frustrating to play against, but it's not unwinnable. So if I get the Winota on the table, they just need a fetch land to kill her. If I crack a Sunbaked, I can get that back with Renegade, or I can get something else back. No, the Aether Gust was great. It set us back despite Cavern. It's an unfortunate card for us. Yeah, maybe trigger Revolt, play Rally, or get back the Teagster. Is what I'm doing. Ooh, Spyro. Can't cast it, though. Alright, that was an ooh, and then like an aw. I mean, I guess I could get the Sunbaked Canyon back. Like, what is Teague doing? Just getting shot by a Valakut trigger? What is Sunbaked doing? Sunbaked is getting me to the Spyro in my hand. Let's actually just take the Canyon. Yeah, the Omnath decks are sweet. That Draco is really cool technology. Kill my Rallier. Make me a sad boy. Like, the Dryad Valakut synergy is so awesome. It just, like, makes every card in their deck so powerful. Like, if I just can't, you know, find a way to remove the Dryad or the Valakut, it's just usually just over. This is where, like, that card that we cut from my sideboard is nice. The Mark of Asylum. Like, Asylum, the Mark of Asylum is more than just, like, the burn decks of the format. It also stops the Valakut decks in the format from shooting all their stuff down. We do definitely bring it in. And a lot of the different Valakut decks, with the exception being Amulet Titan, they are, it is worth, and now I can't take them off Dryad. Hit me for 2. They have 1 card left. Alright, so Magus would take them off of... Well, it won't. They can... Well, they won't be able to shoot the Magus. So I guess we Magus... Play Pyre? They have 8 damage on the table. I need to also get the Spyro on the table, right? I don't know, maybe we just Spyro and then they shoot both of my tokens. Nah, we just lost this probably. I'm trying to think if there's anything I can possibly do. I don't think there is, folks. I think the Gust set us back too far. Or by the time I got the Gust out, we lost our non-humans. I mean, we could Spyro into something else. I mean, I'm not saying Gust definitely won the game. I think so too. What do I have? I have is Auric Champion in right now? Nah. I was thinking that could block this. I do agree with you. I think Gust definitely won. Spyro for another land, try to play the Magus. Okay. This is going to be a little painful. Good games. And good luck with the rest of your league. I'm telling you, I think the Mark of Asylum's so good. I kind of want it, even though we can't tutor for it. I think that was an oversight. There's so many matchups where it's so useful for us. They had everything. It happens. Rip. Opponent had best hand. It's not. That's not the best hand ever. It's just a good hand against us. Does that make it the best hand ever? That hand would have been pretty mediocre against a lot of other decks. Yeah, let's get the Mark of Asylum back in. I think it's so much better than... this has so many applications in the format. It's not just Angers and Bolts and Lava Darts. It's also Valakut. The fact that it also stops Valakut is sweet. Maybe we just cut it over the Auric Champion. The only reason I brought Auric Champion back had to do with the Infinite Squirrel Loop giving us infinite life, but I'm actually not as interested. Just play Mark of Asylum again. The card's great. Like, Mark might even be a card that we could play 2 of. The list that I adopted the Marks from, it wasn't a Winota list, it was a Death and Taxes list. Like, Mark is just that good right now. Because, you know, if you're not playing Bolt, you're maybe a Valakut deck or you're both. We could keep this in the dark. Alright, hey. Good luck and have fun. I'm still enjoying myself. Like, I can lose here and there. Like, we're coming off of... Not to sound overconfident, but we're coming off of like some awesome wins in a modern prelim with a Winota shell. I'm not necessarily like retiring the deck. Certainly I'll keep playing it until I can get my hands on some of the sweet Modern Horizons 2 cards we want to be brewing around. So for the night, we're brewing around Scurry Oak. That's what we're doing. I do think this is a fine shell for the Infinite Squirrel Wombo. Let's do it. Let's do the things. Let's make intelligent choices about how we... Opponent mulligans down to 5. Oof, it's rough. Like, Anger's tough. The Wraths are tough. But we can beat them. We have the technology. We can beat them. Maybe still just 1, but I think that card might be good enough to just play the 2 of, honestly. This hand did not have a turn 1 accelerator, but I think this hand might still be fine. This might be the cookbook deck again. We played against it last league. Vengevine? Vengevine Hollow One? Yeah, Vengevine Hollow One. So we're going to see them get back their Vengevine here. Opponents doing their thing. Thankfully, I'm also doing my thing. I'll take the 4. This deck is really cool. I was thinking about building it myself when I first saw it, another streamer doing it. Doing our thing, though. And we did win the die roll when we need to. I'm going to dump Historian because, well, I do have the mana to cast Historian. Don't we just dump... these 2 and just make sure that I have the Winota? I think so. They may have double cookbook here and make enough food to eat something. I mean, at least us keeping Evolution, Winota. What did we keep? We kept Horizon Canopy, Evolution, Winota. We drew Entity, Evolution, dumped Oak, and Historian. So, like, we, even if they have, you know, Thoughtseize here, we're still going to be able to Wombo. Oh, wow. They hit 2 Blazing Root Wallows. They chose not to cast them, though. I don't know why. They chose not to cast them. But they chose not to cast them. Might be that they have a Gurmag Angler in their hand. Could justify blocking with Spyro, but then I feel stupid if I draw a 1-drop that I could have played if I just evolved the Spyro. This block is defensible. I actually think I should block more than I do in this deck. There's a hollow one. Like, this is a very honest draw from our deck, right? Just very honest draw. We drew the Lena, unfortunately. I feel like I needed to hit this here. We also don't have the Blade Historians. Like, some of our best humans are not in the deck anymore right now. So Moon would cut them on black. That's not 0 value. Cuts my Eldritch off. I can still play Entity. Like, cutting them on black means that they can't draw to Fatal Push for... Well, the way that they're going to kill Winota is with food. Let's go with Recruiter. Honestly, it's probably Spyro. The problem is, I don't want to pull Spyros out of our deck, though. How many humans are left in? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 humans. Magus, we're shuffling. There's a Rallier. Well, it's a Rallier without Renegade. Excuse me, without Revolt. I almost need to, like, if I am going to hit the Rallier, I need to hit a Winota herself here. But still choose to keep the one that can block. And then dump. Yeah, I don't know. Take a piece of the squirrel combo? Yeah, I could take Oak. Yeah, so if I go with Magus, we can't cast the Scurry, but we can still cast the Entity. I probably do want to cut them on black, right? No, this does a lot more damage to us than it does to them. Their deck's mostly red. Nice, we hit a Spyro. Alright, so we're going to dump the 2... They're going to make a food here. So we're going to dump the... I don't know, maybe I'm not supposed to take Magus because now I'm not going to be able to replace my Winota. So maybe that's a mistake. Yeah, maybe that's a mistake. Actually. Did I have a choice? Oh yeah, I could have taken the other Winota. It's an interesting block. Did they think they were killing the Magus? They were trying to set up Oxyvagonus, if you're wondering why they didn't cast the Root Wallis. Yeah, I may have thrown this. I'm wondering if I made the wrong call there. Well, they can't pay for this kitchen imp. So that's good. The small victory. But now they have 2 food tokens and they eat Winota. Or, well, they make Winota eat something she shouldn't have and she dies. I can't imagine they don't kill this, right? There's probably no universe where they would. Wouldn't. And they probably want to kill her before they go to combat, right? Because they can swing in. Ooh, nasty. I much prefer the Vengevine build of this. We saw somebody else doing a different build. One, two, three. So I could go to 1. And we're dead to bolts if they play them. This is a bad spot, right? Where I think, yes, I could have Spyroed, and maybe that was the better play. All in 3-3 mirror. It's not going to be a 3-3 mirror. Hey, what's up, Apache? They're at 10. I'm swinging 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 threats. I mean, 6 2/2s doesn't kill them. They have relevant blocks. On the crack pack, though, I can get my own Magist killed. Then we go get them. I mean, it's going to be rough. We're probably going to take a hit from something and go into bolt range. They haven't shown us a single lightning bolt yet. They drew me into a Spyro. Okay. Another Oxyvagonus. Here we go again. I don't think they're even running bolts. I think they're like us, similar to us in that they're just an engine deck and they're not spending any spots on removal, perhaps. Which I can respect that. They're just trying to figure out the engine. Similar to us, I guess. My misplay was taking the Magus of the Moon, I think. So the way we win is we make infinite squirrel combo. I'm trying to see if I can do that. I think I can. Actually, I'm 1 mana shy. Right? So we needed that cavern to stay. So who needs to stay? My humans can go. We want this to die. I want to take her out too. Alright, so we're already trying to assemble the infinite squirrels, right? We can take one hit from somebody. They have 0 cards in hand. Really need to finish off her as well. So I'm thinking we take a hit from the... I need to keep something. I do have to keep something so that I have something to evolve to go get the other piece of the combo. I can't even take this hit, can I? Because I need to fetch. And this is going to cost me a life. Yeah, I just don't see us doing it. Doseki says it's a 3-3. I know it's a 3-3. I'm going to pump with a mirror entity. But I actually think I can't take any damage here. I am going to make them 2-2s. Relax. Don't worry, folks. Don't worry. I'm trying to see... I have one more blocker. Like, I can remove the... I can do this, but then I'm not going to have another creature to evolve. But I think there's a world where I can let this through, because I'm going to take... No, I can't even take this. I can't even let this through. Because I have to pay a life here, and I have to fetch here. So we're going to lose our whole team. No pumping needed. Wow, this is awful. I mean, our best bet is I draw a land that doesn't cost us life, right? Like a basic or another cavern. We needed to keep this cavern. That was what I was thinking. Make the infinite squirrels. Green, green, green. I need one more green source actually. There's really no way out of this that I can think of. Like, we almost have to take the hit from her, but then she's just going to make more food, which is more removal. Is there a different way that I could block this? How about this block? Let one of the 4 powers through. Kill Ox. Kill her. Then I'm left with nothing, and I need to play Spyro, right? We try to set up. Double blocking to kill the Ox. Single block, single block. Double blocking to kill her. Okay. Like, there's really nothing I can do. We're going to get our Magus killed, which we actually want, so that I can play out... I mean, the infinite squirrel combo really is our only hope, but I don't, because we have the canopy here. Pump, because we need to kill here, we need to kill... They might just have another... Oh no, they're on 0 cards here. So we're killing that, we're killing this, we're losing the fight everywhere else. It's awful. I really needed that land drop. The Burning Inquiry actually really messed us up. Funny how that works. I go to 1. We're also just dead to the Neonate. It's got Menace. Like, it's awesome to see that maybe I could have cobbled together... I blocked wrong, right? I could have been left with a creature somehow? I think I blocked wrong, because if I'm left with an elemental, doesn't that mean I could have been left with one of my 2s or 3s? Let's see if we actually could have, because I can't tap... I'm at 1. I can't tap the canopy. I was supposed to block her... I was supposed to block her with no tokens. That was my mistake. It's okay. We see it now. They have a bolt. They are running bolts. Okay. Alright. Let's bring in our stuff for this matchup. So this is where I wish we did have the... Yeah, this is where I wish that we had the... enchant to bring in the mark. That's okay. So we definitely want to turn them off their 1s. They have a lot of relevant ones. I mean, the non-creature ones. Kenrith, their creatures are so big, I don't think trampling over is actually relevant. If we think they have Kozilek's Return, we want these. Definitely want the Remorseful. Vandal is relatively efficient to take out. Hollow ones. Okay, this looks good. Linvala turns off their build-around creature. But I don't think that's fast enough. We'd still probably just use Skyclave. So those are all the possibilities. And we're going to slim it down here. So do we want to keep in the Infinite? They showed us they're a bolt. They showed us as a bolt deck. So I don't know if we can afford to run this. Since they showed us that. Magus of the Moon comes out. Yeah, I have to make 7 cuts. Okay. Mirror Entity is awkward against the Bolt decks too, just like this combo is awkward against Bolt. But I don't know if I can cut the combo. I'll certainly cut Entity before I cut the combo. I think we want to try to get there with Historian, Lena, Grace. Let's cut the Rallier nonsense. I mean, it's not complete nonsense. Like, we'll want it in the future again, I think. I think Pyre is slow. I'll cut 1, and I'll cut a Denizen and some number of scurries, right? Cool. I'll keep it in so that we can tutor into it. Spyro hand with no acceleration. However, they are a Bolt deck, so it's like me mulliganing to find a hand that casts the Spyro 1 turn sooner is not necessarily true. This hand sets us up for infinite squirrels pretty well. I mean, obviously I don't want to do that if it looks like they've got a Bolt. I want to still just go get Winota, but yeah, I should be careful to try to mulligan for like Arbor or such against the Bolt decks, but I don't know. I could have been mulliganing for like some graveyard hate, right? Our opponent's deck, by the way, is awesome looking and seems like a lot of fun to play. I'm not planning to Eldritch turn 3 anyhow. I'm probably going to go basic forest, name human to play this. Drew an ooze. Okay. So you're going to kill this, but maybe they don't. Maybe they don't. Maybe I'm sad I played at the Foundry because we have the ooze. I mean, I'm going to get my other green source online next turn if they don't kill the ooze. I think that's what we try to play too. Something else to think about against the Burning Inquiry decks is you don't really want to mulligan because your hand's going to shuffle around a little bit anyway, perhaps. So I don't really like to aggressively mulligan with this deck and against those archetypes specifically because it looks like, okay. We're back to the plan that I originally had, which was turn 3 Spyro. So I'm going to dump everything but the evolution. I need this green source to cast evolution, so we're dumping these two. Like, especially since I sided out one of the denizens, like, I'm much less... Well, they only have 2 cards, though. Maybe we could assemble this. What would it look like? It would look like me dumping these 2, keeping these 2. It's greedy. It's greedy. So greedy, Bruce Spy. Why did you ditch the land? Why did I ditch the land? Why am I trying for this? Because it's gonna work. Meanwhile, our opponent's deck seems awesome. Oh. You think it's Pyre Winota? I get one trigger because I was greedy. I didn't find the second green source, so I can't, like, scurry Mystic, which would set it up. It's okay. Our deck had other plans for us. Did I cut a Pyre? I even cut a Pyre. I mean, at least the elemental attacks okay here. Show me Lightning Axe number 2. Okay. They're at 17. I should probably attack, right? I can't imagine they'd block. 1, 2. Maybe they would block, actually. Nah, I don't think they will. But maybe I should hang back and block the Root Walla. Alright, looks like we're on the Scurry Oak plan. If only we could have named Shaman and you were ignoble, right? Oh, wow. Gotta stop attacking, right? Nah, we're attacking. If you're wondering, I didn't have enough mana to play Oak and then evolve the Oak. Nor did I have enough green sources, but even if they kill the Mystic, I'll have enough green sources to go for it next turn. I mean, in before they show me another Lightning Axe. In before they show us another Lightning Bolt. Unless they bolt the... Well, actually, I can't go for... Or no, I can go for it, because I can evolve one of these two and then Pyre. Oh, you know what? Did we mess up? I cut the Rallier. I actually don't know if I can go for this combo here. Like an idiot, I cut the Rallier. I actually don't think I can go for it, folks. I don't think I have the means. No, that's not true. I do have something that Mystic Pyres to, right? I do. Whew. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. No blocks. We're good. I Pyre the Mystic, and then we gotta evolve the Mystic. We got this. Prelate would be nice, though. Yeah, we could go get Prelate. I mean, maybe that's what I'm supposed to do. If they're not doing things, it probably means they have bolts and lightning axes in their hand, right? Like, if their deck is just, like, proactive. That's very true. Maybe I should just go get the Prelate and name ones. You're not wrong. I mean, it turns off a lot of their deck. It turns off the other piece of the cookbook. Like, yeah, I might just want to name ones. Prelate. This isn't in, so I can't pod this up. I did also grow the Scurry Oak. So you're thinking maybe get rid of the Mystic and just evolve it for Prelate? Wish I had more red mana for the Spyro. That sucks. Did I fetch a basic forest? I have plenty of life to work with. I should have gotten, if I did, I think I did. I should have gotten green-red. Yeah, Prelate on bolts would be good. I mean, like, if they're not doing something, that's obviously what they have, right? They have a removal spell, a 1-mana removal spell. I think you're being very perceptive. I think that's exactly what they have. Wait, should we just get the Oxes? Maybe we should just get rid of the Oxes with our... yeah, maybe we should just nuke their graveyard. We potentially have the combo win if they don't have removal? Yes. I could take out the cookbook first and see what they discard. Is that like a weird line? Like, go get the changeling, kill the cookbook. Oops, cancel. Evolve and then Pyre to combo. Yeah, let's see what they pitch on the cookbook. Maybe we'll learn a little bit more about their hand. Ooh. Or I could ignore it and just draw a card. Nah, I think we want to take off their... I think we want to get rid of their engine, right? Could draw a card. Let's get rid of their engine. Also, it doesn't evolve the oak if I don't get the Vandal. Let's see what they're dumping. They're dumping a Rootwalla. Their turn literally could just be play Rootwalla, pump Rootwalla. Like, maybe this is just a sneaky Rootwalla. I think we should just no fear it. I think we should just go for it, actually. I think we should just have no fear. Show me bolt on my Scurry Oak. Actually, that's the beauty of this, right? Well, it's not over yet. I didn't evolve the Oak because I evolved... Actually, we just misplayed. I just misplayed us. I was supposed to go get Visionary. I forgot that Scurry Oak would be too big for Denizen to start the evolving. Wow, we just got. Like, we thought that through. But we didn't. Like, you, me, everybody else. Like, I seriously, I thought that we thought that through. We were supposed to get the, not the Masked Vandal. We were supposed to get Visionary. It's okay. It's good to learn now versus later. I feel like we've finally seen, like, maybe all the different ways I can punt with the combo, right? Like, one was turning off all our auto yields because Moto crashes. Or Moto doesn't crash. Moto crashes and makes it a draw. Oh, they did it the Fatal Push anyway. Okay. But that sucks that I didn't set us up for the victory. Okay. Yeah, there's more Scurry Oaks to be found. I did cut one, though, didn't I? I cut two. And I don't think I can Pyre to them anymore because the Masked Vandal's down. Masked Vandal's down. I don't think this is going to turn out great for us. Ivy Lane can't turn into Kenrith. Well, Kenrith is not a... we're in trouble, folks. I have to draw Red Source or just a card. I mean, opponent doesn't have a ton going on either. Well, why aren't they Oxing? Exile 8 of the cards? Oh, it's 8 other cards. Okay, I can't let either of these die then. They're a card shy on their Oxes. I didn't think they were. We have to take this hit. It sucks, but... Man, that's just, like, such a shame. Like, yes, they had the Fatal Push, but I should have gone for Winota. I had the ability to do so, and I had an Elemental that could have attacked. If you're ever wondering, Winota is where we want to be. Because the Fatal Push they didn't have Revolt for. Take 6. So Stomping Ground, we can do that. Yes. Swing. It's too bad these aren't green, right? Or hybrid or anything. Thankfully, these don't push through. What a weird game. I've really messed this up. They also have a ton of food, so it's like, am I really dealing enough damage quickly enough? No. Oh, maybe back to the drawing board. Not back to the drawing board. I made a mistake. I was like, yeah, we totally removed their cookbook, right? And it's like, no, the right line was to draw a card. We have outs, but it just feels bad. They don't pump the Root Wallows. They spend their turn doing awesome Oxyvagonus things. There are other things I could have done. We could have nuked their graveyard. There's so many other things we could have done. I thought about just nuking their graveyard because they were so close to those Oxes. I think that was the best line, was take Visionary, or not take Visionary. I think the best line with that was just nuke their graveyard. Only Kenrith to Pyre to? Nope, Kenrith doesn't count. Kenrith is a human noble, RK. This is an elf warrior. But maybe the deck will be kind to us and we top deck hero into what we need, or not. This is a redraw, a very expensive redraw. We want to put the token on the Denizen, right? I feel like I do. We can grow this Denizen to be pretty big, actually. Maybe it's not all Ogre. Pyre the Llanowar Elves, go get the Visionary, which is what I should have done the first time. And we'll grow the Denizen further. Skyclave the draw. We're going to have a game of Magic here, perhaps. So I can't Skyclave the Ox, but I can Skyclave the Neonate, and then they pitch it. But I'm at 4. Maybe I wait on this? I don't think I can wait on this, right? I mean, it's too bad that I can't hit the Ox. What am I supposed to hit, a food token? I mean, I think we have to be putting these onto the table. Oh yeah, it's only Neonate. I can't hit. It's not non-token. Yeah, it's not. It's not non-token. It's not non-token. Okay, so they're at 8. I could swing nearly lethal. Swinging nearly lethal is not enough. I'm only swinging 6 and they have 3 foods. Oh my goodness. Kick it back to our opponent. The triple block gets punished by any piece of removal. If they have removal, though, they're probably going to spend it on the Skyclave. I'd love to keep this Denizen. This another Lightning Axe? Bolt my face. Do you have another bolt? They did draw a bunch of cards off the Oxes. I think the best line... Oh, there goes my other Scurry Oak. Ooh, they gave me a Spyro, though. Game's not necessarily over, even though it looks like it, folks. I can turn the Visionary into a Spyro. Yeah, that was the other reason why Visionary was just so much more correct than what we did. Cookbook. You gotta attack, right? Maybe they don't. Cavern the draw. Okay, so I Pyre into Spyro. We want to do this all pre-combat because I could hit Winota. Season Spyro. I meant to play the Cavern. That was a mistake. I did mean to play the land before I... Whoops. Please don't come back to hurt me, deck. Alright, Winota, that should win the game. If there's enough humans left, I should have looked. What's even left? Double Strike is still in the deck. That should be enough to win. Well, we've already made all the mistakes, so there's no turning back. This is, we just shove it. Come on, 4 triggers. Here we go. That's the Blade Historian. Winota's gonna get hasty. That's game. Opponent says good game. Did we win this matchup? Good games. Did we win this matchup? Despite me... Okay, we learned a really, really valuable lesson, though. Hang on. Like, I know I'm tired. I know it's late for me. But hold on. We learned a valuable lesson about the squirrel combo. Oh, no, it's not over. No, we have to do it again. All right, hold on. They have a lot of removal. Hold on. No, we have to do it again. Recruiter seems too slow. Apparition seemed bad. Oh, man, we have to do it again. We shouldn't have cut the Rallier, too, right? We realized that? Hold on. This is a Shaman, but it's irrelevant for the matchup. Oh, man, we have to do it again. Oh, no. They showed us a bunch of lightning axes and bolts. So they're hitting us from a similar angle as Dredge. I didn't realize that was game 2. Alright, Gigapone says I went undefeated at F&M with Soren Morphon. Oh, that's awesome. You want to share that with the rest of us? Be interested to see. We have Spellskites. Spellskite's so good. I wish I could pyre into them, but it's fine. We used to have the ability to do that up from a Dryad Arbor, but it's way too slow for Modern, I think. That's what we realized. So 4 cuts. What am I cutting? I mean, do we go back to slimming on the oak plan again? I think actually, and I know you're gonna like really hate me for this. I think against the bolt decks of the format, I may just not want to try to do this, right? I know there's somebody in the chat that's like furious right now, right? There's got to be somebody who's furious, and you're just like, Bruce By, I'm angry that you would possibly. Oh yeah, they showed us Fatal Push. We'll play the Colossus. You're like you're folding your arms right now, and you're like, Bruce By, are you telling me that your silly 2-card combo that gets bolted you don't want to be doing against a lightning bolt deck? Yeah. My soul is damaged. Now, since we're not doing that, I don't necessarily need the Rallier plan, but Rallier gets back some of these important pieces like the Ooze and lets us reuse the Remorseful Cleric. Yeah, you can post links, Gigapone. I appreciate you asking for permission. So maybe we do just still play Kenrith. What a game this is. What a game. Submit. Yeah. I think we got to cut it because they showed us a lot of interaction for it. So this is the classic Arbor Elf fan that doesn't have a forest. We will see this come up several times during the deck, and every time it happens, I should do like what you guys seen Aspiring Spike that he has at the bottom of his screen, like times counter or Mana Leak worse than counterspell. I need a counter at the bottom of the screen. Yeah, 2 to 3 fairies instead of defense grids. I mean, I'm going to keep this because the rest of the hand is fine, but ish. Well, if I kept this hand, it's because we're on the draw, and because we have the Ooze. So, Exhibit A. This is one spot for sure where Hierarch is better than Arbor Elf. There will be many more times tonight when we say this, but this is one of them. Raccoon says put the new card in your deck. Which one? Play Yavimaya? I don't have a Yavimaya and I don't have the ability to get one yet. But yeah, Yavi could be really good actually. That's a great idea, actually. This is a great suggestion. It's basically like it's not a filter land for us, but it makes the caverns a lot better. Oh, it would let Arbor Elf untap the... We're going to be cutting the Arbor Elves though, right? Or maybe we're not. These are still better than these. These are what are becoming the ignoble. Excuse me that I said that. Excuse me that I said that. This is a great idea, though. I can't get my hands on them yet, but that's a great idea. Good suggestion, Raccoon 1. I don't know what I'm going to cut, though. Maybe in Mesa. Maybe in Arid Mesa. Play this. It's a great idea, dude. Thank you for that. The old foresty Urborg. Should I just block this Root Walla since this Arbor Elf isn't making me mana? Kind of tempted to. And then I play Paragon and they kill my Paragon with their Lightning Bolt, right? Like that would ever happen. I mean, I don't really want to expose the Ooze. This card's great for their deck. It's awesome to see. It's awesome to see it. They're going to start setting up food tokens. I wonder if this would even work in like a Gilded Goose deck. There's the forest we needed. Now I'm sad that I blocked. I mean, I'll probably still play Paragon here, right? instead of just playing the ooze to get killed. You know, the oof, we draw the forest. I didn't have to block, and I did. Didn't have to block, but I did. Bolt this. Goblin lore this. Vengevine. Hollow one, hollow one. Do it. Street Wraith. They hit one. They did it. They did the thing. Do I have to spend an Eldritch killing this? Probably, right? Ooh. Oh boy, they're getting the Vengevine back too. Yeah, we're probably just screwed. Tends to be how the cookie crumbles. If they swing both, we can kill her at least. So if we play Ooze, there's nothing for me to grab that's relevant. It's dead to bolt either way. I think it's just Ooze Mystic here. I'm very sad that I gave up the Arbor Elf. That was definitely an oof moment. That was silly, right? There's plenty of forests we could draw. I needed to see another land anyways. Another Goblin lore. Ox, do they hit second land? Or land for the turn? No, they're going to Fatal Push my Scoos. Okay. I'm going to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I draw a fetch, I rally her back the Scoos. It's a green source. It's a green fetch. Nope. I play Winota, I die. I Eldritch the Mystic for okay, that's what we're doing. Eldritch for Spyro. It's a very common play for us, which again just makes me wonder, guys, why don't we just play 20 Season Pyromancers? Our best bet is to just be able to cast Winota, right? Do I want to give us the ability to Eldritch instead, though? Because, like, what if we don't hit the white source, right? Or another land? This is going to be better, right? Because we get to keep the Spyro. Winota would be better. Drew the Cavern. Gonna name Human. I mean, they're a Lightning Bolt deck, but I can't really afford to block in such a way. It's going to bolt me now? Oh, maybe they're bolting one of my blockers. Is that what we're doing? Like, we kind of have to let the Root Wall through. Am I going to lose both my Winotas? No, I don't. Sweet. I love what their deck's doing. It's awesome. I'm sad that we're at the receiving end of it. I wish I was the one playing it. They don't do it now. We see swings. Block and block. Any other block doesn't make sense, right? Block and block, hope to hit the lifelinker. Show me Lightning Bolt. Yeah, me too, Gigapwned. Show me Lightning Bolt. I have to draw a different land, by the way. Canopy doesn't work. Lightning Bolt. The deck seems awesome. I really like a lot of what's happening that we're seeing. I mean, sure, like any other deck like theirs, like it has some difficulty with Chalice, but yeah, so we have to draw a different land. We didn't draw it. Good games. Not even mad. I'm trying to think if there's any other thing I could possibly do. Nope, we're just dead. Good luck with the rest of your league. Deck looks like a lot of fun. And that's the best kind of fun, right? It's fun that's also powerful. Let's finish up this league so I don't have to worry about this another day hanging over my head. I do think that as cool as this Wombo is, the fact that the Winota side of this deck is not as susceptible to Bolt is a huge boon to the deck, and has always been since we conceived the deck. I think it's time to go back to... I do like the Avimaya idea. I do think it's time to go back. Let's open a new copy. We tried it. We tried the squirrel meme. I like it. It just... I think Bolt is and always will be a little bit too prevalent in Modern to I mean, in the same way that I don't really want to do Kiki combo right now. We don't need the Colossus anymore. Yeah, I mean, it took up a lot of space, right? I mean, maybe the Recruiter still was fine, but I felt like it was slow when we were playing with it. But I think it's kind of cool that we discovered that we can maybe put Kenrith and Grace in the sideboard. We don't need these anymore if that's what we're doing. Although I do still like the Elvish Visionary. That was sweet, actually. The Elvish Visionary I really, really liked. We've even just played Visionary before we started playing Pyre of Heroes, because I was just looking for more 2-drops that gave the deck a little bit more consistency. Mulligan. Keep. Put the Rallier back? I think so. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe not, actually. Another Ren and 6 matchup. Oh, boy. Yeah, double Arid Mesa seems very painful. Another Ren and 6 matchup. I'd rather they kill my Llanowar Elves than my Arbor Elf. And Ren and 6. Show me the Ren and 6. My opponent is doing just as poorly as we are. They're also 0 and 2. Doing just as bad as we are. Oh, that's not a Ren and 6. This is a Lightning Helix. This is a Prismatic. It's also bad for our health. We want to stick the Pyre while they can't. I mean, unless they have, like, Smell Snare here. Looks like they could just be Jeskai control, having a rough league. Don't have Force, don't have Sweep. Oh, that's what they're doing. Okay. Bring to Light for Crashing Footfalls? Probably Cascaders, actually. Well, no, doesn't Prismatic get hit on the Cascading? I feel like they're a Bring to Light build, actually. Well, anyway, Arbor Elf didn't draw the third land. Very sad. Very, very sad. We added a lot more land to this deck. Have not found it. Yeah, so I do think that the Elves into Elvish Visionary is great in this Pyre build. Oh. You know what they're probably doing? They're probably doing something similar to what I'm planning to do with my control deck. They're playing the other Suspend card. Chalice on 1, that's fine. Yeah, if you're wondering what my opponent is doing, they're up to something really awesome over there. They're doing Shark Tank. Our opponent is on Shark Tank. So I think we get the Winota onto the table. I think we just get this onto the table, right? See what they do about it. They've got to be playing Shark Tank if they're playing Cast Out. And I'm sure you guys are thinking to yourselves, wait, what is Bruce By talking about? They're playing the white Suspend card, most likely. And as foretold, if they're also playing Footfalls. And maybe this is a good way to do the deck. Is this a counterspell? Kind of hard to exile Winota with Prismatic. I'm going to really enjoy playing this matchup because I'm going to see some technology that they're doing. Yep, there's the Lay Claim. This just as foretold. There's the Belief. So this is their build-around card. Return all enchantment cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. So they're going to be returning this and this very soon. Hope to not let that happen. Let's go to combat. That gets countered, my friend. Huh. I only get that if I want to pod to something different. I think I just want Visionary. So I was looking for Spyros. I should have played my Mystic pre-combat. I didn't. Footfalls is coming off next turn. I made a mistake, folks. I needed to play the Mystic, and I think it cost us because I'm only going to get one trigger here, and I have to kill them with this one trigger. Unless there's something I can pyre into. I could pyre into the Double Striker. RK says counter. Like, yes, I could open the floodgates of their removal. I could open the floodgates of Cryptic. If they have a cast out in their hand, they get to do it anyway. I think to try to fix my misplay, I'm going to go get the Double Striker and guarantee having that on the board. Go to combat, see if they can do anything. I hope they can't. Need to hit something relevant here, deck. We did not. We put them very low. That's a real shame. Oh, I needed to play Cavern on Elf there. My bad. I did mean to do that. I did not mean to let that happen to me. Oh, that's funny. I needed that creature on the table too because they're going to have the Footfalls. Oh, you know what? We still have another turn. I mean, like, we'd be in so much a better spot if I sequenced this properly. No. Yeah, the Resurgent was going off too. I thought it was. So they get to steal my Winota. Maybe they take the Blade Historian, actually. If I was them, I would take the Blade Historian and exile the Winota, and then they win. Yeah, I misplayed. There were 2 turns that I sequenced wrong. I was supposed to play... Earlier, I was supposed to play the Mystic before I attacked. I didn't, and then I had to choose the Magus, I felt like, because I thought cutting them on these colors was correct. And then I threw it by not casting my card through the Chalice that I knew about. Whoa, they decided to take the... What? Okay. Huh. All right. Are you going to swing with these? Maybe they have some humans in their deck. Maybe they're playing Snapcaster Mage. I don't know. These have Summoning Sickness, though. Electrodominance, my Visionary. Okay. Ancestral. Yeah, we'd be in so much of a different position here if I hadn't messed up. So I do apologize for that, folks. We'll leave this open. Play an uncounterable Spyro. I mean, maybe our deck will be kind to us and we still get there. Despite everything. I think I'm ditching this and this even. So let's not make the mistake I made a moment ago. Let's learn from it. Have an uncounterable Arbor Elf. Excellent, excellent. Good, good, good. No attacks. They need just like Cryptic here, right? Was that you trying to save me, RK? RK99, was that you trying to save me from myself? Prismatic that. A prismatic that. Okay. No attacks still. That's the thing, like, there's a lot of Chalice in the format, too, so I think the Caverns actually have a lot of utility. So we probably kill them? I just need one hit off the Elemental. Please hit. Please hit. We did. Let's hit the right thing. I just take the Spyro, right? Ooh, I like what my opponent's deck is doing though. It's kind of the next evolution of, so it's not quite Shark Tank, but it is Shark Tank with the lay claims and such. Like they might have Bolt too, but I might want to keep in the combo. But then again, like it looks like we're headed in the direction of not playing this anymore. With what we're doing here, it looks like I'm moving away from it. Spellskite doesn't work with that one spell, does it? I don't think it does. The Converge spell, I think, still gets... I mean, they showed us Path, but they misplayed. They put Chalice on one, and then, yeah. Do we think they have some counterspells? Do we want Vandal? We did see targets for Vandal. Moon was great. Shouldn't need Grace unless they have a quick put the big 4/4 dudes in. Apparition can't help us there with those. Prelate seems good. Just name 0, right? Choose a number, it being 0. This card seems awesome. It's kind of like a tutorable Chalice effect for us. Kenrith could be good in this matchup. I don't know. They're trying to cheat the things. Gaddock Teague turns off that one removal spell they're playing, the 2-drop. And I know this would be lame, but I technically could still, because we have so much tutor capability, like I could have the scroll combo in the deck, technically, even with just like a few pieces of it. I know that's not ideal. I wonder if I could explore that. Because like when it's good, it's good. No. And I wouldn't even know what the split would be. Would it be 2 to 1? 3 to 1? Maybe I'm not ready to let go of the squirrels entirely yet, but I'm definitely thinking it needed to be smaller than it was. It's like something like this? A 3 to 1 split? Because like the Scurry Oaks are nice for the Winota, even on their own, and then Denizen just as a tutor target? I'd be curious to start testing that, seeing if that's like a more correct split. We didn't bring in Kenrith, right? There's not really things I need to trample over. So let's submit it like this. I wonder if like the squirrel combo actually was fine. It's just I was running too many copies. So maybe 2 or 3 Scurries, 1 Ivy. I actually am not quite ready to retire it. I know. I'm sure you guys are like, oh, Bruce Spy, just let it go. Not quite ready. Not quite ready to let it go. We've played Milla before. This has been nice. Because the Planeswalker side, Luca lets us get back the Winotas. We could try that again. You won your first trophy? Nice, Phoenix. Congratulations. Congratulations. I'm looking for that Phyrexian spell. I think I missed it. Quantity 1. This one. All right. This is probably a keep in the dark. Hey. Oh, it's not in the dark. I know what they're doing. Wow, we still have our combo despite me cutting most of it. That's fascinating. Just drew it up, even though I cut... What did I cut? Second Denizen, and I cut a Scurry? It's funny that we just drew it up. I mean, I don't think they're playing Permission, Counter Magic. We probably should still just Spyro and try to set up things. Spellskite could also be a good thing to be doing this turn. But Spiromancer is just so strong. The problem with this too is that like Winota Spyro, both pieces for cavern like function nicely. So there's lots of other little issues with the squirrel wombo. The 8 dorks would be hierarchs. Like we could keep it. Like we might be afraid of a counter spell, which would mean that the Eldritch is the wrong play or plan. They didn't suspend anything either. I imagine this is them cycling something, cycling one of their enchants. They cycle a lay claim. Okay. That's what's so cool about that suspend spell is it doesn't take all that long to go off. They shock and do nothing. I think I just play an oak and attack for a bunch. This is Path. This is Typhoon. Yeah, I think I just put this onto the board. I don't think they're actually playing a whole lot of counter magic or any, to be honest. We might just get to make infinite next turn. Alright, my version of the deck would be 4 Voice, 4 Visionary. Really like the Evo to Winota. Pyre instead would be Neoform. And then my 8 dorks would be Hierarchs. Noble Hierarchs? They're not, which Hierarchs? The new one? Oh, you mean just all Hierarchs? That's an interesting idea. Yeah, I mean, like, you could hang back on the Noble Hierarchs, and you would attack with the other Hierarchs. Is that what where you're going, RK? It's an interesting idea. Is this just a Supreme Verdict? No, it's an As Foretold. Return these things. Be very surprised if they don't have it here. Nope, they decide to Footfalls. Alright, so we should win here. Well, we don't win immediately. But their deck doesn't have... I mean, they might have sweepers. Like, I could just blow up the As Foretold. If they had the ability to return these, though, they would have already done it. I think I just go infinite here. We're not doing it to not do it, right? If that makes word sense. Alright, so let's not auto-yield on the Scurry. The Scurry we're going to click through. I could make it an always yes, though. Alright. I'm a little nervous, actually. Let me take off my auto yields again, because we messed this up. It actually crashes Moto. So I do want Denizen and save targets. Yield. Scurry. Cool. So I'm using my hotkeys instead. So we have learned. Always yield, just spam yes. That's what I'm doing. Oh, you know what, Phoenix? You're right. I think because it's 2 separate things, maybe I could make this just 1 hotkey. Opponent says that's a pretty sweet combo. Thanks. Plenty of time left on our clock. So how many scrolls do we want to make? And then am I just growing the Denizen itself? Make it not boltable? Not that they showed us Bolt yet, but they do have a red source. Yes. I think the Ketri is just in here for their one card. Let's turn off auto yields. So they have to block the Scurry Oak. So this actually might be a fine time for me to get through with everybody, because they have to block the Scurry. They're only going to get to eat up one of my attackers. I think that's fine. It works. We just needed to... Alright, opponent, don't show me engineered explosives. Don't show me verdict. I guess if they verdict, we kill their as foretold. Don't show me cryptic command. Oof. Restore balance. I mean, I just keep the Scurry Oak, right? Actually, maybe not. Maybe I keep the Ivy Lane Denizen because I have another Scurry Oak in my hand. So do we just want to keep the huge one? Or do we keep the Ivy Lane? I mean, I can make Ivy Lane big enough that they have 10 life. Do we just keep this one? Do I keep Ivy Lane? I feel like I keep Ivy Lane, right? We just run it back next turn? Yeah, I think we keep Ivy Lane, right? You have Scurry in hand? Yeah, I know. I guess I'll keep the Ivy Lane Denizen. He's also almost just as big as their Rhino anyway. They might have another removal spell, though. Yeah, the Restore Balance is sweet. There's some cool stuff going on in my opponent's deck. They decide not to keep it back as a blocker. Okay. Alright, let's have an uncounterable remove their as foretold. Why don't we start there? Do you think they're sitting on a counterspell? I think we just go for it again. This is Cryptic. No, this is Cast Out, and they're going to exile my Denizen. I should have attacked first, maybe. I mean, I have make Spyro tokens. Opponent has 3 cards still. Rough. That is my only Denizen. This is one of my few ways to get it back. Okay, so I could Pyre. Don't counter it. Don't counter this. We should go to combat first. Actually, it would have been the same, because Scurry Oak would have grown. I'm thinking of getting Pyro. Spyro. Maybe not. Maybe I just misplayed Hardcore. Because... Oh no, Skyclave is in the bin. I mean, in the board. I was thinking of what the Masked Vandal could turn into. Or we just get got because they're playing Shark Typhoon. Take the kill my Scurry. That was dumb of me. I could have prevented all of this. We know they're playing Sharks. That was not a big brain play of mine, of me. Alright, so there's Prelate to turn off the zeros. I think that's too late. I also meant to play the Temple Garden if I was getting Pyro. Lots of little things, just making lots of little silly mistakes that are costing us this game. No big deal. No big deal, guys. Just lots of little silly things. Down to 2. So let's try to plan out our pyro before I get the land. So, like, what am I doing? I have Mirror Entity that could get a 4. They're at 9. Plenty of Winotas left, but I don't have any non-creatures that are going to have haste. I don't have a way to block or remove. Okay. I think we're just screwed. Glad that we've established that, right, folks? It's so sad. I feel like we were doing the things, like the right things. Okay, that's a redraw to hit the Winota. I don't even think it's enough anymore, though. Alright, Renegade, bring back the Vandal would have been sweet. Yeah, we cut it, though. Yeah, there's just lots of little things. I mean, like, as we add... there's the Winota. Can't cast it, though. Like, as we add this stuff... See, I drew the Winota. Can't cast it. Games, share your list. I'm developing something. We kind of saw a lot of what he was doing, though, so I think he basically is doing what I was planning to do, except I was trying to do it in a more controlling shell. It looks like he's more all in and just playing restore balances and everything else. They don't want to share the list. Okay. So let's look and see. So if I had the mana to play the Winota and we had a creature that could have attacked, it would have been one creature. Okay, we would have seen a Spyro, but we had no cards left in our hand. So sadly... Oh wait, that's not the match. We managed to steal game 1. I'm sitting here thinking that's the match. So how do they interact with us again? Spellskite would have stopped what they were doing. Teague also stops Electrodominance. Thanks for that follow. This is an early list. It may not be great, but sure. So yeah, I mean, they have Chalice, but that's about it. So, okay, so Rallier could have been sweet, right? Because Rallier could have brought back the Vandal. That's so true. So maybe this should still stay in. I'm less on the Recruiter, right? Well, okay, let's keep in the bare minimum for the Squirrel combo and consider some of these other card choices. So Teague could and should have been in, right? Because ultimately, you know, Teague was in. Should we be running Apparition? Apparition hits there as foretold. So maybe 2 Scurries? Maybe 2 Scurries? Oh boy, okay. I don't know. I mean, they've got Restore Balance as their sweeper of choice. It's tough. I think the Recruiter's a bit slow. Alright, let's run it back. Okay, we keep this. We just slammed Prelate on 0, right? I mean, they showed us Path, they showed us this, they showed us that, but I think we just slammed Prelate. It doesn't need to be an uncounterable Prelate. Doesn't need to be. Like, we could name one, and then she can't get pathed. We'd love to get pathed sooner than later. Yeah, you have a nice night, Jade. Or we just draw a Spyro. That's what I was planning to do. I can't cast it unless I Stomping, though. Well, we don't think they have a counterspell. Famous last words, right? I think I too often don't take advantage of the fact that Spyro like could really set us up nicely here. Like, yes, it's very tempting to leave us with the Eldritch, right? And just dump these two. But I could just take the Mystic. Show me Remand. Okay. I will play out the Mystic, I think. Remand was in my build of this deck, too. Just our first time seeing their Remand. Magus of the Moon, uncounterable. That seems perfect. Let's do that. Let's do that. Followed by Spyro. Or maybe not. I mean, like, maybe this should be followed by a Winota. Well, no, if I float it, it's not going to work. I could Magus into Eldritch, but that would mean giving up the Prelate, and I would only get, what, one Mystic Swing? That seems bad. And I'm giving up the Prelate, which is insane in this matchup. Not insane, but just very good. Yeah, I think I'm good with it. Uncounterable Magus. Spyro. We'll draw into a Winota instead. Right? Like a boss. They may draw a card with their... They might have an Aether Gust. This might be a Gust. We could also be patient and wait. But I don't really have something I want to sacrifice to get the Winota going, so why don't we just play the Spyro? Can't you just Evolution, says Phoenix? There's Scurry Oak. I don't know if I want to overcommit. Seems like a bad idea. I mean, I'll play the land. They showed us Restore Balance. Don't need to overcommit. If they manage to kill my board, we'll make tokens off of the Spyro. Cast out my Prelate? No, they got to cast out my Magus of the Moon, right? Ooh, they hit the Prelate. That means they probably have they probably have the Sweeper. If they're going to sweep us, I actually do want to play out my hand, and I'm sure you're like, wait, what, Bruce By? I want to put them on 0 cards, is why. If what they're about to do is sweep our board, the way that Restore Balance works is they have to discard down. Now, granted, they would have an As Foretold. We hope they're trying to do it off an Electro Dominance, right? But the way that Restore Balance works is we're both gonna have end up with the same number of lands, the same number of cards in hand, the same number of creatures, right? So I may want to play these out so that if they do that, because that seems to be their sweeper of choice, then they're going to 0 cards in their hand. We'll also be on top deck mode. Oh, I can't actually get both out. Okay. I'd rather be left with a Scurry than the Arbor, so we'll make it so they go down to just 1 card left. So normally it's weird to commit more creatures to the board, but As Foretold into Restore Balance is a little bit different. So let's see them sweep us. The disadvantage of this line is that... oh, they don't have it. Oh, they have Dominance into it, actually. So I don't want to play into that. As tempting as it is to slam Winota, I'm almost 100% sure that what they have is Electro Restore Balance. So let's try to swing. I may not want to swing with my Mana Dorks, actually. I think even just this is enough. Well, I do need to swing lethal. But I'd like to leave my mana back. Some mana back so that I can float in response. This dies, and then I make the tokens. And also maybe play something else. I probably just make Spyro tokens. I think this is enough. I think they're going to sweep no matter what. I'm sure my opponent's like, wait, did he just decide not to swing lethal? The reason I want to hang back is so I can do both Spyro tokens and also have Scurry Oak behind it. So this is dominance. Float. Ah, footfalls instead, actually. Okay, awkward. They're not necessarily going to block my Spyro now. They don't have to. They'll block. So me floating the mana actually ends up being irrelevant. Okay, good to know. They block the Magus and they block the Elemental, not the Spyro. No, they do block the Spyro. Okay. Okay. I was so confident that they had the nuts. See, now I don't want to play out the Scurry, do I? I think I just want to Spyro during their turn. During their end step. This has been a fascinating matchup. This has been really interesting magic. I hope this has been entertaining, folks. We're going to end here. It's getting late. So this will be the last game. I know it doesn't conclude the league. We can finish the league another stream. I gotta get some sleep. And you guys too, maybe. Maybe you're also on the East Coast like me. You're swinging the Rhino. Swinging a Rhino, sure. We also have uncounterable Scurry. I don't think we overcommit though, right? I mean, I'm not going to have uncounterable Scurry. Well, it depends on if they have the path here or not. I wonder if they're trying to bait out, like what if they really do have another Electro Dominance plus balance? Oh gosh, do they really? Well, dominance can't kill Winota. What do you got here, folks? What do you got here, opponent? It's a 4-4. Shark Typhoon, okay. That does not... So it is an Electro Dominance for X is 1, it looks like. Actually, it would have been worse for me if they shot the Elvish. So they are going to return the Shark Typhoon, but they're not doing anything else. I think that's okay. So you have a Shark Typhoon. I'm going to attack you. Alright, there goes the Scurry. Whiff. Oh, please don't whiff too much, deck. Opponent says good games. Not yet, necessarily. Blade Historian would be better to keep here, right there at 4. Oh, they scoop. Good games. Be happy to share the variant. We were quite a bit different. We'll see if they'll come. I don't know if this is a deterministic kill. Was Blade Historian enough on its own? I guess it was, yeah, because they blocked the Spyro. Yeah, they're at 4. What am I saying? Yeah, but they didn't see the Blade Historian. They scooped before. Oh, no, I already had lethal. Never mind. Why am I sitting here? I'm sorry. It was lethal, yeah, once we hit the Spyro because they were at 4. I guess I didn't remember. Didn't even realize how low they were. What were we going to see? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so we were going to maybe see an entity as well. All right, well, maybe they'll come by. So we're 1 and 2. I'll finish this league out for sure. This could end up being a 3-2, absolutely. No doubt. Could be. I mean, we're on the wrong side of the 3-2, right? The 2 losses in the beginning, but yeah. So Yavimaya, post-mortem. These are sweet things we could be doing. Post-mortem being a 5th Spyro. It's the 4th Winota. It's a 2nd Denizen. It's a 3rd Scurry. I have liked this card in my testing before. I kind of want to bring it back. I think Voice of Resurgence is just really good right now. Yeah, I do wish that we, like, so Rallier... I do wish that we could stitch this together. Warrior. We already looked into that, right? The 2-drop warriors, we didn't like them. Or no, we did. Dwynen's elite, but... This lets me go from here to here to here to here. Or here. So these are both warriors. Doesn't Recruiter also do it? Hold on, maybe we're going, as per usual, maybe we're just going way too deep. The Imperial Recruiter does also get either piece of this combo of Scurry Denizen. So maybe we don't need to go this deep. What if we just main deck the Changeling again? Because the Vandal lets me go from an Elf to the Vandal to the Recruiter. Oh, Recruiter's a human, though. It can't go to the Denizen off the Pyre. I mean, we're thinking about Pyre, but maybe it's just... I just recruit for whichever piece we're missing. Hey, Sock-chan. How would I like the list sent? Whatever you use. How about I let you... this is the list you were just playing against, kind of. We're working on it. We're trying to figure it out. So, let me share my... take on Shark Tank with you. You had a very different build. Yours had like a lot of the different... I did like the restore balance. That was sweet. Let me show you what I had in mind. Shark Tank. Shark Tank. Nope. It is in my modern section, actually. I based it off of a legacy deck that I had been working on, a legacy replenish deck. We worked on this earlier tonight, but we haven't played it yet. I actually can't get my hands on the cards yet because I rent my cards from Card Hoarder. But when I can, here we go, Shark Tank. So this is my just initial, we just threw this together, so this is not a finalized build. We'll go to brew mode. So this is certainly not finalized. I do have at least one cute card, which is the Cyclone. Cyclone is trying to be like a 5th cast out. Well, not the 5th cast out. It's trying to be the 5th Shark Typhoon, actually, is what it's trying to be. Or like a 3rd Lay Claim. I don't know if we're going to main deck the... let me show you how this curves. These are 2s, because you just cycle this in this deck. These are 2s. This is a land. This is a 3 activation. This is a 4. These are ones. This is always at least 2. This is a 2. You cycle it. These are 4s. This is a 3. These are... I'm not going to put Seagate up at the top. I mean, you could, but it's just going to be a land or it gets pitched to force negation. Hall of Heliads. This is 3 to activate. This is... Vantress is a 5, right? Yeah. So, like the Seagate would be way out here at whatever it is. I don't think it's worth putting out there. All right, you played Electrobalance for a while, so that's the direction I came from. Yeah, no, it's really interesting that you and I ended up in very different places, right? So I was playing Replenish in Legacy. So it's really cool. Like when I saw Resurgent Belief, I said, okay, I'll just suspend it. Maybe I'll put an As Foretold in here just to do it a little bit more quickly. But I don't even know if I want the As Foretold. I think because the suspend on Resurgent Belief is as quick as it is, I think we don't necessarily need that many As Fortolds, if any. So Replenish is return all enchantment cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. Resurgent Belief, of course, is essentially a modern legal equivalent. So yeah, my build is just, I'm just trying to suspend it and cycle a bunch of these. You're welcome to borrow the Unpredictable Cyclone tech. So Cyclone is a 2 mana cycle, so it's similar to Lay Claim. We don't care that it's red. If a cycling ability of another non-land card will cause me to draw a card, instead exile cards from the top of my library until I exile a card that shares a card type with the exile card, I may cast that card without paying its mana cost, then put the exile card. So I don't think you would play more than one of this card, but you could consider it for your deck even. I thought about playing other cycles. Like, it'd be cool if the only sorceries in my deck were just Resurgent Beliefs and maybe like a Verdict, and then I could just, or, yeah, anyway, I might be able to like have a sorcery that has cycling on it, and then I could always hit my, yeah. There's some cool things you could do with Unpredictable Cyclone. I could play some number of instants that have cycling on them. I could play some number of sorceries even that has cycling on them. I don't think it's worth it though. We originally started with, I wanted this to be more like a traditional blue-white control, but then we realized, much like you did, I saw Shock Chan, you were playing Remand. We added, I was starting with 4 counterspells, and then I realized, but I have a lot of colorless sorcerers, right, like that I want to be playing. So I think Remand is just better for this deck because of the colorless sources I'm trying to play, but mostly we're more like a tempo deck, right? I just need to buy time for this suspend to finish, and then we get like a Shark Typhoon or, you know, remove something, or better yet, steal something. I mean, the Lay Claim is really, I wish I could justify more than 2 copies of it. Lay Claim's really sweet. I think the Gifts Ungiven is a little adorable, although it's a similar payment. Like, so here's the thing about gifts. I'm already paying 2 mana to cycle Lay Claims and Cyclones and even Shark Typhoons, at least 2 mana, right? So Gifts Ungiven is actually the same cost, a similar cost, and I have a lot of different names. So that's another reason why I like the Unpredictable is, let's say we have a Resurgent that's about to go off. I can end step Gifts, and what do we go get? We go get, I can get 1 cast out. I can get 1. I'm just trying to do, I love gifts piles. They're so much fun to think about. So I could get a Lay Claim. I would get a Cyclone. I would get a Shark Typhoon. And then what else would we get? The cast out. And then we have to add something else to this maybe, right? Like, what if I already have the Cyclone? Do we add the Soul Snare to this? Do I add the Seal? Do we want to main deck Porphyry Nodes? I was surprised you weren't maybe doing, well, you were more all in. Like, you were just playing the cheaty face spells, right? So yeah. Electro Balance is more like that, where you just play a lot of it, whereas this looks more like a control deck that's built around belief and is kind of playing the control game a little bit more than you were, perhaps. And I'm not saying this is better. I actually haven't even put this together and played it in Modern. I have no idea if it's better. I think they're just different. That's where I'm at with this, because I have seen some people thinking, oh, you just do all the things, right? Which is what it seemed like yours was doing. And I'm not saying that sarcastically. I'm not saying that like, oh, that's worse. No, I think it's really cool, and I appreciate you testing that side. Please come back to us, Shock Chan, and maybe hit up the Discord. If you want to share your list with us, either sharing it in the chat here or a picture or on the Discord is the best place. And you're welcome to steal my technology. I really don't mind. If anybody asks where you found it, you're welcome to tell them that we brewed it here on the Bruce by the Magic Guy show and point them to the stream. But that's pretty much it, friend. You're welcome to borrow my lists. Hey, Brew, want to check out my Naya Winota? Sure. Is yours just the more straightforward, probably good version that you were talking about earlier? Instead of the nonsense I'm trying to do. All right, what about trying to do the things I said earlier? 4 birds, 4 normal, 4 neoform for visionary, 4 voice, 2 renegades, so I can bring back what I sacked, or maybe just another land. I think going in this direction might make the deck more resilient. It's about tokens and courting. You playing the make lifelink dudes? Yeah, March of the Multitudes. I thought about brewing around that card maybe. Oh, nice. You've got the Village Bell Ringer for the untap. Untap everybody. Pia. I like that that's on curve. Hanged Executioner. Hold on. This is the... it's going to come in and make another token, and then I can exile it to exile a creature. I like Burmaz. We've messed around with Burmaz before. Ooh, we've got Amara. Yeah, Amara seems sweet in your take on the deck. I would maybe even consider a second Amara. So that's the whenever she becomes tapped, make dudes. That seems great with chords and multitudes. I don't know if I'd play Secure the Wastes. I feel like I would just play like Timely Reinforcements in the sideboard, and I would play... Yeah, this looks awesome. I don't know if I love the Gigantomancer. The Huntmaster seems good. Mask seems good. I don't know about the Fortune Thief. Karna. Oh, Prophet of Krufix I've used before because you can untap. It does something similar to the Village. That's fun. I like Archetype of Imagination when we were doing... Oh, you've got the Aura Touch Mage kill. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, Aura Touch Mage to put the Eldrazi conscription on it. That's funny. We had an Aura Touch Mage build of this that I actually really liked, and you go and get the thing that makes him a 20/20 or a 23/23. That was kind of sweet. That's a fun plan B. All right, let me look at your early game. Ignoble Hierarchs. I don't know if I like the Noble Hierarchs, but I guess you're doing it because you got a lot of different colors going on. Bird seems great for you because you just need all the different colors. Yeah, Blade Splicer's fine. Yeah, I'm glad that you're... Ooh. Rabble Master would force the War Boss to swing, but maybe we're just testing it out. Glyph Weaver's in the main. You know who you would really like, though, maybe? I seriously thought it was going to be Meme. I wouldn't just play 2 Winota. I would change that maybe immediately. Shock Chan, let me screenshot this for you so you can steal my tech. I kind of would like you to because I want you to test this for me. So I know I'm saying that jokingly, but I really don't mind if you steal this idea. This is, you know, Shark Tank reimagined in Modern. I was playing this in Legacy. It looked quite a bit different in Legacy. Obviously, it's like Mox Diamonds and stuff. Let's see, Shark Tank. Yeah, Shark Tank looks a lot different in Legacy. It was playing like Mox Diamonds and stuff. Savine's Reclamation, Intuition, Force of Will. Very different deck in Legacy. Shock Chan says my deck wasn't using Shark Typhoon to the best of its ability. My thought with Cord and Eladamri's Call is actually it's basically 8 Winota. Well, I'm running a lot more Winotas though, Gal. No, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. So you have 4 chords. You've got two Eladamri's Calls, and you've got 2 Winotas. Maybe you're running more copies than I would imagine. I do like the fact though that you could play. I'm not trying to tear your idea apart at all. I think the Cavern is just very good right now. I think that it's just very good in the Winota deck in general. So I think I've just lately, especially with everybody testing their counterspells, like I want to be playing Voices and Caverns. That's just a personal preference. That's all. All right, I may borrow a bit. Yeah, you're welcome to it, Chalk. So RK had some suggestions that he really wanted me to do. I don't think I want to go back to Neoform. We tried Neoform. It fulfills a really similar slot to Pyre. Like Pyre just means we need to, you know, build in a certain fashion. But I think the Surak was sweet too. Another trample effect like Kenrith. Were you also playing the 4-drop that cares about the trample? Because there was that one card we were running that just let us swing through if we just give our creatures trample. I do kind of miss that, by the way. There have been some board states where if we had the Proud Wild Bonder, like the Wild Bonder was actually really sweet. I do kind of miss this. So we were building around this card for a little bit Creatures I control with trample have, you may have this creature sign its damage, blah, blah, blah. So we were doing that for a while, and we were using both Kenrith. We've tried Legion Loyalist. We also, instead of Loyalist, since I'm not on Ranger captains anymore, this was a Ranger captain target. We were, that was one way to get this to work. I think a better way is to just play it alongside this card, though. Like, I'd like to go back to us just, like, killing them off of fewer Winota triggers again. I do think that this card lets us do that. So this thing gets huge. Kolaghan's Forerunners is a trample. Its power is equal to the number of creatures that I control with dash. I'm not really thinking about the Scurry Oak Wombo at all when I'm thinking about this card. I think between Bonder, Kenrith, and Forerunners, we actually found that the deck has enough synergy. We could even put something in the mana base like a Kessig. Nah, play the double striker with trample givers. Surak isn't in our colors, is he? Nah, he's a little bit outside our colors. Who else gives trample? Kenrith for trample. I do like the can't be countered and the other stuff on this, though. The Angrass Marauders is sweet. I feel like you almost have a pod curve. I almost want to see you doing the, anyway. That's haste. Yeah, we looked into this. There's not, like, a lot of great ways for us to give the team trample. So you could play something bad, like a Kessig Wolfrun. I just wish that it gave our whole team trample instead of just one. Trying to think of the other ways to make this card work. What about Coco? We tried a Coco build. Let me show you all the things that Coco doesn't work with, though. And you may start to think about it. I mean, I guess instead of Pyre, right, we just play Playset of Coco. All these are great hits for Coco. I have quite a few hits that aren't, though. So it doesn't really fit the percentages for Collected Company. That's a great thing to bring up, though, Smile. Coco needs about 28 hits. Yeah, we're about 10 or so short. Yeah, I think the Yavimaya is going to be sweet. Let's open another copy, though, because I can't get my hands on the Yavimaya just yet. I think Yavimaya is going to be very, very, very good for this deck because I'm so heavy on the Caverns. I don't know. Let me see if I can get my hands on that. I don't think I can yet. Zero available. They're about 3 tickets a pop. I can wait. I can wait to rent it. So we'll cut that for now. Not that I'm gonna make it the Kessig. I'm not gonna make it a colorless source. We'll play something else first. Could just be another Arid Mesa. If only I could hit Winota, then it would be GG. It would be GG. Yeah. Right? So something we've done in the past, and I know you guys are going to be like, wait, Bruce, are you seriously going down this direction again? Just hear me out. We are having a lot of we've done some weird, like, jumped through some weird hoops before and again to, like, make the deck a little bit less resilient. Sorry, a little bit more resilient, not less. More resilient to Fatal Push, Lightning Bolt, and especially Lava Dart. Even, like, Ren and 6. These are all very popular cards. So let me show you a card. Again, just bear with me. Just bear with me. All right. So now, in order to make this card work for us again, we need how many lands? We've had this discussion before. I'm sure some of you are like, no, Bruce Spy, don't do it again. Don't do it again. But I am really a little frustrated and tired of Lava Dart even setting us back, right? And I'm sure you're like, wait, Bruce Spy, weren't you, like, preaching to us that you were planning to put, like, what was it? Like, weren't you going to put, let's see. Weren't you going to be putting, I don't know, like, let's stop getting, like, wrecked by Lava Darts. Let's just play more lands and maybe try the Grazer thing again. That also gets over the issue of the fact that I have this many caverns. End step Coco, untap Winota is a strong play plan. The issue is the human hits off Winota then have to be skewed towards CMC3 or less. Right, we wouldn't be able to do the as powerful things, perhaps. We could also just play like Utopia Sprawl, but I feel like if we're playing Utopia Sprawl, then we're just like a crazy person for not playing Arbor Elves. Just thinking out loud, thinking of like ways we can ramp that are a little bit less susceptible to what's going on in the format. Lava Dart and Ren 6 are just rough for us. Yeah, like we could be doing this. Look, that's 59 cards. I wonder if the deck would rather be more like this. I really do. And then we need to start playing more lands. Something that worked really well alongside the Grazers were the Colony Heart Gardens. I don't know how many gardens you play, but I mean they're green sources. We're a green deck. You start to play the Colony Heart Gardens though. Is it just Colony Garden actually? Yeah, it's just Colony Garden. Garden kind of wants me to play filter lands though for the Spyros. So we kind of go back to the back and forth of, well, we need this. I wouldn't play more than maybe 2 gardens. Isn't 25 lands almost enough lands for a Grazer? Nah, I totally see the appeal of Grazer. 1 mana ramp doesn't get darted, blocks early attacks to trigger Winota late. I like Gilded Goose for the same reasons. Yeah, we could also just, instead of doing Utopia Arbor, we could just do Gilded Goose's Gilded Geese. I do still need like a 2-drop that lets me go from Arbors or Grazers, so we would still play Vandal maybe in the main, because there's no other changeling that's really as efficient of a card slot that does what we want it to do. So yeah, maybe we play a couple of gardens. It's 25 lands minimum for Grazer to function, right? And even then, it's gonna be hit or miss sometimes, right? The arboreal Grazers. You could play a Kessig in one of the extra land slots. You think so? So adorable. It's going to be a lot better with Yavimaya, right? Like we almost just have to have Yavimaya already for the playset of Caverns. Maybe I should just bite the bullet and just buy one just to have it. Do we think it's going to stay that cheap? It's like 3 tickets right now. Maybe I should just like invest and just grab it. Just grab it instead of renting it. I don't know. I'm not playing anymore tonight, so I'll wait on that. Probably end up being a lot more expensive tomorrow, but I think Tron will use. Yavimaya turns on Utopia Sprawl in a cool way. Yeah. Lets me, yeah. Yeah, Yavi is so good. Do we want to play Yav instead of Sunbaked Canyon? I feel like the Sunbaked Canyon is maybe the most awkward card in the deck, period. I think Horizon Canopy is okay. I think that we wish that there was just a red-green land that cycled itself, right? I think it's Yavimaya something. Cradle. There's pretty ones. Wouldn't I just buy a pretty one? Why would I get the other? The old school looking one is cool too. Alright. Why play the mountain? That's a great question. It made us take a little bit less damage on our pyros. That's why we started playing with it. I don't think it's great. I think it's awkward if we're going to play Utopia Sprawl. I think a lot of our lands start to become quite a bit awkward if we're going to play Sprawl, like these two ideas. Yeah, maybe we can't get away with the mountain anymore. Which begs the question, okay, Bruce Spy, why are you on these then? Shouldn't we just be on Prismatics at that point? But if I'm playing Prismatic, I almost want a mountain, right? Well, no, maybe we should just play a bunch of Wooded Foothills then. So we always have access to a basic forest. I think we would need to make that adjustment. No Dryad Arbor or anything right now. Yeah, I just think the meta is a little too hostile to it. So that's 24 lands. Need one more land. Yeah, I do think the first mountain is okay, even if most of my fetches are green, because it does, on a real regular, honest basis, make the Pyro not... Like, we don't have to take shock damage for playing Pyromancer, which is a really central card to the deck. Just a thought. I think the Yav would let us get away with several different things. I mean, it's going to be a while before I can rent these cards. I might be willing to invest in a Yavimaya Cradle. I mean, it's not going anywhere. Card's not going anywhere. Let's keep playing the Singleton Mountain until I'm sure it needs to be something else. We could also just play another garden. I mean, the gardens... The Colony Gardens play great with Grazer. Like, they play very well with Grazer. Sprawl can make red, so can Cavern. Yeah, I think we're fine. That's fair, Smile. That's fair. I like where this is headed. I like that our ramp is a little bit more resilient. And by resilient, I mean, like, sure, there's going to be matchups where the Arbor Elf gets killed, but it's got synergy for Utopia Sprawl. Utopia Sprawl, kind of a really nice secret of Modern. Not a secret. It's just a very good card. So do we want the extra copy of Winota? Do we want to main deck the Herons? Probably not. I've liked this sideboard here. Let's leave this, okay, we're going to change it by one, but yeah, Kenrith goes to the main board if we're going to do Bonder. I mean, like, Bonder and Heron's Grace are both matchup specific, right? Like, Bonder, the issue with Bonder is he really is only relevant if my opponents are making relevant blocks, right? Heron's Grace, of course, is important if our opponent is aggressive. I mean, maybe we just do that and not bother with all the cuteness. Do what more traditional Winota decks do, which is the only silver bullet I have is just the Magus. Because, like, when Magus of the Moon really shines, they also are decks that don't have removal for the Masked Vandal, usually. Or readily. Maybe a Dismember, but Dismember beats what we're doing up here anyway. Like, this looks a lot more like where we started a while ago. And then this is maybe the right number of finisher humans. Maybe even too many. I like to make an argument that the Angrass Marauders builds of this deck are actually playing an 8 card package, 4 Angraths, 4 Bolts. So it's kind of like we're running one fewer in a sense. But it's like the sum of the parts is what actually kills them, right? The sum of these parts is what actually wins the game. You love the Mirror Entity so much. The ramp the Elf gives with Sprawl slightly more resilient than Llanowars as well, ramping harder in unison and so on. Yeah, I think it's going to be great. This gives us a real reason to not be playing the new Hierarch as well, perhaps. This is a lot of lands, though. I mean, granted, some of them are creatures, so let's do this. Let's do a creature count. Humans versus non-humans. Now, the ratio here is really messed up, right? Now we have maybe too many humans. We have 14 non-humans if you want to count the gardens. Oh, we can't count the Sprawl either. So, like, now we're in trouble, right? It's 10 non-human, 4 human, 13 human. So I think we're overkill now. I'd love to squeeze back in the Recruiter, find the Scurry Oak combo. And then Grace. I don't know. I don't know if we have room for it, actually. Never mind. Grace could still be in the sideboard. This would be a 60, but nah. But I do think that we're lacking on this side. And then that's where we play, like, Voices, right? Because Voice is just really good right now. Voice also synergizes really, really well with the Trample because this can get big. Is there anything you can Pyre into that can untap the Pyre again to do it the same turn? Not in my build. That's something that you've seen, like, you have, like, Deceiver Exarch that can do that. Zealous Conscripts can do that because you just gain control of the Pyre at untaps, right? I think Zealous Conscripts works with untapping it. We also have to have the mana, though, to pay for it, Gallagher. But I do see what you're saying. This is a 61. Yeah, I do think the gain of life is more matchup specific. It's more important that we can just swing through blockers. That's as per norm, as per usual. And then when the trampling over isn't relevant, we take out the Bonder and the Forerunners. We take these pieces out. So that would give us room for one Voice of Resurgence. We could even just sideboard the Magus of the Moon, but I feel like this is exactly where we want to be. We've very rarely taken out that silver bullet. So this affords me the space of one voice. I mean, are we like mad persons and we cut a sprawl? I don't think so. But yeah, this is just, it's a lot of lands. Smiley with the Prime sub. Thank you so much for the subscription, friend. Welcome to the Brew Crew. Welcome to the Brew Crew. Yeah, thank you for that. Man, I think this is really, really close. I do think this is really close. I think something else that I noted is the deck is just very clearly built around Spyro. We might still want to play the fun of Visionary. I wish there was a different, like something that both Grazer and Arbor Elf could turn into. But being able to have a choice on the Arbor Elves at least to either go... Like the Grazers are what want to get Pired because they've kind of served their purpose. They're not ramping us anymore once they hit the table. So we definitely do want to have something that they can pot into. Are there any 2-mana beasts or other changelings that we could consider? I wonder if there's like a random beast that's relevant for the Grazers. Such a random thing to think about. Alright, I think 10 1-mana ramp spells feels like the right number to always have, but to not get flooded. Yeah, you might be right. So you're saying don't play this many Grazers, but then I don't need this many lands. And you kind of need Grazer in the opener for it to do what we need it to do. I don't know. Arcbound Ravager is randomly a beast. It is. I can't think of any other beasts myself. Random 2-mana beasts. There's got to be like some interesting beast out there. I can put a basic land from my hand to the battlefield. I can return a basic land to my hand. Huh. Alright. What else? This thing is basically a changeling that filters. That's funny. We won't be playing either of those, I don't think. Essence Symbiote. Whenever creature I control mutates. Huh. Yeah, Arcbound, of course. Bailoff Pup has Trample. If we can put a counter on it, that's adorable. Oh, Beastcaller Savant. No, you just have Beast in your name. That's sad. You make beasts. You are a beast, and you have multi-kicker. Are there any beasts that are like a silver bullet? Probably not. Oh, Felidar Cub. Destroy an enchantment. That's so much worse than Vandal, though. Vandal just, you get to keep the Vandal. There's nothing, right? There's no random, like, secret beastie here, right? That we're unaware of. Ooh, the Plaxmanta. The Plaxmanta. It's a throwback. Play Ravager to thoroughly confuse opponent. Creature tokens have flying. There you go. Let's give our Spyro tokens flying. I know you're like, Bruce Spike, come on. Shut up. I don't know. I could upgrade my, tokens to 4/4s. Play Unsettled Mariner, but the color. Oh, yeah, Unsettled Mariner is something we've played in the past. Combine Chrysalis. Would we like the Spyro token stuff flying? That's actually kind of cool. I don't think we would. Oh, maybe we would. It's also out of our colors, though. But we have to sacrifice it. Stonework. You're also a cleric, rogue, warrior, or wizard. So Stonework Pack Beast is kind of a changeling for us. But we're still just better off with Vandal because the filtering I'm not that interested in. And you were interesting. 2/3 Vigilant. I can put basic lands from my hand onto the battlefield. I could return a basic to my hand. I mean, this seems interesting. Right? Still not going to cut it. So Grazers can become the Vandal. Elves can become the Visionary. And I think we're good at that. I think we're okay with that. I think the deck wants more Spyro effects, if anything. Card draw plus token production. I don't think anything else exists like that. Draw, token. I don't think there's any, there's like an artifact 1-drop that does that. It's like an art. Well, there's Joriel, but we don't have enough draw to make her work. I think we didn't even make her work when we had the playset of Visionary, in addition to the Spyros. Joriel is whenever I draw my second card each turn, I get to make a cat. It's also a human. She also has a relevant pump ability if we ever get to that much mana. She's definitely on, like if we're setting up the deck to just draw cards, then she's definitely something we want to be doing. All right, fungal plots. That's way too slow. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's a lot of good like make a token and also draw cards besides Spyro. Spyro's just so insane. I think we've looked into this before and we didn't really find anything. Yeah, there's not really anything. I mean, Joriel comes to mind. Cares about me drawing cards. Whenever I cycle cards. It's too bad that Valiant Rescuer says white human soldier instead of just, you know. I mean, there's, we could also, like with Utopia Sprawl, we could do like a, we'd have to run a lot more spells, but I have tried Monastery Mentor. Funny enough, Monastery Mentor, I don't know what we would be doing. Like, we would be doing like baubles and mutagenic growths. Monastery Mentor is just actually really nuts. So when I did a Winota deck in, I did try to do the Winota deck in Legacy. It was playing Spyro, not Spyro. It was actually, it should have been playing Spyro, but it wasn't. It was playing Young Pyro and Monastery Mentor. Acclaimed Contender or Militia Bugler, neither find Winota. I need to reset all these filters. Acclaimed Contender? I don't know if I know the card. Is that a new card? Newer card? So I have to control another knight. I'm with you so far. I get to look at the top 5 of my library. Okay. I mean, like, at that point, we should just be playing... check this Cumin out. I tried this guy, Gallagher. I did. I actually tried... Hang on. You guys will find this hilarious. Maybe this is actually legit. Let me show you something. It's not legit yet. Give it a sec. Emerge. What was the card I was playing? It makes 3 non-humans. And we end up with 4 non-humans because of how Foul Emissary works. This is how deep I went the other day without you guys on stream with me. I was even going to consider the Decimator, but I was just playing these. Let's watch this. I know it looks... Actually, I only played 3 of them, but I just want you guys to see this. This is how deep I've tried to go on the deck for you guys. Are you ready? So, Foul Emissary. I get to look at the top 4 of my library, and I can reveal a creature card. Our deck is all about the creatures. Awesome so far. It's a human horror. It sucks that it's a 1/1, but when I sacrifice it while casting a spell with Emerge, I make a 3/2. It of the Horde Storm. Emerge for 7. Now, it costs 7 to emerge, but with Foul Emissary or, you know, Spyro, it's actually only 4 mana. And it's even less if we're doing it off of, like, you know, like the Blade Historian or something. But anyway, we could, like, emerge Lena for 1. Like, once she's already served her purpose. But anyway... Only if Foul Emissary triggered off of Eldritch Evolution. I know, right? It would be perfect. I did try this plus this in the Winota shell already. I just think we just don't have enough room. Because that right there is a 59. Like, I think if this is what I was doing, I wouldn't be able to be playing the Pyres, which is maybe fine. I like Pyre. I like Pyre a lot. But... maybe there's a deck that's just Foul and it. That's a good idea. 3-drop the digs for Winota. Yeah, I mean, like, I think there could be a deck here. It just, I didn't, when I played it before, it didn't have enough mana. I think a Grazer Utopia Arbor Elf build could have enough mana to do this card. And this card's actually not the horriblest. It's a 4/4, which is relevant in a format with Thought-Knot Seers, and it ends up with 2 extra creatures. There's a few other emerge creatures that I considered playing. And then, of course, you start to consider, instead of weird stuff like Kessig and doing the trample thing, you start to consider playing, what is that card that gets you another free big drop? Well, let's grab these things first. So Decimator, you could play a Singleton. And I'll show you how we tutor for it in a second here. Mockery. So you play those, and then you play, oh, what is that land? Oh, what is that land? Help me, chat. Oh, what is that land? I almost want to play that 1-drop elf that, granted, you have to pay mana, but he ramps you. Do like a Flagstones build. Sanctum of Ugin, thank you. So you consider some number of sanctums. So Sanctum, of course, reads, I can't spell, of Ugin. I know we're off the deep end now, but actually this might be a better deck. I tried this off stream, but now I'm wondering if this is where we should be. So Sanctum of Ugin says, whenever I cast a colorless spell, this is colorless, so is this, so is this. Whenever I cast a colorless spell with mana value 7 or greater, these all count, I can go search, I can sacrifice the Sanctum of Ugin. If I do, search my library for a colorless creature card, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. I had a Heartless summoning deck way, way, way back in the day. It was like a red-black or just like a black Eldrazi Heartless summoning deck that was using Sanctum, and you were like emerging your it was a really cool deck. You can't really do it anymore. Eldrazi just got a lot more homogenized and streamlined thanks to cards like Karn, but it was a really, really cool deck because you played like 2 or 3 Sanctum of Ugins and you would chain off, and you were playing Maw. What is it? Maw of the something, and you just like helixed your opponent dead. It was really cool. Maw of the, oh no, it wasn't Maw. Has a merge on it. We'll find it that way. It's a really, really cool deck. It was like I said, black. It was like playing Urborgs, and instead of like doing the Elder Deep Fiend thing, you were doing the Abundant Maw. When you cast the spell, it's when you cast the spell, so even if they have a counter spell for it, it's a 6/4. So you were just emerging this off of other. It was a really cool deck. But there are some reasonable green ones, right? It's like Mockery of Nature could be in our sideboard, or we just main deck it. Decimator as a finisher. I mean, there's something really cool here. Maybe. These are at best 4-drops, right? So we have no 2-drops. We're just doing 1s to 3s to 4-drops. Then we have a 5-drop. What's the emerge on this? Emerge 6. This is emerge 8, so this would maybe be here. A 5-drop if we emerged off of one of these. Lena. Decimator is what? 6, 7, 8, 9. 9, so this would also be here on the curve. So like I know you're like, whoa, Bruce By, those are way too expensive. Are they? If we're doing the whole Utopia Sprawl thing, maybe not. And so this is where they would end up on the curve if I evolved off of a Spyro or the Emissary. The Emerge idea might be a separate deck. I think there are better ways to make tokens in the Winota shell. I'm just saying, Gallagher, this is something I considered. Because I was looking for a way to make tokens that was also humans, but that was also, at the same time, non-humans, that was also resilient, that was also finding the Winota. So, to name a better combo, do evoke creatures. Oh, it's totally cool, don't get me wrong. Yeah, I wonder if it would maybe be, like, a direction we should even explore, though, is the question. Is like, should we even explore this, right? I don't know. Seems like a lot of moving pieces. Yeah, and you'd still want the Magus of the Moon as a, oh, you know what? Did we accidentally, yeah, I didn't even make room for the evolutions. It is a lot of moving pieces. It almost works. I mean, it even works without the Mockery and the Decimator, maybe, and even bothering with Sanctum of Ugin. I think the first Sanctum of Ugin is fine, though, because like it lets you just like free tutor another It of the Horde. Like, maybe you just play these. Maybe 61. Yeah, I don't know how many its you need to play to fouls. I was doing a 3-4 split because these are very weak without this. Not unplayable. Like you can also play them off of like Spyros, but maybe it would be a 3-4 split. We try. It's me still running our anthems, but we're not running the entity anymore, right? So I don't know. Ones, threes, fours, and bigger. This is a 4. Yeah, ones, threes, fours, and bigger. I think this is just really straightforward is another reason why I like this. This is me not goofing off with Pyre as much as I love Pyre. This is just very straightforward. 1, 2, 3, and on. These are tap lands, that's why I put them here. So I actually have more 3-drops than I have 1-drops, but that's pretty normal for decks like ours. Like, yes, it seems like a lot of moving pieces, but I think the fact that It of the Horrid Storm's still playing, like this sets us up really well for Winota. It just does. I've tried to look into a lot of other just weird, obscure cards that set us up well for the Winota. This is one that does. So this is 3 creatures seriously, and the one in the middle, the Eldrazi insect itself, is outside of bolt range. So I know it looks cute. This is also when you cast this, make the insect tokens. So in a meta full of counterspell, these still make my tokens. Also, this has fewer creature types, right? So like our caverns are going to name, what are our caverns hoping to name? Human, and then behind it, Eldrazi, right? We just want to name Human and Eldrazi here? Or does that not work? I can't remember how Emerge works or doesn't work with Cavern. I think it does. Right, if I pay the green on the Emerge, I think, yeah, because I'm paying green on an Eldrazi card, even though I'm doing the Emerge cost. Yeah, I think it does work. Like, this could be it. We could try this build. So this would be no squirrels. This would be Winota and Eldrazi? Winota and Eldrazi? Gotta go to bed. Gotta take your newborn. Oh, okay, Smiley. Hey, thanks so much for the subscription, friend. You have a nice night. Enjoy the newborn. Babies are great. Enjoy. Let's look at our ratio. Shockchan with the follow. Thanks, Shockchan. You still playing tonight, friend? I think this is actually kind of close. Okay, so hold on. So Spyro and arguably Emissary are kind of in the middle, right? They do both. I really miss the Ranger build. I think the Ranger build was really good, but hold on. So It of the Horrid. These are not. These are always humans. I think we're actually kind of close. And we get to count the gardens too. So 13 non, 8 that are kind of both. I think you can make a stretch call that the Foul Emissary is also a non-human, kinda. Even though it's a 2-card combo. You forgot following was the thing? Oh, thanks for following. And then we have 8 that are always humans all the time, every time. And then 8 cards that are just ramp or tutors. And I think the Sanctum of Ugin Singleton would be fine alongside Yavi, maybe? Like, we have room for an extra something. And then that frees up. We'll still have Herons as a sideboard card, I think. This frees up room for what? I mean, like, what are we afraid of then? Do we just want to play a couple paths? I've felt like this deck wants, like, you know, timely or paths. Well, we used to play 2 timely reinforcements. Like, it's fun to think about Decimator and it. I don't think we do. I think again we just keep the deck focused on the Winota. Like, it's fun to think about those. I think the Mockery of Nature is maybe the exception. I mean, the thing is I can't evolution into these things ever, right? Like, I guess Lena does evolution into It of the Horde Swarm, which that may come up very rarely, but it's not irrelevant. I can evolution the It of the Horde Swarm into these big drops, right? So, like, as memey as these two look, well, I guess Mockery would be a sideboard card, and then Decimator could be in the main board. Like, as much of a meme as this looks, like, because we really could evolve. We could Eldritch an It of the Horde Swarm into this, and then they're just definitely dead. Oh, no. It's when you cast this spell. Never mind. Creatures you control get all the stuff. I mean, it's still a 7/7 trample haste, though. That plan seems more made for Robopod, where you can have high CMC creatures to emerge away, says Gallagher. Maybe. I want to live the dream. We want to live the dream. We've had Kenrith in the sideboard before, too, just because we're more interested in him when we need to trample over. No, that's not true. This is the absolute bare minimum, is Kenrith, Lena, Blade Historian. Magus as an Eldritch target. Yeah. The Decimator and the Mockery are maybe kind of out there. Yeah, let's shrink it back down. I think we can get there just on the back of these human finishers we selected. Sure, Gallagher. I'd love to. I know you're all about the you were all about it. You were all about the you were into the Robopod. So you had a Robopod deck you worked on? Oh, 5-color Neoform? Yeah, Thrasta. Emrakul Promised End. Sweet. Alright, so we're doing the whole Rainbow Triome thing so we can play Draco for cheap, and then we are Neoforming or Eldritching Draco. I'm with you still. Oh, and we're like storming off with Cantors and Burning Tree Emissaries. Huh. Yeah, Manamorphose, yep. Yeah, so it's like a Thrasta Storm. This looks sweet. I don't know if I like the random Kavus, but are there just not more like free? Do you consider even rituals? I wonder. This looks like a good first step, though. No sideboard yet. That looks sweet. The idea is to play a 12-drop turn 2, then turn it into Emrakul. Right, it's very tempting with Eldritch, even in a deck like this, to like consider like the cuteness, like excuse me, not cuteness, like going even bigger, right? It's tempting to like, ooh, like what if we get this out? Don't we want to be able to Eldritch it to something even bigger and sillier? I think though I'd rather just see if these get it done. And I mean, I like that we're like, I'm sure you're like, okay, Bruce By, what's the big deal? You're spending 7 mana, right? So we spent 3 mana on turn 2, ideally. Let's say the ramp happens, right? Let's say the ramp happens. We're not missing land drops because we're playing hopefully enough lands for this deck to play Grazer, right? So we turn 2 the Emissary, turn 3 make our land drop. We're gonna make our land drop. They didn't kill my Sprawl. They can't. They didn't stop the Grazer ramp. Okay, maybe they killed the Arbor Elf occasionally, but hopefully this is turn 3 into the Horde Swarm on the Emissary, right? What is the end result? I end up with a 3/2, a 4/4, and 2 1/1s, right? And again, this is very much not my style of Magic. I don't normally like sit there like, ooh, like how much power am I making for how much mana I'm investing, right? But we're ending up with, you know, a 3/2, a 4/4, and 2 1/1s, right? All of which are not human, and then the next turn behind that, you play the Winota. Kavu is a backup aggro plan. You could go more all in, something like Allosaurus Rider. So really we just need to get the Avamaya. They don't have the promo one. I'd have to settle for the others. It's still a pretty card, even without the full art. I don't need to get it tonight. We're not testing it, right? It's already probably 2 in the morning. Yeah, we're not testing it tonight, but maybe Foul Emissary would be the way to stitch this together. Getting to look at the top 4, choosing creature cards, and our ratio should be enough creatures that we don't miss, right? Even with the sprawls and the evolutions, we should do the math on that. We don't miss on this very often, right? Right? So 1 Foul Emissary. So a Foul Emissary is going to see 26 out of 60. Yeah, we should have more than enough. We should always hit on this. We might even have choices. What an ugly card, though, isn't it? But, yeah, we could try this route. Cascade decks are doing... Oh, yeah. You know, it's funny you bring up Shardless, because Shardless would be a reason to maybe even look back into Neoform. Or not necessarily just Neoform, but like Shardless is just an interesting card to think about. Or even like Bloodbraid Elf, for that matter. In our deck right here. Let's open a new copy. I think the issue with Bloodbraid is... Like, there are other ways for us to have advantage. Like, we could borrow some technology from Panza, right? Like, we could look at what's working for Panza. Because, like, there are some overlap. There is some overlap between Panza and us, believe it or not. We could just do a Titania deck, right? Ooh, this is wrong scaling. There we go, decks. Like, there is some overlap between us and Panza, believe it or not. I mean, my issue with... Oh, this is a Luca build, so this is not going to be playing... Is there a build that is? That was an Obosh build, too. So here's a Bloodbraid build. Bloodbraid's awesome. Has the potential to hit Spyro. Obviously, you're very sad in your Gruul mid-range, whatever you want to call it. It's Panza. In your Panza deck, you're sad when this hits, like, weak hits. There's the Ragavan. I think Ragavan's great in this shell because they've got the bolts and such. I like the 2 of Ren and 6, actually. It's not typical. I like that, though. It's like, we could do, like, a Bloodbraid deck, and it's like, okay, wait, what? Yeah, we could. A Bloodbraid build? Because Bloodbraids are extra copies of Spyros. I mean, they're hoping to be, rather, I should say. Bloodbraid's an interesting card to think about in a deck like this. So if we named, you know, Cavern for Arbor Elf earlier in the game, we don't feel so bad. I mean, I have thought about Bloodbraid from time to time in a deck even like this, because it's potentially 2 non-humans stapled to 1 card to really set up a nice Winota. It might hit the evolution. I mean, like, we could just do a Bloodbraid build. I need to cut these as well. I thought about it from time to time. Just play Bloodbraid. The Cascade decks are getting a 2/2 and 4/4/4s off the Shardless Agent into Footfalls, though. Yeah, that's true. I mean, we could just throw it out the window, right, and just do this, right? I'm tired, so now I'm just building bad ideas, right? There you go, Dominance and Footfalls. We did it. The problem is they're also playing other things that they want to hit. They're also playing, like... Wait, we'd love these 2 rhinos, right? Winota would really enjoy these rhinos. But I think we're kind of off the deep end now. Like, suspending this on 4 is way too long for this to happen, right? No, I think we would just play Bloodbraid, the Fairway, and just play, like, Voices... Like, cards that are good right now. There's a lot of people jamming. Another reason why I might like a Bloodbraid build, there are a lot of folks jamming their favorite, you know, counterspell archetype, trying to make you know, their counterspell decks work. Yeah. Bloodbraid hits pretty much everything that's important out of our sideboard. You can do that, and then your ramp has to be Search for Tomorrow. Oh, yeah. Be sweet. I know you weren't kidding. I knew you weren't kidding. I almost want to run like Fiery Justice now if we're going to be doing Bloodbraids. I'm sure this got somebody in the chat excited. Whoa, Bloodbraid Elf Bruce By? Whoa. I do like that it has haste. So one of the cool things about haste, I mean, this is why I miss like the Strangleroot Geists. By the way, Strangleroot Geist is a very normal card for Winota. Like, you usually see a playset because it just has so much synergy for the evolutions. Like, you normally see this, and they don't tend to bother with, yeah, you normally see a playset of Geist. There's not a lot of reason to deal with or bother with Voice, at least prior to a lot of counterspell decks happening. But like, Geist is still the better synergy card for this archetype. That would be a 2-drop for us. And the reason is Eldritch. The haste, it has good synergy for Winota just in general because of the haste. It's a resilient threat. But also this card just plays so nicely with evolution because since it's a 2-drop, you play Geist, you evolve the Geist, go get Winota, Geist comes back because it has Undying. It's going to come back as a 3/2, still has haste, you get to attack with it. So like, the haste creatures are sweet. And maybe you wouldn't play the full play set of Bloodbraid, maybe just play 3. Like, this would probably be a much like just happier, more streamlined, you know, version that I just refuse to play. Why am I so stubborn, chat? This is probably the better deck all along. We've been burning tickets lately, and like, maybe this, like, because like every Bloodbraid I add is another chance to get us closer to, you know, cards like Evolution, cards like Spyro. And they also can be evolved themselves to Winota. They also evolve to Lena, which is awesome, just to have more cards that are fodder for evolving to Lena. So I do wonder if this is like underneath all the effort we've been putting into this deck, if just a Bloodbraid build is just the better deck. Or play some border posts. Well, what's wrong with this? I mean, I still kind of like Grazer in this archetype because of its synergy for Winota. Also, it can block, like, against prowess. It blocks their flyers. I'm with you. Like, I'll feel really disappointed when Bloodbraid hits Grazer, but am I? Because I have 2 creatures now for my Winota. Like, I don't know that I am disappointed. You know, I guess the card that I'm maybe disappointed with when it comes to Bloodbraid is Utopia Sprawl, but I thought this is what we wanted to be doing. Maybe we don't. I mean, maybe we just, I don't know. We were trying to make the deck a little bit more resilient to, what is it? We were trying to make the deck more resilient when it comes to not just permission, so not just counter magic. We're trying to make the deck more resilient to Lava Dart. I mean, we could play Goose. Never mind, you were thinking of a dedicated Cascade deck? Okay. No, but you bring up a good point. I was trying to make this deck a little bit more resilient to Lava Dart. Goose is also just good when it comes to playing against Burn. Seems like you're thinking of value Cascade with Bloodbraid. Yeah, I'm trying to do it like you normally see out of like Panza. This is what they're trying to do. It's tempting to think about Clothies again, by the way, with this much devotion. Like, if we were playing Strangleroots, Clothies is definitely something I want. Maybe not in the main board. Well, actually, I feel like we would animate this finally. So this is single red. This is a bunch of red for it. 2 red, double green. These all count. This is 2 for... yeah, we could play like even a main deck Clothies in a deck like this. So we just have a lot more devotion. So we could just try to animate this, which we should be able to. Obviously, the Lena and the Kenrith don't help, but that's okay. We're very pleased with those two. How about this for a thought exercise? What do you got for me here? It's nice. Like sometimes late at night, we just have silly ideas, wonderful ideas. All right, what is a perfect hand and opening sequence for a Winota deck? It'll probably look something like this. Like, please don't think, Gallagher, that I've been so foolish not to see what's been successful for other people. You know what's cool is you can see my list on here now too. We had somebody also copycat my build, which is awesome. So Dave W. Notice however this player right here. So Spawn of Virtue. Now let's look at the contents of the Spawn deck and then let's go back to the Dave deck. So 1 Dryad, 4 Birds, 1 Gilded Goose, 4 Givers, 1 Neonate, 1 Loyalist, 4 Fauna Shaman, Ooze, blah blah blah. You with me so far? I had somebody carbon copy my list and I'm loving it. 1 Dryad Arbor, 4 Birds, 1 Gilded. 4, like, see how it's card for card the same? Even down to the sideboard, by the way. But I'm excited to see somebody else playing my list, right? 1 Veil of Summer, 1 Burrington, 1 Champion, 1 Oaf. Let's go back to them. Even down to the Toski, right? No changes. That's really exciting, though, because we had somebody test the Vengevine list for me. And guess what? They got the same in... So we did on May 26th. We got a 3-1 in a Modern Preliminary. Dave, or I Dave W., June 1st, also got a 3-1 with my exact same list. That's something I appreciate about you. You know the standard build, you always try to innovate. Yeah, I mean, like, we could be doing this. This is like a really good way to do Winota. You're just playing Death and Taxes that you have an incidental whoops I win. I really, really like this build because they're just doing Geist Honored Monks. That's all they're trying to do. That's all they're trying to do. Yorion, bounce the Spyros. Yeah, this is really cool, and this was a 5-0, as it should be. This just looks good to me. So, like, there's that in the back of my mind of, like, Winota is also just a rocket in a can for just a streamlined red-white taxes. Like, I honestly think this might be like if you're looking for the best shell of Winota, I think it's this. I think you just play the early game that Death and Taxes offers, and then your late game is Winota. Like, I think the whole speed Winota thing, as much fun as it is, I think it's just very disruptible. I think an even better build of the Naya build was when we were playing, what was it? Sorry, I need to think for a moment. Instead of a Clothies build. I think what we really, really miss, honestly, has been this card. There's been so many matches over the last couple leagues. I mean, pretty much every league since I cut these, the Ranger Knight Captains. Ooh, they're pretty ones now. These look so much better with the old border to me. These look really nice. Pretty much since we cut these, I've been very sad. I think this card's just very good. You get to play a Burrington Forge Tender. Let's just go back to playing Ranger Captains. I've really missed the silence on these. Like, it seems underwhelming, right, on the surface, doesn't it? It's not. It's not. It's really not. Like, the silence on this, if we time it right, if we utilize it well, this is also a human that's stapled to a non-human. You get to play sweet cards like Loyalist. We get to play Givers. We could play a Ragavan. I don't know. I've really, really missed the Ranger Captains because they're in a similar, like I said, category as the Spyro. They're a human that's stapled to a non-human. Now, it hurts our mana tremendously to be a green, red, white. Like, I moved away from this card because I was trying to make our mana better, but I don't know if I care anymore. Red-white seems cool, but more of a mid-range deck with some occasional combo wins. Exactly. Yeah, I do think that that's just the better way to do this card. I do. I do think that's the better way to do this card, but we've been trying to innovate. So we kind of been going in cycles lately, and I keep coming back to Ranger and cutting Ranger and coming back to Ranger and cutting Ranger. All right, the advantage of green is combo killing faster, consistently. You have ramp and tutors. Yes. All right, that is a big advantage. I mean, you'd imagine with 25 lands, we're just not going to... Ooh, let's cut this and play the Sunbit Canyon again. We don't necessarily need second stomping ground now that we're not on the Arbor Elves. We could play... I don't even know if I need Yavi. No, we want Yavi because of the caverns. Could be greedy and cut this and play... how would I change it then? No, we like having 2 stompings. I'm just... This deck would really benefit from Copperline Gorge, is just why I'm considering even cutting it. I think that Garden should actually just be a fun of. I think it could really hurt us sometimes. Let's play a couple Copperlines. Seems good. Alright. Well, now I've just added Rangers, though. I don't know if I want more than one. Well, no, I just added another white dual. We have two basic. Actually, I think this is fine. I think this is reasonable. Like, if we were to go back and break down... And, like, the Caverns is both a red-white source for these. Alright, what were we playing? Legion Loyalist? So Loyalist also gives us trample, and then it's like, okay, well, why do you bother with Kenrith then? It's just for the redundancy. You might as well. It's good to have hasty threats. Like, Ragavan's sweet, and maybe we would play a Ragavan as a Ranger Knight, but we need to think, like, okay, what are the tools that we need coming from Ranger, right? It used to be Loyalist. We used to have a Burrington. What else do we play? We had, like, Walking Ballista. Or not Ballista. Hangerback. Hangerback has bad synergy with Bloodbraid, though, so maybe we don't want to play it. See, the perfect opening of Naya Winota is turn 1 Birds or Elf, turn 2 Spyro, make 2 tokens, turn 3 Winota, or Evo Spyro, the Winota get 2 or 3 triggers, pretty much win the game. Yes. That is what we have been designing the deck to do, right? I like that the Bloodbraid is making me feel like I can let go of playing other tutors. But maybe this list would still want the first Eladomri's Call. We didn't hate the first one. I think an Eladomri's Call will be fine. Giver of Runes as another Ranger target. Is that enough targets for Ranger? So Ranger can get us more food tokens, or the Loyalist, or the Giver post board. He gets me Burrington. He's a Silence. Yes. Awesome. Yeah, we're back at it. Bloodbraid on the stack. Evo gets off the Cascade. You can't sack it. This is very true. We do have to have something else to sacrifice. Yes. We need to be cautious of that. And I was aware of that, Gallagher. I guess I just didn't bring attention to it. We do need to be cautious that Eldritch doesn't work with Bloodbraid if there isn't already somebody on the table, right? So, I mean, like, I think because of that, we would want more... we would want or need more... I don't know. I just... You know what? Let's get away from the geese. Yeah, maybe we will get away from the Bloods. I don't know. That's a 60 right there. Although somebody, I can't remember who it was, but in chat they were saying they liked 10 turn 1 ramp effects. So maybe, I mean, how many lands would we need for 2 Grazer, right? I mean, maybe Sprawl is not where it's at because it's not a creature, but I keep going back and forth on this. Like, we're trying to make the deck more resilient to Lava Dart, but at the same time, I think, like, just playing a bunch of Givers would do it too. It's just we wouldn't be as fast. right? But we've done that in the past, just play a bunch of Giver of Runes. We go off one turn slower. But this is one of the most synergistic parts of, like, when you look at the Boros builds, the Boros Winota, really one of the best parts is that, like, Spellbinder and Giver is protecting the Winota. Oh man, they have a Smuggler's Copter. That card's great in this archetype too. Yeah, I wonder, we used to play a playset of Giver. Wonder if we should go back to doing that. I mean, I want more turn 1 ramp than this, though. Do we want Sprawl Utopia, or do we want to do it through the Geese? I think the problem with Geese is that they're not sustainable. They're not going to sustain our ramp. We have room for 5 more cards. But yeah, the Givers were really good. Like, between Giver and Ranger, this was enough for us to stop our opponents from stopping either through removal or counter magic our Winotas, and it was just really good. All right, the other ramp strat is Elvish Reclaimer with Flagstone. That'll change your whole mana base. I'm almost okay with that. Yeah, that's true. Reclaimer. It's almost like Reclaimer Titania is what we would be doing, right? I did see a really good Reclaimer Titania deck. It's very different, though, than this, but... Titania is legal in this format now. Yeah, and you play, like, Flagstones. We wouldn't need this many caverns. We would play like 2 caverns. Yeah, I mean, like, the mana base would change, sure, but I'm open to it. I am. This deck would almost want Knights of the Reliquary then, though, wouldn't it? Play like Knights. Thanks for that follow. Whoa, thanks for that resubscription, actually. Flux, thank you so much for the 23 months of support. What's up, Flux? Yeah, we'd almost want to be playing Knight. Knight of the Reliquary. These are pretty. The new border. I feel like aesthetically they actually look better on that, in this border. But yeah, so like Knights. I don't know. Kind of a different deck then, right? Its evolution is clunky at all with 1/3s. Since your common tutor target is Winota. Yes, it is clunky. That it is. We're workshopping it, as you can see. We're trying a lot of different ideas. So a Titania build could be interesting. Yeah, I have really missed the Ranger Captains, even though they're super greedy. I have missed them. So you can see we have a lot of other ideas. Yeah, like one of the cards that has the most synergy period is Strangleroot. Like, I get what you were getting at, Hobo, and also Gallagher. With Grazer and Reclaimer, you'd want a couple of bounce lands to mitigate the card disadvantage off of Grazer. Yeah, I do think that this is what we really want, isn't it? Maybe not. Do like the first Eladamri's call. Like, the cool thing about the Bloodbraid build was we were like, yes, there's anti-synergy here if we don't have the creature out. And we don't necessarily need, with all these Rangers, I don't necessarily need this many Givers, right? But it's like, okay, Bruce Spy, this seems too fair. Like, where's your speed? Where's your ramp? Right? If you're not going to be playing... if you're not going to be... I mean, that's just the thing, though, right? So if we take a cue from, like I was just saying, Boros Winota, they're using Spellbinder as the disruption. So Ranger can sacrifice himself for that kind of disruption. And then they're using Giver. We could place a number of Givers. Like, we could borrow that technology. We don't have to be completely original. I think we're already original enough just trying to have different win cons than your typical Winota. Ones we can pay for. Ones we can cast. Geist is so sweet, though. Because off an empty board, it evos into Winota. Oh, you're talking about Strangleroot? I thought you were referring to... Sorry, I was thinking about Geist Honored Monk. Yeah, Geist is great, right? Because we could have that empty board. And we could have... I feel less wary about the Blood Braids if we're doing this, right? I mean, maybe there just isn't any other ramp spell that I like right now than Grazers. Like, do we think we can get away with just 1, 2, 3? When I say 1, 2, 3, I mean, like, you know, land, go, Geist, go, Spyro, Ranger, or whatever, go. Like, is this a world we can be in? We're no longer Winota and Eldrazi. Castables. This is what, 5.6? Grazer and Utopia Sprawl seem safe and consistent. I mean, they are, but I feel like if I'm playing Utopia Sprawl, I feel like I really, really want Arbor Elf. You're saying don't fall prey to that? Just play Sprawl? And let Seasoned Pyromancer just power us through? Grazer and Sprawl seem safe and consistent. Grazers are also very happy to be evolved. So what is my human to non-human ratio? I think the first goose, Gilded Goose, is nice, though, as a ranger target. Not sure if you rely on a fair curve without some interaction. Yeah, exactly. Like, we'd have to be playing, like, main deck paths or something. The Rangers are a form of interaction when it comes to combo or control. These actually are a form of interaction, very subtly. Heliod will use these to great effect. But I agree with what you just said, though. Helpful Hobo is that we haven't been playing interaction in the list in a long while, actually, other than like Silver Bullets. Ranger would be us bringing back some form of interaction. And I know it's like, ooh, a silence Bruce Spy, ooh. But it's actually more impactful than you'd think, because you can hit multiple Rangers off of Winota. You can have double silence. It seems like not that much, but you'd be surprised. I get the draw of Sprawl Arbor. It's one of the only openings in Modern that can make 4 mana turn 2. Elf's just too fragile for a deck that wants to cast a 3-drop on turn 2. Yeah, that's exactly. We want to every time, right? Every single time we want to do it. Like, without failing, excuse me. Yeah, maybe we would want a single goose. Maybe we only play 3 captains, even though I'm like, you know, saying it's just super sweet. I mean, again, Kenrith we've put in the sideboard before. Kenrith is really the sweetness when what? When we need to punch through, when we need to trample. Legion Loyalist gives me the ability to do that. So, like, I feel like, I mean, I hate to say it, we may not need Kenrith in the Ranger builds. And I'm sure, like, but Bruce Spy, like, Legion is so, you know, much more fragile. Like, no, I'm with you. I agree with that. But we added Kenrith because we wanted more ways to trample, right? Because we wanted his first ability. He's just also just a really powerful, solid thing. But it's like the most powerful humans have been Lena, Historian, and Magus of the Moon. And so then we're just a pile of silences and draw 2, discard 2, make dudes. I mean, like, maybe this is just the best way to do this, you know? So is that tutors? So this is, you can count the garden. So 13 non-humans, 8 humans that are also a non-human or more in the case of Spyro. Spyro's just going to be better than anything else. And then we have 7 that are only ever humans. This looks right. This feels right. Could play a call instead of having 2 givers. Might be correct to just use giver as a tutor target and still play the first call. But I'm not convinced. Like, Elodomri's call really doesn't have the same speed or awesome that is evolution. All right, Ranger doesn't seem that impactful, though, if it's not kicking off a Pyre Hero chain. It doesn't. It does not. Yeah, the Giver Ranger builds are just a little bit more defensive in protecting the Winota. Yeah, they're not as bursty. I mean, you'd have to pick... I think you'd have to pick something other than Geist, maybe, right? Well, let's put this aside. So this seems to be where we want to be, right? Minus the Gilded Goose 2. This 28 plus or minus the mana base, which is subject to change. This seems like where we want to be, right? Find me another card that does what Spyro does. And this, I'm not just saying that to Gallagher. I'm saying that to everybody. I'm saying that to the whole chat. Find us another card that kind of does what Spyro does. I mean, there's draws cards and makes tokens. We're back to doing this search, aren't we? Draw token. There's Origin Spellbomb that comes to mind. That makes a dude and draws us a card. Make tokens. Does it say creature token? It does say creature. Draw a creature token. I just don't think it exists. I don't think there's a 2-drop or 3-drop that's going to do what Spyro does for us. Alright, discard any number of cards, then draw that many cards. Then if there are 7 more cards in my bin, I make 1 token. Okay. Oh yeah, the Callous Blood Mage. This was in black. This is a 2-1 that makes me also one other non-human. Honestly, the Foul Emissary might be good. Without the Emerge Shell, it's just a body that digs. I don't agree, Gallagher. I mean, I really think you would need to play the other piece. Sorry, let me say it less rudely. I think you would need to play the other piece. Make a changeling. That sucks for us because if it's a changeling, then it doesn't... Okay, so that's not a human, but we need to be in black. And then Berserker specifically draw me cards, and then add mana. That's funny. Raven's Warning is interesting. Make a token, gain life. Then I can search. What about Brea's Apprentice? Oh yeah, Brea's Apprentice can draw cards. Weren't we talking about Brea's Apprentice? Hold on. It kind of draws cards, doesn't it, Flux? Thank you for bringing this card back to my memory. And there's also a sweet art version of it. Oh, it's a rare. Why do you have to be a rare? Okay, so artifact creature on a 2/3 body. Yeah. When there's a battlefield, we make a... Okay, cool. So we're making 1 creature that's not a human. Awesome. I'm with you so far. Sacrifice artifacts to choose one. So it can sacrifice itself for me to exile the top of my library, and then until the end of my next turn, I can play that card. Or... it doesn't... you're confused by this deck. What are the human payoffs? They're these. You don't need a lot. Like, we've played Grace. We've played Kenrith. You could also be doing Geist. You could be doing... what else? Angrath's Marauders is really popular. Geist Honored Monk. But these are the ones I've chosen. Herons, though, has been moved to the sideboard lately. Actually seems great. Works way better than Pia. Yeah, Brea's Apprentice could be good. 2/3 with a token attached. I can sacrifice artifacts to dig a card deeper. I mean, would we want, like... Is there any synergy potential for this card? I'm with you. Like, maybe the Ranger... We did move away from the Ranger build a while ago. I think we were happy to. I don't know. I'm not sure if we were happy when we moved away from it. The Sprawls just seem so weird in this deck. Are we sure? Are we sure that we want to do Sprawl instead of Gilded Goose? Because Goose attacks. Like, I get what you're talking about, Gallagher. You're like, no, Bruce By, we want the turn 1 ramp. We want it to be something that's just not disruptible. I'm with you. I mean, if we're playing Bray's Apprentice, I almost want to play... What is that meme that somebody wanted me to be playing? The mirror token thing? The mirror token generator thing? This would be the list where I almost want that as a 2-drop. I was just thinking it's easier on the mana. Pyromancer's more powerful in a vacuum. Where is that card? It's a random... Just such a random... Yeah, Genesis Chamber. Do we almost want these in a Bray's Apprentice deck? Not because we want to sacrifice the chamber, but because we're making artifact tokens. It does need to tap itself. Is this the build that actually makes Genesis Chamber work? Tireless Tracker could work with Bray's Apprentice, or the new one that makes a treasure. Do you mean Ragavan? Like, this makes me want to do this, actually. And I don't even think it's necessarily... Like, we've talked about Genesis Chamber on and off in this deck. You also could play the first, what's-his-face, the guy that gets scared, Norrin. I wouldn't play more than one Norrin. We're not interested in this from the +2/+0 very often, right? We just want the Thopter. We want to be able to look deeper. What's our human and non-human count? I mean, that's straight up just like now we have 8 that we're actually happy with, right? Lena, I don't count in that pile, but technically she's a human that makes non-humans. She does make non-humans, but I don't typically add her to this pile of a human that does make non-humans. You could count the chambers. The thing with chamber is it's non-token creature, right? So it's not going to synergize with everything in our deck, right? It's not going to make a bunch of extra creatures due to Spyro or Apprentice. It's only going to make one. Tireless Tracker. No, I mean, you could still use the... It's still an artifact. Like, with Bray's Apprentice, I almost would rather play Gilded Goose than Sprawls, and just... Sometimes they would kill it, but we have the extra... I don't know. I wonder if I'd rather play Gilded Geese because of the synergy. That could let you do Goose over Utopia. Yeah, I think we've actually found something here. And the Spellskites get a lot better. I mean, I'm already playing 2 Spellskites. Hang on. I think we just Brain Blasted. I don't know if I play this many Gen Chambers, though. I think with Gen Chamber, you should play like 2, maybe 3, right? Like, that's the first Norrin. Norrin the Wary. Gotta play a Norrin if you're gonna play some Genesis Chambers. Check out Tireless Provisioner, not Tracker. I just don't want to get flooded with chambers. Tireless Provisioner. Whenever lands under the battlefield, I make a food token or a treasure. Oh, it's an elf, so it's not a human. That's cool. What about Smuggler's Copter? Flux's Smuggler's Copter turns your humans into non-humans. Yeah, Smuggler's Copter is pretty normal to this archetype. I can't crew it with Grazer or Gilded Goose. That's why you'll see the Smuggler's Copters builds playing... they'll be playing... that's actually why they play Arbor Elf and weird stuff like Llanowar Elves, is because they want to crew the Copter. So I don't know if we would play Copter. I mean, I feel like this is just like really, there's some neat stuff going on here. So how much synergy do we have for Breas apart from adding any other cards, right? If we stopped here, where's the synergy for Breas? It is Goose and Chamber, right? And then it's almost like, well, Bruce Spy, if you're going to play Apprentice, don't you want to play the first PA and Kieran Nalaar? Yes, I do. And now we're there. I do want to squeeze Pia and Kieran Nalaar into this thing, absolutely. Don't we? Don't we want P and K? I would think that we would just want more synergy. Can't block this turn? Yeah. I would think we would just want more synergy pieces here. I think that makes sense. Doesn't that make sense? Does that make sense, folks? We'll figure out the rest of like what has to change, but I think that's what we would want to do. Do we even let go of the Lena? Do we let go of her? Why don't we just play? I don't know. My brain's pretty fried, Fever. I'm probably gonna save it for next stream. It's 2 in the morning. Unless we can find a placeholder for Yavi. I don't think there is one that's gonna paint the. There's nothing else that works like this right now in the meta. But we have to buy these maybe. So maybe cut a chamber. They're kind of legendary in a way, right? I mean, I guess a second chamber is nice, but maybe this takes the same spot as the two of tutor card we were playing before. This actually seems kind of sweet. I could play a placeholder. Hang on. I'm down to goldfish. Let's cut that. I'm down to goldfish. I'm not down to like play because I'm really tired and I'd play awful. Let's just play Firelit over the Yavi. I'll try to get a Yavi before next league. Oh, I don't have one right now. I'll just get one. Thought I had a Firelit thicket. Can I get my hands on Brea's apprentices yet? That's the next question. They are pretty cheap. They are very cheap. I can get a bunch of this card. Awesome. What are their bots' names? No, just go to Trader Bot. I have some credit with them. So I used to grab the Scurry Hulks. Not Scurry Hulks. Excuse me, Scurries over earlier. Trade. Sometimes you gotta hit up a few of them. They be trading. They be trading. Ooh, are none of them on right now? It's not that they're not on, it's just that maybe there's lots of trades going on. Trade me? Is it my issue? Is it on my end? Am I not... let's get everything we can from our other store first. Do that off screen. Genesis. They might be down for restocking or something. Genesis Chambers. Oh man, these are actually kind of expensive. Why? Why? Why you be expensive? No, you're asking some great questions, Gallagher. I think you're actually helping me a lot streamline some things about the deck, and I'm excited to see some of these changes. Pia and Kieran just have all the synergy, right? Humans that also make the non-humans. Perfect. Cool. Awesome. All right. Yeah, this is just a placeholder for the Yavi. It is terrible by comparison. Also doesn't filter well with the two of planes we're playing, but that's fine. So we get these cards, and I'll try to find my way to the apprentices. I'm not in a trade with somebody already, am I? Is that why they're having trouble? Oh, that one's taken down. Is 10 up? Create. No. Yeah, I think they're restocking. A bunch of them are offline right now. Some of them are offline. Trade. Ooh, we might have gotten one. Alright, Brea's Apprentice. They don't have any. Really? Am I spelling it wrong? I did not spell it wrong. They don't have it. Alright. I'd love to at least goldfish this concept. I think this is actually a really cool angle. Maybe we don't have room for the first Norin, by the way. Maybe that should just be a, maybe that should just be a... Yeah, because we only have 2 Genesis chambers, actually. I've changed my mind. It's different if it was like a target, like a tutor target for... I think actually we're not going to play it. I don't have enough synergy for it, just the 2 gens. So I'd rather just main deck a Spellskite, or... because of the synergy. Or we could main deck the Skoos. We've been happy with the main decked Scavenging Ooze. Spellskite's just really solid in the meta, though. A lot of what's going to stop us, the Spellskite can protect us from. Maybe we just want to do a 1-1 split of Spellskite. Trying to be the first to click trade, but I know, I think we have to hit like this one, like one of the earlier, like one of these bots has to have it. Trade. Because the bot that I managed to trade with did not trade. Trade? Oh, they have 2. Alright, that was MTG bot 1. Maybe MTG bot 2 has the rest. Trying to be courteous. We were very quick with our trade, right? There are other people. Lots of trades going on right now. Trade me, please. Yeah, whack-a-mole is a good way to describe it, Gallagher. Brea. Come on. Let's get those Breas. Yep, there's the rest. Awesome. And we got it all for freebies. Because everybody's like, this card's not going to do anything. Of course it's not. It's going to end up in my obscure Winota deck. That's where it's going to end up. Closed. I know, we didn't get the pretty full art ones. I don't care. I'm very happy if we just have the cards. Okay, cool. We need to add a sideboard card. What do you guys think? Veil of Summer? I have the two timelies back. I mean, like, we already have the playset of Cavern. Maybe it's over. Oh, Veil is just a good card in our sideboard. Could also play fan favorite Fiery Justice, but I think with these Caverns, we're just not going to be casting it anymore. Yeah, let's just play a Veil. It's just a good... And we're just going to be goldfishing anyway. Why do I care? Yeah, true. I'm sitting here like, oh, we need to make sure. No, we don't. Oh, this looks good to me. There's something about what we're doing here that looks good to me. I love any deck that can use Gilded Goose, like some of the artifact-based Geese deck. I usually like a 1 of Worship. Ooh, Worship's a good idea. Are we running something else that's trying to be like a bad Worship? Which Worship would we play? Old school? New school? I don't know if I like this art even. Old school? Probably old school, right? This also doesn't have flavor text on it. What were they thinking? Yeah, Worship's kind of sweet, although we don't have any, like, hexproof threats, but yeah. We tend to be able to keep some number of creatures on the table. That's good thinking. Skoos could also be main decked. Maybe I cut a timely, or the random Veil of Summer. Yeah, I like the idea of a Worship. I'm surprised I hadn't thought of one before, playing one. Worship can be good in these kinds of decks. I think it's Worship's even better if I have like a an Auric champion though. We did cut the Auric champion. Let's just cut the Veil. Yeah, I'll give the Worship a try. That's a cool suggestion, Gallagher. I'd forgotten about that card. All right, so it is 3. So I will goldfish for a little bit. I'm going to goldfish for a little bit. The Strangleroot Geist has great synergy with the Chamber. Better synergy with Genesis Chamber than Voice of Resurgences would have. Our deck's like hardly white anymore. It's just a white sideboard. I mean, that's white for you. White has great sideboard cards and like it's like, but just a red-green deck. Just a red-green deck. Maybe we should even like sideboard of planes, right? It's funny how we just slowly but surely added more and more caverns to this deck. That's just funny to me. That just more and more caverns got added to this deck as we played more in the meta, as the meta has shifted due to counterspell. It's kind of funny to me. Oops, reset. I'll try to get the pretty Breyas at some point, but let's just play with the normies. Some people don't really like that full art stuff anyway. Let's play. Thank you for your patience. Fever Pitch, I appreciate you saying, why don't you play? Why not play, Bruce Spy? Why not play? Just goldfish it at least. Maybe I'll play against somebody in the practice room and not worry about it. But putting up tickets, I think, is a bad idea right now. Just because my brain... All right, keep. All right, turn 1. We played a goose. Turn 2, what did we do? Pia, or do we need to moon them? I mean, that would just depend. Now, if I go for Pia, I don't get to play the Winota yet. Just something to think about. Like, is it correct for me to just sit here and make a food instead? And that's the issue with Goose, right? Like what you just saw there. Well, I guess now I go Pia and Kieran instead, right? We running the basic mountain? No, we cut it. We cut the basic mountain. It's okay, we've got red here. Pia and Kieran Alar. Slam the Winota. I guess we would do it off of Canopy, right? Swings. 3 triggers. What do we hit? We hit an Apprentice. Make a token. So we have a blocker. We'll take a Spyro over the Apprentice, right? Dump. Dump. We whiff on the last one, but that's okay. What was the human count? Looks good to me. 16? 16 is pretty normal for us. Okay. Oh, he whiffed. No blocks. Second main, nothing. And these you have to tap to do things, right? So, like, that's the cool thing about Apprentice, right? I don't really want to attack with this, right? I just want to turn the food into making something stronger. I actually really, really like this card. Oh, my goodness. Hold on. There's some really neat synergy happening here. Huh. Like, we could make something not block this turn? Huh. We're doing some really cool stuff. With the food token, I kind of want to make another food token. We're doing cool things with our food tokens. This is kind of cool. This reminds me of the Asmore or whatever like deck we saw earlier today. All right, swing. I think we're onto something. And yeah, maybe we make something unable to block instead of playing the extra goose. It just depends. I'm not going to swing with this Apprentice. We would see how they would block first, and then I can use this to do things. That's so cool. All right. Spyro. This is awesome. Great suggestion. Gallagher, wasn't this? No, Flux. This was you, Flux. Probably still pick Spyro, right? I don't know. Like, these abilities are legit, though. Like, this is a form of advantage. Holy guacamole. Did we figure out something? I mean, I'm still going to take the Spyro, but still. Did we find something that can almost stack up to... Oh, there's the double strike. They're very dead. We whiff. That's okay. If we want to give our Winota indestructibility, that's a way to do it, but that was kind of sad. Another apprentice. Probably take the Spyro. Like, it's fine that we're still preferring Spyro in a lot of these spots. That doesn't bother me. I just think it's so cool that I get to, like, so we can pump something. Yeah, we could give some attack power to the Gilded Goose. It just depends on, like, how blocking goes down, right? However blocking goes down, and then we're just like, all right, this is going to be stronger. Sack of food. That's so cool. Apprentice is a super great idea. This is neat. That was turn 4? Or turn 5? I think that was turn 5, actually. Yeah, I really like the main deck Spells Guide in this build. This is awesome. And I think the Gilded Geese we're getting a lot more mileage out of than usual. This seems like exactly where we want to be. I'm so sad that we didn't figure this out sooner. Oh, it pretends as if we're on the draw against ourselves, by the way. Just imagine there's an opponent over there. Just imagine. Alright, this is where Yavi would do almost the same thing, right? We're pretending this is a Yavi, kind of. Geist is going to attack. We didn't have to use our food yet. We play Spyro. Yavi would still work for this play, right? Oh, no, it wouldn't. We would have to shock here. Just something to think about. I mean, maybe Firelit is better. No, Yavi Maya is going to be better because we have all these caverns we're playing. It's kind of greedy. Dump these. Swing for another 2. That's a lot of grazers. All right. We just want to play the Winota instead of evolving, right? I guess the advantage of evolving is that I get to play a grazer, though. I just get more stuff on the table. Say no. Like, sure, we give up a Spyro, but I think getting the grazer on the board is better. Oh, you know what? No, I'm supposed to sack the Strangleroot Geist here. Whoops. Has it been that long since I played with this card? In most situations, I'm going to sacrifice the Geist, actually, and I get to keep the Spyro. That was dumb. Alright, Spyro. Exactly what we were looking for. Something like Spyro that makes tokens and provides card advantage. Yeah, it does both. It does both. Ooh, we have an interesting choice here. So if we need to stop some blockers, we actually might prefer Pia Nalar, but we're going to go with Pia and Kieran. It's almost always going to be P and K instead of the other. Alright, Spyro over those other choices. Probably. Double Cavern in the end. Yeah, Gallagher, I think you actually really helped. Not actually, you did. I think you really helped the direction of the deck. Human. Right? Artificer, okay. Swing. I tapped wrong for the, I could have left open a red source for the P and K. This is a lot of triggers. No. What's even left to grab? The Double Striker? So there's an Apprentice. There's the Double Striker. Apprentice. Pia. There's not much left in our deck. Apprentice. Whiff. I don't think there's anything really left. There might be like a Spyro. There's probably some Winotas in there somewhere. Yep, if we want an indestructible one. And another one. So no. Yeah, I think that was us pulling pretty much every single human out of our deck, right? Turn 5? Man. I mean, again, this is not something we could have figured out before Modern Horizons, though, right? Keep it. Gen Chamber. Maybe you lead Gen Chamber with a hand like this. Sacred? No, we want green for Geist, so second Stomping. I do like that our mana is really clean game 1, and then post-board, when the games are slower anyway, we have to worry about our white a little bit more. Alright, so you probably lead Spellskite, make a token. We don't draw a land. I'm just going to play Strangle, make a token, swings. We really want to see third land, thank goodness. Okay. We could get the plains here, though. Well, we need to get a plains because I have Winotas to play next turn. Spyro, get 1 token. Dump. Dump? Would you want to make sure you have double Winota? Probably. Looks like we're just going to do it through the evolution after all. Swing with everybody except for you. Cavern, awesome. Right on time. Human or warrior? Well, no, human definitely now that we've made some changes to the deck. This is awesome. We're doing the things. Yeah, we even make a token when we put the Winota in. These are sweet. I don't think we want more than 1 or 2, though. Swing with everybody. Lots of token. This is turn 6, though, right? It says turn 5 in my counter down here. I think it's technically turn 6, though. It might be that this is turn 5 on the draw, though. But I think... Anyway, probably would take P-Ink here and Nalar here. Get 3 tokens out of that. No. Pia. I think I want the ability more than the Spyro, but that might be wrong. The ability to make things not be able to block. Okay, an Apprentice, token. Get 2 tokens out of this. Plus artifacts are awkward in a creature deck that wants to Evo. I do think a Tireless Provisioner would be better than the Gen Chamber. Making a food to turn back on Goose, treasure to ramp. Okay, so you don't like the Gen Chamber? Okay. What was the name of it again? Tireless? The elf 3-drop? Provisioner. So we don't want Tracker? We don't want Tracker because Provisioner gives us the ability... I don't know. Like, Tracker's just so much stronger, though. I mean, I'm with you. Okay, so Provisioner, because it's not a human, because it lets me make food. Both are good. But, like, the Gen Chamber's doing the thing. No? It does also make my opponent blockers. Food for Goose could matter, though. Yeah, that's true. This not being... I mean, I feel like our human count is happy. Gosh, you're just so much stronger than this card, though. Just in every way except not attacking. No, I mean, I'm with you. Like, we would be playing this because it's not a human. We would be playing this because we want to increase this side of the deck, right? I can't really count Gen Chamber. Like, the Genesis Chambers didn't really count. I mean, they do, right? Like, if we're not playing creatures, we're losing. Like, the Genesis Chambers do count. Dude, I feel you used to play Gen Chamber. Card's nuts. It is, but at the same time, like, I'm giving my opponent blocks. So, like, it almost kind of is defeating the purpose. I mean, I think we're getting more value out of the Gen Chamber. I have to play lands for this thing to do its thing. I don't know if I want either. But I'm with you that it might be nice to, like, make food tokens for Goose. Is there something else that does this? There are other things that make food tokens. That's a fun card. This card's fun. Manufacturer plus Gilded Goose. I almost like that better, Gallagher, than the Provisioner. Manufacturer. I almost like this more. Like, I just activate Goose. What have my thoughts been on combat Celebrant type effects? Says Helpful Hobo. I like Celebrant. We've tried it. Late to dinner. That's fun too. We were playing a different reanimate effect though for the Winota. This is interesting. Cookbook, yeah. I don't know if there's like many. There you go. We get around a bunch of forests and go tutor for cabin. No, I mean I'm with you, right? So, oh, Curious Pair. There you go. It doesn't really help our Goose problem. Oh, you know what? There is a really good wolf that actually does something with foods. What was it? The one that has indestructibility? Like, yeah, wait, there is something that was legit with food tokens. I would assume it's just too big, though. What was the name of that card? Oh, man. It was like... It was like a flash wolf that did some really cool stuff when it comes to food tokens. It's not you. Yes, 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 there's this guy, the Feasting Troll King. Sack 3 foods, get him back. That's so funny. Is it this card? No. What is the name of the card I'm thinking of? Is it not Modern Legal or something? Does it not say food token on it? Does it say sacrifice? I think it says sacrifice of food. Wicked Wolf, yeah. I almost wonder if I want that. Oh, it doesn't have flash. But yeah, it comes in and fights something, gains indestructible. There's cool things about this card, actually. Like, it seems so unassuming, but it's in Modern, it's essentially going to be a 4/4 that killed something else. I actually think this could be a sweet fun of for really considering going deeper into food. I don't think we are, right? Unless I like incorporate what is that card? Try to incorporate the fetchable, make a this card's sweet though. Ragavan makes treasure, that'd be a reason to play Ranger Captain again. Because of Ragavan. I still feel like Ragavan is happier in a deck that has like removal though, so that we can make sure that he gets through. I kinda wanna try this. We don't have enough forests, right? I guess we would with Yavi, though. Could we consider the let me count the ways. Gingerbread. Oh man, are we maybe doing this? We'd have to have Yavi for this to work. I think I'm done and we're just brain blasting now. So cut the Firelit. Play second Stomping Ground. I still think it's not gonna happen without Yavi though. Right? Like what are my forests? What are my forests? What are even my forests? Yeah. 14 forests, kind of. Then you play a Yavi. We're definitely going too deep and too cute now, but I kind of want to see what it would look like. So 15 forests. Because that would be so clutch. It's like, oh, he doesn't have a food, and then you just fetch for one. That'd be funny. I love it. But we're probably going too deep. But just fun to think about. Fetch lands with Yavi and Gingerbread Cavern is a thing. You'd need specific mana base or Elvish Reclaimer to always be able to get Yavi. Fetches with Yavi and Gingerbread Cabins could be a thing. Yeah, it could be. I do wonder if we could get away with just a single plains again. We did used to play just a singleton plains in our deck. Like, sure, there's a couple cards. I only have a couple cards now in our sideboard that care about double white, right? It's just, and both of them are tutor targets, the Prelate and the Apparition, and Linvala, but everything else is just single white. I wonder if we could do single plains again. It's greedy. Second plains hurts us a lot, though, sometimes. But we would have to start at a Yavi before we even consider the first cabin. Yeah, the wolf is kind of neat. There was a historic polymorph deck that played Mountain and Dwarven Mine to always make a creature on turn 4 for morphing. Yeah, I've seen those decks myself. That's some cool tech. I have seen it myself. We also could play slightly different fetches, couldn't we? Could cut like a Copper Line. or I could let go of my playset of caverns that I'm convinced is very good right now. Maybe I would let it go. Yeah, the wolf is sweet. It's also more of a sideboard card, though, even still, isn't it? Because if there's nothing for me to fight, it seems kind of lackluster. We could go back to main decking the Scoos. I think that was good. We enjoyed that. Like, this still strikes me as a sideboard card, even though I'm, like, kind of excited about it. You guys know I get excited about kind of unique, weird cards. I don't think there's anything else I want to play food token-wise. I think I just want it to be the geese in the cabin. I don't think I want to do anything else with this. I mean, this is a human for our human count. Yeah, it's a 1/3 human. That makes me a food. It seems bad. Trample 4/4 makes a token. I don't think any of this else looks reasonable, right? Trail is interesting. It's grindy. It's very expensive. It is 3 mana before it even does the first thing, right? Now, when you sacrifice the food on the Gilded Goose, you can do the pay. Bray's Apprentice makes you wonder if we want hangerbacks. I do think that the first hangerback could be very good because we have some sacrifice outlets, right? These are sacrifice outlets. Pia is sacrifice. Yeah, I think hangerback could definitely be something we consider. We have 5, 6 sacrifice outlets. 8, 9, 10, 11 sacrifice outlets. If you Eldritch a hangerback walker, you can get Ooze or Spellskite. Yeah, we've played hangerback walker in this deck before, to some success. I think the first hangerback is sweet. I don't know if you want too many though. Like, we would need... I mean, like, that's a lot of sacrifice outlets, though. We could probably get away with 2. So go back to Ooze in the sideboard. And cut the Worship. I think this is a cheeky plan. I like the way you think. Kind of want to test my wolf, though. Even though it's more of a sideboard card. Yeah, these hangerbacks are maybe a cool idea, actually. I think we have enough sacrifice outlets for them to work. I mean, too bad there isn't like a sacrifice outlet in our mana base, but I think that's fine. Yeah, these are a great idea. It's a one-sided Genesis Chamber, huh? There you go. I got all excited about the Gen Chamber in our testing, and then I remembered, oh wait, this card doesn't have as much synergy as I would like. This means we have nothing but Magus of the Moon as a bullet, silver bullet. Technically also Spellskite if we do run into like Infect, or I mean, we're doing a 1/1 split on Spellskite just because it has some natural synergy here with these threats. I really like that we're not having mana issues. I mean, I wonder if this is a 24-25 land deck. Honestly, like, we're just not having land issues now. We're just very clean. Just land doing the things. Land doing the things. Like, I'm not flustering. I'm not getting stuck. Once you're on Walker, you should be playing Givers and Legion Loyalists and the Ranger Captains. But once you play Walker, then you want to play Givers and Legion Loyalist, and ugh. But how do I make room for that? Do we not play the Pias? Are you suggesting don't play these two? I'm just trying to figure out what you're suggesting right now. Okay, so are you suggesting just play a Singleton Walker and play Rangers? That would cut into the Brea package. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. I really do like a lot of the synergies I'm seeing. I mean, yes, I miss Ranger Knight Captain, but like our mana's cleaner. Like I could play more copper lines even. I don't need the second planes. I think not playing Ranger actually again makes our mana really clean and just very streamlined, just very red green. When we sideboard, we're looking for the white sources. I need one white source for Winota. 3 Brea, 2 Ranger Captain, a Giver, a Legion Loyalist. I kind of want to keep testing this thing. So, okay. So you're saying not that many apprentices? But we were doing the things, man. We had the synergy, man. Are we sure? We had the synergy. Mana was clean. I do really like Ranger, though. It wasn't hard to convince me. I think I visualize what you're talking about, too. I don't think I want to cut any apprentices, though. I think I want to continue to test it. Right, and we get to play a sideboard Burrington Forge Tender. But then what am I cutting? It's got the Worship. Gosh, why do I want to test this Wicked Wolf so bad? It's so bad, right? It's got to be bad. I think the Gingerbread Cabin by itself, just with the Gilded Geese, that just already kind of justifies it. Especially since Yavimaya Cradle of Growth was printed. This card's just so bad, but I want to test it. It seems so sweet at the same time. Scoos. Burrington could take the place of the Mark. Kind of. They kind of do something similar. I'm sure I'm going to run up against a whole bunch of, bolts or prowess and be like, why did I cut that card? Why did I cut that card? Maybe something like that. Oh, they don't have the fancy schmancy ones. Of course they don't. I'm not surprised by that. Hangerbacks are way too cheap for what that card does. Got a cabin. That was easy. Yavimaya. They are not... 0 available. It's going to be that way for a while. Legion Loyalist, glad to see you back. I do like that card in this deck quite a bit. I was very sad that we no longer had the trample from that Kenrith was offering. Whoops, I did not add the Ranger Captains. Ranger Captains actually aren't that expensive. Card's great. You brewed up a sweet new Hardened Scales deck using Urza's Saga as a tutor package. Oh, yeah. Urza's is definitely going in that deck. It's going to be amazing. Yeah, I have really missed Ranger in this deck. Because I do feel like it is a human stapled to... But no, I'm with you. Like, I think Brea's sets up Winota faster and is just better. This is sweet that this is just better, maybe. We have sacrifice outlets for this. We still have many, actually. Right? How many? Not as many as before. We have 8. Right? 8 sacrifice outlets for this. I mean, when you play Hangerback Walker, you want sacrifice outlets. Glad to see you back, Legion Loyalist. That card's actually quite good in this archetype. Also, you'd be surprised. There's some number of tokens in the format that they can't block as relevant. I'm sad that we're not playing the Pia and the other. I mean, maybe we'll be able to make room for those legends. But, like, I feel like the fact that they don't have the card advantage potential of Apprentice with the bird. Like, let's revel with me for a second. We may have just found an advantage engine that the deck is desperately needed other than just Spyro, right? Let's continue to run the Firelit. Actually, let's just play a second Copperline Gorge. Because, like, Firelit doesn't really feel exactly like Yavimaya would. Anyway. So, this right here, like, this is it, right? We make a food token. I can sacrifice the food token, and then exile the top card of my deck, and I can play it. So if it's a land, whatever, like, yeah, like, this is it, right? Like, this plus this finally gives us another. I mean, like, obviously Spyro is still what we're going to want to do in every situation possible. But, yeah. Now we have, like, 10 humans that are kind of stapled to something else. Yeah, maybe Pia and Kieran Alar and everything was just too much. That was sweet, but maybe it's too much. I'd love to see an Arboreal Grazer in our opener. We haven't seen that side of our deck once, but we've only goldfished a few times. You guys ready to see some more matches? And by matches, I mean I'm playing against myself. I'm sad to see Lena go, but she might just be win more. I think we've really peeled it down to just the bare minimums of what we need to actually win off the Winota, right? Like, this seems actually quite streamlined to me. Let's leave. Let's just play somebody. Let's do it. No Yavimaya yet, but we've got the whole rest of the deck. Let's just do it. Let's just play somebody. Hey. Good luck and have fun. Keep. They mulligan to 6. Yeah, let's play against a human, shall we? Let's play against a real player, right? Real person. Opponent says Happy Modern Horizons 2. And I say, huh, yeah, true. Alright. Forest. Gets Ozolith. Misha's Bobble. Yeah, Urza Saga is going to be pretty bonkers in that deck. I wonder if they were considering killing my goose. Goose Goose Geist, right? Anyone? Goose Goose Geist? I'll shock. Goose Goose Geist. Pooh ha. Ketria. Show me that Ren in 6. Dread Horde. I'm with you, opponent. I'm with you. Can make it so that the Strangleroot still dies to the Arcanist with the help of my Legion Loyalist. This is not the draw that we want to have, is it, folks? What you're seeing from us here. I almost have enough forests to get the cabin bonus. I feel like I want to work towards that instead of bothering with Copperline. I actually don't want to expose the Loyalists to the bolt that they're going to play and then use, right? I think we want to just say go. Fetch and make a food token. We need to, like, draw the stuff in our deck. We need to draw the goods. We're hitting things that we want to be tutoring for and not the... Maybe I shouldn't have kept this hand. I mean, this hand needed a draw on a Winota or a tutor, right? Or some cards that draw us. We shooting my Geist? You're getting a land. This is not good, folks. Like, I felt like we were doing the things. Dread Horde is a blocker. You could have used that Serum Visions of yours twice, maybe, opponent. Shouldn't they try to have done that? Oh, anyway. Garden. Make a food. Really glad that I didn't put the Legion Loyalist on the table, because here's this Ren in 6. Anytime I see Triumphs, I almost wonder, oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. So I'm a little sad that I didn't play the copper, or that I didn't get a different white source. I actually could have gotten red here. Oh no, I wanted to set up the gingerbread cabin though. We've got plenty of food. It's not a big deal. We can sack one to the Spyro. I don't really want to play Loyalist because Ren in 6. So I think we'll just let him be a... we'll let him turn into a... I don't want to spend another food just to get this on the table too. We'll let him turn into a token. Like, the ability could be really important, actually, for this matchup, but probably not. Prob's not. Do we want to just moon them because they showed us a Triumph? Probably. Yeah, we probably just want to moon them, right? Be crazy if they didn't have a lightning bolt in their hand, right? I mean, we're really set up for a Winota. I'll tell you that much. Bloodbraid. Ooh, they found an Aspertold. That's terrifying. Do you have some more stuff to go with that in your hand, opponent? So they're doing the they're playing Shardless Agent. No attacks, even still. Blade Historian. Does this finally let me swing through? Kind of. Actually, it does. I'm sad that I have to sacrifice a food token for this. But I'm also not sad. This finally lets me swing through. Even with my Elemental, this lets me swing through. The Magus can swing through. Do we ignore the Ren in 6? I think we do. The only thing that they get to block profitably is this Elemental token. Maybe I don't even swing with it. Like, this is a good swing. This is a good swing. this is a good swing unless they double block the Magus. That's not true. It's a 3-2, so first strike damage, I kill the Blood Braid, and then this doesn't have enough to kill. So the only thing that I don't really want to attack with is the Elemental. They might tick down their Ren and 6 to kill that. So I'm going to ignore the Ren and 6, just maybe wrong. They should have no good blocks here, thanks to the double strike. I'm telling you, like, imagine if this was Angrass Marauders instead. I can't, it's 7 mana, right? Blade Historian gives me almost the same effect. So they're trading their Arcanist with my Strangleroot? Half of a Strangleroot? We're quite okay with this. Sure. I would love to kill a card that has some really great synergy in your deck and is scary. I hate to show them that I'm out of cards, but if I draw a Winota or a Tutor, I'll be sitting there like, why didn't I play my Grazer? Alright, don't have your silly 0 mana spells, opponent. Don't have your silly 0 mana spells. That's why I kind of still wish I had the Loyalist, because it stops the 4/4 tokens they make from blocking. Alright, bolt my Magus of the Moon. Is that what we're doing? Shardless. They do hit a Crashing Footfalls. Great. Now I wish I had my Loyalist. I mean, granted, it would just die to the Ren and 6, though, but I wish I had it. I might be able to power through those Rhinos. We'll see. They used their Aspertol to cast the Serum. Yep. I might still be able to push through. I mean, I just need to find my build-arounds, right? That's where we really need. I mean, it's awesome to see that my deck is doing stuff despite not having the other piece of the combo. I've got the bunch of non-humans part. Just need to draw Tutor or... Oh, you know what? I need to make a food token badly. If I draw Eldritch, I can't cast it. Also Winota, so they do bolt the Historian. Okay, we drew another Goose. That still gives me second green source. Gives me white source for Winota. Cool. I don't have any good attacks anymore. Kick it back to the opponent. So they killed the Blade Historian instead of my Magus of the Moon. I guess they don't care. They do have an Aspertold, so some of the most important parts of their deck they still do just fine. I mean, the Magus doesn't really turn them off of anything anymore, especially since they're this color. I think I actually, especially now that they have the second island, I'm really not cutting them off of anything in their deck. Top and bottom, that's terrifying. Makes me wonder what it is, if they're willing to top it. We just shoving everything? Would really, really love to draw my build-arounds. Opponent is drawing their stuff. Would love to like draw what we're trying to do. So what are our best draws? Apprentices, Spyros, Evolutions, right? These are the best things. I guess I'd take a Ranger Captain because that would be a Hangerback or the Hangerback itself. This is down. This is already on the table. We want to see this part of our deck. Please let me see that part of our deck. They're going to cast the Footfalls. Yep. They might have an Archmage's Charm stuck. Maybe a Cryptic. Yeah, it's true. So how do we block? This is kind of a freebie. Kill the Dreadhorde. I think I just like overblock the Arcanist with stuff that it can't kill. And just take the 8. Yeah, just take it. It's a very dead Arcanist. Please just give us the thing we need. I know they're going to ultimate the Ren and 6, but like that's not what this game's about. I'm trying to just draw what we need. Thank goodness. Thank the lucky stars. And we have the food token too. Awesome. What's even left in our deck though? We can leave a green open, right? I think we just shove everything. Please don't have like a random dismember. Opponent said nice top. Shove everything. Lots of triggers. Let's go. Alright, we take an apprentice over a Winota. That's easy. Player. Long time coming. Spyro. Player. Like, both the Loyalist and the Blade Historian are down. Those are both the ways that kind of augment combat. Do kind of still wish we had Kenrith in this deck. I would have tapped the Forest instead. Ranger or Brea. This is where I might take Ranger, actually. Because, like, Ranger, even just because Ranger hits 1 point harder than the Apprentice. Oh, or I accidentally made it select the Apprentice. Oh, well. I was going to go for the Ranger and silence them. Please be lethal. Oh, let's take a Ranger. Although, maybe I don't want to show them that we have Rangers. I'll just go get a bird. I can't cast these other things, really. Sorry, a goose, I mean. I think we didn't deal enough damage. They have 4 blockers. Yeah, we're missing a lot of our abilities now, right? Yeah, we're just missing a lot of our abilities. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lethal. We got there. I mean, we had to shove, right? We had to shove. Maybe I should have taken the Winota, because she would have been a 4 power attacker. Thanks for that follow, by the way, Jab Jabbler. Thanks for the raid with 6, Jab Jabbler. The jabs. Thanks for that. So they're kind of doing the whole combo thing over there. Maybe they are playing Archmage's Charms. Archmage's Charm is sweet. You could still play it with alongside Bloodbraid Elf. Wolf is interesting, but probably not what we want to be doing. They're doing graveyard stuff with Dreadhorde Arcanist. Maybe we want Ooze. So Ooze is a possibility. Teague might stop a Cryptic, but probably not. Hey, thanks for the follow, friend. Welcome to the show. Mark is interesting. Do we think they're going to have Kozilek's return or Anger or anything like that? This would hit the... I almost wonder if we should still be playing the Changeling, by the way. Maybe not. Prelate on 0 seems great. Let's see, you got some fun modern stuff going on? Yeah, we're doing things. Second Spellskite. Legion Loyalist is like even better in a matchup like this where we're able to swing through their tokens that they're trying to generate. I have a lot of cuts to make though, folks. The Magus of the Moon didn't stop them nearly as much as I wanted it to. I mean, we're going to be on the draw this turn, so it's going to do even less. Maybe we bring it back in when we're on the play. We should need the Heron's Grace. Yeah, so do we want the Ranger package? Do we want the second Spellskite? I thought I already put it in. Thought I already put the Spellskite number 2 in. Did we cut Spellskite number 2? That seems loose. Hang on, sort. Huh. We cut the second Spellskite? I guess we did. Okay. It's no longer in the deck. I would be running it right now, I think. It's kind of neat with Winota because even though it doesn't have attack power, it still functions. Done for the night? Yeah, thanks, Jabber. I really appreciate it. You have a nice night, my friend. So I don't want to cut any apprentices because that's what we're testing. We never cut Spyros. In this matchup, I don't really want to cut evolutions. I just don't know if they're running relevant permission. We can slim some number of Geists after board. Also, like, after board, we could cut like a Grazer or 2. Maybe I don't want any Grazers. Their deck's actually kind of slow. They're kind of doing fair things. I mean, they're doing unfair things, but they're also kind of slow. What am I doing awake? What's up, Time Lord? I should be asleep right now for sure. I agree. Sounds awkward. But maybe I keep it even still. Are we owning? Trying to become an engineer. Same thing we do every night. All right. So let's see. We want so much from this cavern, right? Like, we need it to be human. But I need to cast my goose. But I also want to be able to do these things. I guess we just go Temple Garden. All right. And this is a red source for the Winota. It's just we're really going to be far and away from... We have our second land queued up. I think I'm okay if they toast this, right? We can let it go. That is kind of the beauty of Goose, is even when your opponents kill it, you did get some value out of it. They just want to triome. They just want to play their Wrenn and 6. Nah, they're casting their Arcanist again. They like that card. They do like that card. Love to get the Ooze on the table, because Arcanist. I also, since I just missed a land drop, really don't want to sacrifice my food. Kind of just want to name Human and say Scoos. Maybe it's more important for me to get the Giver on the table. Could also just play Hanger back. A lot of options here. Maybe it's play Giver. Kind of wish I'd led Giver instead of Goose. We're playing 25 lands, and yet we're stuck on 2. I don't understand. What is life? What is Shardless Agent? They hit something stupid. They hit an Ancestral. It's pretty stupid. They're going to get to Arcanist that too. Pretty stupid. If we'd played Ooze, we would have been able to stop at least this second casting. How many dorks? 8. Well, they're not dorks. We're trying Grazer, so we went up to 25 lands to try to compensate. You can just block this. Sweet. Yeah, I wish I just played Ooze. Especially since they showed us the Arcanist. Didn't we know? It's gross, the casual draw 9. They dumped of Crashing Footfalls. We're not winning this, right? I think we have to try. Don't I just slam Winota into play and then we don't do anything yet? That seems wrong. I think I'm still supposed to be setting up then. We could go Ooze, Walker, hope to draw one more land. I think we just need to be setting up, right? This is probably wrong again. I don't know. We have a lot more lands in this deck than we've had in previous builds. I also could Eldritch the Scoos to get Winota, but that's just susceptible to a counterspell that they may or may not have. Go. Evo the Giver, Skyclave, kill the Dreadhorde. Well, right, because they're just going to get to cast the Footfalls. I should have just played Ooze and grabbed the Footfalls, right? They probably have a Force it. Maybe not. They're playing Bloodbraid Elves. It's just over. There's so much advantage happening. Like, even if I had left, I would have had 1 green. I could have had 2 green mana, actually, for the Ooze, so maybe not. Maybe I'm just misplaying this. So I could have grabbed the Footfalls and the Ancestral. I'm just judging from how the game ended up. But no, they probably won't have Force Negation because they're playing Bloodbraid Elves. I could have just played Ooze. I should have just played Ooze. Anyway, let's try to make the best of it. So we get to block and kill the Bloodbraid for freebies. This is a free block. Don't want to block with Hanger back, right? Give this pro red. It's not as bad as it looks. We could maybe still win. They won't have Force Negation. It has too much anti-synergy with the Bloodbraids. But maybe they are. Maybe they're still playing it in their sideboard. I don't know. Maybe. It seems strange to put Force Negation in your Bloodbraid Elf deck. It's not strange to put, like, Archmage's Charm in your Bloodbraid deck. They could also just be playing Subtlety. Ooh, spicy. So we didn't hit the land. So we're just going for it. So C is SQUs, right? Winota. So we can pretty freely attack with these two and use Giver to protect the hangerback. Nice, we hit one of our best hits here. I probably want to keep a backup Winota just in case. We could maybe still win despite my opponent drawing 9 extra cards. 12. Ah, we whiffed though. Maybe not. This is indestructible though. Like, do we bother protecting the hangerback? Because I might just want to have this Giver keep this Winota on the table because I didn't end up with. That's not true. They're not playing a lot of permission, right? Maybe I do protect here. But maybe I just let it go. I'm not growing the hangerback. Maybe I just let this go and keep the Giver for protecting Winota. Just gonna let it go. That's a tragedy, indeed. Yeah, Archmages is more likely for sure. Maybe even like Cryptics. They have so many cards. So many cards. They've drawn so many cards, and yet we're still playing Magic. You can draw all the cards in the world, but they need to convert them into the Rhinos, really. Speaking of Rhinos, would really, really love Legion Loyalist. Bloodbraid, here we go. Spin the wheel. Spin the wheel. What do you get? They hit a Dread Horde. I'm fine with them drawing lots of cards at this point. They have all the cards ever. I just care about them hitting more of this card, which is why I'm really kicking myself what I did do with the SQUs. Steam Vents. Bolt this. Give... What do I want to give green protection? Probably the Winota. Just give it pro green. Get to block and kill one of the Rhino tokens for freebies here. So we go green. Give her down. Winota stays. You're actually semi-stable. Yeah, I mean, that's the weird thing, right? They're drawing so many cards, but we're actually okay here, maybe. Just gonna draw more cards? Go for it. They can only play so many cards a turn. Opponent is going to be 33 cards deep. Maybe they just grab the Bolt. Maybe they finally realize, maybe I should just get the Bolt. I would take the Bolt. I would kill, like, Gilded Goose or Thopter. Yeah, so they're choosing Bolt, which is the wise choice. We still have our double striker in the deck. So they're going to kill Goose. I think that's correct. Or Thopter could have been correct. We get to eat up one of these. I'm scared of them. Can I take the rest? 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think I just take the rest. I really only like the free block. Dropping down to 5. Alright, let's kill him. Come on, deck. Let's kill him. Drew a Spyro. Okay, so should I just evolve for the double striker? Or should I hope to hit the double striker? I've got 43 cards left. We've already seen... Like, I didn't do any shuffling, right? I shuffled for the Winota, but then we looked... 1, 2... 43 cards left. I think there's a very high chance we just hit the double striker. Honestly, you'd evolve. It plays around Subtlety. You'd evolve to play around Subtlety? I don't think they're playing it. Nizzer says I'd evolve for sure. I'm just thinking out loud. I think we actually have a really good chance just to hit it though, because I went 12 cards down. So those 12 that aren't the double striker guy are now on the bottom of my deck, and we're about to do 3 more triggers in theory. So I'm going to be looking 18 cards deep. So 12 plus 18. Am I doing this math right? 30 cards. So if the double striker, what else would I evo for? I mean, yeah, like, I'm just saying, though, I lose the Pyromancer damage here, and I need to kill them. Play the season is probably safe. It'll give you the extra reach. If I do hit the double strike, I mean, they have a relevant block, though, is the other issue. I almost need to Eldritch to get rid of their Arcanist block so that the Winota, when we do hit the double strike, because we have to hope to hit the double strike. Yeah, I almost need to clear this Arcanist block You could Evo for Pyro, kill the Skyclave. Yeah, that's what I'm actually thinking we need to do, isn't it? Did I bring in Skyclave? Hang on, view sideboard. I did. Yeah, I almost need to take this block out and then make sure that the Winota gets the double strike. Isn't that weird? I think that's what I'm doing. Don't have subtlety, don't have force. I don't think they're playing either. Is there something else I could be doing? Yeah, I think we have to hope to... So we clear the blocker. Loyalist, though, would also maybe work. Oh, shoot. Maybe I should have just evoed for Loyalist because it has haste. Hang on. Wait. That's the answer. This is going to give my creatures trample and first strike. And another Winota trigger. I think it's actually Legion Loyalist instead of just removing their blocker. I get another trigger. I can swing through it with the trample. Yeah, it's Loyalist, actually. We figured it out. Brain Blast. It has haste. Here we go. All right, 24 cards deep. Do we hit the double strike guy? Let's go. Put this on the bottom of the stack. We remembered. Go. All right. Come on. Double strike guy. Oh, that wasn't him. Okay. We don't want to shuffle the deck again. I also don't want to accidentally draw to him, right? So I might actually take Apprentice. Oh, no, we can take the Prelate. Prelate on 0 is not bad. It is pretty strong. Prelate on 0 or 1. Stop their bolts. Yeah, I wonder if Prelate actually would be better. Prelate on 0 or 1. I mean, I am scared of them having more of this card. I'll just say 0. Stops Engineered Explosives, but I don't think they're playing that. Okay, we don't get a choice with this one. Come on, double strike guy. Oh, come on. All right, so I'll take Ranger but not shuffle. And I know you're like, wait, what? I'm going to take Ranger and choose not to shuffle. All right, 6 cards. Ugh. We don't get there. This shouldn't be lethal. Is it? It's not, right? They've got 3 block worth, so they're at a virtual 19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Ugh, the tragedy. The tragedy. They go to 1. I mean, I can silence them, but I'm just dead, right? I only have 2 blocks to make. I'm at 5. Yeah, I mean, we're just dead. That was a tragedy. Oh, I didn't put a stop on their upkeep. My bad. Well, we'll sacrifice this now. I meant to. Put a stop. You actually could wait to see what they are getting off the Bloodbraid, right? But the reason to stop this is because of Bolt. If they drew into that Bolt, this is just a misplay. This game came down super close. Actually, I think this is game 2, right? We beat them game 1. I want to see how many cards deep it was to the double strike guy. I think even little edges like choosing not to find a card on Ranger, all those little things we did. Again, like at the very beginning, what could I have done? I could have not taken Legion Loyalist. I could have just tutored for the double strike guy, but then we would have been short also. I think either way, we were going to be short. Best blocks are this and that, and then we're dead. Exactly. I bet we're going to see... Sorry, the time has come. I bet we're going to see the double strike guy in like the next 6, right? No, we weren't. We weren't. No. No, we just weren't. We weren't going to see him. And we could go back to playing the 2 of Blade Historian because it can be very important. Wasn't meant to be. This makes me feel like I want the Kenrith again. This makes me feel like I want to play the 2 of Blade Historian. Just what happened there makes me feel like I want to go back to playing the 2 of. We did play a 2 of Blade Historian for a long time. I know, Blade Historian in my maybe Yavimaya deck. We did play 2 of this for a while. Like, you're usually good just to tutor it or just find it naturally, but it's like... It's really important to the damage output of the deck to hit this. Maybe we just go back to the 2 of. Who is it that's suggesting playing only 3 apprentices? It was you, Gallagher, right, that said play 3 apprentice? Maybe we should just play Blade, or we could play the Lena. I mean, Lena wouldn't have let us swing through there for the win, but we've also been really pleased with Lena. Second Blade Historian's easy to cast than Tutor for, or we could continue to play Lena. Like I think there's a lot of other things. We just need one last like heavy hitter. Lena is tempting for me because it's another selfless effect, similar to like Spirit or Glyph Weaver, which I don't know if we should still be playing. Or we could play Kenrith. Historian Marauders stacks for 4 times. I still really don't like playing the ones that are hard to cast. And I know Lena's outside of that category. She is. 5 mana is not that hard. My problem with Marauders has always been that the card is, if you draw it, it just has to be discarded a Pyromancer to get any sort of use out of it. Engrass Marauders. And I'm sure we could talk about this forever. Ignoble seems dope when you get it. Yeah, we were going to play with them maybe. I'm trying to make the deck a little bit more resilient though to Lava Dart, so I actually might not play it. We were singing its praises. Yeah, so I've done this build of the deck, Gallagher. Some builds of Marauders will play a Singleton Blade Historian. I've done this build of the deck. I'm trying to play more hard castable. Even Lena is 6 mana. Even Lena is easier to cast than a Marauders would be. It's 7 mana. Maybe we play Kenrith. Kenrith's so good. Kenrith really is so good. Not because we can use the blue or the black abilities on him, which we could in theory off of a Goose food token, but this card's just so good. Goose got that extra booty. It does. We also just are playing a lot more lands because we're trying out Grazer. Grazer triggers Winota as well. Just have our lands. Just more consistent. You know what? I'd almost be willing to... I liked the idea of playing Ranger. I almost would rather not, though. I almost want to take us back a step and go back to the more Brea-friendly build. Like, I'm with you. Like, I thought this was going to be sweet and that I was going to love it. I actually didn't. The Ranger build. Let's go back to the Pia Apprentice build. Ranger seems so good. Alright. Yeah, no, Ranger was fine, but I almost would rather just go back to the Synergy build. And then just play like 2 walkers without any Rangers. You need a critical mass of incidental artifacts to sack to Brea. Yeah, so I felt like the Pias really added to this, gave us other abilities too. Like this gives us a shock. This one gives us the ability to swing through, so target creatures can't block is huge. I felt like this was actually really nice. And I don't know if we're going to play Kenrith even, but I felt like this was really nice. You should play an artifact dual land or Blinkmoth Nexus or something. What about Urza's? Like, if I'm going to be playing a colorless land, why not just play Urza's, Gallagher? Is this bizarre? Oh, the search for doesn't work with Walker. Yeah, we talked about playing, like, creature lands. We've talked about playing creature lands, right? There's Mishra's Workshop. There's, I mean, maybe Mishra's is better than Garden. That's true. Mishra's Factory is in this format now. Just play Factory. Or Blinkmoth. Blinkmoth is kind of nice because it flies. Yeah, Blinkmoth might actually be where we want to be. Like, we've looked into, like, Treetop Village and such before. The problem with Treetop, of course, is, well, A, it doesn't fly. B, it's just a lot of mana to activate. Yeah, I wonder if, like, the first Nexus would be sweet. Just play Factory. What about Magus? Well, I know that Magus of the Moon has anti-synergy here. I think it's okay. I think the cabin's cute. I could let go of the Wicked Wolf nonsense. I was excited about it earlier, but now I'm kind of coming to my senses. Is this what we want? I mean, like, I really can't play these until we also have the new Urborg. I can't really justify playing these until we have that too, right? I do like the idea of more evasive creatures. These aren't that much mana to activate and use, and we can do things with them here. They have synergy with the Apprentice, draw card. Like, activate this, tap it for mana, exile it, draw card. Well, cast whatever we saw. Yeah, these are sweet. What was it? The new artifact lands don't have types, though, right? They don't have types. They're not, like, fetchable. I don't think they're fetchable, right? Were they that nuts, though? I don't think they were that nuts. I think they're just artifact lands. No, they're just indestructible. Okay, that's what I thought. It'd be crazy if these were fetchable, right? It's okay if they come in tapped if they were fetchable. They're not fetchable. And I think that's a very good thing that they're not fetchable. I'm very thankful that they're not fetchable. No, I like the idea of these Blink Moths. I almost like that more than the Walker. Like, the Walker, like, it's cool that we have these sacrifice outlets. I don't know. They also don't have CMC, like, a high enough CMC for, the main deck Spellskite was fine, too. They'd be so strong if they were fetchable. Yeah, they'd be very good. It's probably a good thing they're not fetchable. Oh yeah, we had like a random worship in the sideboard. I almost feel like Giver of Runes, or sorry, not Giver, but Burrington is actually fine in the current meta. Burrington has good synergy for Winota. I used to play even 2 of this card. Plenty of Angers and such to stop. Skite seems strong. Yeah, I think Skite's good if we're doing this, for going deeper into the Apprentices. I know I didn't fix the issue we just ran into earlier, which is we didn't find our other whammy. Let's just play 2 Blade Historian and just be more consistent. So this second copper line needs to become the new, the Yavi. I think I'm done with the games tonight. Let's just be brewing. I'll try to get a Yavi. Why play an artifact package, says Botlike. We're trying to play around Breas. So Gallagher's suggestion, I think it's a good suggestion so far. His suggestion was that we play Apprentice because we want another human that gives us a token, similar to Spyro. Of course, Spyro has the possibility to give me 2 tokens even. Well, Spyro sometimes gives me 0 tokens, but very regularly this gives me 1 to 2 tokens. So this is another human that does that. Now, Spyro is just clearly the better card because it even has the flashback, and for this archetype, everything about it. But we just wanted to be playing with more humans that, in a similar way, do some of the same things that Pyro does, which is it's card advantage that's also on a human that's also making me a Thopter, right? Sorry, making me a token. Sorry, it's card advantage that's also making me at least 1 token. That also, the other cool thing about this card is it has the target creature gains +2/+0, so you don't actually attack with these after you get them with the Winota. You actually just use it as a combat trick. Granted, it's an on-board combat trick that our opponents can see and know about, but that doesn't mean it's bad. Like, they have to choose how their blocks happen, and then I can just, like, grow something here or there. So I actually think the Brea's Apprentice is really, really cool for this deck. I'm sad that I didn't understand it when I saw the spoilers. I think the tap function is a plus side, to be honest. You think the tap function? Which one? Oh, on Brea? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, it holds its own. We need to make sure we have a certain number of artifacts So we were thinking of playing some artifact lands that also synergize with what the deck is doing. I think it's Blinkmoth because we want the evasion, right? So like, what's our artifact count? Geese make an artifact. These don't. These all make an artifact. Pia makes an artifact. P and K make an artifact. I think Second Blade Historian is just going to make the deck more consistent. Like, this is our power. This is... I think we just want to have 2 of it. What about Tireless Tracker? I do like Tireless Tracker. Yeah, maybe Tireless is better than Hangerback. I'm not sure we have enough synergy for this card. Like, it's cool that we can sacrifice it. And maybe the first Tireless Tracker is actually really sweet. Or what about Provisioner? Provisioner was something that Gallagher suggested. The benefit of Provisioner is I almost want to play like Wicked Wolf at that point. I just think the Tracker is just the better card, though, isn't it? What about Ragavan? Yeah, Ragavan is sweet. I think my issue with Rag... And please forgive me. Ragavan's nuts, right? I don't know if I can get my hands on one, but yes, this card's nuts. The fact that it's got Dash 2 is relevant for our deck. And I'm sure you're going to hate me when I say this. I think my issue with this card is it needs a way to swing through the format. Card is very strong, though. I might still want to play it anyway, despite that. Like, I think it plays better in a shell that's going to be able to give it evasion. Like, if I can make this thing fly, or, I don't know, like, yeah, Pia makes things unable to block. It's also good as a 4-of as opposed to a 1-of. I mean, yeah, but I feel like this card wants to be played in, like, the Lightning Bolt Fatal Push decks of the format. Because... yeah, I think this is cool, though. We definitely talked about that card when it came out. Let's look at our human to non-human count. All right, these are kind of in the middle. These are all kind of in the middle, which is exciting to me. I think that's really a good thing that we're seeing that. These are always humans. They're never anything else. These are always tutors. So this looks like a healthy amount of humans for Winota. I think we're onto something. This is 17 humans. That's really healthy. And 10 humans that are both a human but also a non-human simultaneously. 2 Blade Historians, just let's be more consistent. Let's just kill them. The double strike is important. Yeah, I really like the direction we're headed in. I think Timely Reinforcements is just so bonkers for us. Let's keep running the 2-of. Timely is good because it doesn't make humans, it makes soldiers. Still think Tireless Tracker is probably not bad, especially now that we're playing... yeah, we are playing a lot more lands than usual. I think the first Tracker could be really good. It's in this category, it's not... yeah, I mean, that's just if we want more synergy for what? Like, Tracker would give me another card that we could be playing that gives me synergy for the Apprentice, right? So, yeah, I mean, how many artifacts do we have now for Apprentice? Quite a few. But maybe that's still not enough. 12, 14? We'll main deck the Skite. 14 cards? P and Kira Nalar has double synergy, guys. She makes 2 Thopters. But I like the variety because sometimes making them not able to block is more important than the shooting. P and K is super dope. Yeah, this is cool. I think this Blinkmoth direction is really neat. Let's play another Copper Line for now until I get the Yavi. Yavi's just really going to be important not just for Caverns now. It'll also be really important for the Blinkmoths for filtering us into green for Evo. There's also Archetype of Aggression. Oh, that's the everybody has trample thing. I think I'm done just trying to trample over. I think I just want to go wide and give everybody double strike. I'm fine just doing a powerful thing. Like, I like, trying the spice out and doing the cute things sometimes. It's too bad this isn't an artifact itself. I'd almost rather for this to be an artifact creature instead of an enchantment creature. No, we would definitely rather run Kenrith if we were looking for trample. But I don't know if we are. I don't know that we are looking for trample. I mean, Kenrith is nuts, don't get me wrong. Like, the fact that he can gain us life or put counters on things or give us trample. Like, this card has been amazing for a while. But then I started discovering the same thing about Lena. But, again, Lena and Kenrith have the issue of they're just a lot to pay for. They're just hard to get onto the table. And I really do want this deck to be Winota castables. Like, the whole deck we really can pay for. What about Smuggler's Copter? Copter would probably want us to swap out of the Geese and the Grazer plan. Copter would probably want us to be an Arbor Elf, not even Hierarch. So Copter does have a crew cost of we need an attack power, right? No, you're fine, Nixer. We considered the card earlier. We even considered we were playing that card that gets played with like Norn the Wary, the Genesis Chamber. I still kind of like Genesis Chamber over even something like Tireless Tracker. Maybe Tireless Tracker is a sideboard card. Yeah, we were playing Genesis Chambers. Maybe I just give up that other sideboard slot. Maybe we never needed it, and we just put the Tracker in the side. I think Tracker is more of a sideboard card, actually. I'd rather find something more like main deck that also incidentally is an artifact or gives artifacts for this pile. Seriously, just New Ragavan? I know, New Ragavan just like comes to mind too. Card is pretty nutso. If you can afford it. How much are they? Ragavan is 82 tickets? What? I'll have to wait till we can borrow it. That can't be right. This can't be right. Angel of Invitation is an anthem with artifacts. Angel? There's also like artifact creatures you control have haste. What about we play that human? Because I think them having haste is really relevant actually. Creature haste? Isn't that like a human? I'm thinking of a human. What if we played a singleton of the, yeah, it's Thopter Engineer. I actually don't hate this card. I know it looks like really unassuming, but what it lets me do is, like similar to why we have liked Kenrith in the past. So not only does this fulfill a similar role as like Pia and Brea, in that it just makes us a 1/1 Thopter, staple to a human. The artifact creatures you control have haste is relevant for Blinkmoth. It's relevant for... It's relevant for everybody here pretty much, right? Like we get those triggers immediately off of these 10 creatures. I actually think the Thopter Engineer might have been an oversight for us not to include. Rage is probably the strongest red drop creature ever. Just not necessarily here. Yeah, let's get a Thopter Engineer and a Tireless Tracker. I actually think the first Thopter Engineer is really tech. Let's still play 2 Blade Historians. I think just for consistency's sake, let's just hit our double strike. And I'm sure you're like, but Bruce, by how effective is double strike when most of your creatures are like, 0 power or... That's true. Shoot. Or 1/1s. Like, yes... shoot. We're running into that issue again. I forgot when we switched back to these, they don't have the synergy for the Blade Historian it used to. Dang it. We don't have the synergy that our deck used to have for Blade Historian. Because like, look how many like 1 or 0 power creatures I'm playing now. These are all 1 or 0 power. We need to do the Anthem build again. I should have realized it. I'm still going to pick up the second Blade Historian, I think, but I think we actually need to be playing Maja perhaps again. You're entering the Dreamland again. No, I don't think so. What about this card? Like, the double strike is very weak if we're not giving our if these are all 0 or even just 1 power creatures, the double strike is weak. This is just as strong as double strike, if not stronger, for this team. Let me phrase that again. So double strike on these 1 power creatures makes them deal 2 damage, right? The exception being P and Kieran Alarb. Let's not talk about that. I mean, Brea's Apprentice are also 2 power, so maybe I'm not right. So let's cut the 2 power creatures. They're the exception to the rule, right? Let's cut the exception. So the exception is the Apprentices and the Pia. All 13 of these cards, I think she's also 1 power. No, she's a 2/2. So all 12 of these cards would actually gain the same benefit from Maja than they would with the double striker. Now of course, these are all the exception to that rule, right? These are all 2 power or more. So maybe we're still fine. But maybe this would be the deck where we do a split of Maja and Blade Historian. Yo, play Tylus Provisioner because it's an elf. Check out the Angel. I did. Angel of Invention. I thought I did. The one with Fabricate. Yeah, this one. It's 5 mana though. Well, I mean, so is Maja, but I'm okay with like our higher drops being humans. I don't know if I'm okay with them being non-humans. I do like this card though. The Anthem is sweet. I'd almost still rather play though, like, let's see. Like, I'm trying to stay away from high drops that aren't humans, but I really, really like where your brain is for this card. Just go Jeskai and play Sai. Emery and cut green. Yeah, maybe we should. Well, no, green is so important with the Eldritches, though. We could give up, like, I'd be okay giving up, like, things like Geist and Ooze and such, but I don't want to give up Eldritch Evolution. What about Tristani? Angel makes artifacts, though. Yeah, I think I want another Anthem effect, and I think it's actually Maja in this deck because we have so many 0 power critters. And the Maja would turn on the Blade Historian for, like, the Goose, the Grazer, the Spellskite. Geist Armored Monk. Yeah, Geist Armored Monk is always an option. That's so true. I keep shying away from it, but it's very true. This card is just a very, very much a house in this archetype. It's too bad that what this makes aren't, like, artifact creatures. I mean, we've done this deck without Trample before. I mean, like, this, the advantage of the artifact build is we have lots of flyers, right? So let's look at how evasive the deck is now. Like, that, instead of trampling over, we're just going to fly over them. It's like the Thopter build, right? That's kind of the mantra here. So as far as, like, how many evasive threats do we have? Quite a few now, right? The Geese also fly if we can get some attack power on them. We have like 13 flyers. You know what? I feel like the Tireless Tracker I'm less and less interested in. I feel like that's more for like a grindy deck. We're not really grinding. It's not really what we're doing. But the fact that so many of our creatures hit, and like Blade Historian is kind of legendary, but the fact that so many of our creatures in this build benefit from Maja, I really kind of want to bring back the Maja technology. We've strayed away from this card for a really long time for reasons, but I kind of want to bring it back. Thanks for that follow, Christian. Appreciate you. Cyborg card. Anybody any suggestions? We brought back the Burrington in the second timely. Maybe a Phyrexian Revoker? I don't know. What are we scared of in this build? Sweepers still? So Burrington stops a red sweep. Prelate can stop some sweepers if we know what they're sweep. And like we have a lot of different ways to stop sweepers, right? Glyph Weaver, Teague stops the 4 mana sweepers of the format. Doesn't stop Damn, unfortunately. That just came out. But Selfless. Prelate Tender stops the red sweeps. I'd almost just rather... Oh, Mark of Asylum also stops red sweeps. I kind of like another card for sweepers. What about removal on Winota? Yeah. I mean, like, second Spellskite could honestly just be what we're supposed to do. Yeah, we do care about removal on Winota. We really do. Second Spellskite. Ooh, you know what we used to play, and I kind of miss it, actually. Favor. Used to swear by that card. Let's bring it back. You're going to suggest a Jeskai list, see if it has legs. Pyre can come in for Eldritch. Please do it, but and tell me how it goes. I was playing Pyres for a long time in this deck. I actually just recently moved away from that, and we're trying to go in this direction for the moment. So, actual factual Thopter Engineer. They don't have a full art version of it? That's sad. That's too bad. Blink Moth. Next. I mean, we might have enough stuff to crew Copter. Copter is another thing we could be doing. No, we have too many 0 power duders. Never mind. I changed my mind. Let's go with the OG Blink Moth. Wait, it's more recognizable for you folks. Unless they have a watermark version. I don't think they do. Do like watermarks. Alright, so a couple of Blink Moths. The Thopter Engineer. We already have the Maja. Oh, we're good to go. That's it. That's all I need. Sweet. What about Night of Autumn? Yes, Night of Autumn is sweet. I do like its flexibility. Do I have a Night of Autumn? We also were playing the Changeling. Well, I cut the Changeling since we moved away from... We were playing a Changeling instead of Night. Yeah, maybe we went Night instead of Double Timely, actually. So we were playing Night for a while until I started testing out Pyre, and then we wanted the Changeling, but... Yeah, I do kind of miss Night. Night's actually kind of sweet. Fulfills a similar role as Skyclave, but in some situations, especially against the burn decks, is even more flexible. Let's check out with that. It's also a non-human. Yeah, this is a great suggestion. We'll bring it back. Remember when this card first came out, and even Legacy decks were playing it? Green Sun Zenith decks were all the rage. Playing that card. It's awesome. I think they still do. Actual factual Thopter Engineer. So what is it giving haste to again? These three... Gives the Brea Apprentice himself haste, which is funny because he himself is an artifact. The artifact off of this gains haste. Well, obviously she gives her own Thopter haste. This gains haste. These would gain haste. Yeah, I think we have enough synergy for testing out a Thopter Engineer. Can Brea sack himself? Yes, I think so. Yeah, you can. Yeah, I've been really impressed with this card. I really didn't think it was going to do anything, actually. I thought this was going to be a meme and then we were going to move on. And now, I think a Thopter build of this deck is exactly where I want to be. Being evasive is no small thing in this format. And again, I may move back away from the Geists and go back to playing Voices. I do think that Voice is really good in the meta right now. There's a lot of people jamming their, just practicing their counterspell decks. So if we're okay being a little bit more slow and grindy, which I do think that this build is, by the way, I would like to insert a change. Can you trade me? Trade me what? Let's go back to Voice of Resurgence, actually. You've got a gift? Voice of Resurgence. That's very kind of you. Let's go back to the Voices. I changed my mind. I think they're just too good right now. And I know I don't have any ways to trample, make the token trample right now. Voice is just super strong. Yeah, I think Voice is just really good right now. This archetype usually plays 6 2-drops. Gallagher has a trade for us. Spice? Oh, Gallagher got us the Yavimaya. Aw. Oh, man. There goes my sleep. Thank you so much. I should type to him because there's a bit of a chat delay. Thank you so very much. You guys can't read that, but it was for him, not for you guys. It was for him, not necessarily for you. Thanks for the fun conversation. Gallagher, you had some great suggestions. I don't think without your help and some of the other folks' help, I don't think we would have given the Bray's Apprentice a second glance, actually. So we got to shove this Yavi Mayas in here somewhere. Let's do that. Makes my playset of Cavern a lot less silly. Honestly, with 4 voice, maybe we can start to shave the Caverns. But come on, Uncountable Voice. Thank you so much for this card. This card's going to be great. It's going to be in my collection forever, right? I mean, come on, it's an Urborg. I got to do some silly things with this, like some sort of like make all my forests creatures combo. Card's so dope. Thank you so much. What about Yavi and play the Eldritch Foodland token? We could. Do you want to do that instead of like the Sunbaked or the Copperline Gorge? That's a good point. With Yavi, it's kind of tempting to maybe consider. Maybe not. No, maybe. You play it over Copperline? Yeah, that's true. Copperline sometimes stops us from playing Winota. That's so true. It does sometimes screw us over. The most important card in our deck wants us to have a not tapped land on turn 4. I could have sworn I just bought us a Gingerbread. I think Gingerbread's sweet not because of Gilded Goose so much. I think Gingerbread's sweet because it's another artifact for Apprentice that's tutorable. What do I think about Voidmere? Oh yeah, that's the card everybody's kind of talking about. Big loss, isn't it? 1 in 100 games. It's going to be 1 in 5 games on Magic Online. Yeah, Voidmere is interesting. Let's look at the card together. So this is the 2-drop. Whenever we cast spells, if we didn't spend colored mana to cast it, you have to counter it. Doesn't have any anti-synergy for me. Yeah, I mean, it also stops some of these... this also hoses all the different, Cascade decks people want to be playing. Living End is on the rise. Eldrazi Tron just can't beat that card. I mean, but I don't think Eldrazi Tron's like the thing I'm most afraid of, though. I could be wrong about that. I think we kind of go over the top of them. It's good for Etron for sure. No, it certainly is. This is a tap land. This will probably never be our first land. These also cost 1 mana. Then you have to also pay to... Yeah, let's just put those in the 2s because I feel like Canopy doesn't really want to be my first land either. Neither does Cavern, right? These don't want to be my first land. Just making some adjustments. Forgive me. They do have Cavern and Etron. That'll make colored mana. That's about it. It was in the top 3 most played. Oh, no, it's all over the place. Yeah, Voidmare is sweet. I mean, we could also just play Damping Sphere. Yeah, Voidmare is sweet. I don't know how expensive it is. Can I get my hands on it? Yeah, Voidmere might be sweet. I mean, again, I'm trying to stay away from cards that aren't easily tutored for in our Wishboard. It's not a Wishboard, excuse me, in our Silver Bullets. They're about 4 tickets, 3 tickets. No, Voidmere is a non-bow with Yavi. If no colored mana was spent, counter that spell. Oh, it is a non-bow because I free them. Thank you. Thank you for that. I give them green mana. Thank you. All right, anyway. I'll goldfish this. I'm too tired to play against an opponent, I think. Thank you guys for being here. I got to go to bed. This has been fun, though. Seriously, I could do this all night with you guys, but I also can't. I have stuff going on tomorrow. Easy solution. Easy. Hey, the Singleton Plains strikes again. This hand's kind of bad. Not kind of, really is bad. Can't keep this either, can I? This doesn't do anything till turn 3. We're mulliganing down to 4. Awesome. We gotta test our new card, right? Alright, so when we're mulliganing to 4, Grazer does nothing. I'll cut the Thopter. Gotta test our new card, guys. Drew a Cavern, best card in the deck. Oh, that feels so good. Alright, do we want an uncounterable voice? Of course we do, right? Of course we do. Against our blue opponent. Maybe they were on the play. Let's say just in our mind's eye that they were on the play. So we need to be able to get force through that counterspell. We do. There's a Breas. I can't really cast it. No, I could. Well, let's swing first. Especially if they're like control. I mean, it's sad that this first cavern we've selected not. Could go get the Sacred Foundry because of Yavi. Just sweet. I'm already seeing how sweet this is going to be. Alright, so now we start doing some apprentice stuff, right? So let's start practicing doing that kind of stuff. So I can go fetch the, well, okay, hold on. So let's do that first. Let's go fetch for the other food. Gingerbread. Hey, I have all the forests we need. Sweet. Awesome. Okay, so let's apprentice a food token. A Cavern of Souls. I can't play it because I already played my land. I'm very sad because this might be good in this matchup that we're in theory. We attack. I'm really liking what's happening here. This deck seems like it's got some of the synergies that would really be necessary. During their end step, I would make a food token. Just have a constant supply of food for the... Oh, we drew a cavern anyway. Oh, is that... This should be in the exile zone. I think this was a fresh cavern, right? The card gets exiled. Yeah, this is in the exile zone, so we're actually about to draw 2 caverns. So let's activate this. Unless we need the +2 power, I think we should be going for card advantage. Spellskite, sweet, we'll cast it. Awesome. Attacks. I'm really liking what I'm seeing. The fact that we are like seeing 2 cards a turn is fantastical. Make a food. Could play out this cavern on human. Unless we think they have like Field of Ruins. This opponent in my mind's eye. Alright, we drew the Eldritch Evolution. Awesome, we're ready to go off. Probably sacking the voice. I don't know, I kind of want to even just see another card. Don't I want to just keep seeing cards? Another voice? Uncounterable voice? And then we can Eldritch the Summoning Sick. Voice of Resurgence. And they counter this, but we get a token because we still had a voice on the table. Go get the Winota, and we swing. Hiya. 4 triggers coming. What do we see? With Blade Historian, they're dead. Awesome. Thopter Engineer. Make a token. Probably Spyro. Although Spyro doesn't make me a token here. I actually would rather have the Apprentice. Like, hold on. Did we put enough synergy in this deck? I just picked Apprentice over a Spyro. Whoa. Hold on. Hold the phone. Can you hold my phone? Guys, chat, hold my phone. I just picked Brea's Apprentice over a seasoned Spyromancer. I think the deck's ready. One more game, at least. Is there a 2-drop artifact that leaves behind a token when it dies? 2-drop artifact leaves behind token. Keep. And that was our mulligan to 5? Mulligan to 4? The Yavi Maya was so good. I hope we see it again. Thank you so much for that donation, Gallagher. That's very generous of you. Slam this, play Spyro. And we're back to Spyro being the best card in our deck. Unless we're up against control, maybe I'll just dump those voices, try to make tokens. That was actually foolish of me. I should have kept at least one of them. That was actually really foolish. Am I playing Spellskite or am I... Nah, Blink Moth, go, swing for 3. I got to learn all these new lines the deck has, so forgive me for making some mistakes here and there. Hey, there's the Yavi. Sweet. Probably cycling this canopy, though, aren't I? Do another cavern. Attacking, and we'll make a food. Not you two. Kind of upset with myself that I threw away both voices. I mean, I didn't throw them away. I drew cards and made elementals, but I thought I was going to hit the Winota, and I didn't. Don't have enough forests to... So I could go fetch. Voice synergy would have been so dope, yeah. Let's just go Yav, then a fetch. Everybody but you two. Swing for 4. We've been way too fair this game. During the end step, I would make a food, probably. Thopter Engineer. So we have another food here if we want it. We also just have uncounterable Thopter Engineer. Oops. Human, please. There we go. Searching there for a little bit. Thopter Engineer. Animate the Blink Moth. And it's only target Blink Moth creature. If we had some changelings, that could be relevant too sometimes. Don't need to swing with those. It says haste. He gets to swing. They're dead. But probably not. Oh yeah, the Spellskite could have gotten in too. It's got haste. Well, the Spellskite was already on the table. That was actually a lot of land. That begs the next question. Are we moving away from Grazer? Like, Goose has just so much synergy. I wonder, like, maybe I'll just be playing a playset of Ragavan. Seriously, like, maybe this deck will be 24, 23 lands and playset of Ragavan, playset of Gilded Goose in the end. Alright, no problems, dude. I 4-1 to Janky with a Janky Niv Magus Elemental deck last week. Had some extra tickets. Yeah, seriously, Geiger, thank you so much. Like, I think if I can get my hands on the playset of Ragavan, which won't be anytime soon, maybe that's what we swap the Grazer plan out for. Anyway, just a thought. No Rampy in this hand. Keep? Awkward keep? Awkward keep? Hey, Spyro. Alright, so Grazer puts in the stomping. Awesome possum. We're good to go. Good to go, folks. Have no fear. Alright, human. Gonna go with you know what? This might be the spot where Apprentice is the better thing to do. Because if I Spyro, what am I dumping? Breas and Plains? I think I Breas. You know what? I think we've built enough synergy into this deck where Spyro is starting to, in several cases, be weaker. I am very excited to see that. We have not found any other 3-drop. Like, it made the same number of tokens. Absolutely here for 4 rag and monkeys. Let's go. Alright, attacks. Don't have to attack with the Apprentice, but I don't have another artifact. Unless I want to sit back and, like, do the Brea's Apprentice thing. This guy could even sacrifice himself to, like, grow the Thopter or put attack power on the... Let's actually have him hang back. Oh, that's disappointing. Alright, well, she gives herself haste and indestructible. Sweet. So, there's things I could do. Like, there's a lot of combat trick potential here. Like, do they block the Grazer with, like, a 2 toughness creature? I could Apprentice this Thopter. Do I actually just have Apprentice himself? There's just, like, a lot happening here, folks. Maybe I would do that. Sacrifice an artifact and give attack power to something that it's relevant, right? Maybe they block the... Like, yeah, like, they're blocking here probably, but we could force a kill on something. Like, maybe they block... Yeah, we have so many lines. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. Let's say that what they did was block the Grazer with something, and then we get to punish them, right? He sacrifices himself. We grow the Grazer, get in those extra 2 points, or maybe kill something. That's really saucy. That's sweet. Another apprentice? No. So this is the spot where maybe Pyro is better, right? Or am I just supposed to Eldritch? Eldritch the apprentice for Maja? That's actually what I'm thinking of doing. I think I tutor for Maja. Or we could go like I'm tempted to get Maja because the Grazer has 0 attack power. Blade Historian though might just be correct here. Well, let's grab the Maja. I think it's probably Blade Historian though. But we'll attack. Well, the Blade Historian is the same amount of damage for increase for the Thopters as Maja is. Whiff happens. Even though we've added so many humans to this deck. Wow, 3 whiffs, and then that's because they're all clustered is why. Probably take Pia easily. Yeah, it's close. Like they died anyway. Like it was actually very close. Like it was very similar damage output between the Maja and the Blade Historian. It was 10 versus 12. Yeah. This is 9. Historian would have been 12. 10 versus 12. Yeah, I think it's okay. The Blade Historian is often going to be better because it's almost legendary, right? All right, well, we will keep this hand. The old Yavi Maya Magus of the Moon hand, right? All right, Grazer. Put this Temple Garden into... No, we probably want to put the fetch into play. Because if I draw another fetch, this Magus of the Moon is less bad. All right, let's go get basic planes. And we would play out the Magus, right? Oh, I just punted. I was supposed to get a red source. I'm like, no, let's get the basic planes, guys. It's fine. Now I don't have a red source. Wow, I'm stupid. Thankfully, we're not playing against an opponent right now. Because I'm making silly mistakes. There's our red source. That's embarrassing. I was going to do that during... I would do that during their end step, by the way. That's just embarrassing. All right, human. If Magus of the Moon is relevant against what my opponent's lands look like, we would play this, obviously. But I'll just Brea just for testing purposes. Because we just want to get going. Doing the things. Make a Thopter. Sweet. We'll hang back on the Apprentice again. I'm really excited about what this card is doing. Holy cow. This is awesome. Alright, Uncounterable Winota. Seems good. Swings. Don't have to swing with the Apprentice. Might be better for him to hang back. 2 triggers. Come in. Maybe we just dump the Magus. It's kind of greedy to dump the extra Winota, actually. There's the Blade Historian. What do we take here? Probably just Blade Historian, right? Doubles the Spyro damage and the Thopter damage here. Probably take this. Also doubles its own damage. Maybe I would sacrifice the Apprentice to itself. Whoops, wrong target. Alright, so sacrifice an artifact, and we're going to grow... I mean, depending on how they blocked. I mean, maybe you put attack damage on the Arboreal. Sacrifice it to itself. Awesome. Extra 4 damage. There, go to 5. Another Apprentice? What am I doing here? Maybe we're just attacking. I don't have any creatures that care about me having open mana anymore like we used to, like Kenrith or... I guess Pia and Kieran Nalar cares about me having some open red mana, so let's actually shock this in. And attack. So I stand corrected. I do have... 1 creature that cares. Hey, there's the Maja. Sweet. Speak of the devil. We're still in Declare Attackers. Pia Nalar actually might be more correct than Pia Kieran Nalar. Because I might just want to make them have something that can't block. Granted, I'd have to... Well, no, it'd be fine. We just give up her... It depends. It's situational here, right? Whether we want to just shoot them or if we want to make something unable to block. Yeah, maybe we don't want them to block. Could also just grow something. You target artifact creature. I don't know why it was letting me maybe select. Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff going on in here, folks. There's a lot of really cool stuff going on now in this thing. Spyro's probably better than Apprentice, right? Is it? Yeah. Yeah. Spyro is better here, I think. Dump these two. Thanks for that follow, Zep. We do whiff, but we've pulled most of the humans out of the deck. Wow. I'm so excited about this Apprentice build. Like, when I was looking at the spoilers, I did not think that was maybe the card for my Winota deck. But I think this is it. I should have stopped there. We should mulligan this, right? This will probably see the third land, right? It's gonna see the third land, guys. It's gonna see it. We're running a lot of lands. It does. I'll shock instead of using my cavern to cast the voice, I think. Love how Sacred is a tri-land now. Cavern on human. Grazer, you're late to the party. Imagine if this was a Ragavan, right? Imagine if this was Ragavan. I think that's where we're going to head with the deck, right? I hope you guys are excited that I'm excited. Hope you guys are excited that I'm excited. Because I am excited. Voice. Cool. What else do we have in this deck? I guess I would name Elemental on this second one, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe you'd still just name Human. Whoa. And again, we're going to hang back on the Elemental. That's so cool. I mean, yeah, we could get in for 2. But maybe I don't want to. Maybe I want the combat trick. Maybe I'm going to hit more artifacts. Alright, we have a lot of choices here. Spyro's probably still really good here. We have lots of things to dump. But we could take the Apprentice. Think about the combat tricks, guys. Nah, I was supposed to take Spyro there, actually. It's fine. So have him sacrifice himself to grow whatever we need to. Maybe it's even voice. He sacrifices himself. I mean, there's plenty of matches where we're going to be using the essentially draw an extra card mode that card offers, but really excited by this. We could go get the food. Gingerbread. Alright, don't we activate Breas and then evolve the Breas? There's so much going on, and I love it. Oh, no, he doesn't sacrifice himself. Excuse me. We want to activate him, though. So let's sacrifice the food is what I meant. So whatever we need to grow here, maybe a Thopter because it's got evasion, actually. Sacrifice the food. Eldritch. Eldritch the Apprentice. I'm really excited by what's happening here, folks. We have so many choices. So many choices. Probably Blade Historian. Blade Historian, probably. I could just play the Grazer. No. We go to combat first before I play anything because we could hit Spyros. Devil Strike, Flying, all the things. Hey, Engineer or Spyro? Probably Spyro. I don't have anything in my hand that the Thopter Engineer would give haste to, right? So I do think that's a situation for Spyro. Winota's a hell of a card. Really leans into some cool deck buildings. We whiff on the second. That's okay. It's going to happen. Alright, Apprentice or a Winota. I'll take the Apprentice. And they're dead. That was the first strike damage. Put them to -6, just to clarify. I'm sure you're like, why is Bruce by geeking out over... we've been working on this deck for a month, and it's like, all of a sudden, like, Ragavans and Brea's Apprentices, and I can't wait to get my hands on the Ragavans and stop playing these Grazers and have more artifact-relevant one-drops for this deck. I mean, yes, the Ragavan plays bad-ish in multiples. Yes, the Ragavan is going to get lava darted, but I think it just would be just so good for this deck, right, to have another one-drop similar to Goose that ramps us, that also, and we could shave some number of lands and get away from Grazer, right? I kind of want to even get away from Grazer now. Hang on. Concede. I kind of want to get away from that card even now. I know I can't rent the Ragavens yet. I kind of want to get away from that card already. Because we don't have to run nearly as many lands if we do that. Okay, what am I going to cut, though? The Horizon lands? So I bet we could get away with 23. If we played a different ramp. I want something that's a little bit resilient, just like Goose is when it comes to Lava Dart. We could just play Utopia Sprawl. It's just the problem with Utopia Sprawl is it's not a creature. There really aren't many. Why don't you play Toski? We used to have a Toski. It's starting to look like it's light outside. We stayed up super late again, folks. I used to have a Toski. There we go. Yeah, Toski is maybe a sideboard card. Maybe this gives me the space to main deck the Skoos again. I did like the main decked Scavenging Ooze. So, like, what's the other ramp that we're going to want to play? I mean, it's probably Ignoble, and if they have the dart, so be it. I can't get my hand on Ignoble Hierarchs either. We could just play Birds. They're evasive. We're playing Maja. We could just use Birds of Paradise as a placeholder. For Rags or Ignoble Hierarch, right? Just play these as a placeholder. So I think I do want to lower the curve. And I think the Grazer just wasn't doing the thing. Is there a 1/2 mana dork? I don't think so. We can research it real quick. We want a non-human 1-drop. I mean, there's like Lotus Cobra. The Lotus Cobra. Well, Lotus Cobra makes you your mana even if it dies. Ragavan is selling it pre-selling at 75. Yeah, it's crazy. Add 1 mana as a 1-drop. Oh. It should have cut the lands. It didn't for some reason. Up 1. It's not cutting the lands for some reason. So Sentinel needs another creature. Pilferer is when it dies, make a mana. There's Springleaf. We could do... It's tempting to think about like Emery and Mox and everything, right? Yeah, Springleaf is fun. Springleaf Drum is interesting. That's just filtering. This is a defender, therefore it can't attack. It also is a tap, not... Yeah, I mean, there's Utopia Sprawl. If only we had Deathrite. Yeah. If only. We've played this before when we were playing Pyre. Honored Hierarch is a human. We don't really want that. There you go. Paradise Mantle. We figured it out. Why doesn't Paradise Mantle give like 1 toughness or something? Why not? We could even just play Giver of Runes. It would make us slower. Just, I mean, kind of the big draw to green. There you go. Wild Cantor. We figured it out. Leaf Caller. Viridian. Interesting. There's lots of just random stuff. You still like the one of Giver? I think we have room for it. Our last card slot could just be the first Giver. Is that it for choices? Looks like it. Oh, you know what? You notice why some cards didn't show up? Because look at the The wording, I didn't include, like Llanowar Elves didn't show up. There's a lot of things that didn't show up because I didn't, I just need add, actually. Honored Hierarch, but that card's bad. Yeah. So there's Ignoble. Excuse me. Strike it rich ramps us. Just saying. This is a resilient turn 1 ramp. It's too bad it's not a creature, though. We could do something bad like play Gemstone. If we're that hungry to ramp. Well, Gemstone only ramps us when we're on the draw. Gemstone Caverns. If we're just that hungry to be faster, we could play Gemstone. I think it's a bad idea, but we could. It's too bad that this doesn't make mana faster, the Utopia Mycon. Anyway. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, Sentinel we've already ran into. Yes, it is the right toughness. No, it needs another creature to make the mana. Doesn't really ramp me. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else, right? Pilfer is trying to do a really bad Ragavan impression. There's, I don't understand why these lands are coming up, because I filtered out zeros. Oh, you know what I should do? I should do type creature. That will make this way faster. I should have done that filter a long time ago. Pardon my mistake. Pardon the mistake. Look how much easier that was. Oh yeah, there you go, Tinderwall. Too bad it's a defender. Why do you have to be a defender? It's also not legal in this format. See? For good reason. It's a good thing it's not legal. I think. I mean, this is filter, and then it's attached to a 2/3. I really don't think there's anything that exists that's a little bit Lava Dart resilient besides Gilded Goose. And yes, like you're like, okay, Bruce, you keep talking about Ragavan. Ragavan also doesn't pass that check, but the card's just bonkers. So I think it's okay if it doesn't pass that test. Thanks for hitting that button. Welcome to the Bruce by the Magic Guy show. I wonder if I'm just getting follows because I'm still awake at this point. There you go, Draga Tree Speaker. We figured it out. No. Orcish Lumberjack, not legal in this format. Card's great. Guys, let's just play Deathrite. Why do they have to ban it? Oh, it's so good. Card's stupid good. Oh, Blister Pod. There you go. We figured it out. It only makes me mana if it dies, and I don't have a way to kill it. We were playing this card as a pod target. Didn't really work out. Skirk Prospector does ramp you, but it has to sacrifice itself to do so. Seems bad. Good in the Goblin stacks. We could play, seriously, we could be playing, we talked about him earlier, didn't we? The one that has the activated ability. Elf Search Library. You have to do, like, we'd have to really retool the mana base, though. We talked about that earlier, didn't we, Gallagher? The old Reclaimer with, I think it would be really tough on our mana because we're, like, really red for Pyro to pull off Reclaimer Flagstones. But yes, Reclaimer is a creature that ramps us that is resilient to, yeah, I mean, this is it. Also has the artifact synergy, right? It would eventually find me our artifact lands. Yeah, but it's only going to ramp you on... It only ramps you turn 2 for your turn 3. Yeah, it has the issue of it doesn't... Yeah, it's true. It doesn't ramp us into these very many 3-drops I'm playing. That's very true. Yeah, I think it's Ragavan or bust. Let's just play birds or something as a placeholder for the moment. I mean, birds does play really well in this deck. It just does, right? We're Naya colors. Birds just feels good. Birds has evasion. We've played birds very happily for a long time in this deck. It also means that if I'm in a pinch, I could let the first cavern name be birds. And I know you're like, well, Bruce, why where is that ever relevant? Chalice of the Void? There are, Eldrazi Trons floating about. Like, obviously, I don't want to spend a cavern on bird. I want to name something like elemental. I want to name something like human. For slower ramp, there's Devoted Druid. It can add mana, then untap and attack with... Oh, you know what you just sparked in my mind? You know what's funny is for a long while we were playing... not a long while, sorry. For a little bit, I tried to incorporate the Devoted Druid combo into this shell because Winota finds all the other pieces. Just hear me out. That's a really cool suggestion. Hang on. Hear me out. Winota does actually let you find all the pieces other than Devoted Druid. She helps us find all the pieces to the Devoted Druid combo. I don't know how many Viziers you'd play, though. And, like, all of a sudden then we're playing, like, that land. Like, this build also, when we were doing it, we had Rangers because Ranger goes and finds Walking Ballista. I wonder if there's a different kill, though. I don't think there is. You'd have to have, like, the Singleton Ballista. Yeah, we'd have to go through a lot of... Probably 2 Viziers. But then you'd probably need Chords or Finale, Devastation for Mana Sinks. Yeah, and that's the thing. Or we just play the... Well, no, I would actually just start with the one that's in your mana base, actually. I think that's underrated. The one that you can pay life for. That's what we were doing. We just had Devoted Vizier with the one in your mana. You can also pay for Eldritch Evolutions this way, because it's all green mana. Yeah, I will, Nixer. You have a nice night. Vizier, Devoted. What is the name of that land? Does anybody know? And then you play the werewolf human that makes... I mean, I think we're off base now, though. We're headed in a different direction. But yes, this is a mana dork that's not so susceptible, but it's not a turn 1 dork. But it does... Oh, yeah, Dustwatch Recruiters. So you play Recruiters, you play Viziers, and then you also tweak the mana base... like you cut like the second stomping, I guess, maybe. Maybe we don't play the blinks. And you run these like utility lands as oh, what is that card's name? Pay 3 life or tapped. You play like 2 or 3 copies of this actually. The Turn Timbers. And then we would need to include the first Walking Ballista somewhere. Maybe we would cut the Thopter Engineer. I've been less and less excited about it since I started playing with it. I don't think the haste is relevant enough. I thought it was going to be. Didn't seem to be. And you play, let's see. You need to play Orochi Leafcaller to filter into white. No, we can just play Walking Ballista. Like, you can see your whole deck off of Dustwatch Recruiter, but, like, what are we cutting to shove this into the deck? Ooh, that's the funny promo one. Like, what are we doing? We're doing ramp on turn 2. We're playing a bunch of take a ton of damage lands. Wait, why am I on 20 lands only? That's not right. We should be playing 23. I'm so confused. Did I cut different lands accidentally? Now it's saying I have 6 cuts to make. I don't think... we'd have to cut like all the voices. These would have to go into the board. I mean, I was happy to go with you down this journey. Like, Gallagher, I really, really like your suggestion of Devoted Druid because of what you talked about, right? You said it can make a mana and then untap itself and still attack with Winota. It almost makes me... it reminds me of, like, us playing Nest Invader. Seems like too many different game plans. Yeah. So hang on, here's what we're going to do instead. We'll add back those lands. Here's what we'll do instead. Let's, instead of playing Devoted Druid, why don't we play a card that was very similar to it, the Nest Invaders. And I know you're going to say something like, Brew Spy, that's ramp that is susceptible to Dart. It is. But at least I still have the 2/2 after the dust clears. We've played Nest Invader to great effect in this archetype before. It's very unassuming, but it goes wide and ramps us. We could still be playing the Voices or... what did I cut to fit all this in? I cut a Thopter Engineer. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I wish like what it was making was... I mean, we could look into cards that make a treasure token. There's the Wily Goblin. We could look into what makes treasure, actually. Tavern Scoundrel, human, we have to win a coin flip. That's funny. Alright, Jade-Eyed, Jeweled-Eyed, it's got Death Touch on it, and when it dies, it makes me a token. We talked about Provisioner earlier. I don't hate it. Manufacturer. Combat Strike, and we get a treasure token. Not ready to give up on this idea just yet. Of like finding other ways to ramp us. Brass Bounty. Seize the spoils. Discard a card, make 2. Yeah, seize the spoils, ramps us by 1, draw 2. I just don't hate this card. Oh yeah, there's Magda. Didn't we talk about Magda? I thought we've played with this card before. I mean, Ragavan's still quite a bit better. We don't have any synergy for the other dwarves. But we did consider playing that card earlier. Vault Robber? No. Aren't there other like equipments that like ramp us and they're really bad that exist in this format? Treasure token, treasure token. Trample, crew, sacrifice 2 treasures, get the cart back. This thing's hilarious. Yeah, Hull Breacher. Let's just play Hull Breacher in Modern, right? It's not legal. Galdrak? Do we make enough artifacts for Galdrak to actually be a fun of? Galdrak. He flies too. Do we have enough synergy for Galdrak now? Dockside Extortionist. That's not Modern Legal. I really need to set this format to Modern Legal. Could do Magda Springleaf. That's really convoluted. Yeah, it is very convoluted. I mean, Nest Invader has been solid ramp for us that we've already proven that it does function. I wonder if we have... Seriously, I wonder if we're making enough artifacts that Galdrak's not a weird nonsense idea. It probably is. Tempted to try it. It's 3 mana. Oh yeah, Wily Goblin. Yeah. You were talking about this. It just wishes it was Ragavan. Captain, make tokens. Prime Blade, this makes tokens. Treasure tokens, I mean. I think we maybe consider the Galdrak. Is that bizarre? It's pretty bizarre. Ooh, there's a pretty Galdrak out there. Man, if we could just play Ragavans. I feel like Galdrak would really need Ragavan, though. Oh, yeah, there's the pretty Magda. Like, is it convoluted? I feel like... I feel like Springleaf actually isn't that bad in our deck. Like, all these creatures can tap the Springleaf and are happy to do so. I actually don't think Springleaf is completely out of the question. Just wish this had some synergy. We used to have Changelings, so this card used to have synergy. I feel like if I'm playing Springleaf Drum, I'm going to play Amara as well instead of... The Galdrak can go until we have something like... let's see. I don't think Drum is actually all that strange. Because we could play Amara. There's also lands you can play in your mana base itself. That, kind of want the classic Springleaf, don't we? These are artifacts, so they have some usage with Brea later on. I don't know how many of this you would play, though. Aren't those filter lands, or do they actually, it's just you tap the creature to make a mana? Yeah, do you guys know what I'm talking about? There's, Forgotten Caves or whatever. Maybe instead of doing the Blink Moth nonsense? Not Forgotten. It's the one from the first Modern Horizons. It's like Greedy Cave or something. Amara would fit here. Yeah, I think Amara would be great. I'm not thinking of the right name of this card. There we go. Cave of Temptation. No, it's a filter on itself. I need to think of that land that we would want Springleafs instead of I don't know. I think we're going too deep actually now that I think about it. But yeah, like Amara could be a thing. We would have to like make some pretty drastic changes that I don't think I'm ready to make to the deck. But yeah, Amara, 2-drop Amara. Whenever she becomes tapped, make a 1/1 white soldier. They're soldiers, not humans, which is huge. She herself is not a human. So that would be great in a Springleaf build. You would play her and Magda's. Some number of both. I don't know. At first I was like, the Springleaf would be great. But it's like, well, how many Springleafs do you need to draw these with these? And then it's like, okay, do we add those lands I was just referring to our mana base instead of like the Blink Moths, which are it's tap creature add on a land. The Thermotaxi. Yes. Yes. I mean, this is a callback to this card's so awesome. Guys, it could become Winota. So good. All right. Think about it. It could become Winota. Right? Think about it. Guys, think about it. This could be our 5th Winota. It's on theme with our artifact themes. We gotta go way back in time, right, to find these cards that I'm thinking about. Yeah, Survivor's Encampment, stuff like this. Tap and untap creature you control, add mana. So you would play some number of this effect. There's also Holdout Settlement. They do the same thing essentially. Tap and untap creature you control to add mana or add colorless. So you would play like weird stuff like this. Dermotaxi Grizzlebrand, yeah. So I know what you're thinking. You're like, Bruce, by these don't ramp you. These just filter. I realize that. But I feel like if you're jumping through hoops to play cards like this, don't you probably want? I don't know, these are just bad, aren't they? This whole idea is bad. Let's go back to where we were. I think I'm fine with just these. I'd love for more artifact synergy, though. Like, I'd like to spend our last few card slots thinking about that. And try to get the Galdrak online. I don't think we can do it without Ragavan, though. Can't attack unless I have 4 more artifacts. So artifacts. None of these, except for these, make artifacts happen. I mean, this guy is 2 artifact count, though, for Galdrak. The Brea's Apprentice is 2 artifact count for Galdrak. Maybe it's just Utopia Sprawl again. Being able to turn 2 Spyro seems super important. Yeah. We could do that. But if we're going to play Sprawl, then again, I feel like I want Dryad Arbor. Maybe Tireless Provisioner? Tireless Tracker? Yeah. I feel like I want Arbor Elf again if we're going to play Sprawls. Which is fine. I mean, we have these big, powerful things we're trying to do. I mean, it looks like it's funny how we're just like maybe back to where we were before in a way. Why don't play second Gingerbread Cabin? Gives you more artifacts. So play second cabin even? It's 22 lands. Sure. Alright, so Gingerbread Cabin, number 2. We thought we wanted 20... we need to add in the second Stomping Ground if we're going to play Arbor Elf, so let's go ahead and do that change as well. I'm okay giving up some voices to try to make the Galdrak work. Oh, we are running 2 Stompings already. Huh. Yeah, maybe 22 lands is actually fine. Because, right, like, they're not interacting as easily with the Sprawl ramp, even though they will toast these 2. Maybe this is fine. No 2-drops. I mean, like, I like voice. I like voice a lot. I'd love to find more synergy here, though. 1 or 2 drops that help Galdrak, except for Ragavan, because we can't really afford them right now. I mean, seriously, maybe we just play like more. Okay, remember how we were saying we didn't want the Genesis Chambers at all? I wonder if I'm okay with Chamber again. I feel like Chamber could turn on Galdrak. Hangerback maybe. It's kind of like a Voice or Strangleroot. So not Genesis Chamber still. So Hangerbacks. So you think it's Hangerback Walkers? I mean, neither Hangerback... at least Hangerback Walker is an evolution target, but it only gets me 2s. Like, it would get me Skoos or Skite. Which, by the way, the Skoos and the Skite need to go back into the main board, I think, to put us back down to 15. The Skite is for Gald. Okay, so last 2 slots. Can we possibly run... we possibly run something that could maybe make this card function? Let's do an artifact count before I even still consider this card. He does make... it's non-token creatures that died this turn, so... like, if we can get some of our creatures to die... I think you can let him count for himself. We can construe a board state where we can make some artifacts happen. Pia, the apprentices count as 2 artifact for Galdrak, which is awesome. This also counts as 2. And none of you are artifacts, are you? Okay. Yeah, I'm looking for like a 2-drop artifact, aren't I? Maybe even Arcbound Ravager. There's got to be something else that exists in our colors somewhere. That's a creature. Actually, we should just say artifact, right? And then do subtypes. Or actually, I could search for it this way. So let's go modern. And we're looking for a 2-drop, right? Ideally. We take a 2 or 3-drop. It's going to be a creature. Like, we kind of want it itself to also be an artifact, don't we? Mirror Sire. Well, hold on. I mean, they printed, like, these modular creatures. Hold on. Yeah, they did just print a bunch of stuff like this. Nah, these cards don't really cut it, do they? It says first strike. Is this actually decent for us, now that we have as many artifact creatures as we're playing? I wonder. I wonder if some number of Shikari is not crazy. Because we're making... Oh, maybe not. Grows this, grows the Thopters we're making. No, actually, never mind. We don't have enough synergy. It was a pipe dream. So you think it's Mirror Sire? Well, okay, so sorry. We're looking for artifact creatures that are yeah, maybe Mirror Sire is exactly right, because these don't seem to be doing what I want. Yeah, I think trying to turn on the Gadrak, it's Gadrak, not Galdrak. I think trying to turn on the I mean, like, we could play, like, Ethersworn Canonist in our sideboard as well. Like, little adjustments like that. Loop in Prototype if we have an empty hand. Oh, Prototype is sick, isn't it? Eager Construct. Each player scries. Only I want to do the scrying. There's Phyrexian Revoker we could be considering as well for our sideboard. Like, there's a lot of ways we could get a lot more artifact-y. Mirror Retrievers. Yep. This is grindy. This card's interesting. But it doesn't have a lot of things to hit in this build. Spellskite, Bray's Apprentice. I'm pretty sure... Oh, excuse me. I'm going to run into your suggestion. So, Sire. I kind of want it to, like, make the creatures for us on the get-go, though. I mean, that's asking for a lot, right? For it to be an artifact that, like, even just says, like, token, like, that generates a token. It's probably asking a lot out of this card for it to be, like, Brea's Apprentice and be 2 cards for me. 2 count for this card. Probably asking for this card to be a lot. Like, this is close, right? Like, I want it to just be... I just want it to be Hangerback Walker, right? But I want it to be CMC2. Oh, that's what I should have set the setting to. My bad. I want it to be, like, CMC2 to maybe 3. What about Inquisitive Puppet? Puppet Conjurer. Sorcerer's Broom. Alright, let me look at the one you suggested because none of these seem like it. Inquisitive Puppet. Oh, yeah. It's too bad that it makes a human creature token. It's really too bad that it makes a human. I don't think we're going to be able to turn on this card. It's okay. It's Pipe Dream. That's A-okay with me. Is Toski main deckable these days? Like the main board to Skite. Maybe we just play even more Skites. Or you were saying you liked Givers? Giver of Runes? I mean, I'd love for us to have... I think we should just be playing Voices. I think the meta, like, Voice is where it's at. It's fun to think about having more synergy for the Brea's Apprentice, but I think we have enough. I don't mind the second Gingerbread. Cabin Even Still. It was just fun to think about if I could get a few more. Like, yeah, I think Tireless Tracker or the other is... if we're looking for that, but I'm kind of looking for 2 drops, right? I kind of want to lower the curve, have stuff to evolve that's on 2. And I just think that Voice has really been really good right now. I don't think we'd be disappointed with 2 or 3 Voices. It was fun, though. It was fun to try to think up, like, okay, let's go a little deeper into the artifacts, but, like, I think this would just be better. Thank you for doing all that research, Gallagher, and such. All right, we're going to goldfish it one more time, and then I just need to just even get a nap in at this point. Is like 26 lands. I mean, do you think that I'm running too many accelerants? It's very tempting to do Arbor Elf alongside Sprawl, though. It's not something you normally see out of Winota, but I feel like we're just doing a good job now of just, like... Oops. I feel like we're doing a good job of just... I don't know. I think... Yeah. I think our deck is doing the things that we could compensate for the fact that Sprawl isn't a creature. I think... Let's look at the count. Because we have like enough cards that are kind of in the middle, which we haven't had in the past, right? 7 cards that are always a human, 10 cards that are either or, right, which is awesome. 13 cards that are always human. No Dryad Arbor, and I think that's correct. We could be playing an Arbor as another creature. I think that would be my 23rd land, though. That would be over, like... I don't know what I cut to play it. Honestly, it's been really weak. Like, we've played a lot of different iterations of the deck playing Dryad Arbor. It's just had some issues. I think you can get away with about 8 not creature cards in Winota, tops. So that's what we're doing. Yeah, the Lupine prototype is sweet, Boss Rush. I don't think we'll actually empty our hand all the way, but maybe we would. It's like a 5/4, right? Artifact 2-drop 5/4, if I'm not mistaken. Sand seems sweet. Keep. Probably still lead Goose though, right? Where do you live that you're up at this hour? Let's not talk about it, Globster. I'd rather not talk about it. We could have an uncounterable Spyro if I just go stomping ground like a boss. No fear. Thanks for that follow, top of the top. Cavern name human. It's a 5/5 actually. It's sweet, but the requirement kills it. Let's drop the Maja, and I might even drop the Goose. Do we want to make more tokens? I think I just want to make more tokens. Drew a Sprawl. Hey, super combo. Super sweet. Actually, you make the most mana this way. Hey, we did it. We did the Utopia Sprawl plus Arbor thing. By the way, this is really greedy. Actually, honestly, it's usually safer to put Sprawl on your basics. I'm just going to do that. And we have red here. We want white here, actually. Tap, untap, tap. Look at us doing this silly. It's really nice synergy. It's very tempting. Apprentice. Look at us double spelling like a boss. Look at the double spelling. Yeah. And okay, we haven't found it yet. That's not true though. Brea's Apprentice gives us several looks. So let's do that. So let's Gilded Goose. And using the food token, I'm gonna Brea's Apprentice, exile the top, and let's look one card deeper. It's an Arbor Elf. I'll cast it instead of not casting it. We have the means to do so. If we want to attack with Arbor Elf, I should just shock this in. Just depends on whether or not we want to attack with the elf. This was sweet. I mean, look here. Numir's Superior might be sweet, says Rek. Superior, yeah, we could pay for Superior with. We have to pay for it with creature mana though. Yeah. Awesome. Hey, Arbor Elf has attack power. It should be very relevant. All right, so let's Brea's Apprentice. All right, so let's Gilded Goose. To make that, you're gonna look at the top card of the library. Another Apprentice. Sure. I really like that. Like yes, Spyro is nuts, but the fact that this lets us keep drawing more cards is like, this card's awesome actually. Maybe I don't play out this cavern. That card, we need Burning Tree, I think. Yeah, Burning Tree. Burning Tree can cast your Superior. Arbor Elf doesn't work with it though. Oh, it doesn't. We have to play different dorks. Yeah. That was sweet. I could maybe keep this hand. Keep. Turn 1 Goose though, right? Right? Not Sprawl? I think you turn 1 the Goose. And maybe it was still turn 1 Sprawl. So I could have an uncounterable Spyro. Let's just do that. Human. But it certainly depends. Oh, you know what? Hang on. Hold up. Hold up. Back it up. So Goose, put the sprawl. There we go. Now we're learning. We're learning. For red, guys, I'm learning how to use Utopia sprawl. Look at me doing the things. Dump and probably keep cavern over the plains, right? Actually, I don't have a white source yet. Well, this is human for Winota, though. Do I even need white for anything else in the main board? I guess just voice. We named red here, so let's actually dump the stomping ground. Sweet. Alright, so we have Goose. So I can't cast... I could cast Spyro. Spyro dump these. Or dump this and this. Keep the Apprentice. It might be more correct for me to Brea's instead of Spyro here. No, that's not true. We're still gonna Spyro. And I'm gonna dump the gingerbread cabin actually. And the Goose. Drew a different land. Hey, it's Yavi. Sweet. I think that was correct to play the Spyro, but I'm not so sure. I actually think Brea's would have been better there. Which, again, is begging the question. It's like, wait, have we finally found... Like, no, I think Spyro is still the better card, but we found something very similar to it. Anyway, I'm not doing anything other than just evolving a Spyro. Winota, the swings. Depending on the situation. This is not a bad spot for Spyro. Might rather take Spyro than the Apprentice, but I really like the combat tricks this guy offers us, though. Nah, we should take the Spyro because it's 2 tokens. Al Capone. Alp, thanks for the raid of 9. Aw, and then this one doesn't make any tokens. It's okay. Pia, sweet. Sweet P and K. Probably play out the Arbor Elf. We could, because of Yavi, play Arbor instead of Skite. I'm probably going to still just play Skite. I think I was supposed to get one of those Breas going because I don't have a Brea activation this turn. Anyway. Whew. Like, what other humans are left to find? That's a whiff. There's the Blade Historian. There he is. Maja's down. No. Yeah, there's just... Okay, we would take the Pia over the Magus of the Moon. Maybe. There's an Apprentice. Whiff, but most of the humans are either in my graveyard or that gives her indestructible. We'll take it. And another Apprentice. Cool. Yeah, I do think this Thopter build is very evasive. All right, so I'm going to go to bed, but thank you guys so much for being here. Sorry to go to bed after the raid. I'll try to find a different stream for us. Now, we just got really into this, and what's cool is we came out the other side with maybe just, like, a really reasonable build of this nonsense. Still think this deck is nonsense, but, like, I think our nonsense looks really reasonable. More reasonable than recent memory. I think this nonsense seems reasonable. Reasonable? Alright, squirrels. We cut the squirrels, though. Some guy's playing the shardless list. Yep, making rhinos. You got it. Modern Selesnial Titania. He's at it again with the... Ooh. Urza Saga Hardened Scales, though. I feel like that's where you want me to take us, Gallagher, isn't it? He is English speaking. Alright.
Oh, we're playing against the Through the Breach deck.
Let's raid this guy. let's go say hi. Let's say hi to
I mean,
Mr.
to be honest,
Sajiri.
the float of this card being played on turn 1 is not even that bad.
Thanks so much, guys, for being here. I'm going to go raid over this guy. Later, Gallagher. I'm thinking of booting up again, just real quick. Thank you guys so much for being here. Hope you guys sleep well, wherever you are in the world. I'll see you next time on the Bruce by the Magic Eye show. Hopefully, we'll be playing some more sweet lists. There's also a Zombardment list that I'm working on in addition to this deck. So, anyways, yeah, I'll see you on the next show. Have a nice night or morning. Hit that button. We're going to raid. We're going to raid this guy. Hit the button. Say yes. Say yes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's do it.
Like white source to make this flyer. Okay, maybe I should look for Slinger Drum. Kind of forgot about it. Brew spy the magic guy with a raid, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, now they have triple blue. Yikes. I kind of need to play Ton of Gap first here.